Chapter 1_Night King. It seems that I have crossed over, and I also have a system that comes with it. On the vast ocean, a young man in dazzling armor stood on the sea, frowning and muttering to himself. The undulating ocean looks like flat ground under his feet, which look very magical. The young man's name is Mo Yan. He just crossed over to this world not long ago, and he also crossed over with a super skin system. The so-called skin is no stranger to Mo Yan, who often plays game. At this time, he was clicking on the interface to study it. The interface of the system is very simple, with only 3 options: character attribute, lucky draw, and skin store. In the character attribute, Mo Yan finally understood his current state. Host: Mo Yan. Skin held: King of Night SS rank. Equipment: skin, King of Night SS rank. Skill 1, Wind King's Barrier. Skill 2, Sword of Oath of Victory. If Mo Yan remembers correctly, this King of Night skin should be a character from the well-known work Fate Day Night. Speaking of which, he was able to stand on the sea because of the ability of the King of Night, the blessing of the goddess in the lake, so that he could walk on the water as if on the ground. System, are you there? Mo Yan tried to call. What the matter with the host? The system's flat voice sounded. I want to ask, what's up with this skin? System replied, the skin is divided into 3 levels: S level, SS level, and SSS level. If the host equips a skin, the appearance will change accordingly, and at the same time, all the skills of the skin character can be obtained. Mo Yan looked down at the reflection on the water, and sure enough, he turned into a handsome guy with blonde hair and blue eyes, but he could vaguely see his original appearance between his brows. I see. Mo Yan nodded. Then why did I bring a skin when I crossed over? Could it be because of my good character? The system automatically ignored Mo Yan's narcissism. This is the novice benefit the system gives to the host. The system is still very friendly. Mo Yan asked again. System, how can I get a new skin? The host can pay for a lucky draw to get new skin, and for the skin characters that the host already hold, you can pay for other series and other levels of the skin in the mall. Payment. Mo Yan was taken aback. Is it for money or something? That's not the case. The so-called payment refers to treasured items. The treasured items detected in this world are Devil Fruit, Supreme Sword, Historical Tech, etc. Devil Fruit, Supreme Sword, History. Mo Yan had a bad premonition. Could it be that I traveled to the world of One Piece King of Pirates? Exactly. After getting the answer from the system, Mo Yan frowned even deeper. Don't look at the adventures of Luffy and the others in the world of One Piece King of Pirates, but this is the world of pirates after all. There are very few pirates like Luffy, and most pirates are cruel and cold-blooded. This has also caused the world to be in crisis, and coupled with the corrupt world government that is now supporting Tenryubido, Mo Yan suddenly feels that his future is bleak. But now for Mo Yan, the most important thing is to find a place where he can stay. He can't sleep on the sea. Although there is no recorded pointer, keep going in one direction and always find the island. Mo Yan shook his head helplessly and started running in the sunset. The skin of the King of Nights is really extraordinary. Mo Yan feels that he is running like a hayate, and the unprecedented high speed also brings him new pleasure. It's definitely more fun than driving a sport car. Just when Mo Yan was addicted to running and couldn't extricate himself, the Night King's sensitive hearing made his ears move. From far away, there was a series of roars. Mo Yan stopped and looked up. With his current excellent eyesight, he could vaguely see a crumbling marine warship on the other side of the sea level. If there is a boat, it means there is someone. Go and have a look. Soon Mo Yan made a decision, changed direction and ran towards the roar. At Mo Yan's speed, he arrived near the warship in less than 10 minutes. The closer you get to the warship, the clearer the battle situation. I saw 2 burly figures fighting in the sky at a very high speed. The momentum was so huge that even the sky seemed to be pierced. Ha ha ha, Zephyr, you didn't expect it. I'm here for revenge again. One of the blonde fat men with a big knife laughed and faced him. Zephyr could only bite Kiba bitterly. Edward Wable. Edward Wable. Mo Yan touched his nose when he heard the word. He had an impression of this person. He was a powerful pirate with a high reward and claimed to be Whitebeard's biological son. Since I was beaten and caught by you 3 years ago. Was that 3 years ago? How many years ago? But Edward Wable said. He was stunned again. Dear son, don't embarrass your father Whitebeard. Get rid of that Zephyr quickly. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the warship. It was Edward Wable's mother, Miss Ba Jin. Okay, Mom. Edward Wable replied obediently, turning his broadsword at Zephyr in the air again. No, Teacher Zephyr. Save us. Teacher Zephyr. Help. Let me go. I don't want to die yet. The students' cries came from the warship. Zephyr's eyes were split, and he wanted to rush over on the moon step. No, my mother said I can't let you go there. Edward Wable waved his knife directly to block, cut a huge ravine in the sea, and force Zephyr back again. Bastard. Zephyr roared. You're here for me. Spare my student. Miss Bajin laughed loudly. Zephyr, you have today too. Just watch your students get killed by me one by one. Soon as the words fell, Miss Bajin waved his hand, and another student's head rose into the sky, and blood Izumi surged. Looking closely, the deck of the warship has already been covered with blood. blood, and I don't know how many Marine Reserve students were massacred by Miss Ba-jin. Get out of here. Zephyr was about to go crazy, and in a hurry, a flaw was revealed. Edward Wable saw the opportunity and slashed down, and actually cut off Zephyr's right arm. Zephyr groaned, blood pouring from the broken arm, making it harder to break through Edward Wable's defenses. The students on the deck looked at Zephyr's broken arm with despair in their eyes. Even the battle-hardened Zephyr himself was shrouded in despair at this time. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rose. If I kill Edward Wable, how much bounty Marine can give me? As soon as this statement came out, everyone on both sides was shocked. Chapter 2 Zephyr and Edward. For a time, even Edward Wable's movement stagnated for a while. Whether it was Miss Ba-jin or Zephyr, they all looked at the source of the abrupt words subconsciously. Is a person, am I right? Standing alone on the sea, Mo Yan was not conscious of being watched but thought secretly in his heart. According to the description of the super skin system, whether he is extracting new skins or upgrading existing skins, he cannot do without those treasured items such as devil fruits or sharp knives. And if you want to get such treasured items, there is the fastest way, that is to buy with money. So Mo Yan is in urgent need of money now, very much. At this time Zephyr finally reacted, half surprised and half astonished. Can you stand on the water? Is it a devil fruit like Kuzan? No, it's not important now. Zephyr quickly replied to Mo Yan. Edward Wable is a pirate who doesn't care if he lives or dies. As long as you kill them, you can get the bounty. Mo Yan nodded. I will ask in advance. If I take action later, he may die and not even scum will be left. Can you testify for me to get the bounty? Mo Yan's words made Zephyr stunned. This, of course, but I advise you not to underestimate the enemy. Although I don't know who you are, Edward Wable is a big pirate with a bounty of more than 400 million Baileys, and can even rival Admiral. Never underestimate the enemy. Of course I know, Mo Yan said indifferently. It's just 400 million Baileys. I don't care about it yet. What? You're so mad at me that you dare to ignore me? Edward Wable was as mad as a child. Having said that, Mo Yan turned around. Just taking his bounty as the price for letting me take action is not enough. Zephyr was dumbfounded. What going on? Isn't this person here to save him? Zephyr listened to Mo Yan and said that he wanted to kill Edward Wable. He subconsciously thought that Mo Yan was the enemy of the pirate, but he ignored one point, that the enemy of the enemy is not necessarily a friend. Then what else do you want? Zephyr asked. Mo Yan thought for a while, then smiled. A devil fruit. Impossible. Zephyr categorically refused. Devil fruits have always been priceless, and they are also an important resource for Marines. How can they be given to you? Mo Yan shrugged. Then it's a great sword. Zephyr nearly vomited blood. This is even more impossible than a devil fruit. That's impossible. That's impossible. Do you really think I'm here to do charity? Mo Yan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Or, in your mind, the lives of your students are still worthwhile. Not as good as a devil fruit. Mo Yan's words silenced Zephyr, obviously struggling inside. Seeing this, Mo Yan sneered. Zephyr is also a former admiral after all, and now the chief instructor of Marine is one of the most powerful people in Marine. If Zephyr said that he couldn't even get a devil fruit, who would believe him? Now Mo Yan wants to break through Zephyr's inner defense. Zephyr took a painful look at the students on the boat who were looking at him with hope. In the eyes of these surviving students, there was a desire for life, and Zephyr could not refuse. Okay, as long as you can save us, I will thank you for a devil fruit or a big knife after the fact. Mo Yan smiled lightly again. Deal. You too. Miss Ba-jin's annoyed voice couldn't help but sound. Anyone talking about a deal like no one else? Do you really think we don't exist? Little devil, give me death. Miss Ba-jin jumped up from the bow of the warship, and his fist under the leopard coat was wrapped in armament hockey, and he rushed towards Mo Yan fiercely. Be careful, Zephyr reminded involuntarily. Mo Yan held it with one hand, and an invisible sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, Miss Ba-jin's fist collided head-on with the invisible holy sword. Boom! The sea seemed to be hit by a bomb, and the water spray dozens of meters high rose into the sky, and the huge waves were expelled around, causing the warship and the pirate group to shake. What happened? What the matter? Zephyr and Edward Wable were stunned. They only saw Mo Yan waved at Miss Ba-jin, and Miss Ba-jin was blocked by something invisible. Is this also the power of some devil fruit? Like he can stand on the sea? Zephyr guessed secretly. Mom's hand is bleeding. Why is that? Edward Wable was visibly flustered. What? Miss Ba-jin was the most surprised. She covered armament hockey's fist with a sharp pain, but she couldn't even see what weapon she hit. What the hell is this kid holding in his hand? The puzzled Miss Ba-jin met Mo Yan's cold eye. How dare you attack me first? Do you think you are qualified to attack me? Before Miss Ba-jin could react, Mo Yan suddenly exerted his strength, released the magic power. Drink! With a loud shout, Miss Ba-jin only felt a huge force coming from his fist. His entire hand was chopped off by Chigan, and he flew out with blood braid. Miss Ba-jin flew back at a faster speed than when he came, smashed through the warship abruptly, and flew across the sea. Good job. Excellent. Zephyr and the surviving Marine students nearly burst into tears. Mom! Edward Edward Wable panicked immediately, catching up with Miss Bajan and taking her down. You bastard! How dare you hurt my mother? I'm going to kill you! Taking over Miss Bajan, Edward Wable glared at Mo Yan angrily. Zephyr also rushed to Mo Yan's side panting heavily, and said solemnly, be careful, Edward Wable is very strong. He is the man who asked me for an arm. It's okay. The two of them got together, and I just happened to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Mo Yan nodded and regained the cool temperament of the Night King. So confident. Zephyr looked at Mo Yan in surprise, and before he could speak, he saw Mo Yan raising his sword in front of his chest. The next moment, the sea is surging. Chapter 3 _ The Sword of Liberation and Oath of Victory. A huge cyclone appeared on the sea, with Mo Yan as the center, forming a super giant sea tornado. Wow, what the hell is this? The life-saving warship is sinking. Why do tornadoes suddenly appear in the sea? Affected by the tornado, the warship was lumped, and the students on board were miserable. Even the Great Sea route with unpredictable climate changes was not so unpredictable, right? Zephyr was beside Mo Yan. Stunned. You can actually change the sky. He was very close to Mo Yan, and he was also in the eye of the tornado, so he was not affected. Mo Yan glanced at him. Don't worry, this is just a prelude. Zephyr didn't know what to say. The ability to forcibly change the celestial phenomena was already a natural enemy-like force for ships sailing on the sea, but he actually said it was just a prelude. Soon, Zephyr understood what Mo Yan meant. Wind King Barrier, open. With Mo Yan's voice, the huge tornado spread violently, and a going sword gradually revealed its shape. Going Holy Sword was fully revealed. The tornado stopped abruptly, but this didn't make Edward Wable and Miss Bajan relax, because right away, they felt the heavy pressure from Mo Yan far surpassing the tornado. Endless spots of light rose from the sea and converged on the Holy Sword in Mo Yan's hand. This scene was like a dream, and many people were crazy when they saw it. Even Zephyr was no exception. The light was condensing, and Zephyr felt as if he was facing a living legend. Against the background of the golden holy light, Mo Yan's face looked so holy. Not good. Run away. Only Edward Wable was not among the idiots. He keenly sensed the great danger, but it was already too late. Mo Yan held up the Sword of Oath Victory caliber, the holy sword of going high, and the devastating light Jinchuriki column swept the sea. The inescapable light of destruction instantly drowned Edward Wable, unable to escape, and unable to escape at all, and was directly swallowed by the light Jinchuriki column. The terrifying waves and wind pressure pushed the warship a few hundred meters away and almost capsized, but none of the students on the warship shouted, and they were all immersed in the shock of this moment. Even Zephyr was shocked. He swallowed, feeling that even if he was hit, he would die. The deal is done. Mo Yan Shishiran put away the holy sword, and the sword of victory became illusory again. Zephyr was taken aback. Oh, yes, you can go to the Marine headquarters with me to collect the reward. Mo Yan nodded and said, don't forget the extra gift you promised. If you default on your debt, you will know the consequences. You're worrying too much. How could I default on my debt? Haha. Zephyr smiled reluctantly, joking. The person standing in front of him was probably another Admiral-level powerhouse, and offending such a master would have endless trouble. By the way, haven't I asked your name yet? I'm the chief instructor of the Marine headquarters, the former Admiral Zephyr. Zephyr said suddenly. Mo Yan was startled. He still hadn't decided what name to call himself. Tell him directly his real name, Mo Yan. No, there may be other skins in the future, so I can't always call it Mo Yan. Thinking of this, Mo Yan said, you can call me the King of Night. Night King. Zephyr was stunned. Could it be the king of some country? But I've never heard of any country whose title is the King of Night, and it's so strong. Soon, however, Zephyr gave up thinking. After all, there are too many countries in this world. There may be at least one country on any island, so there are countless kings. Zephyr believes that it is impossible to remember them all. But that's okay. It doesn't affect Zephyr's purpose for asking this question. I wonder if His Majesty the King of Night joined the world government. Such a formidable super powerhouse. It's impossible to justify not pulling him to the Marine headquarters. Mo Yan said coldly. No, and there is no such plan for the time being. Zephyr was choked all of a sudden. Why didn't he play cards according to the routine? However, it was impossible for Zephyr to force Mo Yan to join, and since he saw the shocking blow before, Zephyr did not have the courage to force Mo Yan. Okay, Zephyr laughed along. Your Majesty the King of Night, please come with me. Let's go back to Marine headquarters. Mo Yan nodded and, accompanied by Zephyr, boarded the Marine warship. Only then did the survivors and students on the warship realize that they had been saved, and they cheered for the rest of their lives. Oh yeah, survive. The sea is so scary. I feel like I have a psychological shadow. Yes, I will never go to sea in the future. Zephyr glared at them fiercely. His nose was crooked, and he will not go to sea in the future. Is there such a shame as you? But after all, such a terrible thing just happened. Zephyr is not good at reprimanding them. I'm sorry to make His Majesty the King of Nights laugh. Zephyr could only shake his head and plead guilty. He originally wanted to abduct the King of Night to Marine's headquarters, and then then slowly try to lure him to join. He did not expect the King of Night to see such a humiliating scene as soon as he got on the ship. By Zephyr, the surviving students also fell silent. They thought of their dead colleague, and a tragic atmosphere filled the entire deck for a while. However, some people were soon attracted by Zephyr's word. This is His Majesty the King of Knights who saved us. I have to thank him. Well, what are you still doing? Hurry up to clean the deck. Don't neglect the benefactor. His Majesty the King of Knights is so handsome. It was a blue-haired girl who spoke, and Mo Yan recognized her as Ain when he was a child. Seeing the light in her eyes, Mo Yan had no doubt that she had committed a nympho. In this way, the warship sailed towards Marineford, the headquarters of Marine, amid the noise. After Mo Yan and the others left, more than half a day passed. A figure with a charred body was pushed by the sea and strayed to a deserted island. He climbed ashore with difficulty and burst into tears. Woo, Mom, you died so miserably. You didn't even have a body left. Edward Wable, who was crying. He originally had 3 shocking scars on his body. It seemed that he had experienced major injuries where his entire left hand and head had been chopped off or cut off. Even so, he did not die, because Edward Wable has an extraordinary self-healing power, even surpassing the awakening ability of some animal fruit. It was with this inhuman self-healing power that Edward Wable barely survived, but Miss Bajan was not so lucky. In the torrent of magic power of the Sword of Oath of Victory, there was really no slag left. After a while, Edward Wable wiped away his tears and looked into the distance angrily. Whoever killed your mother, wait for me. Although I don't know who you are, I will definitely kill you. Chapter 4 _ Is this how Marine welcomes benefactors? Marine headquarters, Marineford. Jingle bell, jingle bell. The phone bug in the marshal's office rang, and Sengoku glanced at it and said with a smile, it's Zephyr who's calling. Oh, Garp was nibbling on the senbei. Just asked, did you find any good seedlings this time? Sengoku nodded and connected the phone bug. Hey, Zephyr, how about this training camp? Did you find anything that could be made? Zephyr's voice was low. We were attacked by pirates, and most of the students died. What? Sengoku stood up all of a sudden, and even Garp couldn't calm down. Who attacked you? Zephyr said solemnly. It's Edward Wable. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Sengoku murmured. Most of the students are dead. How can this be? Obviously you were in charge. Zephyr said bitterly. Edward Wable is very strong, with strength far beyond his bounty. Even me, he cut off a hand. What did you say? Sengoku and Garp exclaimed in unison, and Garp came over immediately. How are you? Are you okay? Zephyr smiled bitterly. I'm fine. I only broke one hand. But the student? Sengoku asked again. What about Edward Wable? He ran away. Zephyr said. No, Edward Wable should be dead. Sengoku and Garp glanced at each other, and both could see the other breathe a sigh of relief. Able to get a hand from Zephyr shows that Edward Wable also has Admiral level strength. It is not a good thing for Marine headquarters to release an Admiral level pirate. Good job, Zephyr, Sengoku said. When you get back, I'll have the science department build a new prosthesis for you. But Zephyr smiled bitterly. No, Sengoku, I didn't kill Edward Wable. Huh. Sengoku and Garp were surprised again. It's not you. Who is that? Besides Zephyr, who else can beat Admiral level Edward Wable? Zephyr was silent for a while and said, it's a strong man who calls himself the King of Night. He killed Edward Wable. I'm taking him to the Marine headquarters to collect the bounty. Night King. Sengoku chanted the name, but found nothing. He had never heard of the name. Garp is concerned about another point. This Night King is also an Admiral level powerhouse. Zephyr said, I don't know. I don't know. Sengoku frowned. How can you not know? Even from the battle, you can probably tell it. This time Zephyr was silent longer, visibly hesitant. After a while, Zephyr said, I don't think you will believe it when I say it, but it's a fact that His Majesty the King of Night killed Edward Wable with just one sword. It's impossible. How is this possible? Sengoku and Garp screamed at the same time. They were really surprised this time. I'll say you don't believe me. Zephyr sighed. Sengoku dared not believe. I've never heard of a swordsman who can kill an Admiral level pirate. You said that he killed Edward Wable with a sword. Could it be that he is a great swordsman somewhere? No, said Sengoku, denying himself. Even a great swordsman can't do that. Zephyr said, I said that I don't know. In short, in addition to the bounty, I also promised to give him a big sharp knife or a devil fruit. Please help me prepare it first. Sengoku immediately hurriedly said, wait, the big knife and the devil fruit are treasures from the sea. Why? Unfortunately, Zephyr hung up the phone before he could finish his sentence, leaving only Sengoku and Garp in the office with wide-eyed eyes. While Garp grinned, how about you? Are you ready for him? Sengoku said with a headache. A devil fruit is very likely to create a new strong man. How can it be given to someone who is unknown, let alone the preciousness of the big knife? Garp laughed and said, it's really rare to give you such a headache, but are you planning to not give it? It's not wise to offend a super expert who can instantly kill an Admiral class pirate. Of course I know that. Sengoku rolled his eyes at him. Anyway, let's have a meeting and discuss what to do. Time passed, and soon, the marine warship that Mo Yan was on was approaching Marineford, the headquarters headquarters of Marine. At the sight of Marineford port, the exhausted students on the warship cheered, and some even fainted. Seeing this, Mo Yan shook his head. They had just experienced a massacre, and their spirits had reached their limit. If they couldn't recover, many people might not be able to be Marines for life. We're here. Zephyr was also shocked. Mo Yan looked up, but Vivi frowned. This is how you Marines welcome benefactors. I saw that in Marine port. There were actually heavily armed soldiers. Marine 3 admirals were sitting on the chairs in the center, and even Sengoku and Garp were standing on the dock in person. Good guy. Almost the entire Marine's high-level combat power is present. Zephyr was a little embarrassed. Don't get me wrong, His Majesty the King of Night, we want to appear more sincere. Mo Yan snorted. The scene is really huge. I just don't know how sincere. I can't stand it. Just giving the bounty, plus the agreed remuneration, and putting on such a stand. Marine knew exactly what Mo Yan was thinking. Zephyr was so embarrassed that he couldn't answer, so he could only shut up and silently watch the warship dock. Landed. Sengoku greeted him personally. You must be the famous King of Night. Mo Yan smiled half-smilingly. Do you know which country I am the king of? Sengoku choked. This, I was about to ask. Mo Yan sneered. I don't even know what country I am from, so let's not talk about being famous. For you, this king is not as famous as the little pirates in the world. Sengoku was choked to the point of being speechless twice in a row, embarrassment written all over his face. How is this conversation going? P.S. The collection of the new book period is very important. Please be sure to support it. Thank you. Of course, the more comment, reward, flowers, etc., the better. Tilda. Chapter 5 _ We are the Chinese Empire. Then why don't you ask His Majesty the King of Night to solve the puzzles for me? An old woman behind Sengoku stepped out with a smile. Mo Yan glanced at her and recognized the Vice Admiral Crane from the Marine headquarters, who was also a typical the resourceful general. Thinking, Mo Yan nodded. My country is called Great Britain, and I am the founding king of Great Britain. The founding king. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and others looked at each other. No wonder they hadn't heard of this country in the past. It had just been founded. Zephyr smiled reluctantly. I see. Then on behalf of the world government again, we extend a sincere invitation to you to join the world government. Unexpectedly, Mo Yan said disdainfully. Don't make noise again and again. Can't understand this king's previous rejection. Then this king will tell you clearly that the mere world government is not qualified to let this king join. How can Mo Yan have any Great Britain? If he agrees to join, he will immediately reveal his secret. As soon as Mo Yan said these words, the entire Marine port was silent. Because this speech is really amazing. Insulting the world government in front of Marine is like insulting Marine in person. Soon, the silence turned into endless anger. What did you say? The world government is not qualified enough. It's too arrogant. The Marines were filled with righteous indignation, and the 3 admirals suddenly gloomy, exuding a dangerous atmosphere. Such a big tone. Sengoku was a little annoyed. Then I want to hear, is there any existence in the world more qualified than the world government? While speaking, he stared at Mo Yan closely, and was very dissatisfied with Mo Yan. Under the eyes of everyone in the port, Mo Yan's expression was as usual. He already had the answer in his heart, and said decisively, of course there is. There is an existence far above the world government. Sengoku and he didn't even blink their eyes when they saw Mo Yan's speech, and the apprehension flashed in their heart. Otherwise, it is impossible to be in the Marine headquarters, surrounded by Marine's highest combat power, yet dare to despise the world government. But soon they were back to normal. No, no way. Even the 4 emperors of the new world, the veritable sea emperors, dare not claim to be above the world government. Garp asked with great interest. Oh, please tell me. I'm all ears. Mo Yan proudly issued. Although Great Britain is a country, it is nothing more than a feudal kingdom of this king. In fact, Great Britain belongs to the Chinese Empire, and this king is one of the kings of the Chinese Empire. How to cover up the brilliance of Great Britain? It's very simple. That is to blow a bigger bullshit on top of this. Sure enough, upon hearing Mo Yan's word, not only Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, but also Marine and Admiral's expressions changed several times. At the meeting before Mo Yan's arrival, they had already studied it and believed that Mo Yan was at least an admiral level super strong. And this level of super powerhouse has his own dignity, so they don't easily talk about it. So they don't think Mo Yan is talking nonsense. It's just that Mo Yan has too much information, and Sengoku and the others are still skeptical. The Chinese Empire. Akainu snorted and said, why have I never heard of this empire? Akainu asked the questions in Sengoku and the others, and Mo Yan sneered. The world is so big, there are so many things you haven't heard of. Akainu narrowed his eyes dangerously. Impossible. The world government master controls everything in this world. It's a shame. Mo Yan sneered. Then let me ask you, do you know where Lahudal is? Does the world government know? Akainu was choked by Mo Yan, unable to answer for a long time. Only the anger in his eyes grew stronger. Mo Yan coldly snorted. Besides, this king said that the Chinese Empire is above the world government. If the empire doesn't want to show up, how can the world government find the empire? Everyone was silent for a while. Mo Yan was absolutely impeccable from a logical point of view. But what really caught Sengoku's attention was Moyan's previous word. Admiral-level powerhouse like him is actually just a king of the empire, and still one of the king. Does this mean that if that empire really exists, then it has multiple admiral-level powerhouses? This is a powerful force that cannot be ignored. As for Moyan's claim to be above the world government, Sengoku is non-committal. I believe that not only him, but everyone in Marine believes that the world government, and their Marine, are the righteousness of the world and the real ruler of the world. But no matter what, it is not worth it to engage in evil with a power that has an admiral-level powerhouse for no reason. Thinking of this, Sengoku smiled. Leave that aside. We have prepared a thank you ceremony to invite you to the banquet. Moyan said lightly. No, this king is very busy. You Marines only need to hand over the agreed bounty and devil fruit. That's right. After all, you've done Marine a big favor. Sengoku nodded and didn't take it seriously. He was just talking about it, and he didn't intend to leave an unknown strong man in the Marine headquarters for so long. Then, Sengoku beckoned and asked his men to bring 2 large boxes. One of the boxes contains the Paramesha devil fruit, and the other box contains the 400 million Bailey's bounty. Sengoku motioned for Moyan to check, but Akainu's face was even more angry. Humiliating Marine face to face. Is that enough? Moyan opened the 2 boxes to investigate, and there was no problem, and immediately lifted the 2 boxes. Farewell. Borrow a boat. It's okay to borrow a boat. Not only boat, but even sailors. We can borrow you, but I don't know where His Majesty the King of Knights wants to go. Sengoku inquired. Moyan glanced at him. It has nothing to do with Marine. You don't need to know, and I don't need a sailor. Sengoku choked. No sailors needed. How can Moyan drive the boat alone? Originally, Sengoku planned to put a few sailors in to find out the details of Moyan. Only Zephyr smiled bitterly. He who had seen the Wind King's enchantment understood that Moyan could indeed make the ship move quickly by himself. Moyan didn't seem to be too lazy to talk to Sengoku, so he turned around and planned to leave. At this moment, an irritable voice that finally could not be suppressed rose up. Wait, devil fruit, the power that is likely to disrupt justice, can't be taken away by those who refuse to join the world government. Sengoku and the others all changed their expression, and all looked at one person. Akainu. Chapter 6. Akainu. What are you? Sure enough, Akainu still couldn't hold back. Kizaru looked at Akainu with a half smile. Sengoku has scolded. Akainu, this decision was made during our previous meeting. Don't make trouble. Akainu snorted. It was decided during the meeting. Why can't I remember that I agreed to such a decision? Moyan had turned around and looked at him coldly. This is the result of the transaction between this king and your Marine. It is only natural for this king to take it away. Why do you need your consent? Akainu said coldly. Marine is the place of righteousness and the benchmark of justice. Only those who are righteous are qualified to obtain this power. Any wicked person who refuses to join the world government should be exterminated. Akainu. Sengoku frantically. Speak cautiously. Do you want to stir up a dispute at will? He already regretted letting Akainu come over in his heart. Sengoku's original intention was to allow the 3 admiral to suppress the scene at any time, but he ignored Akainu, who had an extreme and hot personality. It was definitely going to happen. Marine meeting before Moyan's arrival. Akainu refused to give Moyan the devil fruit or the great knight. Righteousness. Moyan put down the box. Don't make people laugh. Moyan's tone was extremely cold, even with a hint of ridicule. Only the king who bears a country is qualified to call himself the place of righteousness. Moyan stretched out his finger and pointed at Akainu. And you, what kind of thing are you? It's not worthy to talk about righteousness with this king. You bastard. Akainu glared, his whole body boiling. Irregular. And dare to disrespect this king. Moyan shouted, completely provoking Akainu's anger. Great, major eruption. Akainu let out a long whistle and punched out violently. The huge fist composed of lava made the air scalding hot, and rushed towards Moyan overwhelmingly. Not good. Sengoku was shocked when he saw this. Hurry up and stop them. If 2 admiral-level powerhouses were to fight in the Marine headquarters, God knows what would happen here. The face of the menacing great, major eruption. Moyan took a hold of the void. Immediately, the invisible sword appeared in his hand, and Moyan waved his sword and charged forward. Wind King Hammer. A more terrifying storm rushed out like a cannonball, and instantly dissipated the giant lava fist that formed the great, major eruption, revealing the unbelievable Akainu behind him. What? How could it be? Moyan didn't give Akainu a chance to react. He walked on the wind and came to Akainu in the blink of an eye. Damn. Akainu was startled. Dog biting Crimson Lotus. Akainu's lava arm turned into a dog shape and charged at Moyan. Moyan also struck straight with his sword, and the holy sword was about to pierce Akainu's throat. That's it. Stop it all. Just at this critical moment, the figures of Garp and Sengoku appeared in the middle of the 2 without delay. One blocked the other, and separated by Garp and Sengoku, Moyan's sword tip was only 1 step away from Akainu's throat, but Akainu's dog biting Crimson Lotus just kept the state it just sent out. If no one stops him, Mo Yan will run through Akainu's neck first. This result made Akainu's face extremely ugly, and the Marines around him also widened their eyes. Enough, Akainu. Garp stopped Akainu firmly. Your Majesty the King of Night, I apologize to you on behalf of Akainu. I hope you can stop this. Sengoku also said to Mo Yan in front of him. Until now, Sengoku didn't fully believe what Zephyr said. Mo Yan killed Edward Wabel in one move. Looking at the brief confrontation just now, you can see that the one who has the upper hand is actually Mo Yan. HMPH. Let's not take this as an example. Be optimistic about your dog. Mo Yan snorted coldly and put away the sword of victory. Akainu's title is Akainu, and it's Marine's Admiral. Mo Yan is right in a sense that he is optimistic about your dog. But why does this sound like a curse word? Akainu got angry again after hearing this. Dare to shoot at Marine, who represents justice. It seems that you are indeed one of those who need to be purged. Enough. This is an order. Sengoku scolded Akainu first. With just one step at night, Marine might lose an Admiral level combat power. Every time he thinks of this, Sengoku gets scared and angry. Mo Yan hasn't practiced hockey yet, so he wasn't sure to kill Akainu, so he took advantage of the situation, but Sengoku didn't know this. In his opinion, who is a master of Mo Yan's level who can't use hockey? Mentioned Sengoku. Even Akainu, after putting away his abilities, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't because Akainu was afraid, but Akainu's body was sweating uncontrollably at the moment of life and death. This time, Mo Yan's eyes swept across the Marine soldiers again, and there was not much clamoring. There were even many Marines who lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to look at Mo Yan. Even their strongest combat power has been suppressed from the front, so what confidence did they have to clamor? Prepare the boat and wait for this king to come in person. Mo Yan put down these words and left with 2 boxes. Sengoku wiped his sweat and waved a soldier to go to work. After seeing Mo Yan's Wind King's hammer, Sengoku would not be foolish enough to think about placing sailors on Mo Yan's boat. Sailors on Mo Yan's boat are completely redundant, especially in today's era when most of the routes rely on wind. Mo Yan's Wind King barrier is like an open hanging engine, which can instantly turn a ship into an F1 in the middle of the ship. At the same time, Sengoku also secretly ordered, be sure to check it out. Great Britain and the Chinese Empire is mentioned by the King of Night. Chapter 7 _ This bastard definitely did it on purpose. While waiting at the port, Mo Yan opened the box containing the devil fruit again. Paramesha's gun and gun fruit. The devil fruit I haven't heard of. I remember someone ate a devil fruit for a gun. Mo Yan asked the system, how about this devil fruit? Can you start a skin lottery? System replied, the gun and gun fruit is a relatively weak devil fruit in Paramesha, but it is also one of the treasured items in this world, and it can be used for lucky draws. However, the more and more powerful treasures are used to open the lucky draw, the quality of the skins drawn will be higher. Therefore, it is recommended that the host collect some treasures and pair them with the gun and gun fruit to draw the lottery. Mo Yan's face sank, and sure enough, even if Marine was willing to give out a devil fruit, it would definitely be a weaker devil fruit. And the powerful devil fruit, Marine, of course, kept it for himself. I don't need the new skin urgently yet, so just keep it. Mo Yan put away the gun and gun fruit, and Marine's ship was ready at this time. Marine at the port has long since dispersed, leaving only Zephyr, Sengoku and other high-level personnel, and even Akainu let him go back first because Sengoku was afraid of him getting into trouble. Looking at Mo Yan who was approaching Shishiren, Sengoku was in a complicated mood. Marine headquarters like Mo Yan, and even fight with Admiral on the spot, but still leave unharmed. Not only that, but he left with the 400 million Bailey and devil fruit given by Marine. But in all fairness, Sengoku felt that it was unwise to have a bad relationship with Mo Yan. First of all, the two sides did not have to be hostile, and Mo Yan also helped Zephyr. The Chinese Empire behind him was also very scary before it was found out. Mo Yan walked up to Sengoku and stretched out his hand. Bring it. Sengoku. Seeing Sengoku's bewildered expression, Mo Yan patiently said, show the record pointer to this king. Sengoku said speechlessly, Marine's ships are equipped with onboard recording pointers as standard, so there is no need to take another one. That good. Mo Yan nodded without any embarrassment. Hey, you really don't plan to join Marine? I'll treat you to Senbei. Garp asked a little reluctantly. Mo Yan smiled and said, I was asked to join the world government before, and now I am being joined in Marine. What organization do you want this king to join? Garp laughed and said, Marine is the highest military organization of the world government. Joining Marine is also equivalent to joining the world government. Mo Yan waved his hand. Before this king was the king of the empire first, so I won't say more if I repeat it, just leave it alone. With that said, Mo Yan jumped up and landed on the deck. Marine soldiers at the dock all looked over curiously, wondering how Mo Yan would make the empty ship move. Mo Yan looked at the pier and said, let them go farther away, otherwise the king will be blamed for accidental injury. The Marine soldiers were agitated after hearing this. What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? It was sailing a boat but not firing a gun. Where Where did the accidental injury come from? Unexpectedly, Zephyr and Sengoku's expressions changed when they heard the word, and they shouted, "Attention all soldiers, stand back 50 meters. The Marine soldiers looked at each other when they heard the order. What going on with the chief instructor and the marshal? But this was a military order. Although they were puzzled, the Marine soldiers retreated 50 meters. Mo Yan looked at it, shook his head and said, "It's not enough. 100 meters. Zephyr had to shout again, "All soldiers, back another 50 meters. The Marine soldiers retreated another 50 meters in confusion, and the dissatisfaction in their hearts became even greater. Mo Yan actually said again at this time, "It's still not enough. This king said that we need to retreat another 100 meters, not a total of 100 meters. Sengoku and Zephyr almost vomited blood when they heard the word. Are they playing people? Say it completely. Okay. However, when they looked at Mo Yan's expression again, they found that the King of Night seemed to be enjoying it. Sure enough, this bastard is playing with us. The expressions of Marine soldiers became even worse. After they retreated a total of 150 meters, Mo Yan finally set sail. Afterward, Mo Yan swore the sword of victory in one fell swoop. Wind King Barrier opened. The noble phantasm of the Wind King's barrier unfolded instantly, and a violent hurricane swept the entire Marine pier. Before, the Marine soldiers didn't know how Mo Yan was going to make the boat move. Now they know. The terrifying strong wind blew them to and fro, and the boxes and objects in the port also flew around, becoming chaotic. Wow, I'm going to be blown away. Is this guy a monster? Just retreating 150 meters is not enough. Sengoku's face turned ashen. This bastard did it on purpose. However, before he could settle the account with Mo Yan, the wind direction suddenly changed, and Mo Yan's boat was already far in the sky, driving extremely fast. This bastard. The end. Sengoku could only watch Mo Yan's ship become smaller. He couldn't really send a warship to chase him, let alone most of the time he couldn't catch up. Standing on the bow, Mo Yan unfolded the map in his hand facing the boundless sea. Where are you going next? Mo Yan thought about it. He was new to this world, and any place was new to him. Suddenly, Mo Yan thought of the 400 million Baileys and the gun fruit. By the way, I have to try to extract the neck-in first, so I need to get at least one more treasured item. Gun fruit can also be drawn, but the gold content is not high, and the skin that is drawn is not that good. With this thought, Mo Yan's goal was very clear. With 400 million Baileys in hand, I'm considered a rich man, so let's go to Sabaody Archipelago. It's just not far from Marineford. Because of its special geographical location, Sabaody Archipelago is very prosperous and famous. Even Tenryubito often visit, which makes the auction industry of Sabaody Archipelago extremely developed. It happened that Mo Yan had 400 million cash in hand, so he planned to go to Sabaody Archipelago to try his luck and see if he could buy any treasures. Comparing the map and record pointer, Mo Yan quickly found the location. Mo Yan held the holy sword. Hockey wave. Go. Chapter 8 _ Don Quixote Family Auction. Outside the Sabaody Archipelago, a pirate ship wandered near the sea. A skull flag with horns hung on the flagpole, and the pirates on the ship were idly staring at the sun. "Boss, you said why haven't fat fish passed by recently?" a subordinate asked. "Idiot. Of course it's because of the auction held by newcomer Shichibukai Doflamingo," scolded a burly man, shirtless and wearing a horn helmet. Another subordinate wondered. "Doflamingo holds an auction. What does it have to do with the lack of fatty fish? Strong man hates that iron cannot be made of steel." Doflamingo became Shichibukai a while ago, and he is very popular. The auctions he held are naturally big people, and usually small roles are not allowed to enter. The original subordinate asked, "But doesn't the presence of big men mean that there are fat fish?" Strong man said, "So you are an idiot. Can we afford the big shot? The little people who can be provoked don't come again, and naturally there will be no fat fish." "Oh," the subordinates had to shyly respond. "Boss, fatty fish is coming." Suddenly, another person shouted excitedly. "Really?" the sturdy man said suspiciously. He must have no fat fish. Just after he said that, why did he immediately hit him in the face with a fat fish? He stood up and took the binoculars under him. "I'll take a look." Looking through the binoculars, there is a small boat that can't see where it comes from, and it is drifting over. I just don't know why. There was no one on the deck, only a handsome blonde man sitting on the bow. "It sure is a fat fish." The sturdy man was surprised and delighted. Surprisingly, there were really fat fish. He was delighted that the fat fish would definitely be slaughtered. The man next to him asked, "Boss, you see he is the only one on the boat. Is he really a fat fish?" Sturdy man spat. "I don't even think about it. How can only one person start the boat? He must have been shipwrecked, and he is the only one who survived, but the cargo in the cabin must be fine." Immediately, the eyes of his subordinates lit up, and he thought that he was the boss, that he was wise. Sturdy man has already shouted, "I am the head of the Godbull pirate. The Godbull cross with a reward of 89 million Bailey. If you are sensible, surrender obediently and hand over all your finances." Mo Yan heard the sound and looked over, a little surprised in his heart. A pirate with a bounty of only 89 million actually dares to rob Marine's ship. if, thinking about it carefully, Mo Yan will be clear, Marine will give the boat to Mo Yan to use, and will naturally erase Marine's mark first. Thinking, Mo Yan stood up. VV Isho. Well, I'm still missing a guide for the Sabaody Archipelago. What's the matter with this kid? He was not surprised when he heard the robbery, but laughed. On the other side, Cross was puzzled. After thinking about it for a long time, Cross thought whether this kid was robbed after the shipwreck, and his spirit was a little abnormal after repeated blows. Hey, can't you hear me? If you don't want to die, hand over your belongings quickly, or it will be as easy as stepping on an ant to kill you by Mr. Cross. Mo Yan put away his smile, and frost gradually spread over his face. The last person who said he was going to kill this king, do you know what happened to him now? Mo Yan's words were as cold as winter moon. Cross couldn't help shivering, and subconsciously asked, What will happen? Mo Yan said coldly, he is already dead. As soon as the word fell, Mo Yan's figure suddenly moved. Dare to resist, little one, do it. Cross also reacted, and he couldn't help being furious. A minute has passed. The sea was calm, as if there had been no fighting. It's just the divine bull pirate, which has since become history. Mo Yan held the bruised Cross in one hand and jumped back to his deck from the sea. Don't pretend to be dead. This king knows how to act. Mo Yan threw Cross to the ground, and Cross screamed in pain. Looking at Mo Yan now, he only felt chills all over his body. Master, Xiao knows that he is wrong. Xiao is blind, but he can't recognize Mount Tai. You have killed all of Xiao's subordinates, so let Xiao be alone. The little one is willing to hand over all his possessions. Cross cried with not in tears. What kind of fat fish is this lord in front of him? He is clearly the overlord of the deep sea. Mo Yan's face sank. Shut up. Cross was too frightened to cry. I ask you, are there any particularly large and famous auctions in Sabaody Archipelago right now? Cross tried to recall. There are several large auctions recently in places like number 1, number 6, number 19, number 21. Mo Yan asked, which one is the largest and most famous? Cross replied immediately, it's an auction held by the Don Quixote family. It's in Area 8. Mo Yan nodded. He needs to cherish the item. The higher the level, the better. Naturally, the larger the auction, the easier it is to find. Mo Yan said concisely, lead the way. Yes. Cross hurriedly got up and pointed the way diligently. Wait, Mo Yan said suddenly. Cross's heart trembled, shaking his head and asking, what's the matter with you, sir? Mo Yan said, what about all your property? Cross was on the verge of weeping without tears, and it seemed that he was going to return to before liberation. But saving your life is the most important thing than money. On the shore, with all the savings of the little one. Seeing Mo Yan getting impatient, Cross hurriedly said. Hearing the word, Mo Yan mentioned Cross again, and after a few ups and downs on the sea, he came to the shore. During this period, Cross was frightened, and he had never seen anyone who could walk on the sea at will. However, since he reached the shore, Cross could only endure the pain and bring Mo Yan to his hiding place. The floor of the hideout was lifted, and there were several bags full of Bailey. Mo Yan glanced around and said dissatisfiedly, how come there are only 100 or 200 million Bailey? Cross cried to death, Master, the robbery market has been very bad recently. This is all the savings of the young man over the years. Forget it. Mo Yan motioned Cross to pick up the bags of money, and then let him carry his suitcase and strode towards the Don Quixote family auction that Cross had instructed. Chapter 9 Shichibukai Doflamingo, Sabaody Archipelago, Area 8. A huge and luxurious auction house is handling customers with astonishing efficiency. The people at the entrance are bustling with people dressed in luxurious clothes. Obviously, the identity of the visitors should not be underestimated. Cross, carrying the bag and carrying the box, looked around closely behind Mo Yan. Whenever he saw a big man, Cross couldn't help but swallow his saliva and looked extremely nervous. How has he ever been to such a place where big people gather? The people who come here are either rich or expensive, the strong or like loud. He is a pirate who is not even a supernova. He is indeed very small. What are you looking at? Let go, Mo Yan urged. Hearing Mo Yan's urging voice, Cross stood up instead. People are so strange. When he thinks that he is following this super strong, Cross feels full of confidence, as if he forgot that he was beaten to death by this super strong not long ago. As soon as Mo Yan entered the door, the doorman who greeted the guest politely stopped him. Is this an auction held by the Don Quixote family? Mo Yan asked. Yes, may I ask you too? Although it was very strange that Cross was covered in blood, Mo Yan seemed to be full of the majesty of a king at this time, and his every move had a sense of solemnity and holiness. Mo Yan nodded. I want to participate in this auction. Do you have any requirement? The doorman asked cautiously. Do you want to consign or auction? Auction. The doorman smiled and said, then please pay the entrance fee of 10 million Bailey, and store the weapons with us. The doorman couldn't see the sword of victory promised, and continued, of course, you can skip this step without a weapon. Mo Yan and Vivi frowned. 10 million Baileys is very expensive, but Mo Yan also knows that this entrance fee is the threshold for participating in the auction. Only those who can pay the entrance fee are eligible to enter. Not all 3 religions and 9 streams can participate in the auction. auction. Cross, give him 10 million Bailey. Upon hearing this, Cross hurriedly took out 10 million Baileys from the sack and handed it to the doorman. Looking at the doorman collecting the money, Cross's heartbroken expression distorted. You must know that this is all his savings over the years. Please come with me and I'll arrange a seat for you. The doorman handed Mo Yan an auction book and led the way. The seats in this auction are not arranged together, but in small boxes one after another, which look very tall. Mo Yan sat in the box and flipped through the auction book boredly. The main auction items of this auction are recorded on it, except for the finale auction item. The rest of the auction items have been introduced in detail. Most of them are useless things, and this auction is probably the only 3 things that will help me. Mo Yan looked at them one by one. The smuggled explosive rocks are said to be comparable to super ancient weapons. I remember that even Zephyr, who left Marine in the future, came to grab this. The starting price is 20 million Bailey. The electric flash, one of the 50 workers of the Good and Quick Knife, lived here after the death of the previous owner. It is a heavyweight commodity in this auction, with a starting price of 50 million Bailey. In the end, this is the final product. It must be not bad. The starting price is directly set at 100 million Bailey. Of these 3 things, the first 2 are undoubtedly treasures worthy of the name. No matter which one is photographed, it can be paired with gun fruit for a lottery. Yang. Suddenly, a strange sound of laughter came from the stage as the opening remark. Appearing with the laughter was a strange man in a pink feather coat, who was clearly wearing sunglasses indoors. He came to the stage as if he could fly. Seeing this coquettishly dressed man, the auction hall suddenly became noisy, and many guests communicated in the box. Yes, it's Lord Doflamingo. Cross made an adoring voice next to Mo Yan. Mo Yan Vivi glanced at him, and Cross noticed Mo Yan's gaze, and hurriedly said with a smile, "Of course, you are not as good as you, sir." Mo Yan didn't care. "You seem to admire Doflamingo very much." Cross immediately became excited again. Which of the pirates hanging around Sabaody Archipelago doesn't admire Doflamingo? Sabaody Archipelago is well informed, and we all know it. Speaking of which, Cross lowered his voice as if he was telling a secret. The reason why Doflamingo-sama can become Shichibukai is because he robbed Tenryubito of the heavenly gold and forced Marine to compromise. Hearing this, Mo Yan also understood why Doflamingo was so admired. Tenryubito and threatening Marine. Doflamingo has done 2 things that pirates all over the world want to do but dare not do. Cross adored. Even Marine has to compromise, and there is nothing to do with Lord Doflamingo. You can imagine how powerful Lord Doflamingo is. This, Mo Yan shook his head. He knew that the reason why Doflamingo did these 2 things and could still be Shichibukai alive was because Doflamingo was also a former Tenryubito. Yang. Hello, all the guests. I think you all know me. I won't introduce myself. I welcome everyone here. After Doflamingo finished his opening remark, he left the stage and handed it over to the auctioneer. I won't say more gossip. Let's start bidding. The auctioneer is a sweet-looking girl. She twisted her body to Taichung and said sweetly, "Dear guest, then we will start bidding for the first item of this auction." As he spoke, the auctioneer pulled away the white cloth beside him. Smuggled dynamite rock. The starting price is 20 million Bailey, and the price increase is 1 million Bailey. Chapter 10 Big Shot in Marine. As expected, it was one of the 3 items that Mo Yan liked. As soon as it came up, it was auctioned off as the first potion. Mo Yan was also a little surprised. He thought that a rare thing like dynamite rock would be placed in a relatively back position. 21 million, 26 million, 30 million. Soon, the guests in the box began to bid for the auction. It didn't take long for the price of dynamite rock to increase to 40 million Bailey, but there were fewer and fewer bidders. Mo Yan understands that this means that the price of explosive rock has exceeded many people's psychological expectations. Cross, the price is 41 million. Mo Yan instructed. When Cross heard the word, he quickly ran to the glass of the box and pressed a speaker button. 41 million Bailey. After Mo Yan raised the price, there was a brief silence in the auction house. Then a voice sounded. 45 million. Mo Yan frowned slightly, feeling a little strange in his heart. The dynamite rock has actually been sold at a premium. Only when a large amount of explosive rocks are detonated together can the power of the 3 ancient weapons be barely comparable. However, the number of smuggled explosive rocks is too small, and the comparison of ancient weapons is just a gimmick. It's hard to imagine who would spend a lot of money to buy explosive rock that are not worth the price, except for Mo Yan, who was photographed for the lottery. After hesitating for a while, Mo Yan asked Cross to shout 55 million. This price also surprised many guests. In order to buy dynamite, the rock spent 55 million Baileys, either spending money indiscriminately. Beautiful auctioneer smiled and said, "The gentleman in box 10 offered 55 million Baileys. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? If not, the dynamite rock will belong to this gentleman." The countdown is 3, 3, 2. At this time, the voice of the previous price increase seemed to want to disgust Mo Yan, and increase the price 56 million Bailey. Mo Yan's face darkened immediately, and the entire box was instantly enveloped by by terrifying pressure. Cross was shaking like a quail next to him. He felt that it was extremely difficult to even breathe. This uncle's aura was really terrifying. After a few seconds, Mo Yan took a deep breath. A price increase, 70 million Bailey. There was a sound of breathing in the whole auction hall, and many people were shocked by Mo Yan's boldness to actually increase the price by 14 million Bailey at one time. It seems that the person in the number 10 box must be a real upper-class big man. In fact, 70 million Bailey was already the highest price in Mo Yan's heart. Anyway, Mo Yan only wanted to buy 3 items in the whole auction so he could leave some budget for dynamite rock. But if it exceeds this price, then the explosive rock is not worth buying. This time, the voice did not sound again, and the explosive rock belonged to Mo Yan. Even so, Mo Yan always felt a sense of suffocation, which made him extremely unhappy. Box 99. Mo Yan glanced coldly at the box of the person who increased the price. Beautiful auctioneer added. The second auction item next is a mermaid slave from the deep sea. Listen here and call me when it's electric chop, and the finale merchandise. Mo Yan was not interested at all, just closed his eyes and rested, and ordered Cross. Yes, definitely. Cross looked at the auction intently. After resting for a while, Cross reminded Mo Yan, Master, it's time for Liang Kui Dao, electric flash. The starting price this time is 50 million Bailey, and the increase rate is 5 million Bailey, a full 5-fold increase. 50 million, 65 million, 72 million. It is worthy of being a good and quick knife with 50 craftsmanship, and it has infinite charm. However, after breaking through 100 million Bailey, there were very few people bidding. Seeing that the time was right, Mo Yan increased the price and said 110 million Bailey. The voice of box 99 sounded again. 115 million. Mo Yan frowned. Electric slash is different from dynamite rock. Dynamite rock can still be found by himself, but if Liang Kui Dao misses one, it will be difficult to see each other again. 120 million. Box 99 said unhurriedly. 125 million. 99 were left to compete in the auction, while the rest were watching the war between local tyrants as spectators. Even if it is a good and quick knife, more than 100 million Bailey is already a premium. If 200 million Bailey can't be won, I have to give up the final product. Mo Yan thought to himself. At this time, box number 99 seems to have become more confident, and the price increase has greatly increased. 150 million. Mo Yan increased the price. 160 million. Box 99 shouted again. 180 million. Mo Yan bit Kiba. 200 million Bailey. This time, box 99 stopped making a sound, and the electric slash returned to Mo Yan. But Mo Yan felt that something was wrong. But Mo Yan didn't find the reason for the time being, so he could only glance suspiciously at box 99. The auction quickly draws to a close, and the finale merchandise is on display soon. The final product of this auction is Zone Devil Fruit. Dog Fruit Fa form. The starting price is 100 million Bailey. The price increase is 10 million Bailey. As soon as he saw that the final product was a devil fruit, Mo Yan immediately came to his senses. He is bound to get this devil fruit. Originally, with Cross's savings, Mo Yan had nearly 600 million Baileys to use. After buying dynamite rock and electric flash, Mo Yan also had 320 million Baileys left. However, the previous competition with box 99 made Mo Yan tired, so he directly increased the price this time. 200 million Bailey. For a moment, the entire auction hall was silent. In this silence, the voice of box 99 still rang. 250 million. Mo Yan's eyes narrowed dangerously, as if he had guessed something. 290 million. The price of box 99 really increased. 300 million Bailey. However, Mo Yan did not continue to increase the price, but Shi Shiren looked at box 99. The beauty auctioneer waited for a long time, but did not wait for someone to continue to increase the price. For some reason, he seemed a little flustered. No, if no one increases the price, the dog fruit will be owned by box number 99. The last time. Mo Yan took a deep look at the beauty auctioneer, and there really was a problem. He got up and walked out of the box, and walked straight to box 99. Hello, what are you doing, sir? Mo Yan was stopped by a waiter outside box 99. Mo Yan smiled and said, who's inside? Waiter said vigilantly, it's a big man in Marine, and you have no right to know the exact identity. Marine, Mo Yan sneered, already guessing who was inside. Chapter 11 _ Call me your majesty. Mo Yan's Night King skin also has an ability called Intuition, which is simply like intuition. Although this ability is mainly effective in battle, after the auction just now, Mo Yan's intuition has become more and more tricky. Looking at it now, it really is. Go away. Mo Yan continued to walk forward, but the waiter nervously stopped him. Mo Yan stared at him coldly. This king will not say it again. You. The waiter opened his mouth to say something, but when he met Mo Yan's gaze, he felt that his whole body was drained of courage, and he couldn't say a word. Mo Yan ignored the waiter and kicked open the door of box 99. Boom. The door flew out, revealing the people inside. I saw the man inside was wearing sunglasses sunglasses and a marine coat, and there was food residue stuck to his lightning-like temple. Mo Yan sneered. It really is you, Virgo. Mo Yan had guessed before that this auction house controlled by Doflamingo would definitely arrange a support to increase the auction price. But there are a lot of big people with hands and eyes participating in the auction. How can they not see that it is Wo who has increased the price? Very simple. That is to find someone who is hostile to Doflamingo on the surface, but is actually with Doflamingo to increase the price. Undercover to Marine S. Virgo. Virgo, who is here? Doflamingo's voice came from the phone bug in front of Virgo, and Mo Yan knew that Violet, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, had the ability to stare at the fruit, and could see what others were thinking. It must be that Violet used his ability to see the psychological price of the auction item from the guest, and then told Virgo through the phone bug. It's just that there was a problem with the final product, and Mo Yan temporarily changed his mind and did not call out the psychological price of 320 million, which caused Virgo and the auctioneer to be in chaos. Who are you? Virgo frowned. And call me Mr. Virgo. Mo Yan coldly shouted. Presumptuous. You should be the one who calls this king your majesty. Virgo took out 10 hands. Obviously as an undercover he didn't need to be confiscated weapon. Although you don't know who you are. Do you know that I am? Mo Yan rushed in front of Virgo in an instant, waving his hand and slashing under Virgo's horrified eyes. It's been said that you should honor this king as your majesty. The invisible sword of Oath Victory immediately condensed and slashed with infinite power. Virgo only had time to raise 10 hands. Crack. 10 hands were broken on the spot, and a bloodline surged on Virgo's chest. Is that invisible a weapon? Why does he still have a weapon? Without waiting for Virgo to think, Mo Yan turned his back and kicked Virgo out. Boom. Virgo's figure shot out from box 99 and slammed into the auction table. Looking at the smoke and dust on the auction table, everyone was stunned for a moment. What the matter? What happened? Seeing the blood-covered Virgo, the guests were shocked and confused. Damn, someone's fighting. It's Marine. In the chaotic crowd, Doflamingo walked out with a livid face. How dare you make trouble at the auction of our Don Quixote family? How dare you? Mo Yan jumped down from the box and pointed at Doflamingo with his sword. You are so bold. You dare to use some rude means against this king. You know the crime of deceiving Kun. Doflamingo's heart tightened, but he didn't expect that Mo Yan would be able to see through his mean. This made Doflamingo's heart more murderous, and he manipulated the thread fruit to levitate himself into the air. Young Wah Wah Young. I would like to know what would happen if I committed the crime of deceiving Kun. Mo Yan calmly said. Without him, you are a death sentence. These words resounded throughout the auction hall, and all the guests' eyes widened. This person, even Shichibukai Doflamingo dares to threaten, especially Cross in Bot 10. Seeing this scene was almost paralyzed. Why is this uncle so cruel? It really hurt me. He dared to threaten Master Doflamingo with death, and now I, as a companion, will be killed together. Although he bowed to Mo Yan, he still didn't think Mo Yan could match Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo is famous for his fierce reputation, but Mo Yan can only beat him to cry. Doflamingo laughed angrily. It's funny. How do you want me to die? Mo Yan said indifferently. Before you die, this king warns you first. First, you should call this king your majesty, and second, this king does not like someone looking down at me from a high place. Doflamingo sneered. Or what? Fell. Mo Yan reversed the Wind King's hammer, turning it into a terrifying driving force, and instantly came to Doflamingo. The king doesn't say the same thing a second time. Let go down. So fast. Doflamingo was shocked. The violent explosion of Mo Yan's Wind King barrier is called the Wind King hammer. It can turn into an unparalleled attack when it explodes forward, and it can turn into strong kinetic energy when it explodes backward. It can even make Mo Yan break 3 times the supersonic speed in an instant. Facing Mo Yan's strongest acceleration method, Doflamingo couldn't react at all, and he was cut down by Mo Yan's sword. What? The guests at the scene were stunned. That Shichibukai Doflamingo was instantly killed by one move. Chapter 12 Doflamingo Cross's eyes almost popped out. How powerful is this uncle? Only Mo Yan frowned. Strange. Is Shichibukai so weak? No, this is not the main body. It is the shadow riding line clone. Mo Yan quickly figured it out and said loudly, get out. Do you want this king to invite you out? Young. Worthy of being so arrogant, and indeed he has some strength. Doflamingo came out of the dark, still smiling, but no one knew that there was a layer of wet clothes on his back. This blonde man is so strong. Mo Yan said indifferently. You really have the courage to come out. Are you ready to die? Who are you? Where did you come from? Are you a hostile force from my Don Quixote family? Doflamingo now understands Mo Yan's rank, and he really doesn't want to fight Mo Yan unless he has to. He is really puzzled. When did he provoke such a tough double comparable to Admiral? Isn't it just an auction method? As for such a big hatred, this king is the king of Britain and he comes from the Chinese Empire. Mo Yan said lightly, you dare to use indiscriminate tactics against me, who is the king of the empire, and that is a provocation to the empire. It will never be tolerated. Doflamingo was stunned. How could he provoke an empire out of nowhere. What Chinese empire? Never heard of it. Doflamingo was completely furious. Soon you will die in awe of the Chinese empire. Mo Yan didn't talk nonsense at all. He raised his sword and fired at it. Do you want to fight? Doflamingo was shocked, and he manipulated the dead line in his hand. 5-color line. Chong. The blade and the 5-color thread collided, and Doflamingo only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew back again. Boom. This time, Doflamingo directly knocked over the auction table. He wiped his nosebleed and stood up, looking at Mo Yan in horror. What a terrible monster. The release of Mo Yan's magic power gave him super explosive power, and even Doflamingo couldn't resist it. Foot shave. The sword of oath of victory and the foot shaver collided dozens of times violently, stirring up a terrifying airflow. The terrifying force made Doflamingo feel that his legs were about to break, and countless bloodstains appeared on his body. I can't see how long the weapon is. It can't go on like this. Damn it. Doflamingo was in an unbearable fight, but saw a sneer at the corner of Mo Yan's mouth. Is it difficult to cut your line under normal conditions? So how about this? Suddenly, the sword of oath of victory revealed its true body, but a layer of dazzling golden light was wrapped around the sword. Not good. Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat, and he waved his hand without thinking. The cobweb wall. The next moment, the golden sword of oath of victory slashed, severing the foot shaver and the cobweb wall one after another, and slashed deeply into Doflamingo's shoulder. Ah! Doflamingo screamed, a look of shock on his face. The silk thread he developed with the thread fruit was as strong as a diamond, but Mo Yan cut it off so easily. Seeing that Mo Yan was going to chase again, Doflamingo hurriedly grabbed the box and used a silk thread to lead him away. What the hell do you want? As for what? Doflamingo was already a little scared, but saw Mo Yan chasing after him with the King of Wind hammer. It's all beaten. Stop talking nonsense. Damn, do you really think I'm a good persimmon? Doflamingo was completely anxious. Parasitic thread. Dozens of unseen silk threads spread all over the air, piercing into Mo Yan like a meteor shower. As long as he is touched by the parasitic wire, Mo Yan's movements will be greatly restricted even if he is not controlled by Doflamingo. Doflamingo didn't even think about being able to control a powerhouse of Mo Yan's level. He just wanted to block Mo Yan's menacing approach. However, to Doflamingo's surprise, Mo Yan did not waver at all, not even slowing down at all. I saw that Mo Yan, with the help of his intuitive skills, naturally dodged slightly left and right, so he avoided all the parasitic lines inconceivably, and rushed to Doflamingo with a sword. Boom! Doflamingo was slashed down by Mo Yan's magic power, and hit the auction floor with a loud bang. The ground was cracked, as if it had encountered a big earthquake. Ah! 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 Run away! At this time, the guests woke up like a dream and fled in panic. If you are close to the battle in front of you, if it is affected, a few lives will not be enough to die. Who the hell is this guy? To be beaten by Shichibukai Doflamingo the whole time. This guy is so strong. The auction venue was soon cleared. Apart from the unconscious Virgo, as well as Mo Yan and Doflamingo, only Cross was left. But he was not petrified. Cross had already changed from a sluggish state to a frenzy on his face. Okay, amazing. It completely crushed Shichibukai Doflamingo. What kind of character is this uncle? Cough cough. Doflamingo coughed up blood, crawling out of the pit under his feet. He still hasn't reacted to it yet. All this happened so suddenly, and he was beaten so badly for no reason. Seeing that Mo Yan wanted to attack again, Doflamingo quickly raised his hand. Hold on. Hold on. I can compensate you. Mo Yan still didn't stop, and another sword kicked Doflamingo out. Boom. Doflamingo slammed straight through the wall of the auction house and fell to the street with blood all over his face. Mo Yan jumped out of the big hole that Doflamingo smashed through. Doflamingo coughed up blood, and said in shock and anger, "You listen to people." Mo Yan's footstep still didn't stop, and he approached Doflamingo step by step. I didn't hear it clearly. What do you call this, king? Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, realizing why he was beaten again just now, with a very embarrassed and angry expression on his face. When Mo Yan raised the holy sword again, Doflamingo squeezed out Hebo ointment angrily. Your Majesty, please listen to me first. P.S. The data such as collections and rewards are still terrible. If you like it, please give some support. ZU is here to thank you. Chapter 13 _ not what you can afford. Your Majesty, please listen to me first. Hearing Doflamingo soften, Mo Yan stopped. That's right, tell me. Hearing this, Doflamingo's face turned even darker, but he still bit Heba and said, this is just a normal auction method. We don't need to kill us because of this. I can compensate you. To your Majesty. The word again. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead burst. Mo Yan said lightly, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Doflamingo took a few breaths and said, we will not charge any money for all the goods that your Majesty has photographed, and give them to your Majesty for nothing. Your Majesty. Several times, Doflamingo actually felt that he gradually let go of his shame, and broke the jar. Mo Yan nodded when he heard the word. Just as Doflamingo thought he could do it, he saw Mo Yan raise the holy sword again. Sure enough, I'll kill you anyway. Wait a minute. Doflamingo felt bewildered. What did he say wrong? Why are you fighting? What's your dissatisfaction? Mo Yan calmly said, there is no sincerity in the compensation, so I still want this king to forgive you. Daydreaming, Doflamingo said angrily. Don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Saying that, Doflamingo stood up stiffly, and Conqueror Haki suddenly spread out. The strength of the Conqueror is not bad. Mo Yan also felt the pressure and commented casually, but he himself is the king of a country, and has high-level leadership skills, and the Conqueror has little pressure on him. Seeing that Mo Yan was not affected at all, Doflamingo was taken aback again. Could it be that his Haki level is also very high? I haven't seen him use it before. It's really scary that Haki is so strong before using it. Even though he thought so in his heart, Doflamingo was not at all cowardly on the surface, and he looked like he was forced to fight to the death. Seeing this, Mo Yan sneered. I have seen your decision. If this is the case, then let's face death. The next moment, the golden light on the sword of victory of the promise. Countless gorgeous light spots rose up around the auction floor, converging into terrifying light of destruction, all condensed on the sword of vowed victory. Now Doflamingo just looks at the holy sword, and feels that there are countless legends gathered here, full of supreme coercion. It's still hiding such a trick. Doflamingo gave a mad warning in his heart. He felt that now was Mo Yan's true strength. Flow, flow. Suddenly, Doflamingo yelled. Mo Yan looked at him coldly, and Doflamingo said in a cold sweat, I'll pay for it. Don't you want the final dog fruit? I'll also give you the dog fruit for free. Mo Yan was unmoved. If I kill you, you can take it yourself. There were more cold sweats on Doflamingo's face, because the sword of vowed victory was getting stronger and stronger, and it brought him more pressure. Then I'll give you another devil fruit. The Don Quixote family only got it recently. Seeing the power of the sword of promised victory getting more and more terrifying, Doflamingo shouted, if you kill me, you'll never know where that devil fruit is. Oh, it's interesting. Finally, Mo Yan stopped condensing the sword of vowed victory. What fruit? Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. It's Paramesha's power transmission fruit. It can transmit attack through obstacles, but it is the top grade of Paramesha's devil fruit. The ability to fight cattle across the mountain. Mo Yan thought to himself, what Doflamingo said is true. This ability is indeed very powerful after cultivation. Where is the Schwanli fruit now? Doflamingo said, it's still a secret place that only I know, so I have to get it myself. Mo Yan's playful issue is really watertight. Okay, leave your life with me temporarily. Doflamingo wiped his sweat and forced a smile. It seems that we can still communicate, so don't worry, I'll get it back for you right away, and I hope you can keep your promise. Doflamingo's eyes were still rolling under his sunglasses, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Could Mo Yan not know Doflamingo's thought? But he didn't seem to care at all. He just said indifferently, seeing that you managed to save a little life, this king will warn you again. If you dare to play trick, or make this king feel dissatisfied, then you must always be careful with your head. The Chinese Empire is not something you can afford. Chinese Empire. When Doflamingo heard the word again, he searched it carefully in his mind. Never heard of this fort. This is generally impossible for Doflamingo, who is black and white, and Doflamingo will be the first to master the information, big and small. After the battle with Mo Yan just now, Doflamingo no longer dared to ignore what Mo Yan said. What is the origin of this Chinese Empire? Doflamingo thought to himself, I haven't heard of it until now, but there are only two possibilities. The first is that the background is too small to be worth mentioning, but this can basically be ruled out, and the second possibility is the Chinese Empire. It's way beyond my current level, so I can't even find out. Seeing the unpredictable expression on Doflamingo's face, Mo Yan knew that his goal had been achieved. Doflamingo's heart like a mountain. P.S. Please collect, reward, and support. Chapter 14_new skin. Then, let's take this king to get compensation first. Mo Yan reminded Doflamingo, and Doflamingo walked ahead with a gloomy expression on his face. Doflamingo took Mo Yan all the way to the dilapidated auction house, and Cross ran out. Master, I'm here. I saw Cross holding a bag and a box full of money and ran in front of Mo Yan before he stopped panting. I thought you left the little one behind. Doflamingo. Cross then noticed Doflamingo and jumped in place, but soon he noticed that Doflamingo's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, while Mo Yan was unscathed, and he immediately regained his composure. It turned out to be a life saved from the hands of the uncle. Not bad, just as good as my luck. Doflamingo. Does this count as being bullied by dog? How dare a small character who looks like a cannon fodder mock Shichibukai? If it wasn't for the fact that he seemed to know Mo Yan, Doflamingo would have chopped up Cross to feed the fish. Mo Yan was also a little funny in his heart. Not long ago, Cross claimed to admire Doflamingo very much. Who would have thought that it would change in a blink of an eye? Sure enough, the worship of pirates is very cheap. Doflamingo had no choice but to ignore Cross. Come with me. Doflamingo walked around Kabuto in front and came to the secret backstage of the auction house. Mo Yan followed behind him with Shishiren. Not afraid of Doflamingo's trick. Cross was very vigilant and loyal along the way. Master, you have to be careful. Doflamingo is Shichibukai after all, and he is treacherous in his heart. Cross is still very clear in his heart that the reason why he, a little pirate, can even mock Shichibukai face to face is because of the great god beside him who can beat Shichibukai violently. Without Mo Yan, he would be nothing, so Cross made up his mind to do shit to the end. Here, Doflamingo forcibly ignored Cross and came to an iron gate. There was a large lock on the iron door. Doflamingo unlocked it with 3 strokes and 5 divisions, and Mo Yan walked in with him. Doflamingo came to a huge safe. There are dynamite rock, electric choppers, and dog fruit, all 3 of which are heavyweight. Thinking of this Doflamingo makes my heart ache, but it's all for Mo Yan anyway. Long pain is better than short pain. Doflamingo quickly unlocked and handed these 3 products to Mo Yan. Mo Yan asked, when will you give me your power transmission fruit? Doflamingo frowned. In this week. Mo Yan interrupted him. Be specific. Doflamingo's eyes twitched fiercely, and he could only say, this Sunday. I'll deliver it here for you. Very good. Mo Yan nodded with satisfaction. By the way, this king's room and board in Sabaody Archipelago, you should also take care of it together. Doflamingo almost vomited blood when he heard it. Do you think I'm your nanny? Doflamingo really convinced Mo Yan. It was the first time he saw someone like Mo Yan. He not only came to beat him, but also asked himself to treat him with delicious food after the fight. Okay, I will arrange for my subordinates to do it, and the address will be sent to you soon. Doflamingo felt his heart dripping blood. How is this world? His dignified Shichibukai turned into a nanny. After seeing that everything was arranged, Mo Yan went back to the house and went back to his own boat first, because Mo Yan still has a more important thing to do, that is to attract his new skin. There are more chips in the lottery now. I don't know what skins will be drawn. With such expectations, Mo Yan took Cross all the way back to the boat. Cross put down the weight-gaining line, Lee, and stood upright in front of Mo Yan. Master, what else do you want to tell me? Mo Yan waved his hand. It's none of your business. Get out. Huh? Cross was completely dumbfounded. He just mocked Shichibukai Doflamingo just now, and the thigh he hugged was gone in a blink of an eye. Isn't it courting death if he goes back? Master, you can't abandon me. Cross knelt down in front of Mo Yan with snot and tears. The little one can be a bull and a horse for you. There will never be any complaint. By the way, let the little one join your Chinese empire. The little one promises from good to evil. Be a good citizen of the empire. Cross heard what Mo Yan said to Doflamingo about the Chinese empire in the auction hall, and decided that the Chinese empire must have a lot to do with the distinguished uncle in front of him. Mo Yan was very annoyed. What kind of thing are you? You also want to join the Chinese empire? Even if the empire selects new people, it has very high standards. Cross hurriedly said, I am a very useful uncle. I am a person with the ability to be a cow, and I can really be a cow and a horse. Mo Yan was stunned for a moment. This is really a cow and a horse in the literal sense. What form of Niu fruit are you? Mo Yan asked. Cross felt a bit of loss in his heart when he heard it. Uncle, you just played with me. You have seen my fruit ability. Am I so weak that I have no sense of existence? But Cross still replied, go back to the uncle. The small one is the yak form of the ox Niu fruit. The form of yak. Mo Yan thought deeply. I remember that yak is delicious. Cross immediately shuddered. Seeing Cross looking at him tremblingly, Mo Yan VV Isho. Don't worry, this king will not eat you. Since you are a fruit person, although you are not qualified to be a new citizen of the empire, you can join this king. The feudal kingdom. Quote. Cross asked tremblingly, Uncle, what is your feudal kingdom? Mo Yan said, Great Britain. I am the king of Britain. Since you joined our country, you should call me your majesty. Yes. Cross immediately kowtowed vigorously. The villain will always be loyal to his majesty. Don't dare to obey his majesty's orders. Mo Yan said casually. Okay, then the first order is to get out. Yes. Cross's heart was settled, and he got out of his arrogance. Mo Yan shook his head amusingly, and finally calmed down to extract the second skin. Chapter 15_Dark Lord. There are 4 treasures that I can use for the lottery. Gun fruit, dog fruit, dynamite rock and electric flash. How should I distribute it? Mo Yan pondered secretly, and it stands to reason that the best solution is to stack all the treasures together to draw a lottery. Then the attracted skin. Mo Yan can predict that the quality is very impressive. However, the thought of needing to upgrade the skin through them all, and the need to cherish the items to upgrade the skin, gave Mo Yan a headache, and felt that he really needed money everywhere. Doflamingo will bring the power transmission fruit this Sunday, which adds more matching options. Forget it. Let's use gun fruit, electric flash and dynamite rock first. Mo Yan quickly made a decision to use more than half of the treasured items to draw a lottery. System. Start the lucky draw. The system was ordered to automatically absorb the gun fruit, the electric flash, and the explosive rock. These 3 things were turned into streamers by Mo Yan's eyes and disappeared into his body. I wonder if there will be a new spear fruit in the ocean after the spear fruit is gone. Mo Yan secretly guessed. At this time, the results of the lucky draw had already come out, and Mo Yan Yan was caught off guard. However, soon, the changes in Mo Yan's body made it too late for Mo Yan to recall the lottery. I saw that Mo Yan had a new look from beginning to end. He was also a handsome blonde guy with heroic spirit, but he had put on a mysterious mage robe, and he was holding a strange staff that looked like many twigs spliced together. At the same time, the abundant magic power overflowed Mo Yan's body, making Mo Yan almost groan in comfort. The staff in Mo Yan's hand also gave Mo Yan a sense of blood connection. Mo Yan clearly felt that he was the owner of the staff and could control the staff like an arm. Who is the skin drawn this time? Mo Yan curiously opened the character attribute panel. Host: Mo Yan. Skins held: King of Night, SS rank; Voldemort, SS rank. Equipped skin: Voldemort, SS rank. Skill 1: God level magic. Skill 2: Deathly Hallows Elder Wand. It's actually Voldemort skin. Mo Yan was startled and touched his nose subconsciously. Fortunately, the nose is still there. From this point of view, my Voldemort skin should be the youthful state of Voldemort when he was still a handsome guy. And Voldemort and Dumbledore are the only ones in Harry Potter who can't make up the gap with the number of wizards, and it is no exaggeration to claim that they are god-level magic. But what the hell is this skill 2? Does the Elder Wand count as a skill? Mo Yan couldn't help asking. System: what is the condition of the Elder Wand of this skill 2? Can the equipment be regarded as a skill? System said flatly. The host can recall the skin of the King of Night as the noble phantasm of skill 2. The Sword of Oath of Victory is strictly a piece of equipment. This, Mo Yan was speechless. System continued. The same is true for the host skill 2, the Elder Wand, but as equipment, the Elder Wand does not show direct attack power like the Sword of Oath of Victory. Mo Yan asked curiously. Then what is the function of this Deathly Hallows Elder Wand? System replied. First, as the strongest wand in the Harry Potter world, the Elder Wand can greatly enhance the host's magical power. Second, as a skill, the Elder Wand fully recognizes the host, and don't worry about being taken away when you lose. Hearing the system's explanation, Mo Yan's heart was settled. In the original book of Harry Potter, the Elder Wand never really recognized Lord Voldemort from beginning to end, so Voldemort has to suppress the resisting Elder Wand every time he casts a spell, resulting in a great decrease in strength. Now Mo Yan doesn't have to worry about it at all. This question. There is also the old magic wand which has the function of transferring the ownership once the owner is defeated. Now, as Mo Yan's skill, there is no such hidden danger. Mo Yan laughed 3 times. From today, I am the Dark Lord. No, Mo Yan paused. I am another king of the Chinese Empire, the Dark Lord. Smiling, Mo Yan waved his wand. Apparition. Suddenly Mo Yan's body twisted into a dot and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already reached the shore. Sure enough, it's very useful. What I value most is this magic. Looking back at his own boat, Mo Yan's face was full of excitement. This is a rare spatial ability in the world of One Piece, King of Pirate. Even if other magics aside, only apparition, Mo Yan can be called semi-invincible. Can't run if I can't beat me. Who can catch up? What's more, Mo Yan also has a variety of other black magic and white magic, many of which are very effective and very useful. For example, when interrogating information, he can directly use legilimency to peep at each other's memory. Both are SS level skin, and may have frontal combat power. Voldemort skin is not as powerful as the King of Night's skin, but in terms of support and versatility, Voldemort skin is simply perfect. Your Majesty, why did you come down so quickly? In the distance, Cross ran over. After he got off the boat, he didn't dare to leave too far. Just wandering around here. Hey, you are not Your Majesty. Who are you? After seeing Mo Yan clearly, Cross stopped, his face full of vigilance. You are the new National Cross of the King of Night. Mo Yan looked at him and nodded. The King of Night told me about you. Cross relaxed a little. Do you know Your Majesty? Who are you? Mo Yan said. I am a colleague of the King of Night, and one of the kings of the Chinese Empire, the Dark Lord. Cross was taken aback. Your Majesty, the Dark Lord. May I ask where is my Majesty? Mo Yan said. The King of Knights has left beforehand. I will take over all the affairs related to him here, including you. You stretch out your hand. Cross looked at the boat in shock. The boat obviously didn't leave. How did His Majesty the King of Knights leave? Although he was puzzled, Cross obediently stretched out his arm. Mo Yan tapped the old wand, and suddenly a black mark appeared on Cross's arm like a brand, and Cross grinned at Kiba in pain. This dark mark is your stamp of identity, and in it is inscribed your loyalty. Cross shuddered. Yes, loyalty is righteousness. Remember it well. I'll do something first. Mo Yan waved his wand. Apparition. Mo Yan disappeared in an instant, leaving only Cross staring at the empty place in front of him. Only the burning dark mark on his arm reminded Cross that this was not a hallucination. Chapter 16 I have a bold idea. Face Uzumaki appeared, and Mo Yan appeared at the top of the yuhi tree in Sabaody Archipelago. I have a bold idea. Mo Yan looked at the sea and muttered to himself. I have to say, the matter of Confronting Doflamingo has given me a lot of hints. When it comes to the speed of making money, what is better than robbery? The more Mo Yan said, the brighter his eyes lit up. Sabaody Archipelago is such a good location, Robbery will definitely bring a lot of reward. Ah, it's not robbery. Saying that robbery damages the majesty of our empire and the Dark Lord. Mo Yan became serious. It's not robbery, it's collecting toll. This sea area has already been contracted by my Dark Lord. After all, Mo Yan moved, and when he waved his wand, it turned into black smoke and flew over the sea. This is a unique black magic developed by the Dark Lord, called Dark Demon Incarnation, which is basically used by Death Eaters, and it is more convenient to fly than a broomstick. The Dark Lord flew in the sky, searching for targets in the sea. A large ornately decorated ship sailed past, and there must be a lot of oil and water. I found the target. Mo Yan Isho flew down. The big ship belongs to the Der family, a big family that has been in business for generations. It often travels to and from the other islands of the Great Root and the Sabaody Archipelago, which can be considered a little prestigious. At this time, the head of the De family, Rothschild, was looking at Sabaody Archipelago in the distance with high spirit. This transaction must be a big deal. Suddenly one of the crew members shouted, "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked up at Wen Yan, and Rothschild couldn't help but look over. Is that a cloud of black smoke? I saw a raging black smoke on the sky, approaching at an alarming speed. It's a devil fruit person. Rothschild immediately woke up. Go and call Mr. Matt. Yes, the crew hurried to call Matt, but they didn't seem flustered, as if they were completely at ease with Matt around. Soon Matt was on the deck, a tall muscular man with a tattoo of Shira on his body. Where's that capable one? Matt asked. Just as Rothschild was about to answer, Mo Yan had already descended on their ship. I am the Dark Lord. I drove this road. I planted this tree. I want to pass from this place and leave it to buy road money. Rothschild and the crew were dumbfounded. This is the sea. Where are the roads and trees? Matt hugged his shoulders and said, "You're the one who is capable of overreaching. So, are you trying to rob?" Mo Yan said solemnly, "No, I'm here to collect tolls. This sea area was contracted by my Dark Lord." Matt snorted coldly. The Dark Lord? A little character you haven't heard of before. I think you're just a little devil who thinks you're invincible by eating the Logia fruit. Matt also saw the black smoke that Mo Yan transformed into when he landed, and thought that Mo Yan was a Logia fruit person. Matt has seen a lot of these new Logia capable users. They thought that they would swell up without fear of physical attacks after eating the Logia fruit. I warn you to get out of the way. Rothschild also seemed very confident. I tell you, Mr. Matt is a well-known bounty hunter our family invited back from the New World, and even hunted down a big pirate with a bounty of 100 million Bailey. Quote, the crew members also shouted, and they didn't seem to be afraid of Mo Yan at all. Yes, if you don't want to die, get out of here. That big pirate is also Logia, but he's vulnerable in front of Mr. Matt. What kind of thing are you? You dare to rob us? Mo Yan looked at Matt's eyes. Have you ever hunted down 100 million Bailey's pirate? That's a bit of strength. In fact, a pirate with more than 100 million Baileys is considered a supernova. Although Cross is not worth mentioning in front of Mo Yan, his rank is close to 100 million Baileys, and he is also a master in the first half of the Great Root. Oh, then what will happen if I don't get out? Mo Yan suddenly laughed. Matt's face turned hideous, and a heavy armament hockey appeared in his hand. If you don't roll, you will die. Rothschild next to him excitedly explained to the crew. See, this is Mr. Matt Hockey. With Hockey's power, even Logia can only resign. Mo Yan raised the old wand and said softly, Avada Suo Ming. Matt saw a faint green light flying very fast, and thought about what kind of ability this was. It looked very weak, and it will definitely not be able to break through my armament defense. Just rush over. Matt hard-topped the Avada Suo like hers, and as soon as he took a step, his huge body fell to the ground. For a while, needles could be heard falling on the deck, and Matt died. Ma, Mr. Matt. Rothschild trembled, leaning over to feel Matt fall dead. Razai's pupils shrank suddenly. How is this possible? What? Hearing Rothschild's confirmation, the crew members were in an uproar. In their eyes, the protector whom they paid a lot of money to invite did not even hold back a single move, and was instantly killed. Mo Yan held up his wand and said with a half smile, who else wants to try it? Everyone looked at Mo Yan, and their eyes were different this time, as if they were looking at a devil. Mo Yan's face turned. No. Rothschild and the crew quickly shook their heads like a rattle. What a joke. Even the famous bounty hunters in the New World are nothing more than a trick, so if they want to resist, isn't it courting death? Lord Dark Lord, how much toll do you want? Rothschild laughed. Mo Yan asked casually, are there any devil fruits on your ship? Rothschild's smile froze. Sir, you are joking. How could there be such a precious thing as devil fruit on our ship? It's not honest. Mo Yan shook his head. Forget it. I'll see for myself. Rothschild was stunned when he heard the word see for himself. What do you want to see? Before he could think clearly, he saw Mo Yan raised his wand and pointed at him. Legislature. Chapter 17 _ How dare you act in front of me? Ask for collection. Ask for a reward. Ask for flowers. The next moment, Rothschild's eyes were dull, as if something had invaded his brain. Homeowner. The crew remembered shouting, but no one dared to step forward. After a while, Rothschild seemed to regain his sanity and swayed a few steps while teleporting his temple. What happened to me just now? Rothschild only felt that he was naked in front of Mo Yan just now, and there was no secret in his whole body. Mo Yan looked through the memories in Rothschild's mind and pouted. It turned out that he came with money to buy goods. No wonder there is no devil fruit, and there is no goods at all. Forget it. It will cost a toll of 100 million Bailey. 100 million Bailey. Rothschild was shocked. This number happens to be all the property that the De family brought out to buy this time. How did he know? Rothschild glanced at Mo Yan in awe, but still mustered up his courage. Lord, Dark Lord, 100 million Bailey is too much. With so much money given to you, we will be broke, and we will not be able to do this business. Mo Yan pointed to Matt on the ground. Then you want to be with him more than penniless. Hearing what Mo Yan said, Rothschild immediately shut up. Even if the money is gone, at least life is still there. Having figured this out, Rothschild could only cry without tears and order his subordinates to take out all the money. Looking at the pile of Bailey on the deck, Mo Yan took out a small cloth bag and used a traceless stretch spell on the small cloth bag. Then Mo Yan started stuffing money into the small cloth bag one by one. Seeing that Rothschild and the crew were all straight-eyed. This looks like a messenger bag size cloth bag. How big is it? It's not even full until 100 million Baileys are loaded. The traceless stretching spell can make the space in the cloth bag extremely large. If all 100 million Baileys are put in, there is still half of the space. Okay, you can go. Mo Yan nodded, raised his hand and placed a spell on the sky. An ominous black light soared into the sky and exploded suddenly on the sky, forming a skull mark with a huge range, and a large python came out of the skull's mouth like a tongue. Dark mark. Mo Yan is announcing to the nearby ships and the world that he is here. Watching Mo Yan turn into black smoke and leave again, the whole ship was silent for a long time. After a while, the deputy captain asked Rothschild, Patriarch, are we still going? Rothschild scolded angrily, fuck it, the money is gone, so don't go home. A few days later, a rumor circulated near the Sabaody Archipelago. Legend has it that there was a Dark Lord who had so many different abilities that he couldn't tell what fruit he ate, but every time you sailed to the Sabaody Archipelago, he would fall from the sky and sack you. Hockey couldn't resist the attack he made. He was lucky enough to escape, and when he turned his head, he would find him on the deck again. The Dark Lord also has a magical little cloth bag that won't overflow no matter how many things are in it. Every time he uses the little cloth bag to take away the looted thing, he will release a skull mark in the sky, leaving a boatload of tears flowing people. Over time, people who pass through this sea area saw the color change of the skeleton. As soon as I saw the skull mark appearing in the sky, I quickly turned back. On the sea, a large-scale pirate ship slowly moved towards the Sabaody Archipelago. On the flagpole of the pirate ship, 2 cross swords are drawn, and a skull is stacked on them. It is the famous pirate group, Double Blade Pirate, on the Great Route. Captain, I followed you all the way. I didn't expect to go to the New World in a blink of an eye. Jacques, don't be so strict. Just call me Guy Rui. Guy Rui said to his co-captain, I can't go all the way here without your help. Captain. When the crew heard this, they looked at Guy Rui very moved. Jacques suddenly said, by the way, Guy Rui, have you heard of the recent Dark Lord legend? Guy Rui nodded. I heard about it on the last island. What's the matter? You won't tell me you're afraid, will you? Jacques laughed and said, how can you be afraid? With Guy Rui here, our double sword pirates have nothing to fear. Brothers say so. Of course, that's right. Our captain is invincible. Crew also cheered, and Guy Rui became even more energetic. If the Dark Lord rushes over, I will tell him to go back and forth. Really? Suddenly a voice came from the bow. Guy Rui's face changed greatly. Who is it? Guy Rui thinks he is powerful, but he didn't even notice that the other party was on the boat. I saw a handsome blonde young man standing high at the bow of the boat, and there seemed to be an infinite mystery hidden under the large mage robe. I am what you call the Dark Lord. Hearing Mo Yan's self-reporting identity, the crew members all froze. In the past few days when the Dark Lord ravaged the sea, no one was spared, and he was still very famous. Seeing the silence of the crowd, Mo Yan said lightly, why don't you speak? Speak, go on. I want to hear how you guys want me to go back and forth. The plain words made the crew shudder. I'm Guy Rui, the captain of the double sword pirate, offering a bounty of 130 million Bailey's supernova. Guy Rui had to stand up and draw out his double sword. This seemed to give the pirate confidence, and they began to shout again, be afraid. Our captain is a supernova. A mere supernova. Dare to be so arrogant. Mo Yan shook his head. Marine is really bad at handling things. Guy Rui also feels good about himself. I heard that you seem to be very powerful. How about you? Do you want to join me as a supernova? I am the future One Piece King of Pirate. It is definitely not a loss to follow me. Mo Yan looked at him funny. Is your surname Monkey? Guy Rui was taken aback. No, my surname is not Monkey. Mo Yan asked again. Then do you have AD in your name? Guy Rui shook his head subconsciously. No. Mo Yan immediately spit out. Bah, I don't have the surname Monkey, and I don't belong to the D family, so I still have the face to claim to be the future One Piece King of Pirates. How dare you act in front of me me, what kind of thing are you? Chapter 18_Pirate Empress Hancock. If you like this book, please collect it as a reward tilde. If Mo Yan was so ruthless, Guy Rui's face turned green. He really doesn't understand whether the surname is Monkey or not, and whether there is AD in the name. What does it have to do with becoming a one-piece king of pirates? And in Guy Rui's opinion, he is a supernova, and he is willing to recruit Mo Yan himself, which is already a great deal of faith. Since you don't know how to lift, then go to die. Guy Rui was so angry. Mo Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense either, so he lifted the old wand and said, Avada Suoming. The green light was extremely fast. Guy Rui tried his best to raise his knife and block, just using the blade to stop the Avada Suo lighter. Seeing that the interception was successful, Guy Rui laughed proudly. I have already inquired about it. You can't use your body to defend against this move, but your weapon can block it. The speed is quite fast, as expected of a supernova. Mo Yan nodded, but still not fast enough. Guy Rui just wondered when he realized that Mo Yan was gone behind Guy Rui with an apparition, and tapped his wand. Avada Suo. This time, the deadly green light hit Guy Rui's back, and Guy Rui collapsed softly without breath on the spot. Captain. The pirates showed their disbelief. The invincible captain in their eyes was killed so easily. Guy Rui. Jacques yelled desperately. This must be a lie. Right. Stand up. Guy Rui. However, Guy Rui fell to the ground, unable to move because he was dead. Mo Yan Wenyan touched his nose. How do you feel that under this situation, these pirates are like the protagonists of a hot-blooded comic? It must be an illusion. Well, that's it. Anyway, let me see how much money you have. Mo Yan turned his attention to the pirates again, causing them not only to start a cold war. Damn, you bastard. I'm going to kill you, Jacques said angrily. What are you all doing? Come on. Avenge the captain. However, no matter how Jacques shouted, the pirates trembled and didn't move half a step. In front of Mo Yan, they didn't even dare to move a little finger. Listening to your tone, it seems that you were also a high-ranking person before, so it was decided that it was you. Mo Yan ordered Jacques, and a legitimacy shot directly hit Jacques. It didn't take long for Mo Yan to know how much savings the double-sword pirates had. It's only 60 million Baileys for the whole ship. Mo Yan couldn't believe it. You're so poor. You're so embarrassed to call yourself a supernova. As he spoke, Mo Yan scolded angrily. Damn, you're a poor bastard. You've lost the face of supernova. The pirates all looked at each other, looking at Mo Yan, who was scolding mother, and they panicked even more. Suddenly, Mo Yan suddenly looked up at them. Don't kill me. Several pirates were already scared to pee their pants. Who wants to kill you? It's not worth much. Mo Yan pointed to a few pirates. You, and you. The four of you go to the captain's room and take out all this poor savings. Yes, Lord Dark Lord. The four of them immediately jolted and ran to the captain's room as if they were fleeing for their lives. Looking at the rest of the shivering pirate, Mo Yan shook his head helplessly. It's a mistake. We've already collected tolls from so many people, and it must be difficult to exchange this poor corpse for a bounty. Besides waiting, did the corpses rot when you go to Marine when you have time? Although Mo Yan can use the skin of the King of Night to get the bounty from Marine, Mo Yan believes that it will not be long before Marine will find out that the Dark Lord and the King of Knights are both kings of the Chinese Empire. However, after receiving the protection fee for so many days, Mo Yan's harvest is also very good. In the past few days, Mo Yan has been absorbing money like crazy, and he has bought a total of 540 million Bailey. After all, many boats only have a few million or tens of millions of Baileys on board. For example, the family that Mo Yan found on the first day was a rare big fish. In this way, together with the nearly 600 million Bailey before Mo Yan already has an astonishing 1.1 billion Bailey. While thinking about it, the four pirates who went to search for Bailey have already returned. Each of them held a small lockbox in their hand, and it was clear that Guy Rui hid the money in different places. Lord Dark Lord, let me help you pick the lock. I'm a good lock picker. One of the pirates said courteously. No need. Mo Yan tapped 4 locks with his wand. Era Huadong opened. Almost at the same time as Mo Yan chanted the spell, the 4 locks were opened under the shocked eyes of the pirate. This is simply divine. The pirate who had been attentive before was shocked. He had never seen such a magical unlocking skill. Mo Yan casually threw the cloth bag with the traceless stretching spell over it. Put it inside. Yes. While the pirates were loading the money, Mo Yan raised his hand and placed a black demon mark in the sky. But just after placing the black demon mark, a sound in the distance attracted Mo Yan's attention. Mo Yan looked over to the Prestige, and found that several sea kings were pulling the boat, and it was impossible to think about the movement. Using a sea king to pull the boat. Interesting. Definitely another big fish. Mo Yan grabbed the cloth bag with the money in it, turned into black smoke and flew towards the ship at high speed. Tolls are collected. The black demon mark released by Mo Yan was seen by the people on that boat before Mo Yan himself. Sister, look, it's the recently rumored skull mark. A green-haired girl shouted nervously, pointing to the black mark in the sky with a little panic. Sister, let go back. This Dark Lord is said to be hard to mess with. Another orange-haired girl persuaded the same, but the beautiful black-haired girl in front of them frowned fiercely. Sandersonia, Marigold, what are you talking about? The concubine is the captain of the 9-snake pirate. There is absolutely no reason to escape. Front of her with a graceful figure and a peerless face, with an Orochi beside her, is Boa Hancock, the captain of the 9-snake pirate. Chapter 19_Confused Queen. While they were talking, Mo Yan had already volleyed into the sky above the 9-snake pirate. Seeing this, the female warriors on the boat nervously picked up their bows and arrows and pointed their bows at Mo Yan in the sky. Who are you? Mo Yan was a little surprised. Amazon Lily. Hancock came out face to face. Yes, my concubine is the Emperor of Amazon Lily. Who are you? Mo Yan looked at Hancock condescendingly. I am the king of the Chinese Empire, the Dark Lord. Chinese Empire. Hancock's pupils shrank when Vivi heard this. With her level, she could already get a lot of information. For example, some time ago, the King of Knights who had a head-on conflict with Akainu in the Marine headquarters is said to be from the Chinese Empire. As the Chinese Empire, Hancock took a deep breath. Who knows if you're a fake? Mo Yan smiled and said, you can experience for yourself whether I am fake or not. It just so happens that I will also charge your toll. Are you going to charge your concubine toll? Hancock's eyes widened, as if in disbelief. You actually have to charge a toll for such a beautiful concubine? No, no matter where you go, the concubine doesn't need to pay anyone, because the concubine is so beautiful. Mo Yan was a little speechless, wondering what logic these paragraphs are used to connect. However, the female warriors of the 9-snake pirates echoed their heart. Master Hancock is right. Because Master Hancock is so beautiful. Mo Yan. Hancock felt proud for a while, feeling that it was time. No creature could resist his charm. She put her hands in a heart shape and aimed at Mo Yan. Marrow mellow. The love-shaped light shines on Mo Yan. Hancock is confident in Isho, waiting to see Mo Yan turn into stone. Mo Yan Vivi Isho. Aside from your confusing logic, your own face is indeed a rare beauty. Facing Mo Yan's praise, Hancock was shocked. How come? Why didn't he turn into stone? Sandersonia and Marigold were also inexplicably shocked. This is impossible. No one is immune to the sweet fruit of the elder sister. Hancock doesn't believe in evil, and his hands show love again. Marrow mellow. Mo Yan she ran sat and waited for the light to hit him, but nothing happened. Hancock's eyes widened in horror, and the wind was messy. Obviously, he really released his charm just now, and his subordinates are the best proof. But why is it completely ineffective for this man in front of him? Are there really people in the world who are not moved by their charm? Hancock clenched the kiba, crossed his hand, and tried to make a third marrow mellow. Mo Yan apparated and appeared in front of Hancock in an instant. Don't waste your effort. I have practiced occlumency very well. This kind of spiritual charm is useless to me. The sudden appearance of Mo Yan shocked Hancock. She subconsciously took a few steps back, and then realized something, and took a hard step forward. I don't know about occlumency, but I won't pay your toll today. Having said that, Hancock's heart was still pounding. Facing Mo Yan, who was completely immune to his own abilities and was still very powerful, Hancock had no clue in his heart. After all, Hancock is only in his 30s. He has only been the captain and emperor for 2 years, and he is not as mature as he will be in the future. Hearing Hancock's refusal, the 9-snake pirates immediately entered a state of preparation, and countless bows and arrows were aimed at Mo Yan. Looking at the immature female emperor in front of him, Mo Yan felt very fresh. Sure enough, you are still immature. Mo Yan suddenly shook his head. Hancock's heart tightened. What did he mean? Was he mocking the concubine's subconscious retreat just now? Just when Hancock was about to rebut arrogantly, Mo Yan sneered. Mature captains will think more about the consequences of doing things such as now. Have you really thought about it? Are you going to choose this path of total annihilation? The killing intent in Mo Yan's words stunned Hancock for a while. Even Hancock, Sandersonia and other female warriors from the 9-snake even had a chill on their back, feeling that the man in front of him had an endless aura of danger rushing toward them. This man is telling the truth, and he's capable of doing it. Hancock actually began to vaguely have this idea in his heart, and he couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Just when the swords were drawn, Mo Yan suddenly frowned and turned to look in a distant direction. Hancock couldn't help looking at it together, and found that there seemed to be a merchant ship that was trying to sneak past when Mo Yan was confronting the 9-snake pirate. That flag is the heavenly gold for Tenryubito. Hancock bit kiba and muttered angrily. Gold in the sky. Mo Yan was shocked when he heard this. This is a super fat fish, definitely not to be missed. As for robbing the heavenly gold, it might provoke Marine or something. Has Mo Yan ever been afraid of Marine? Thinking of this, Mo Yan immediately flew up and flew towards the merchant ship. Bah! Where are the thieves fleeing? The female warriors of the 9 snakes were extremely nervous under the pressure of Mo Yan. Seeing that Mo Yan moved, many of them subconsciously loosened their bowstrings and shot the bows and arrows out. Armor and bodyguard. Mo Yan waved the old magic wand at will, and the thick magic barrier blocked all bows and arrows. What? He blocked our attack so easily. The female warriors of the 9 snake pirates were all shocked, and at the same time, a strong sense of powerlessness emerged in their hearts. Stay still and don't move. I'll settle the account with you later. Mo Yan glanced at the 9 snake pirate coldly, and flew away without looking back. Chapter 20 Under the whole world. Is it the king's land? On the merchant ship carrying the gold in the sky, the merchant captain looked nervously at the 9 snake pirates in the distance. It's a skull mark. The captain looked at the sky and swallowed. Dalmesia Vice Admiral, let's take this opportunity to go to Sabaody Archipelago. Marine Vice Admiral, known as Dalmesia, is a burly man in a green suit with a Dalmatian hat on his head. Since Doflamingo stole the gold in the sky before, in order to prevent this from happening again, every time the gold in the sky is transported, a powerful Marine Vice Admiral will be sent to escort it. Dalmesia snorted coldly. It's just a one-time pirate. How could first wait for Marine to hide from him? Captain became more and more anxious. But we are the heavenly gold that was delivered to Tenryubito, so we can't go wrong. The Dark Lord has never missed a beat in the past few days. I think we should be safe. Dalmesia stood up suddenly. It's late. While speaking, a very fast black smoke swept across the sky, and finally turned into a handsome young man in a robe, suspended high above the merchant ship. You're the Dark Lord. Dalmesia frowned, because Mo Yan looked too young, completely inconsistent with the rumored rank. It's this king. Mo Yan glanced at him calmly. Look at your appearance. Is it Vice Admiral from the Marine headquarters? Dalmesia said proudly. Yes, I'm on an important mission, and I can't waste time. If you get out of the way, I can reluctantly turn a blind eye to you this time. Mo Yan smiled, as if being amused by Dalmesia. It's just that he smiled so coldly that it was chilling to the bone. It's a big tone. Right now, I'm only collecting toll. If I pay it obediently, it won't hurt my life, but this king's kindness is not your arrogant capital. Dalmesia said angrily. What a joke. This sea is the high sea. What right do you have to collect toll? Mo Yan put away his smile. Just because I am the Dark Lord of the Chinese Empire. In the world, there is no king's soil. My Dark Lord said to charge toll. It is an unshakable imperial decree. The Chinese Empire. Dalmesia was shocked when he heard the word. Another king of the Chinese Empire. When the King of Night fought with Akainu in the Marine headquarters, he was also there. I didn't expect that the mysterious Chinese Empire would appear as a second king so soon. I have to report this to Marshal Sengoku as soon as possible. Dalmesia thought in her heart, but she looked extremely angry on the surface. Are you sure that your Chinese Empire really wants to be an enemy of my Marine? Mo Yan waved his wand coldly. Should it be your Marine who is determined to be the enemy of my Chinese Empire? As soon as the word fell, Avada Suo's Lycurse shot. Shave. Dalmesia was startled, and immediately dodged, only to find that Mo Yan in front of her had disappeared. Where did it go? Could it be? Dalmesia's observation hockey moved and rolled quickly, avoiding the deadly green light behind him. Oh, although it's a great thing to say, but before coming here, you have studied my information well. Mo Yan really apparated to Dalmesia, looking at Dalmesia with a smile. Dalmesia's face turned pale when Yuhi heard the word. He had indeed carefully studied and guarded against the Dark Lord, so he knew that the Dark Lord's attack could not be blocked, and he also knew that the Dark Lord had a move to teleport. But so what? Mo Yan waved his wand again. This won't change your defeat. Don't be ashamed. Dalmesia roared angrily and was about to use a shave to attack Mo Yan, but as soon as his body moved, there was a sense of restraint under his feet. What? Dalmesia lost his balance in an instant and fell to the ground. He looked back and found that the rope on the deck was binding his ankle. When were you tied up? Dalmesia was puzzled. He instantly activated his fruit ability and turned into a Dalmatian form. He wanted to grab the rope with his claws, but he didn't notice a dark shadow falling from the sky. Vice Admiral, watch out. There were heart-rending voices from the captain and crew around. Dalmesia was stunned for a moment, and the next moment was knocked to the ground by the merchant ship anchor that fell from the sky. Ha! Dalmesia spat out a mouthful of blood, and out of the corner of his eye he saw Mo Yan waving his wand, as if he were conducting an orchestra, and he was directing the anchor. Whether it's the rope or the anchor, he's all in control. Dalmesia knew in his heart he must be dealt with first. Dalmesia was trying to push the anchor away, but immediately he felt empty. The deck transformed into the face of a monster with a big mouth, biting Dalmesia. Damn it, it's him again. Dalmesia was attacked repeatedly, and it felt like the whole ship was against him. This guy was so terrifying, as if he had brought the whole ship alive. Dalmesia felt that he was not fighting a person, but that he was in the middle of the ship, but he was fighting the ship itself. Damn, do you really think this little thing can stop me? Dalmesia roared and struggled. Vice Admiral's strength is indeed extraordinary. In a few seconds, the rope breaks and the wood chip fly around, and it will break through soon. Really? Mo Yan said indifferently. Then try this. As the wand fluttered lightly, in the invisible cabin of Dalmesia, the original cannons were all pointing to the deck in anticipation of the structure of the turret. Even the shells next to the cannon floated by themselves and began to reload automatically. It haunted. The crew members in the cabin were all shocked when they saw this, and a few dared to stop them, but the prop they used to use on weekdays eyes seemed to be possessed, and they jumped up and smashed them into blood. When I come out, it will be your death. Dalmisia stared at Mo Yan, seeing that he was about to get out of trouble. Suddenly, intensive cannonballs sounded at the same time, and Dalmisia's unexpected shelling came from an unexpected angle, hitting his body one after another. Chapter 21 We're not really strong. Solemnly ask for flowers, collect, and reward. Ah! Dalmisia screamed loudly, and countless blood flew from her body. Even Vice Admiral was completely overwhelmed by being hit by a large number of shells unsuspecting. The average person died several times before the attack, which only seriously injured Dalmisia, but it also caused Dalmisia to lose all resistance in a short period of time. Mo Yan's magic wand waved lightly again, and the chain of the iron anchor immediately tangled up, tying Dalmisia tightly. Looks like I won. Mo Yan Shishiran landed and walked in front of Dalmisia. Dalmisia panted heavily and looked up at Mo Yan, full of powerlessness. He didn't expect that he would lose, and he lost so fast. From the start of the war to the present, Mo Yan has not even moved his position. I didn't expect that besides the King of Night, there are strong men like you in the Chinese Empire. No. Mo Yan shook his head. Although the Night King and I are the kings of the Empire, we are not really strong in the Empire. Dalmisia's eyes widened. It's impossible. The Night King and the Dark Lord in front of him should both have Admiral level strength, but they are not considered the powerhouse of the Chinese Empire. You guys. Dalmisia gave Mo Yan a deep look. What do you Chinese Empire want to do? With such a powerful strength, it is already one of the top forces in the sea, and it can easily stir up the wind and rain. Mo Yan waved his fingers gracefully. You should ask, what do I want to do, not what the Empire wants to do, because from now on, it is my personal grudge. Dalmisia immediately felt a bad feeling after hearing it, and he began to struggle frantically. A Vice Admiral. Under Dalmisia's struggle, even the chains began to crack. Be calm. Mo Yan put the Elder Wand against Dalmisia's forehead, passed out. The zero-distance magic hit Dalmisia in an instant, and Dalmisia only felt that all her strength was drained all of a sudden, and the fruit ability also ended, and she just wanted to pass out immediately. What are you trying to do? Dalmisia turned around and asked with the last of her consciousness. Mo Yan coldly said, Isho, this is a lesson for you. Neck, it is a lesson for Sengoku, and of course it is a warning. As soon as the voice fell, the light flashed out of the body. Dalmisia's eyes went dark, and then she didn't know anything. The neck thing is very simple. Mo Yan took out a cloth bag, and then took out more cloth bag from the cloth bag, all of which cast the traceless retching charm. Are you confessing yourself, or shall I confess for you? Mo Yan looked at the captain with a smile. Captain wanted to cry without tears, trembling, shaking. I confess. The gold Bailey in the sky plus the treasure is worth a total of 500 million Bailey. He has long heard that the Dark Lord has a magical means of extracting a confession. Those who are caught will know exactly what underwear, pants they are wearing today. Mo Yan was overjoyed, thinking that heavenly gold is worthy of heavenly gold. A trip to heavenly gold is comparable to how hard he had to collect holes for several days. In fact, if it wasn't for Doflamingo's hijacking of heavenly gold some time ago, which made Marine very vigilant, and split the heavenly gold into multiple shipments to reduce the loss after an accident, Mo Yan would have gotten more. So, when Mo Yan beat Doflamingo before, he was really right. Then what are you waiting for? Let's pretend. Mo Yan spread his hand. The captain and the crew looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. Silver treasures bag by bag. Loading several bags of gold and silver treasures, Mo Yan waved his wand and let the bag float in the air to follow him, and then turned into black smoke. It's just that after returning to the Nine-Snake Pirate, Mo Yan was surprised to find that the Nine-Snake Pirate boat really didn't move. No way. Is the Empress so obedient? Mo Yan was very suspicious. But soon, Mo Yan saw Hancock and her two younger sisters looking at him with complicated eyes. Tenryubito has always been a nightmare that Hancock's sisters hate and fear. They hate Tenryubito so much, but they dare not provoke Tenryubito because of their psychological shadow. Once you get into Tenryubito, not only them, but also the Amazon Lily will be wiped out. The man in front of him called the Dark Lord. He heard that it was Tenryubito's heavenly gold, but he did not hesitate to rob them all. Hancock feels that he can't understand Mo Yan anymore. Is this the fearlessness of the ignorant, or the daring of the master? You. Hancock opened his mouth. Or aren't you afraid that Tenryubito will trouble you later? Mo Yan sneered. Tenryubito is inferior to pigs and dogs in my eyes. Even if they dare to trouble me, they will only cause more trouble and go back. Hancock's eyes lit up. Mo Yan's scolding really made her feel refreshed and happy. Sandersonia dared not believe her. But there is Marine behind Tenryubito. Aren't you afraid that they will let Marine take revenge? Mo Yan calmly said, if Marine wants to take revenge, then you must first consider whether they Marine can provoke me. Hancock thought thoughtfully. Your support is the Chinese Empire behind you. Is the Chinese Empire really so powerful? Mo Yan looked at her and smiled. Little girl, I can only say that the Empire is far beyond your imagination. It better not to inquire about things that shouldn't needn't be inquired. What, little girl? Hancock was in a hurry and stomped his feet. Don't treat your concubine as a child. Are you looking down on your concubine? Besides, you don't look too old. Mo Yan haha isho. Who knows? Let's not gossip. I'm in a good mood today. You can pass by, just hand over the toll. Hancock was choked by Mo Yan and was so angry that his breath went up and down, but the mysterious Mo Yan made Hancock extremely fearful. To mention that behind Mo Yan, there seems to be a Chinese empire that even Marine is not afraid of. Hancock suddenly rolled his eyes. Well, how about making a deal with your Chinese empire? Chapter 22_Kidnap Tenryubito. Oh, Mo Yan looked at Hancock with interest. What deal? Talk about it. Hancock said, the concubine does have a devil fruit on the boat and can also give it to you, but this is only an advance payment, and the concubine has a devil fruit on the Amazon lily, which can be given to you after the transaction is completed. But in return for the transaction, you guys have to help me find Tenryubito and take a sigh of relief. Of course, the condition is not to expose our 9 snake pirate. Hearing this, both Hancock's sisters began to consciously evacuate the crew of the 9 snake pirates and let them go back to the cabin to ensure that the next conversation would not be heard. Seeing this, Mo Yan didn't stop it. He knew that this was the Hancock sisters who didn't want to reveal their secret. Why do you hate Tenryubito so much? I won't ask you. Mo Yan glanced at Hancock's back intentionally or unintentionally. But how do you want to vent your anger? Let me kill a Tenryubito. Hancock's heart tightened when Mo Yan looked at him. Did he know about his own affairs? But soon, hatred filled her heart. No, it's too cheap for them. I want you to let the world government, Marine, and Tenryubito all lose face one. I hope you guys can kidnap Tenryubito. After saying this, Hancock's own heart was pounding. Because this idea is too unrealistic and too shocking, it is equivalent to provoking the most powerful force in this world. Sister, are you serious? Marigold and Sandersonia both exclaimed, covering their mouths and looking at Hancock in disbelief. If this matter is exposed, the only thing that awaits their Amazon lilies is destruction. Hancock stared at Mo Yan tightly. Why don't you dare? Mo Yan looked back at Hancock and laughed. Little girl, do you think your offer is enough? Hancock summoned his courage and said, of course it's enough. Or do you, the Chinese Empire, claim to be not afraid of Marine, but are just paper tigers who are strong from outside and hard at work? You don't need to provoke me. Mo Yan shook his head. To tell you the truth, killing Tenryubito is as simple as killing a chicken and a dog for me, but this is limited to killing Tenryubito. 2 devil fruits are indeed enough. But now you want us to kidnap Tenryubito, the difficulty of which is doubled. When Hancock heard the word, Mo Yan was right. Killing Tenryubito and catching him alive were 2 completely different concepts. The difficulty of the latter, Hefeng Risk, has not improved a little bit, and it has to face the crazy pursuit of Marine. 3. Hancock bit Kiba. There are only so many devil fruits in my concubine now. 3 devil fruits are enough. It's okay if it's not a devil fruit. Mo Yan asked, do you have any rare items such as the Quick Knife series, Treasure Tree Atom, and historical tech? Hancock shook his head blankly. No, my concubine only has collected devil fruit. Mo Yan shrugged. Okay, deal. Hancock disappointed. I knew it wouldn't work. Wait, what did you say? Mo Yan laughed and said, I said the deal. Did you hear it clearly? Hancock said in disbelief. You really agree? Mo Yan spread his hand. If you don't want me to promise you, I can take my words back. Don't. Hancock let out a loud cry and met Mo Yan's gaze. His face lightly yuhi. If you can make a deal, Sansonia, you go get the devil fruit. Sansonia was still shocked and said, sister, do you really believe that this man can do that kind of thing? Hancock turned his head and looked at Sansonia for a long time, biting Kiba and nodding. Yes, the concubine believes this man. Well then, since it was her sister's decision, Sansonia couldn't object, and she also hoped that Mo Yan could help them out. The news that Tianshengjian was robbed again, along with the return of the merchant ship, also spread to Marine headquarters. No reason. Sengoku's roar filled the marshal's office, and in front of him was the bandaged Dalmisia. That dark lord, even if he dared to openly loot near Sabaody Archipelago, I didn't expect that he would even dare to touch the gold in the sky. Garp on the side stopped eating senbei, and his face was serious. Dalmisia, did he really say that he is the king of the Chinese Empire? Concerning the Chinese Empire, Sengoku also stopped losing his temper and listened intently to Dalmisia's reply. Dalmisia nodded. Yes, he said so himself, and it is very likely that he also has admiral level strength. As soon as Dalmisia finished speaking, both Sengoku and Garp gasped. Admiral level strength, another admiral class, and another Chinese Empire. Up to now, Sengoku no longer doubts what the King of Night said. The Chinese Empire has only revealed iceberg, and 2 admiral level powerhouses have already appeared. Sengoku said solemnly. Dalmisia, do you really confirm that the new king who is titled Dark Lord is admiral level strength? Dalmisia gave a wry smile. Marshal, you should know that I was beaten like this. The Dark Lord was unscathed. They've beaten Dalmisia seriously, yet they're still unscathed. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other and took a deep breath. They knew about Dalmisia's strength. If they were able to to beat Dalmisia to serious injury. It was estimated that it was not Admiral but also infinitely close to Admiral. I see, you should retire to recuperate first. A long time. Sengoku sighed and waved Dalmisia back. Yes, Dalmisia bowed ashamed, but no one saw it. A light suddenly flashed in Dalmisia's downward eye. Shigen, finger pistol. Dalmisia suddenly burst into flames. Shigen, finger pistol, stabbed Sengoku's lower back deeply. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 23 _ This is what happened to you Marines and me. This blow was simply beyond everyone's expectation. Not that Sengoku's observation hockey is useless, it's that he's too relaxed about his old colleague. Dalmisia, what are you doing? Garp was taken aback and slammed Dalmisia onto the ground. Garp is worthy of Garp. Dalmisia struggled desperately, but he couldn't shake Garp by half a point. Dalmisia, are you crazy? Sengoku clutched his bleeding lower back and took a few steps back in disbelief. Dalmisia seemed to see that the struggle was ineffective, and suddenly a strange Isho said, Sengoku the Buddha, this is the end of your Marine and my Dark Lord. This is just a simple warning. You Marines, do your best. After saying this, Dalmisia tilted her head and lost consciousness. After a while, Dalmisia woke up. What happened? Didn't I just leave to rest? What going on? Marshal, why are you injured? Dalmisia was shocked when she saw Sengoku covered in blood, and it didn't look like a face. Sengoku and Garp looked ugly. They looked at each other in shock. Garp asked, Dalmisia, do you really have no impression at all? Impression? What impression? Dalmisia was stunned for a moment, then saw his bloody fingers, and suddenly recalled something vaguely. I just did that kind of thing. No, I didn't want to do it. Yes, the Dark Lord. Sengoku repeated the name, gasping for breath, in a tone of horror and horror. Judging from Dalmisia's words just now and the following reaction, Sengoku immediately guessed that Dalmisia must be controlled by the Dark Lord in some way. This kind of control, even he and Garp can't even notice it so unknowingly. There is still such a means of control in the world. Isn't it impossible to tell which people are controlled by the Dark Lord, and who are reluctantly undercover for the Dark Lord? The Dark Lord is so terrifying. Garp let go of Dalmisia, and Dalmisia sat there blankly, as if she didn't want to believe that she had done what she had just done. What to do? Sengoku? Garp asked. Sengoku squinted his eyes under his glasses. Call the medic first. That Dark Lord. Think long term. After all, this ability of the Dark Lord is too terrifying, and it can easily disintegrate and split an organization from within. The words just said by the Dark Lord controlling Dalmisia were a warning and an ultimatum. They were shocked to see the injured Sengoku. Dignified Marshal Marine. How could he be injured silently in Marine's base camp? Marshal, what the hell is going on? Sengoku said with an ugly face. Don't ask too much. You first divide a few people to put Dalmisia Vice Admiral in prison and observe for a while. Sengoku is also helpless. Who knows whether the Dark Lord's control ability will continue to take effect on Dalmisia. Dalmisia's face was ashen, without any rebuttal or resistance. Garp turned his face away when he saw this. Sengoku, what are you going to do about the gold in the sky? Dalmisia has been made like this by him. Do you still let the Dark Lord go? Sengoku's face was gloomy while being bandaged. Just because the Dark Lord can easily make Dalmisia like this, we need to be more cautious. Sengoku felt extremely aggrieved when he said this. Need to be so cautious when considering how to deal with a pirate when he was a dignified Marine Marshal. Garp snorted. Even so, Tenryubito, who was robbed of the gold in the sky, will not give up. They will definitely protest. Sengoku Baitiba then suppress their protest first. Sengoku is also helpless. The Dark Lord and the Chinese Empire. The mystery and power of the two are far beyond his expectation. New World. Dressrosa. That today is Sunday, which is the day Doflamingo and Moyan agreed to deliver the devil fruit. But until today, Doflamingo has not made up his mind whether to give the devil fruit to Moyan. Are you really going to give in? This is not Doflamingo's style. He has caused such a huge loss. According to Doflamingo's previous character, he will get revenge. Moyan's strength really made Doflamingo jealous. As soon as he returned to Dressrosa a few days ago, Doflamingo launched all means to investigate the information of the King of Knights and the Chinese Empire. Even so, Doflamingo was able to find very little information. All I know so far is that this King of Knights suddenly appeared on the Great Route 6 days ago and killed the great pirate Edward Wable in one blow. Then the King of Knights followed Zephyr to the Marine headquarters and made a big scene. They fought with Akainu on the spot and even gained the upper hand. Even if he did such a shocking thing, the King of Knights could leave unharmed, and he left with Marine's reward. What that means, Doflamingo is clear. Even Marine is afraid of this King of Knights. Doflamingo muttered to himself. Edward Wable, who was comparable to Admiral, was instantly killed by one move, and he fought against the veteran strength Admiral Akainu, and he still managed to gain the upper hand. All of this shows the supreme strength of the King of Knights. Chapter 24 _ The Empire will soon fall. It seems that when he fought with me that day, he hadn't shown his true strength yet. Doflamingo thought to himself. Originally, if he was just an ordinary Admiral level powerhouse, then Doflamingo confidently gathered the strength of his Don Quixote family and could deal with it without bowing his head. If it is the level of the King of Night, even an Admiral, it can be regarded as an absolute elite. Doflamingo immediately lost confidence. Damn, do you really want to hand it over like this? Doflamingo slapped the table furiously, which made him unbearably arrogant. At this moment, Toripal of the Don Quixote family ran in. Dover, the latest information on the Chinese Empire you want has come. Doflamingo waved his hand. Remember, Toripal. Toripal turned over the information in his hand, widening his eyes while watching, as if it were incredible. Just in the past few days, a man called the Dark Lord appeared in Sabaody Archipelago, and began to frantically rob ships in the name of collecting toll. He claimed to be the king of the Chinese Empire. Wait, what did you say? Doflamingo stood up in shock. There is one more king of the Chinese Empire. Toripal nodded. Yes, and what's even more surprising is that the Dark Lord robbed the gold in the sky just like you, Dover. What? Doflamingo was completely shocked this time. When he stole the gold from the sky, it was just a deal to force Marine to compromise, and he didn't really want to engulf the gold, and he also had the confidence to be a former Tenryubito. But that Dark Lord, what's the use of him robbing the gold in the sky? It seems that he really intends to devour the gold in the sky. Haha, I didn't expect the Chinese Empire to take such a bad move. Doflamingo suddenly burst out laughing. Stupid, angering Tenryubito provoke Marine. I think they will be in danger soon. Marine is the strongest force on the sea, and even any of the four emperors can't compare to Marine alone. This is a common sense recognized by the Great Root. As for Tenryubito, the world government's biggest rebellious scale, it is absolutely not allowed to be violated by others. Once violated, it will definitely be a situation where Marine and the enemy will never die. Toripal said hesitantly. Dover, will the transmission fruit we found earlier be returned to the King of Night? Of course not. Why give it? Doflamingo laughed wildly. The Chinese Empire will perish soon. Sunday, Sabaody Archipelago. With Hancock, Moyan directly apparated back to Sabaody Archipelago with the gold in the sky and the devil fruit. Hancock reached a deal for 3 devil fruits is because Hancock can't give them any more, and secondly, Moyan has his own thought. He could extort huge benefits for kidnapping Tenryubito, and Hancock's reward was just incidental. Moyan went straight to the most luxurious hotel in Sabaody Archipelago, where Cross was enjoying himself happily. This hotel was arranged by Doflamingo. Cross, who had been a pirate, had never enjoyed such extravagant treatment. Little girl, see you tonight, Cross shouted happily. Moyan stood silently behind him, and asked gloomily, Cross, are you having a good time? Cross jumped into the sky from the reclining chair. Your Majesty the Dark Lord. Oh no, what you told me to do. Of course I have been working hard to do it. Moyan didn't mind letting his subordinates enjoy it, and threw the heavenly gold in front of Cross. So, you have bought all the 1.1 billion Baileys I used to treasure as treasures. Exactly, you can use these a few more. Sell all the gold silver treasures. Cross said with a sad face. Your Majesty the Dark Lord, the amount you gave is too huge. I can't digest it so quickly with the channels I have developed personally. Now there are 300 million Baileys left. If Moyan wanted a good wine woman, then his money would be easy to spend, but what Moyan wanted were rare good things, all of which were priceless. Seeing that Moyan added several more bags of gold and silver treasures, Cross felt a little bit about to cry without tears. He has never seen so much money in his life. He has seen it all in the past few days. In the hands of His Majesty the Dark Lord, money doesn't seem to be called money anymore. Moyan and Vivi frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what you bought. Seeing Moyan frowning, Cross was terrified. Your Majesty, rest your anger. Although there are still 300 million Baileys left, the harvest is still very good. I have bought all the remaining smuggled explosive rocks on the island. In addition to this, I have also bought a lot of seastone and 2 devil fruit. Moyan is a little funny. This Cross is too sensitive. How can he be angry? Where's everything? Cross looked around furtively, and then took Moyan to the old place where he hid his treasures. After opening the secret door, the first thing that catches the eye is the neat rows of seastones by the wall. Seastone, as the only means for ordinary people to restrain those with devil fruit ability, is still very precious. Even the rich and powerful Marines can only use seastone in key places such as cages and shackles, as well as on the weapons of general-level Marines and school-level Marines, which shows its scarcity, and the amount of sea energy contained in the seastone directly determines the quality of the seastone. There is no doubt that the batch that Cross received is a fine product, and Cross turned pale just by getting close. These seastones cost a total of 150 million Bailey. According to your request, I will select the best quality seastones to acquire. Cross introduced. Next is a big box full of explosive rock. Moyan looked at the amount of dynamite rock and was a little surprised. This amount is enough to blow up most of the Sabaody Archipelago. The merchants on the island really dare to sell it. Cross laughed and said, they all want money or death. These explosive rocks are not cheap. They are worth 250 million Bailey. Moyan nodded. This amount of explosive rock is indeed indeed worth so much money. But the finale was the 2 devil fruit that Cross carefully placed in the deepest heart. Chapter 25_Dispatch Marine Admiral. According to Cross's introduction, the 2 devil fruits are all the devil fruits he can find when he travels around the exchanges and auction. It's just that the 2 devil fruit, one in the shape of a mango and the other in the shape of a pineapple, are similar in that they have moire patterns, and they are all green. Mo Yan looked very mentally disturbed. Forgive the fruit of color. What? Cross didn't understand. Nothing. Mo Yan waved his hand. Only Cross had a confounded expression on his face, feeling that His Majesty the Dark Lord's words were really unfathomable. Forgive the color. Could it be a new kind of hockey other than the 3-colored hockey? Forgive the colored hockey. By the way, it's almost night. Has Doflamingo contacted you? Cross was done. No. Hee. It seems that Doflamingo is not good. It is necessary to teach him a lesson. Mo Yan didn't seem surprised when he heard this, and smiled softly. Mo Yan immediately understood what Doflamingo's reaction meant, and of course he had to teach Doflamingo a lesson just like he taught Sengoku. It's just that Mo Yan's smile made Cross feel chills throughout his body. Sunday passed quickly. Dressrosa was still peaceful, and it seemed as Doflamingo had expected. The Dark Lord and even the Chinese Empire were no longer safe for themselves, and they couldn't find any trouble with him. In this regard, Doflamingo is quite content with, everything is in my hand. What he didn't know was that it wasn't that Mo Yan didn't come to trouble him, it was just that the time had not yet come. At this time, Mo Yan was taking more meaningful action, squatting in ambush for gold in the sky. Tenryubido's huge dissatisfaction will definitely be aroused after the gold in the sky is robbed by himself. In addition to demanding that the robber who offended their majesty be captured and executed, Tenryubido will also demand that another batch of heavenly gold be reissued. As for the reason why the Dark Lord threat has not been lifted yet, the reason to be cautious about stopping the delivery of heavenly gold, how could Tenryubido, who has always been used to doing whatever he wanted, could accept it? Under these various factors, Mo Yan was sure that the next big fat fish would come to the door soon. That's exactly what happened. The world government met Tenryubido's request with great headache, and delivered another batch of heavenly gold. This time, for insurance, they hired 2 powerful Vice Admiral escorts. Strawberry, you said that the Dark Lord, will he come again to rob? Asked a bearded Vice Admiral with a cigar on the merchant ship. Vice Admiral, known as Strawberry, looked more square and calm. It shouldn't be. After all, after robbing the gold in the sky most people will realize that the second time the escort force will be strengthened, robbery is also more difficult. Quote, the bearded Vice Admiral laughed and said, isn't this of course? How could the pirates have the courage to use the gold in the sky again? Strawberry, you don't think so? So why are you asking me? Strawberry was about to say something, but suddenly his expression turned solemn. Yamakaji, the enemy is here. The bearded Yamakaji also stopped laughing when he heard the word, and said in surprise, no way, is it really here? Yeah, it looks like the Dark Lord has more guts than we thought, Stolberg said in a deep voice, and pulled out the 2 knives from his waist. Hey, could it be that he didn't expect the second guard strength to increase? As Yamakaji spoke, he drew his long sword as a weapon. Under the eyes of the 2, Mo Yan's incarnation of black smoke quickly landed on the bow of the boat. The crew on the deck went to the cabin for refuge as soon as they saw the black smoke. The black smoke dissipated, revealing a beautiful young man with blonde hair, who was exactly the same as the rumored Dark Lord. It's just the first sentence at the beginning of the Dark Lord that completely stunned Strawberry and Yamakaji. Mo Yan glanced at them unhappily. Only 2 Vice Admirals were sent. It seems that the lesson for Sengoku was not profound enough. Even Admiral was not sent. Is there no one in Marine? In fact, Mo Yan knew in his heart that it was precisely because he had taught Sengoku so profoundly that Sengoku did not dare to send Admiral directly. If one is not careful, Admiral is also controlled by Mo Yan. Who will Sengoku cry for? Strawberry and Yamakaji looked at each other, but were speechless. It's a pity that it wasn't Admiral who sent. Is this looking down on them? After a while, Strawberry said angrily, Dark Lord, we don't need Admiral to take action. We will have more than enough to deal with you. Yamakaji was also very annoyed at being despised. Dalmisia was defeated by you just because he didn't expect your ability to be so strange, and now those strange tricks have been ignored by us. After Dalmisia was innocently imprisoned, he explained the process of his defeat, which was regarded as revealing Mo Yan's ability information to his colleague. It seems that you are very confident in yourself, Mo Yan said softly. I hope your confidence can be maintained until the end. Heavenly gold was robbed again. Even the 2 Vice Admiral escorts were sent back with serious injury. When he got this news, Sengoku, who was in the Marine headquarters, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. However, the psychological shadow that Mo Yan gave him before was so great that as soon as the seriously injured Yamakaji and Stolberg came back, just like Dalmisia, they were directly sent to prison for recuperation and observation. After all, who knows if Mo Yan has unknowingly controlled the 2 of them this time? But Sengoku also realizes that this is not the way to go. It's impossible that every time the Dark Lord robs Heavenly Gold's guards have to be locked up and observed when they come back, right? If this goes on, sooner or later, Marine's Vice Admiral will all be in jail. The delivery of gold in the sky is temporarily suspended. Inside the Marshal's office, Sengoku bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth. In front of him stood the current Marine 3 Admiral. Are you really going to do this? Tenryubito is not easy to deal with, Kuzan asked. Sengoku almost died of anger when he heard this. Then why don't you continue to send money to the Dark Lord? It is to solve this problem that I will call you here today. The Dark Lord problem must be solved once and for all. Who among you three will solve the Dark Lord? Chapter 26 _ It seems that the King of Night didn't hit you hard enough. Now Sengoku no longer thinks about whether he will have a bad relationship with the mysterious Chinese Empire. This behavior of the Dark Lord is a blatant provocation. Marine, who is not afraid of the 4 emperors, is still afraid of his failure of the Chinese Empire. I'm going. Akainu took a step forward and said solemnly. The other 3 people in the office looked at him unsurprisingly. One is that Akainu hates evil and never allows the Dark Lord to harm justice, and the other is that Akainu itself has had a festival with the Chinese Empire. So Akainu's invitation to fight was expected. Sengoku looked at Akainu and pondered for a moment. Okay, Akainu, you will set off immediately and go to Sabaody Archipelago to capture the Dark Lord. Compared to the still young Kuzan and the out-of-tune Kizaru, the serious Akainu is more reassuring to Sengoku in terms of strength and character. Akainu's face sank. These evil people, why should they be arrested? They should be executed on the spot. Sengoku hesitated a little. We haven't issued a warrant for him, and I still need to personally interrogate him about his means of controlling people, otherwise we can't keep Yamakaji and the others locked up. Akainu hummed. As long as the Dark Lord is killed, then naturally there is no control problem. Sengoku considered it for a while, and also rejected Akainu. Akainu, only to be captured alive. This is an order. The arrest warrant is not issued for the time being, because the robbery of the gold in the sky greatly discredits the world government, Marine and Tenryubito, but this is not the main reason for Sengoku to capture the Dark Lord alive. In addition to the Dark Lord's means of controlling others, military exploits also require a person who understands the Chinese Empire, and he needs to get more information about the Chinese Empire. Akainu frowned, but said, got it. With Akainu's powerful strength, he is also confident that he can capture the Dark Lord alive. It's a pity that it wasn't the King of Knights who made trouble this time, otherwise he planned to capture it together. Sabaody Archipelago. Moyan no longer squatted on the gold in the sky. Moyan believed that after the gold was robbed for the second time, no matter how stupid Marine was, he would not deliver the gold for the third time, otherwise he would give Moyan money in vain. Therefore, Moyan didn't have to wait for the third time. Moreover, the second robbery made Moyan an extra 500 million bailey, which was a huge harvest. What Moyan is doing now is to find Cross to make a small boat, so small that it cannot cross the sea at all. The only purpose of this boat is to hold the treasures that Cross bought. At present, Moyan hasn't thought about it yet. To use these treasured items on the spot, he should wait for the Doflamingo base camp to get more treasured items and use them together. So Moyan simply didn't think about it, and went straight to adapt to the situation. Your Majesty the Dark Lord, I wish you a prosperous martial art. Cross helped Moyan load the goods and gave a crooked salute. Moyan nodded. Cross himself has some strength, and it is quite useful to deal with chores. Moyan instructed, you first make good use of the assets I left behind. I hope that when I come back, I can see more of what I want. Cross nodded and bowed. Yes, I will work hard, and I will never live up to the expectations of the two majesties for me. Will Cross donate money to escape? This Moyan is not very worried. Does Cross dare? Cross is also a smart man, and he must know that having money requires life to enjoy. While, Moyan said again, but the next time you come to Sabaody Archipelago, it may be another big man in the empire. He will take over everything at that time. Moyan wasn't sure whether he would open a new skin when he came back. Cross was stunned for a moment. Are there any big figures in the empire coming over? A person who can be called a big man by His Majesty the Dark Lord must also be a strong person who is no inferior to His Majesty. For a time, Cross only felt that the Chinese Empire was even more inscrutable. Cross was even more convinced that he was right to follow the Dark Lord and the King of Night. I understand. I must have a good handover with the new Lord. Moyan nodded. Just as he was about to use apparition to move the boat, he was suddenly stunned. Well, how dare they continue to transport gold in the sky? Moyan's hand waving his wand also stopped, looking at the merchant ship appearing on the horizon and thinking to himself, if Marine dares to deliver the third golden gold, there are only three possibilities. The first is that my deterrence is not enough, which can be basically ruled out. The second is that Marine is an idiot and continues to send me money. This is possible, but it can also be ruled out considering Sengoku and Crane. The third and most likely one, that is, the gold in in the sky is an empty shell. There is no gold silver jewelry in it, only the marine powerhouse waiting for himself to come from the net. Akainu would never have imagined that his decoy plan would die before he was successful, and Mo Yan saw through it at a distance of 10,000 meters. It is estimated that there is something tricky, so let's take a look. Mo Yan directed the magic power to push the boat with great interest and approached the merchant ship. This is absolute confidence in his own strength. Mo Yan is confident that no matter who Marine comes from, it is impossible to keep him. The Dark Lord is on the hook. Akainu had been observing with a telescope, and noticed that a small boat was approaching in the distance, and immediately alerted Marine on the boat. At the same time that Akainu saw Mo Yan also saw Akainu. The magic of looking into the distance is much better than a telescope. Mo Yan removed his wand from his eyebrows and pouted. It's Akainu. After the fight, the whole ship is likely to suffer. It is basically certain that there is no gold in the sky. When Akainu saw Mo Yan stop, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Dark Lord has found the trick? This is not possible. We must take the initiative to attack. Thinking of this, Akainu stood up directly. Before he could make a move, Mo Yan said lightly, Chigo, you dare to take on the task of being hostile to the king of our empire. It seems that the king of knights is still not hard enough to hit you. Chapter 27_Rejoice. Red Dog. Akainu's brows jumped, and the Dark Lord had found him long ago. It's useless to talk too much. All the kings of your Chinese empire should be damned. Akainu snorted coldly. Mo Yan heard Isho. This map cannon is big enough, and when the number of kings in the empire increases in the future, it will be your Akainu's unlucky day. That guy from the King of Knights is really merciful, so you have the courage to talk to the emperor of the empire like this. Mo Yan Vivi shook his head. Originally, I could replace the King of Knights and educate you more deeply, but unfortunately, I have another thing to do, so be lucky, Chigo, you won't be with this king. Enemy. Akainu's face twisted. Want to run? Don't think about it. Meteor volcano. As soon as Akainu made his move, it was his ultimate move. Countless terrifying magma fists fell from the sky, like a meteor shower that destroyed the world, and the Sabaody Archipelago in the distance was full of turmoil. Within this range, Akainu is confident that the Dark Lord will never be spared. Hee. Mo Yan faintly Isho, and the Elder Wand waved rhythmically. Mo Yan is like waving the baton of the band, but he is not commanding the band, but the sea. Boom. There were bursts of roars from the calm sea, as if some giant beast hidden on the bottom of the sea was awakening under the water. The moment the meteor volcano smashed down, the giant beast under the command of Mo Yan called the sea finally woke up completely. The huge amount of sea water stirred up under Mo Yan's magic, forming a giant tsunami in an instant, overwhelming the sky towards meteor volcano, and also towards Akainu. What? Akainu was shocked when he saw this. The Dark Lord can even control the sea. Seawater is the nemesis of devil fruit users, and being able to control seawater means that Mo Yan is the natural enemy of devil fruit users in the sea. Yes, it's a tsunami. The sea is about to fall. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Marines on the ship were all in a mess, and the tsunami nearly 100 meters high covered the sky and the sun, shrouding the entire merchant ship in shadow. Boom. The next moment, meteor volcano slammed heavily on the tsunami, making a roaring and sizzling sound. After passing through the tsunami, the magma fist had lost its flame and most of its kinetic energy, and fell powerlessly. But the tsunami is a huge water curtain that is constantly replenished. No matter how many times meteor volcano hits it, it can't stop it in the slightest. Finally, the tsunami hit, as if to engulf the merchant ship. Damn. Akainu's pupils clenched. Great major eruption. Akainu went all out, and the giant lava fist was only to make a vacancy in the tsunami. The magma hit the sea and raised a lot of water vapor. In the hazy fog, the tsunami returned to the sea. Boom. The surrounding tsunami slapped the sea, making a huge roar. The sky seemed to be raining lightly, and the turbulent sea almost overturned the merchant ship. Akainu was gasping for breath, and he had already tried his best to survive the tsunami. Fortunately, he succeeded, but at the same time, he also failed. Akainu looked towards the calm sea. Mo Yan had long since disappeared. Damn. The sea. Only Akainu's scolding full of unwillingness and anger remained. Dressrosa is still full of holiday style. Offshore, the space fluctuated, and a distorted figure appeared on the sea with a small boat. Wow. As expected, carrying such a heavy object through continuous super long distance apparitions. I can't bear it with my current magic power. Mo Yan rested on the boat for a while, and his magic power consumption is a bit large now. It is estimated that when the skin is upgraded to the SSS level, Mo Yan will not be so difficult to move across the island. Of course, there is also the reason why Mo Yan is carrying a lot of things now. Fortunately, the Elder Wand was powerful enough, and Mo Yan himself had Grandmaster magic. The combination of the two used the apparition to be fast and far. Is this Dressrosa? Mo Yan looked at Dressrosa when he was resting. The land of love, passion and toys. Who knows how much darkness lies beneath this? At this point in time, it should be Doflamingo. Not long after he took Dressrosa. Even on Dressrosa, the voice of the crusade against King Riku remained. It's a pity that it's still too early, and the research on artificial devil fruit has not yet started. Otherwise artificial devil fruit is also a good lottery item. Mo Yan sighed, waved his wand, and the figure disappeared. Huh, what's the matter with this man? In Dressrosa's palace, Violet Clairvoyance suddenly noticed a strange thing. Not long ago, a small boat appeared offshore without any warning. After a while, the man on the boat disappeared out of thin air again, and Violet searched for a while, only to find that the man had arrived at the gate of the palace. So much time, so much distance. Violet was a little stunned. How did this happen? She intuitively felt that this man was definitely not simple. Would you like to report Doflamingo? Violet hesitated, and it stands to reason that this situation should be reported to Doflamingo immediately. But Violet was actually forced to become a cadre of the Don Quixote family. She herself was a member of the Liku royal family, and she joined Doflamingo only to save her father's life. If she hides it and doesn't report it, Doflamingo will definitely ask her to settle the account. How to do so tangled. While Violet was struggling, the man in his clairvoyance had already met a strange young man wearing a bullhorn hat and short but stepping on high heels. It Dellinger. He met Dellinger. Violet's heart subconsciously tightened. Violet knew about Dellinger's strength and his cruel and vicious character, so Violet also knew that this man would be killed soon. What am I expecting? I want to hide it and not report it. Do I still expect this man to defeat the Don Quixote family and bring about changes? I'm so ridiculous. Violet shook his head with a wry smile. Violet felt relieved when Derringer discovered the intruder. Now she doesn't have to report it. Chapter 28_stupid. You got in my way. If you think it look good, please click on the collection, give some reward, flowers and evaluation tickets to support it. The new book period is very much in need of result. Thank you all. As Violet saw, Mo Yan was about to step into the palace when he found a boy with horns like cross blocking him. This little brother, what are you doing here? Dellinger stopped Mo Yan with a smile. His face was full of innocent smiles, but the fake ones were disgusting. Mo Yan looked at him with interest. This horn of yours, you know Cross. Dellinger was taken aback. Cross? Which trash fish is that? How could I possibly know it? That's it. Mo Yan suddenly lost interest, passed by Dellinger directly, and walked forward. Dellinger was stunned again. What was this reaction? Afterward, Dellinger became angry, and Mo Yan's attitude angered him. Hey, didn't you hear my question? Dellinger dodged quickly, and once again stopped Mo Yan's path. Mo Yan didn't lift his head and continued to walk forward. Go away. What did you say? Dellinger wondered if he had heard it wrong. He was a powerful cadre of the Don Quixote family, and he was in the headquarters of Dressrosa. How could anyone dare to tell him to get out of the way? Mo Yan raised his head impatiently and said lightly, you idiot, you're blocking my way. Mo Yan's voice fell, and the entrance of the palace was as quiet as a needle falling. The surrounding pedestrians and soldiers looked at Mo Yan in astonishment. Dellinger himself was so angry that Yuhi was all over his face, as if he wanted to eat Mo Yan. Quick gun heels. Dellinger bent his legs into a hook and kicked with all his strength without saying a word. Dellinger, however, kicked a hollow. What? Dellinger was startled. Where did that rude man go? Jelly leg Jinx off footbell. Mo Yan's voice came from behind. Dellinger was shocked, and turned around and kicked at a very high speed. In his field of vision, a milky white light beam emanated from Mo Yan's wand. What kind of attack is this? It looks so weak. Dellinger sneered inwardly, and accelerated and kicked over. Such a weak attack. Dellinger has the confidence to directly defeat it. The next moment, Dellinger slammed a dog on the ground and gnawed at the mud. It seems that your kicks are well practiced. Mo Yan's leisurely voice came from right in front of him. What going on? Dellinger only felt that his legs were weak, let alone an attack. He couldn't even stand up. Damn, why? Dellinger frantically tried to get up and attack, but fell again and again, like a veritable saw-footed shrimp. Asshole, 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 I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Dellinger's smile disappeared. His expression became more and more morbid. He repeated words full of murderous intent, and looked at Mo Yan, who was close at hand but also far away, with hatred. You're too loud. Shut up. Mo Yan stretched out his elder wand and pressed it directly on Derringer's forehead. Pass out. Suddenly, the world was quiet, but in fact, only Dellinger was quiet. The soldiers around who witnessed all this, like frightened girls, screamed at their maximum decibel. Enemy attack. Lord Derringer has been killed. Violet, who had seen all this with his clairvoyant eyes, also covered his mouth with disbelief. That Dellinger was actually defeated. Could it be that this man is really possible? Violet murmured to himself, powerful and mysterious. Who the hell is he? Mo Yan continued to walk forward, neither in a hurry nor in a hurry, as if the siren rang through the palace had nothing to do with him. An intruder. Where is it? There was the hum of the propeller in the sky, and sure enough, the first person to arrive was Buffalo, who had the advantage of flying after eating Zhuan fruit. Huh, it's you. He suddenly discovered Mo Yan in the sky. It's so noisy, and it flying around like a fly. Mo Yan frowned, raised his hand and cast a spell. Seeing this, Buffalo evaded in a hurry, passing by the spell, and attacking Mo Yan with one dive. Although it was not clear what attack the enemy had just hit, since even Derringer had been killed, no matter what the enemy attacked, it would be terrifying. Fortunately, he is a rare fruit with the ability to fly, and his mobility far exceeds that of the enemy. Just when Buffalo thought so, he found that the enemy on the ground was gone. "Hey, where did you go?" A black figure suddenly appeared, answering Buffalo's question. It was Mo Yan who used the apparition. What? Buffalo felt that his heart stopped for a moment, and the enemy came to a place 0 distance from him in an instant. Now, no matter how mobile he is, he can't escape Mo Yan's magic. It's all petrified. Petrification curse hit Buffalo at 0 distance. Buffalo felt that at this moment, his whole body froze. Only his consciousness could move. Next, Buffalo fell from the sky like a meteor, like a helicopter in an air crash, and hit the ground hard. Chapter 29 _ It was you who got into the big trouble first. I have set up a voting option for skin, and interested book friends can vote for it. Bang! The sound felt painful, and Buffalo fell into a coma, and now he can't even move his consciousness. Buffalo. Following behind Buffalo is a long-awaited girl. She is wearing a sexy maid outfit. It is the Baby 5 who partnered with Buffalo. Bastard, what did you do to Buffalo? Baby 5 glared at Mo Yan. Don't worry, he's just seriously injured and in a coma. Mo Yan smiled kindly. Compared to this, there is one thing I want to ask you. Can you stand still? Baby 5 is simply the easiest cadre to deal with in the Don Quixote family. It's not that she is too weak, but because Baby 5 hopes that she will be needed by others since she was a child. She always responds to requests, even if it is an enemy's request. Exception. Although I really want to help you, it's not good to stay still during the battle, but Sure enough, after the surprise, Baby 5 began to tangle. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Baby 5 agrees to Mo Yan or not, because Mo Yan only needs her to stay still for a moment. Everything is forgotten. The magic beam easily hit Baby 5, who became a living target. Baby 5's eyes immediately became blank, and his memory was at the mercy of Mo Yan. You are my maid, and you will only agree to my request for the rest of your life, unless there are other orders from me. Now you are my undercover agent in the Don Quixote family, and you are attacking the Don Quixote family with me. Mo Yan quickly revised Baby 5's memory, and then deleted unnecessary memory. Baby 5 has officially become his person. Yes, Lord Dark Lord. Baby 5 knelt down on one knee and said respectfully to Mo Yan. Mo Yan nodded with satisfaction, and continued to walk towards the center of the palace with Baby 5. The scene where Mo Yan easily killed the 2 cadres in 1 second was also seen by Violet. Violet is both excited and excited now. One cadre after another is under this man's hand, which shows that this man's strength. Maybe he can have the highest cadre level. But soon, Violet noticed another scene, and his heart tightened again. One of the top cadres of the Don Quixote family, Diamante, is rushing in the direction of Mo Yan. Ooh, now that man is going to have a hard fight. Violet couldn't help worrying about Mo Yan, the man who pinned her hope. Who are you? As soon as Diamante came over, he saw Buffalo in a coma, and Baby 5 standing beside Mo Yan. Baby 5. What are you doing standing there, attacking the intruder? Diamante couldn't understand Baby 5's calmness. I am a subordinate of Lord Dark Lord. Why should I attack Lord Dark Lord? Baby 5 snorted. The undercover life that has lasted for so many years is finally over today. What did you say? Are you undercover for this man called the Dark Lord? Diamante's eyes widened. What the hell are you talking about? Baby 5, you were found by your family to join our Don Quixote family when you were very young. Then I joined the Dark Lord's command when I was younger. It's useless to talk about it. Take it. The Baby 5 immediately turned into a huge barrel, and both hands turned into triggers. Weapon transformation. Pistol girl. Are you brainwashed by some ability? Diamante's eyes flashed fiercely. Then this stupid woman is useless. Let's kill it together. Bullslow. Diamante is the one who eats the flying fruit, and can turn everything into soft and fluttering like cloth, including the steel cape he is wearing now. The steel cloak is extremely hard, and it directly blocked the Baby 5's gunfire. The strength of the top cadre is still far beyond the Baby 5. You're too slow. I'll come. Mo Yan stepped forward and stopped Baby 5, who wanted to attack. Yes, Lord Dark Lord. I'm sorry, I'm really useless. Baby 5 bites Kiba and backs off, still blaming himself for not being able to beat Diamante. Are you the Dark Lord? Diamante said with a gloomy smile. I seem to have heard that you have been making a lot of trouble in Sabaody Archipelago these days, but I didn't expect that you would dare to provoke our Don Quixote family. As he spoke, Diamante burst out with an astonishing murderous aura. Mo Yan said indifferently, it was you who got me first, and got into trouble that your Don Quixote family can't afford. Don't be ashamed. Diamante snorted coldly, and directly pulled out the Western sword to kill. Bullfighting scepter. Under the power of the fruit, the Western sword turned into a bullfighting shape, and stabbed at Mo Yan fiercely, just about to pierce through Mo Yan. Apparition. Mo Yan grabbed Baby 5, teleported behind Diamante, and raised his wand. Remove your weapon. I already knew you had this trick. After Diamante learned that Mo Yan was the Dark Lord, he had already guarded against Mo Yan's rare spatial ability. Sword. The Western sword moved like a poisonous snake, bent up, and struck Mo Yan behind Diamante at an incredible angle. I already knew that your attack can't break through the weapon. The Dark Lord's attack can't be attacked with his body, but he can be attacked with a weapon. The Don Quixote family has already investigated it very clearly, and Diamante, as the top cadre, has already seen this information. Mo Yan raised a mocking smile. You're right, but you shouldn't take it hard. What? Diamante was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, except for the light of your weapon hitting the Western sword, Diamante only felt an irresistible release from his hand, and the Western sword flew high all of a sudden. Why is this? Diamante was taken aback. He was a master swordsman, and it was absolutely impossible that he couldn't even hold his own weapon. It's over. Chapter 30 _ There is only one intruder. Mo Yan waved the old wand to cast another spell, and Diamante hurriedly took out a few salute. No, it's not over yet. Death Stardust. Paper pieces were sprayed out from the salute, which was really beautiful, but the pieces of paper quickly returned to the rain of death, and the overwhelming iron balls of thorns fell towards Mo Yan and Baby 5. I said, it's over. Mo Yan's magic was released. All arrows are fired at once. The thorny iron balls that originally hit Mo Yan seemed to be controlled by an inexplicable force, turned their direction, and shot at Diamante in a dense manner. Damn it. It's impossible. Diamante's pupils shrank, and he had no choice but to defend. Bullfighting cloak. Bang 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 bang. The iron ball of thorns smashed Diamante like a torrential rain, and Diamante was about to be smashed out of internal injury, but immediately Diamante heard Mo Yan's voice from a very close distance. Fractured. Ooh. Diamante was horrified and tightened his bullfighting cloak. Don't be afraid. His attack shouldn't be able to break through my defense. Just thinking about it, the bullfighting cloak that was as strong as King Kong suddenly tore apart, becoming a veritable torn apart. Diamante was completely stunned. He had no idea what was going on. The next moment, the Elder Wand mercilessly shot out a dazzling light, completely engulfing Diamante. Sir Diamante. The soldiers who came around were horrified and inexplicable, and the invincible top cadre fell. Why is this intruder so strong? Is it trash? Mo Yan glanced indifferently at the soldiers who were dripping with cold sweat, and released a few transformation spells. Boom! A series of shocking voices came from the surroundings, as if the demon in the abyss had awakened. Hey, did you hear? As soon as the soldier captain asked, he heard many soldiers shouting, look, what is that? God, save us. My God. The statues are all moving by themselves. Under the horrified gazes of the soldiers, the large sculptures in the palace, as if they had been given life, jumped off their pedestals one by one and charged fiercely into the group of soldiers. There are knights with swords, and outrageous beasts. Soldiers have little effect on their attack, but they can always cause bloody storms in the soldiers. Using a shape-shifting spell to create a large, movable inorganic attack was originally a common method used by senior wizards, but it was even more amazing in Mo Yan's hand, and it was perfect for cleaning up small soldiers and miscellaneous fish. Mo Yan watched this scene coldly, and waved his robe sleeves to continue. Come on, Baby 5. Baby 5 was also surprised to see the sculpture wreaking havoc on the soldiers, and replied as if taken aback, yes, Lord Dark Lord. Seeing Mo Yan break through into the hinterland of the palace unscathed, Violet was too shocked to speak. That top cadre Diamante was killed by him in a few seconds. Originally, as the top cadre of the Don Quixote family, Diamante has always been the object of Violet's awe and admiration. But this is the top cadre who was invincible in Violet's heart. Just in a few short strokes, the loser can't lose again. Not to mention the hard fight that Violet expected. In the hands of this man, Diamante didn't last even a minute. This man, so strong, not ordinary strong. Violet is already trembling with excitement now, and she has all hope at this moment. Maybe this man can really defeat Doflamingo. No, he can definitely defeat Doflamingo. The commotion caused by Mo Yan soon spread to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, still wearing flamingo glasses, was lying on a lounge chair sipping a cocktail, but it didn't take long for the sirens and roars to reach his ears. What the matter? Is there any other force that dares to invade our Don Quixote family? Doflamingo frowned, but his body didn't move. This was his base camp. Even if there were intruders, there would naturally be cadres who would go to fix it. Otherwise, his dignified Don Quixote family leader would have to do it himself. Wouldn't it be too cheap? Doflamingo has to figure out the situation. Torapal, what's going on outside? Doflamingo took a sip of his cocktail and shouted out Torapal. It was only after more than 10 seconds that Torapal arrived late, wiping sweat while running in. Dover. No, the enemy has penetrated into the heart of the palace. I know someone came in. Doflamingo frowned deeper. It's just that they will be broken into the hinterland. What are the cadres doing? Torapal panted. No, Dover. Several cadres have already gone to intercept them, but they were all quickly defeated. This time, Doflamingo became serious. It seems that the intruder is very powerful. Which force is it? Is it a pirate group with no eyes in the New World? Or Marine? No, I am already Shichibuya Bukai. This should be impossible. It's not a fort. Torapal interrupted anxiously. It's one person. Dover, there is only one intruder. All alone. Doflamingo stood up abruptly. What a joke. Are you saying that there was only one intruder? But he defeated several cadres in a row so quickly and entered the hinterland of the palace all the way. Torapal wiped his sweat again. That's right. What kind of thing without eyes? Doflamingo said grimly. Tell me, who is so ignorant? Yes, it's the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord of the Chinese Empire. Chapter 31 Pika Pikachu. Torapal looked at Doflamingo fixedly, and Doflamingo was stunned. The Dark Lord. Isn't he supposed to be too busy to take care of himself? Not to mention why he came to trouble me. But soon Doflamingo figured it out. If he really belongs to the same Chinese Empire as the King of Night, then it's very likely that he is helping that bastard of the King of Night to find me bad luck. Damn, your top cadre will go out in person. Be sure to get rid of him for me. Torapal said. Don't worry, Dover. Pika has already rushed over, and I believe that the battle with the Dark Lord will be soon. Pika, I'm relieved if it's him. Doflamingo also felt relieved when he heard that Pika had rushed over. Pika is the top cadre of the Don Quixote family's Spade army, a person with the ability of the stone fruit, and his strength is incomparably powerful. Even Doflamingo himself finds it particularly difficult to beat Pika. With Doflamingo as confident, Pika went directly to Moyan. In fact, Moyan is not difficult to find because he is too leisurely and content, but in the enemy's base camp he seems to be walking. Diamante. Pika's pupils shrank when she saw Diamante collapse on the ground in the distance. Diamante and him are the top cadres of the Don Quixote family, but Diamante was killed by the Dark Lord so quickly. Pika gave Moyan a deep look. Before he came, he had already obtained the information from Torapal. Dark Lord, what exactly are you here for? Moyan stopped and looked at Pika. Pika is tall and big, and her strong muscles are like human armor, and there are two spades tattooed on her peculiar-looking shoulders. Lord Dark Lord, this is the top cadre of the Don Quixote family's Spades army. Pika is almost the top cadre in strength. Please be careful. Baby 5 took the initiative to introduce Moyan. Baby 5, have you defected? Baby 5 a deep look, and Baby 5 raised her chest. No, I have been under the Dark Lord from the very beginning, and have never defected. Pika frowned, but didn't answer. In his opinion, Baby 5 was still very weak and not worth mentioning. Moyan suddenly laughed. Pika, call Pika Pikachu to listen. Pika was completely stunned, not knowing how to answer. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Is this bastard kidding me? Pika said angrily. What are you talking nonsense about? Dark Lord, you haven't answered me yet. Why are you coming to our Don Quixote family to make a fuss? Come on, it's so boring. Moyan pouted. You should ask your leader about this. I didn't expect the famous Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo to have a bad habit of not repaying his debt. I'm just helping a colleague of mine collect debt. You said that Lord Doflamingo owes you a debt. This is absolutely impossible. What are you guys who are worthy of Lord Doflamingo's debt? You bastard. Keep your mouth lean. Baby 5 stood up angrily, and Moyan waved his hand. You are lucky. Moyan pointed at Pika and said calmly, if my colleague heard this sentence, you would be dead by now. But I'm not as violent as him, so I'll be half paralyzed, so your luck really good. Quote, if you can do it, try it. Pika didn't talk nonsense, and directly melted the whole body into the ground and began to merge with the castle of the entire palace. This is his strongest move, and Pika also saw Diamante's end, so he didn't dare to underestimate Moyan, and used his greatest killing move as soon as he came up. Seeing this, Baby 5 Feet's little face turned pale. Lord Dark Lord, be careful. I have seen this move by Pika, and in the end the entire palace will turn into a giant stone giant with unparalleled power. He can't do it, Moyan said lightly, using the Elder Wand to touch the ground. It's the same transformation spell just now, but after Moyan's powerful magic output and the enhancement of the world's strongest wand, the old wand, the power of this transformation spell has been magnified countless times. Pika, who was trying to fuse the palace to incarnate the giant stone, stopped halfway through the giant stone because he found that the semi-finished stone giant could no longer change. What happened? What going on? Pika paled in shock. With her crazy motivating ability, the semi-finished stone giant remained motionless. It was as if a certain huge force that could also deform the stone locked the semi-finished stone giant in this state. It's a good thing you did. After realizing it was ineffective, Pika glared at Moyan. How on earth did you do it? Come down and talk to me again. Moyan raised his old wand and pointed at Pika. Now that Pika saw Moyan's wand, she was so frightened that she quickly dived into the half-finished stone giant, trying to avoid Moyan's attack. Useless work, Moyan said indifferently. Smashed to pieces. The extremely fast light of the curse hit the semi-finished stone giant, and in an instant the entire huge finished stone giant burst open and scattered into the sky full of stone debris. Chapter 32 God blocks and kills God. Buddha blocks and kills Buddha. What? Pika, who was still sneaking, was revealed in the debris. His face was ashen, and he didn't even react. Moyan found his position precisely, violently, and blasted it with a magic bell, drilling into the wrist bone. Ah! Circa howled heart to heart, as if suffering some inhuman pain. This is a disrespectful punishment for you. Moyan waved his wand again, piercing the wrist bone. Ah! Sekka screamed and fell down. His roar was extremely tragic, not like a human voice at all. All the stone debris in the sky had fallen to the ground, causing Pika's head to bleed. Moyan held up his armor and body like an umbrella, and walked with baby Five. Seeing the wand in Moyan's hand, Pika's eyes suddenly filled with endless fear. The two attacks just now were too painful. The pain pierced into the soul and into the bone marrow. He had never felt such pain, far exceeding all the tortures in the world. Even Pika said that her will was as firm as a stone, but she couldn't stand the miserable howl, showing how powerful the heart-piercing wrist bone was. Don't come here. Don't come here. Come again and I'll kill you. Pika couldn't stop backing away in fear, and even forgot to resist. It's a pity that you offended me again. Moyan's eyes turned cold, drilling into the wrist bone. Seeing the vicious light emanating from the wand, Pika's heart shuddered, and armament hockey covered her body with all her might. However, this did not have any protective effect. The next second, Pika rolled on the ground again in pain, her snot and tears covering her helmet. Ah! Quote. After half a sound, Pika only had the strength to pant, lying on the ground like a dog panting. Don't torture me. Kill me. Pika gasped and said intermittently, like a tough speech or a plea for defeat. Kill you. How can this work? Was a smile on Moyan's face that made Pika's body shiver. This king said that if he didn't kill you, he just didn't kill you. If he said that if he beat you to a hemiplegia, he would beat you to a hemiplegia. What are you trying to do? Pika kept moving with the last of her strength. I warn you. Don't come. Don't come. At this time, Pika did not have the prestige of the highest cadre of the Spades army, but instead thought of a girl who was about to be violated. It was a pity that Pika was not a real girl, so Moyan was unmoved, and the tip of the Elder Wand once again burst into a terrifying light. It's oh miserable. Violet in the distance stopped the activation of clairvoyance and closed his eyes unbearably. Even she, who hated the Don Quixote family, couldn't stand it. Pika, the most powerful and highest-ranking cadre, was tortured like that by Moyan in the blink of an eye. The Dark Lord, worthy of the name Dark Lord. But after firming her heart, Violet used clairvoyance again, and she had to witness all this. When he saw Moyan again, Moyan had already passed Pika and continued going, while Pika fell behind him and foamed at the mouth. Even the top cadres were defeated. Who else could be Moyan's opponent? No, Moyan blocked and killed gods all the way. Buddha blocked and killed Buddha, and he approached Doflamingo's position leisurely. The effect of legilimency is no joke. Moyan has long since accurately mastered Doflamingo's position from the memory of many people. Moyan was getting closer and closer to Doflamingo. Are you your excellency the Dark Lord? As expected of a strong man who has the courage to rob the heavens, his strength is indeed quite impressive. Moyan looked at the calm old man wearing a pointed hat in front of him and sighed. Are you next? It's Shah. The calm old man put on a martial art posture. I'm called Laoji under Shah, and I swear in the name of the stunt, Dwayne Quan, I will never let you get half a step closer to the young master. Dwayne Fifth. Moyan squinted his eyes. The light on his wand was uncertain. I think you should stop being a landowner. Go to heaven. Fuchsia. Low back pain tight. Sudden dry eyes. The two shot at the same time. Laoji is not as old as he will be in the future. His speed, strength and stamina are close to the prime of life, and his shot is also extraordinary like Hayate thunder. With a quick movement that surpassed human dynamic vision, he struck Moyan while spinning, and then, Laoji went to the sky. It is literally God. What? Laoji was done. His perspective was spinning. Only halfway through the attack, he found that the whole world was turned upside down. However, it was not the world that was turned upside down. It was him who was hung upside down in the sky. What kind of trick is this? As soon as Laoji shouted, the light of magic was getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Boom! Doflamingo and Torapal were both startled by a loud bang from the door of the lounge. After looking at each other, they turned their heads together, and looked at the door where the smoke billowed with ugly expression. Laoji, who broke through the door, turned up the big Byakugan, and then there was the sound of unhurried step coming from the hole in the door, crossing Laoji who was unconscious. Moyan stood still and collided with Doflamingo whose eyes were breathing fire. First time, Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo. Chapter 33 _ It was all your fault. How can it be so fast? Torapal's hand trembled. How long has it been? Doflamingo looked at Moyan, bit Kiba and spit out a few words. Black Demon King. Hehe. Moyan Isho. It seems that you know me. This is easy to handle. Just pay the debt. Don't think that the debt of the Chinese Empire can be owed casually. Doflamingo was so angry that he only owed a debt to the King of Night. When did he become a debt to the Chinese Empire? Moreover, he came to the door to beat his base camp to pieces, and also killed a bunch of his subordinates, and he still demanded repayment of debt carelessly. I pay you back. Super Strike Whip. Doflamingo's face was gloomy, and without saying a word, he started attacking directly. Dozens of transparent silk threads were intertwined and condensed into a huge thread called Jinchuriki hierarchy column, which bombarded with terrifying power. Looks like you haven't had enough of your lessons, it's just interest. Mo Yan's expression turned cold, and the figure disappeared and appeared on the other end, avoiding the bombardment of the super strike whip. Boom! The place where Mo Yan was standing blasted a big hole. Doflamingo spat, and quickly hit Mo Yan at the other end with a super strike whip. It's useless. Mo Yan's wand swung. His body disappeared again, and the super strike whip was empty again. Damn, do you have the same spatial ability as Luo's? Doflamingo's face was as heavy as if he could drip water. No, it's several times faster than Luo's. Although Luo is young now, he has already eaten the fruit of surgery and can use room to move in space. But Luo's space movement must first create a room, and it is limited to swapping positions with another object, and the activation is many times slower than Mo Yan. In other words, Mo Yan is a super strong version of Luo who has no prelude, no CD time, and no bearing sign. Conqueror Haki. Quote, Doflamingo suddenly burst out with a violent Conqueror Haki, as if the real pressure spread throughout the entire palace, and many soldiers were shocked and fainted even if they escaped the ravages of the sculptures. Doflamingo only wanted Conqueror Haki to slightly affect Mo Yan's speed. However, with Doflamingo's level of Conqueror, Mo Yan's occlumency was a perfect defense, and his attempt failed directly over the whip line. The attack beyond the whip line is smaller, but the speed is faster, but it is still empty. It's annoying to flash back and forth. Doflamingo sat frantically with useless attack, but he couldn't even touch Mo Yan's clothes. Kukuzu. There. Finally, Doflamingo's observation Haki caught Mo Yan, who just appeared, but again, he didn't have time to attack. Got it over. Fortunately, he was not the only one present. There was also a top cadre, Toripal. Sticky launcher. Toripal spurted a lot of mucus from his body. He also saw Doflamingo's predicament. As long as the mucus can stick to Mo Yan, there is no need to be afraid of Mo Yan's ghost. Seeing this, Mo Yan frowned. Before he could apparate, he raised his hand and released his armor to block the mucus. If it was only Doflamingo, Mo Yan could still play him well, but with a top cadre, it would be more difficult. Toripal was not a vegetarian. You dare to throw such a disgusting thing at me, then I'll charge you some interest first. Mo Yan pointed at Toripal coldly with the old wand. God has no shadow. The invisible huge slash quickly rushed toward Toripal. Although the attack could not be seen, Toripal knew that the Dark Lord had made a very dangerous attack, and the mucus on his body suddenly swelled. He is the person who investigates the Dark Lord most clearly. Naturally, he knows that the Dark Lord's attack cannot penetrate weapons or armor, and despite his fat appearance, Toripal is actually very thin and wrapped in a large layer of mucus as a defense. I can see his weakness. He can only use one move at a time, so when the slime blocks his attack, I use my ability to stick him. The battle plan flashed through Toripal's head. Perfect. The next moment, Shenfeng Wang slashed at Toripal, but directly cut off all the mucus, and took Toripal's left hand by the way. Ah! Toripal screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? Why is this? Until then, the blood sprayed showed the slash of Shenfeng Wang. Shenfeng Wang remained unabated, and tore the floor of the entire room behind Toripal. Seeing this, Doflamingo shouted, and another attack to avoid Mo Yan. This time also failed. You bastard! Doflamingo looked at the reappearing Mo Yan. His eyes were spitting fire. So far, the top cadres under his command have all been killed and injured by Mo Yan. Mo Yan is equivalent to picking his entire Don Quixote family by himself. Remember well, the reason why he broke his arm is all because of your fault. Mo Yan said indifferently. Your dishonesty, your offense, your arrogance. I killed you. Doflamingo attacked Mo Yan frantically, and Mo Yan apparated to the tower opposite the castle. Don't worry, Doflamingo. I'm not in a rush to die at this time. I'm not the only one looking for trouble for you. Hearing Mo Yan's word, Doflamingo listened and forced himself to calm down. What does Mo Yan mean? Mo Yan quickly said, you can't eat alone as a human being. I'll leave the rest to him. I wish you good luck. Who else is there? Doflamingo roared and asked, but Mo Yan didn't answer him and disappeared with a wave of his wand. Chapter 34 New Skin Ninja Shira continued to call for collections and reward. Damn! Doflamingo was furious and interrupted the tower opposite with a blow. It's not just him. Is there another person from the Chinese Empire? Is it the King of Night? Doflamingo's mind was a rare mess, and for the first time, regret appeared in his heart. Wouldn't it be nice if I just handed over the devil fruit obediently? It's just that this thought was quickly wiped out by Doflamingo himself. This is the end of the matter, and he and the Chinese Empire have long been immortal. As the battle over, Violet sat on the bed panting and sweating. Just now, Doflamingo's Conqueror Haki also affected her, causing Violet to have to interrupt her clairvoyance, struggling to keep from fainting. After Doflamingo's Conqueror Haki suppression was over, Violet forced to activate the clairvoyance ability. Seeing that Doflamingo was still alive, a look of disappointment flashed in Violet's eyes. Did that man fail? But looking around, there was no body of the man. What the hell is going on here? Violet was puzzled, and soon, she saw Toripal with a broken broken arm again, and her mouth open. My god, did that man actually kill all the top cadre? Torapal broke his arm and hand. Pika was paralyzed. Diamante's life and death are unknown. Violet witnessed all this and felt like he was witnessing the birth of a legend. This strengthened Violet's belief in finding Mo Yan. She searched for Mo Yan throughout Dressrosa, and finally found him on a small boat near the sea. At this time, Mo Yan had already taken himself and Baby 5 back to the ship through apparition. Ah, Lord Dark Lord's power is really special. Baby 5 experienced apparition for the first time, lying on the side of the boat and wanted to vomit, but Mo Yan didn't care about her. Reason why Mo Yan kidnapped Baby 5 was mainly because he was interested in Baby 5's abilities. Weapon fruit. Are there still many unknown possibilities? The development of hot weapons in this world is very low, and the weapons that Baby 5 can change are all weapons that she knows, so Mo Yan has reason to guess that it is the limitations of the times that greatly limit the ability of Baby 5. If he can open up Baby 5's vision and knowledge, in the future, Baby the 5th of may even become Super Railgun. Until then, the sea will be fun. Thinking of this, Mo Yan's wand lightly tapped Baby 5. Go to sleep first, it will feel better. Baby 5 felt a sense of drowsiness and fell asleep on the boat. Dealing with Baby 5, Mo Yan looked at the cargo on his boat. First reason why Mo Yan temporarily let Doflamingo go is because he consumes too much. After all, Mo Yan had just finished fighting Akainu, and then performed super long-distance continuous apparition, and also brushed a bunch of senior officials of the Don Quixote family. To be honest, the consumption was not small. If it wasn't for the Elder Magic Wand, which could save magic power while maintaining magic power, then Mo Yan wouldn't be able to achieve such a long battery life. The rest of the magic power, it is more difficult to beat Doflamingo. The Dark Lord itself is not a skin that is good at frontal combat. So, Mo Yan thought of the second reason. It just so happened that he brought all the treasures in his hand, so he just took a new skin and practiced with Doflamingo. Doflamingo in the palace still doesn't know that his dignified Shichibukai, the famous heavenly yaksha, was tragically regarded by Mo Yan as a training object. Mo Yan picked and chose for a while, and decided which treasures to use. Now he has 3 devil fruit, as well as many dynamite rocks and sea stone. Considering that he can get at least 1 devil fruit from Doflamingo later, Mo Yan decided to keep all devil fruit, then get rid of all the dynamite rocks and sea stone. It's just that the weight can be reduced a little, so as not to bring such a heavy burden to his apparition. But before doing this, Mo Yan suddenly thought that the Don Quixote family also has a violet with god-level peeping ability. Mo Yan waved his hand to release the illusory body charm, and slowly, the entire ship and people disappeared, as if it didn't exist. After doing all this, for insurance, Mo Yan apparated the entire ship to Greenbit, an isolated island north of Dressrosa. Okay, let's get started. As soon as the words fell, Mo Yan saw sea stone and dynamite rock turn into light bots and poured into his body. The lucky draw started silently, still so fast, and the result came out. The new skin was automatically changed to Mo Yan, and Mo Yan also changed from a beautiful blonde boy to a majestic man with long black hair and a face. Bloody Yuhi-colored armor was draped over Mo Yan's body, as if Yuhi had been stained with blood, revealing a chilling aura. Even more beautiful than the armor, Yuhi is Mo Yan's eyes that seem to have magical power, and the eyes are full of killing scenes, like a Shira who came from a bloody storm. Mo Yan opened the panel and saw his skin name from the status. Current skin, Uchiha Madara, S class. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara. But why is it S rank? Mo Yan frowned and asked, System, the cherished items I use this time are not bad in quality and quantity. How come the skin is only S grade? System replied, each skin has different ability points and quality level. Uchiha Madara, S skin is a high-end skin, so the treasured items used by the host can only be drawn from Uchiha Madara, S rank skin. Mo Yan nodded, knowing clearly in his heart, the system has already explained that the better the treasured items used in the lottery, the better the skins you will get. This is not only about the level, but also the quality of the skins themselves. Presumably this Uchiha Madara, S rank skin is definitely far superior to the general S rank skin in terms of combat power. Chapter 35 Town State Admiral Army Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, Mo Yan continued to read. Uchiha Madara, S class. Skill 1, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. S rank really only has 1 skill, but it gives Eternal Mangekyo as soon as it comes up. I really don't know how strong it will be after leveling up. Mo Yan was a little surprised, but also very satisfied. An Eternal Mangekyo who is not afraid of blindness can do so much. Then it's time to find Doflamingo to wrap up. Mo Yan showed a cold smile, and Yuhi's bloody eyes quickly spun, and the skilled combat skills naturally appeared in Mo Yan's brain. Complete body Susano. Quote, ... A few minutes ago, Violet had just found Mo Yan's whereabouts. However, the next moment, Violet saw Mo Yan waved his wand and disappeared from the sea with his boat and man. What the matter? Where did he go? Violet couldn't help but widen his eyes and widened his search range. Her ability to search for thousands of kilometers, but even so, Violet still can't see Mo Yan at all. Violet remembered Mo Yan's strange space ability. Could it be that he has crossed thousands of kilometers and ran beyond my ability range? Now that I think about it, this is the only possibility. Violet couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. At this moment, her clairvoyance discovered an amazing scene. To the north of Dressrosa, the isolated island of Greenbit, suddenly a giant standing in the sky stood up. What is this? Violet's eyes were straightened. The giant had two pairs of huge wings, which stretched out to cover the sky and covered the sun. He was also wearing a mysterious armor with a strange blue flame burning on the surface of the armor. This giant is really big, so big that the citizens of Dressrosa can see the giant's face. God bless. What is that? Did someone invade again? It's still a giant invasion. Is Dressrosa finished today? Originally, there was a continuous roar in the palace, which made them very frightened, but now they have seen a giant suspected of being a super giant family that seems to be invading Dressrosa. Doflamingo in the palace also saw this scene. He took off his flamingo glasses, as if he couldn't believe it. So, that's another person from the Chinese Empire. It looked like a family of giants, but Doflamingo was unbelievable. That this giant seems to be bigger than the giants he has ever seen. Just talking about such a huge enemy. Why did he not know when he was close to Dressrosa? By the way, it's the Dark Lord's base ability. Doflamingo thought of Mo Yan's ability to dodge back and forth. Maybe that ability could not only move the Dark Lord himself, but also move with others. Dover, here he is. Fast. Torapal, who was next to him, couldn't care about the screaming pain, and pointed to the complete body Susano in the distance in horror. I saw the wings on the back of the complete body Susano, and the whole tall body flew into the sky with the strong wind, and flew towards the direction of the palace at high speed. The huge body of the full body Susano swept across Dressrosa, like a low-flying super bird, covering a large area of sunlight, and a night-like shadow shrouded Dressrosa, and the dark night followed the full body Susano moving together. There seemed to be endless fear hidden in the shadows, and the entire Dressrosa was in chaos. Seeing that it was about to approach the palace, Mo Yan commanded the complete body Susano to cut down on the palace. Boom! The terrifying huge knife light ripped apart the earth, starting from the castle of the palace, and all the way to the hinterland of the palace, as if to split the entire palace in half. Damn! Doflamingo stared at the slashing knife light, his expression horrified. The cobweb wall. Doflamingo unfolded the cobweb wall with all his strength, and thousands of thin wires formed a shield hundreds of meters wide, trying to block Mo Yan's slash. Boom! The slash hit the cobweb wall, and the cobweb wall deformed uncontrollably. Sweat dripped from Doflamingo's forehead as he tried his best to support the defense. Isn't it enough? Mo Yan coldly asked Isho. Then let's add more. The voice fell. The eternal Mangekyo in Mo Yan's left eye twirled quickly. God of Drak. This is the Mangekyo ability of Uchiha Madara's left eye, capable of doubling the attack instantly. The power of Tianjin was directly applied to the slash, and the slash instantly turned into two superimposed layers. Doflamingo's complexion changed drastically, and he watched the cobweb wall shatter into thin threads all over the sky. Boom! After the two slashes broke through the spider web wall, they slashed at Doflamingo like a broken bamboo. Even though Doflamingo used armament hockey to defend with all his strength, he was pushed all the way to the end of the palace by the double slashes. At this time, the slash that was weakened by the cobweb wall stopped, but looking from the sky, the entire palace of Dressrosa was completely cut in half. Mo Yan looked at his achievements with satisfaction, and controlled the complete body Susano to land, and walked towards Doflamingo aggressively. Bang, 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 bang. Complete body Susano is like a titan that destroys the world. Every step of the way, the palace is like an earthquake, and there is a panicking loud noise and vibration. Fortunately, the full body Susano is huge, and within a few steps, it is not far from Doflamingo. Cough, cough. Doflamingo fell among the rubble, coughing blood. On his chest, there is a miserable, X-shaped blood cut, which looks like it has been slashed twice by someone. Doflamingo can only be thankful now that his armament hockey is deep enough to block these two sword lights and not suffer too much damage. You, who are you? Looking at Mo Yan who walked in, Doflamingo asked weakly. I thought it would be the King of Night. The King of Night still has important things to do, so he can't come to you to settle accounts in person. Mo Yan was suspended in the crystal of Susano's head, looking down at Doflamingo condescendingly. However, if you dare not pay the debt to the Empire, Uchiha Madara, the Admiral Army of our town, will never let you go to sleep. Chapter 36_Breakthrough Power. Uchiha Madara. Doflamingo made a deep note of the name. He climbed up with difficulty, feeling only in a dilemma. Unexpectedly, after the emergence of two kings, the Chinese Empire has another Admiral Army, and the most terrible thing is that both the King and the Admiral Army are terrifyingly strong. Now there are only 3 people related to the Chinese Empire, and the Chinese Empire is equivalent to only uncovering a corner of iceberg. If there is one king, it means that there may be 2, 3 or even 4, 5 kings. If there is an Admiral Army, it means means that there may be 2, 3 or 4, 5 admiral army, but there are no regulations that stipulate the upper limit of the number of kings and the upper limit of the number of admiral troops in an empire. What if they were all this wrong? Just thinking about it made Doflamingo shudder. When Doflamingo stood up completely and looked at the ruined palace, his inner anger surged again. This is his base camp. Nowadays, even the base camp has been demolished by others, so if you can endure it like this, it is really Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Mo Yan looked at Doflamingo playfully. Oh, looking at your expression, are you ready to die? A mere admiral army, not even a king. Don't be too proud. With a gloomy face, Doflamingo said coldly, just now, I was accidentally injured by you, but the pressure you brought to me seems to be slightly inferior to that of the King of Night. Implication is also in Doflamingo's mind. He can still fight. Doflamingo's slash just now was extremely difficult to support, but he was about to block it. As long as you pay more attention to the strange attack doubling ability, there will be no worries. Really? Mo Yan disdained Isho. Pay attention to your surroundings, and then consider whether or not to make outrageous words. What? Doflamingo was done, and suddenly felt that Uchiha Madara's eyes were like an abyss, and he couldn't get out of it when he fell into it. Around. Doflamingo was startled, only to realize that he was no longer in the ruins at some point, but appeared in a cage. The material that constitutes the cage, Doflamingo feels familiar, and soon the feeling of powerlessness in his body made him confirm one thing. It is sea stone. When Doflamingo was horrified, after discovering it was sea stone, his sense of powerlessness increased tenfold, and he was immediately panting and sweating, and it was difficult to even move. It's over. Even Doflamingo, who was tough in his heart, was desperate at this time. Sea stone cage that makes it difficult for him to use his abilities, and facing a formidable enemy that is difficult to contend with. This is a dead end. Sure enough, Susanoo, the full body in front of Doflamingo, raised a huge katana high. A flame-like sword energy burned on the knife, like a world-annihilating blow, slashing towards the top of Doflamingo's head with endless might. An instant, the sword energy destroyed everything, and Doflamingo couldn't help screaming. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. What the hell just happened? Doflamingo found cold sweat soaking all his clothes, and he was back in the ruin. In the real world, less than a second passed, but Doflamingo's spirit was suffering from death and powerlessness. Is that a hallucination? Suddenly, Doflamingo was a little enlightened. He had felt the power of sea stone, so the moment he confirmed the material of the cage, the power of sea stone in his memory would be magnified 10 times by Uchiha Madara, the manipulator of the illusion, and then applied to him. Doflamingo guessed right. This is Mangekyo Sharingan's demonic illusion. Mo Yan held his shoulders in the sky, still looking down at Doflamingo. This is your punishment, but it's not over yet. Mo Yan still didn't move, but Susanoo raised the terrifying sword in his hand again under his will. After Doflamingo after demonic illusion, when he saw that big sword again, his deterrence increased 100-fold. The cobweb wall. Doflamingo was in a hurry, and he defended with all his strength in a panic. He didn't even remember the counterattack for a while. The giant's long sword fell, showing no less power than demonic illusion. Boom! Doflamingo was blasted for thousands of meters and crashed heavily into the hillside behind the palace. Cough! Doflamingo spat out a large mouthful of blood in the big pit. Although he blocked the slash, his mental weakness prevented him from defending himself. The full-body Susanoo strode out of the palace, giving Doflamingo no time to breathe. Another horizontal slash. God of Drak. Mo Yan's left eye pattern turned quickly, and the slashes turned into 2 in the air. Damn it! Before Doflamingo could catch his breath, he threw up his defense again. The cobweb wall. Boom! The double slash fell, and the world turned pale for a while, and a huge roar spread throughout Dressrosa. All the residents of Dressrosa, some were knocked to the ground, and some were bleeding from their eardrum, but they were all stunned in place, staring blankly at the unparalleled wonders in the distance. I saw the big mountain behind the palace. The whole mountain was cut off in the middle, and the top of the behemoth was cut down and flew high. Boom! The huge mountain fell to the ground with inertia, directly destroying several streets below, and the original mountain also revealed a smooth mirror-like cross-section. All the sights are too terrifying. The giants of the palace seem to be able to open up the world. Chapter 37 So arrogant. Doflamingo. At this moment, the whole world saw Mo Yan's global Kamui. Since then, the palace of Dressrosa and the mountain behind the palace have become history. Doflamingo. Shouldn't he be dead yet? Mo Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and Yuhi's pupils searched for the enemy. After all, the gap between Doflamingo and him is not that much different from that of the King of Night. The first time Doflamingo was injured on his hand, it was indeed because he was inattentive and did not respond mentally. Afterward, Mo Yan used Mangekyo demonic illusion, which greatly suppressed Doflamingo's spirit and kept his spirit in a state of being unable to react. Why Doflamingo lost so quickly? Moreover, from Mo Yan's point of view, even Luffy's fourth gear, Doflamingo, had to be beaten twice before he was defeated, and his fighting ability was beyond the table, so he wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, very quickly, Mo Yan's excellent eyesight found Doflamingo lying in the gravel far away. Doflamingo had been beaten unconscious by this time and was lying on the ground in a large font. Quote, Uchiha Madara is not as good as the King of Night. Dazed, Doflamingo remembered what he said before. I'm afraid Uchiha Madara is not as good as the King of Night. Is it just my delusion? So strong. Incredibly strong. Have I lost? Doflamingo murmured. Am I going to die? When he was tortured and humiliated by the vengeful people because his stupid father gave up his Henryubito identity as a child. At that time, he had already sworn an oath. Do not. I will never die. I want revenge. Ground began to vibrate, and Doflamingo felt like he was completely hollowed out, gaining strength beyond his limit. This wonderful vibration also spread to the full-body Susanoo. Mo Yan frowned, not quite sure what was going on. Immediately, the full-body Susanoo raised the towering sword in his hand and aimed another fierce slash at Doflamingo. Since you don't understand, then simply cut a knife first. There is nothing that can't be solved with one knife. The terrifying slash pierced through the void, volleyed towards Doflamingo, and finally burst into the sky. Boom! The place where Doflamingo was violently plowed again by Mo Yan, and the earth was terrible. It's still not right. The vigilance in Mo Yan's heart never disappeared. He was about to continue his action when suddenly, the palace building behind him turned into a giant line, entangling Susanoo's limb. Mo Yan was a little surprised. So that's the case. Is it the awakening of the thread fruit? That's right. I didn't expect the Admiral army of the Chinese Empire to know the awakening of the highest realm of devil fruit. Doflamingo's voice, coming from the smoke, returned to his former arrogance. Yang. I want to thank you, Uchiha Madara. If you hadn't pushed me to the limit, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the awakening that I practiced countless times before without success. Doflamingo finally burst into laughter, throwing away his broken flamingo eyes and spreading his arms wildly. Uchiha Madara, you sent yourself to a dead end with your own hand. However, Mo Yan remained unmoved. He opened his eyes full of majesty and looked at Doflamingo with godlike contempt. Is that all you want to dance? Too arrogant. Doflamingo. Dancing. Doflamingo froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. That's right, but to you, it's the dance of death. Since his devil fruit has awakened, then Susanoo's huge body will become a huge target instead. So, Mo Yan squinted his eyes, and his entire body, Susanoo, instantly dissipated. He unlocked that giant state. Doflamingo felt extremely puzzled when he saw it. According to his understanding, all the fighting power of this Uchiha Madara should be on this seemingly invincible giant. Now that you are disarming yourself on the battlefield, do you want to die? Mo Yan quickly gave him the answer, and quickly hand seal with both hands. Hidden fire style, dust hidden. A large amount of high temperature dust spit out from Mo Yan's mouth, covering everything in front of him in an instant. Damn, what is this? Doflamingo's vision disappeared. Spit dust. Is he a devil fruit power? Wait, this dust. Doflamingo's eyes suddenly narrowed, and there was a burning sizzle where the dust spread. It still has a very high temperature. Can it kill the enemy while covering it? What exactly is Uchiha Madara's ability? Doflamingo can't see through it now. He was like the Dark Lord, with new powers emerging one after another, as if there were no limit. However, so naive. Doflamingo snorted coldly. Do you really think this can stop my observation hockey? At the same time as the sound, Doflamingo's vast observation hockey field spreads out. This is, in Doflamingo's observation hockey, a large fireball as tall as one person appeared. 1, 2, 3, and even dozens or hundreds of large fireballs all stormed along with Uchiha Madara in front of him. Doflamingo couldn't help but subconsciously took a step back because of his momentum, and then he bit Kiba and raised his hands again. Big waves and white line. The surrounding rubble all turned into huge silk thread. Like a ferocious ocean wave slapped towards the big fireball, and the Vice Admiral fireball was intercepted in the air. However, this did not affect Mo Yan at the beginning. Eternal Mangekyo's super insight allowed him to see clearly the attack trajectory of the giant waves and white line. Cadent fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. At this time, Mo Yan was not far from Doflamingo, and the seal on his hand was quickly finished. Chapter 38 Shichibukai is completely cowardly. The heat wave was overwhelming, the air was twisted, and the terrifying fiery flames engulfed Doflamingo. Shield white line. Doflamingo quickly pulled up his strongest defense and blocked the majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation by a close call. Boom! The wall of fire hit the shield white line, and the rolling heat wave suddenly spread out, and even the ruins seemed to be on fire. What a powerful flame attack. Doflamingo's heart flashed. What going on? Is he Logia's root power user? This is the limitation of people's thinking in this world. No matter what special abilities they think of, they will immediately think of devil fruit. Damn, isn't this attack over yet? Doflamingo felt more and more difficult to support, and even had a slight burning sensation on his skin, but the wall of fire seemed to be endless and never stopped. The ferocious flames continued to erode Doflamingo's shield white line, and while he was struggling to support, Mo Yan's figure had come silently behind him. The moment Mo Yan appeared, Doflamingo's observation Haki discovered Mo Yan. There are two Uchiha Madara, Doflamingo exclaimed. Uchiha Madara is still attacking me. Why is there a second Uchiha Madara? What do you think I'm releasing Dust Clone for? Of course it's to cover up Shadow Clone. Mo Yan sneered and pulled out the Uchiha fan behind him. Before Doflamingo could react, he slammed it hard. PFF. Doflamingo's entire face was completely deformed by Mo Yan's tremendous force. Blood spilled like Izumi, and with several Kibati, Doflamingo flew over 100 meters in a circle. Actually, the main body is also so strong. Doflamingo felt that his whole head was done. He tried to think about it but found that he couldn't move a finger. Swish. Mo Yan stepped on Doflamingo's body with a body slung technique, and now Doflamingo really couldn't get up. Uchiha Madara. Doflamingo was stained with blood Yuhi, and the name was spit out from his mouth full of endless resentment. Mo Yan was neither happy nor sad. He completely regarded Doflamingo as a wailing dog, but put the gleaming sickle on Doflamingo's neck. Blade was so sharp that Doflamingo felt a chill in his neck, and a trace of blood flowed down. He could only stare at Mo Yan fiercely. All the veins on his forehead burst out, as if he wanted to see Mo Yan to death. However, Mo Yan just looked at him quietly, looking at him condescendingly, his eyes full of majesty and pressure, as if looking at the dust on the ground. This made Doflamingo mad. Don't look at me with such disdain and contempt. Doflamingo opened and closed his lips several times, trying to spit out abusive words several times, but he couldn't say a word. Every time a word comes to my mouth, I lose all courage to swallow it. Yes, Doflamingo was scared. Even if he awakened the fruit ability, he was full of confidence in an instant, and he was beaten back into the dust so quickly, and he was defeated so simply. The current Uchiha Madara is the god who masters his life and death. Doflamingo knows whether he is dead or alive. It is all at the whim of Uchiha Madara. It was this that made the arrogant Doflamingo the worst, second only to the pain of killing him. Doflamingo's lip trembled, and his face struggled and ferociously interlaced countless times before finally humiliatingly said, I lost. It begging for mercy. No doubt about it. Speak clearly. Mo Yan exerted force under his feet, and when he stepped on it, Doflamingo coughed up another mouthful of blood. I lost. Doflamingo begged for mercy with fire in his eyes, with endless shame. Our Don Quixote family, willing to pay everything. Just. Doflamingo Kiba's teeth creaked, and Kiba's teeth were about to be crushed. Just for what? Haven't you had enough to eat? Mo Yan kicked out again, hitting Doflamingo's face in the middle, and kicking him broke the bridge of his nose and his face was covered in blood. Just please let me go. Doflamingo hissed like a beast. In order not to die, even Doflamingo had to do. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1. Mo Yan said expressionlessly. Tell me about it. Doflamingo took a few breaths and said, in addition to the original power transmission fruit, I will give you 2 more devil fruit. Before Doflamingo could finish speaking, a heavy pressure enveloped the entire space. Don't challenge my patience. Mo Yan's voice was as frightening as thunder, making Doflamingo want to vomit blood. I really only have 3 devil fruits now. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to force more. Doflamingo hurriedly shouted with all his strength, so badly injured that he was almost out of breath. Amazon Lily has 3 devil fruit, and the Don Quixote family also has 3 devil fruit. They are also a member of Shichibukai. Hancock holds enough numbers for reference. What Doflamingo should say is true. And now Doflamingo has been forced to give up his dignity and arrogance, and is on the verge of death. Facing the threat of death, it is impossible to have any more energy to talk about. Mo Yan nodded and put away the coercion. You don't think that this compensation can change the lives of you and your subordinate? Doflamingo shrank when he heard the word. This Uchiha Madara not only intends to kill him, but also to uproot all his forces. Of course, more than these compensations. Doflamingo thought hard. What else could the Chinese Empire look up to? Based on what the King of Night buys at auction, there aren't many that qualify. Mo Yan looked a little impatient. I'll give you one last chance. Say it. Doflamingo was shocked, and finally thought of a certain treasure. Chapter 39 Seastone Essence and Replay. Based on what the King of Nights bought at auction that day, Doflamingo can see a lot of things. Moreover, in the past few days, the Dark Lord has acquired corresponding information in the hands of Sabaody Archipelago. All of this points to one point. The Chinese Empire is looking for those precious treasures that are priceless. Those women, slave jewelry, precious metals. The Night King and the Dark Lord have no interest. That is to say, 99% of the Don Quixote family's property cannot enter the eyes of the Chinese Empire. Then the remaining range is very small. Seastone Essence. Doflamingo said quickly. I still have Seastone Essences in my hand, and their preciousness can even be compared to ordinary devil fruit. Seastone Essence. It was also the first time that Mo Yan had heard of this name. He actually said that the value of the fruit was comparable to that of a devil fruit. You must know that the chief cheapest price of a devil fruit is more than 100 million Bailey. Seeing that Mo Yan seemed dissatisfied, Doflamingo quickly explained, Seastone essence is an extremely rare essence in Seastone, and its quality is at the apex of Seastone. Its purity is so high that it can even make a person with ability close to a certain range, and the whole body will be paralyzed and weak. Quote, when Mo Yan heard this, his expression became a little dignified. If it is really like what Doflamingo said, then the Seastone essence is indeed one of the treasured. Even the batch of top-grade Seastones that Cross had helped Mo Yan acquired before required direct contact with those who were capable before they became paralyzed. Seastone essence does not need to be connected to the touch, and the person with the ability will be affected within a certain range. Seeing Mo Yan's soothing expression, Doflamingo added, similarly, the hardness of Seastone essence is also the top of Seastone essence. There are few things in the world that are harder than Seastone essence. Mo Yan knew this. The hardness of Seastone was even higher than that of steel. This is why many people directly use Seastone to make weapons, and when encountering shackles made by Seastone, they can only find the key instead of trying to cut it, because Seastone is too hard. Ordinary Seastones are so hard. Then Mo Yan estimates that the top-level Seastone elites are likely to be so hard that even swordsmen can't cut them. Mo Yan asked, how many Seastone spirits do you have? Doflamingo bit Kiba. This is a rare treasure. It is extremely difficult to mine, and it is all based on luck. Even I only have a small box, but the value is already as high as hundreds of millions of Bailey. After speaking, Doflamingo looked at Mo Yan nervously. Mo Yan's eyes were still squinted by Vivi's, and Yuhi's eyes were full of no emotion, so Doflamingo couldn't see through what he was thinking. Is this thinking about the veracity of what I'm saying? Still wondering if the compensation is worth it? Or do you simply want to kill me directly and then seize the treasure? Countless thoughts flashed through Doflamingo's mind. He felt like a gambler who had staked his entire net worth, waiting for the lottery to be drawn, his heart tightening and pounding in anticipation of an unknown outcome. Finally, Mo Yan said, okay, take me to see it. With that said, Mo Yan moved his feet away, and Doflamingo gasped heavily. Don't think it's over like this. If it doesn't satisfy me. Mo Yan didn't finish his word, but the threat was already very strong. Doflamingo struggled to get up and gave Mo Yan a deep look, but in the end, Doflamingo didn't have the gut to do anything, and he limped in front, towards the ruins of the palace. Too slow. After walking for a while, Mo Yan frowned and grabbed Doflamingo's collar. Hey, what do you want to do? Doflamingo was startled. Before he could finish speaking, Mo Yan's whole body was lit with blue flame, but it was not hot, but quickly formed the giant armored giant he had seen before. Complete body Susano. The complete body Susano has a wing, soars in the sky, and reaches the ruins of the palace within a few breaths. That giant of the Chinese Empire. At the ruins of the palace, Torapal clutched his broken arm, and was shocked when he saw the flying body Susano. Could it be that Dover has lost? Torapal couldn't imagine, or not only lost, but died. Drops of cold sweat dripped from Torapal's forehead, but immediately, the full body Susano landed in front of him, and the ground shook with a thud. Torapal only felt a huge pressure coming on his face. His heart was about to jump into his throat, but the armored giant suddenly began to dissipate, and two figures fell from the sky. Dover. Torapal was taken aback again when he saw the figure, and saw that Doflamingo was in a state of tatters and tatters. Blood was everywhere, and he was lifted by Mo Yan like a chicken. Boom. Mo Yan brought Doflamingo to the ground heavily, let go of Doflamingo, and patted the dust on his body. Come on, don't waste your time. Doflamingo bit Kiba and beckoned to the stunned Torapal. Go get the key to the underground treasure house. Hurry up. Torapal hesitated for a moment, but Doflamingo glared. Go. Torapal suddenly realized that the situation is not controlled by them. On the contrary, they are the one being controlled. Got it. Torapal limped out clutching his wound, and after a while he brought a key with a strange shape, which was the size of a human head. Follow me. Doflamingo took the key and walked towards the winding dark passage under the palace. Doflamingo's heart aches at the thought of how much he will lose at the end of the road. Even Doflamingo had a sense of sight, and felt that similar situations, similar things, and similar heartbreaks were not the same as when he was in Sabaody Archipelago. He took the King of Night to get compensation. Now it's all over again. Chapter 40 _ Are you still unreasonable? It is also because of the Chinese Empire, and it is also the compensation after the defeat. Everything is so similar. Thinking about it, Doflamingo has come to the end of the underground treasure house. At the end of the vault, there is a gate entirely made of sea stone, except that instead of one keyhole, there are 5. Mo Yan looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's face was pale because of the sea stone gate and his serious injury. Mo Yan looking over, Doflamingo smiled and said, hee, some small trick. Doflamingo flipped his hands up and down, and he didn't know what to do, but he disassembled the key with the big head into 5 small keys. Mo Yan suddenly said, so that's the case. Even if other people get this key and don't know how to disassemble it, can't they use it? After Doflamingo opened the key, he unlocked the gates one by one. After the 5th that key was inserted, the mechanism behind the seastone gate automatically activated and opened the gate. Everything you want is here. Doflamingo took the lead and walked in, as if to show that there were no traps inside. Mo Yan also strode in. In the huge treasure room, there were only some small boxes scattered here and there, which was a bit of a waste of space. However, Mo Yan knew that even the gate of this treasure house was built with seastone. If it was so strictly guarded, it must contain the real valuables of the Don Quixote family. As for those ordinary gold-silver jewelry, they are not qualified enough to be placed here. These 4 boxes are what you want. Doflamingo picked out 4 wooden boxes, 1 large, 3 small. Mo Yan opened them one by one to check. The 3 small boxes contained 3 devil fruits of different shape, while in the large box, there was a large piece of very dark seastone lying quietly. This is the first time Mo Yan has seen seastone with such a dark color, so it must be the essence of seastone. And Mo Yan also noticed that the moment the box was opened, cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's face, showing a sickly pale feeling, and even his body began to sway. Originally, even a seastone essence would not have such a big impact on a powerhouse like Doflamingo. Just that Doflamingo was beaten too hard by Mo Yan before, and there is almost no resistance left. In fact, Doflamingo was also watching Mo Yan secretly. After seeing Mo Yan open the box containing the seastone essence, and there was no abnormality at all, Doflamingo's heart was like a stormy sea. What happened? Why doesn't he respond to seastone essence? Isn't he a devil fruit power user? Very good. Mo Yan closed the box, and a huge blue arm condensed from the right side. It was Susano's arm that lifted several boxes. Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Although the loss was serious this time, the fate was finally saved. Now Doflamingo can only hope that Mo Yan's powerhouse can speak his mind. Mo Yan noticed Doflamingo's expression and smiled inwardly. Doflamingo really bleeds a lot this time. Seastone essence alone is worth hundreds of millions of Baileys, and each of the 3 devil fruit starts with at least 200 to 300 million Baileys. You must know that devil fruits are the most valuable treasures in the sea, starting from the most basic starting price of 100 million Bailey. Depending on the strength of the ability, the expensive ones can even be as high as 4 billion Baileys. And Doflamingo's 3 devil fruit could be stored here so dearly by him. Mo Yan's estimate of 200 to 300 million Baileys should be small. Other word, this time, Doflamingo paid a price of more than 1 billion Baileys. Since you have received compensation, please keep your promise and leave. Doflamingo's side is also getting more and more angry, but Mo Yan is Vivi Isho. The promise I made to you is just to let you go. You, what else do you want? Doflamingo and Toripal on the side were shocked when they heard the word. What is this Uchiha Madara going to do? Offend the prestige of the empire? Don't think about it being so easy. Mo Yan narrowed his eyes dangerously, and Doflamingo was frightened by the word. You have to be clear. These devil fruits and seastone spirits are nothing but debts and interest recovered. In addition, I need to impose a little punishment. Even Doflamingo had the urge to cry at this point. Are you unreasonable in the Chinese empire? Running over and tearing down someone else's base camp, violently maiming and maiming other people's subordinate, and making a mess of the entire base camp. Isn't that a punishment? Toripal bit Kiva and said, Dover, why don't we fight him? Mo Yan's face sank, and Doflamingo secretly thought that something was wrong. He wrapped armament hockey with his backhand and slapped Toripal away. Idiot, what else can we do now? Dover, you. Toripal slammed into the wall heavily, still covering Yuhi's swollen cheeks in disbelief. Doflamingo said bitterly, as long as there are people, then the Don Quixote family is still there. Idiot, you almost killed us just now. Doflamingo's back was full of cold sweat. If he was not careful just now, he would really be planted here today. Chapter 41 _ the most daring decision ever. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help scolding Toripal for being a pig teammate. Keeping the green hills, not worrying about no firewood. What if you endure humiliation for a while in order to save your life? I have to say that Doflamingo is a veritable hero, and he has quickly changed his mind in such a short period of time. Mo Yan hugged his shoulders and snorted. You're smart enough, Toripal. You should thank Doflamingo for saving your life. Toripal's expression changed several times when he heard the word, and he became silent, obviously realizing the current situation. Then, how do you punish a little? Doflamingo couldn't help asking. Doflamingo's heart trembled while asking this sentence. Who used to be a noble Tenryubito, is now like a lowly slave, trembling and asking what the punishment is waiting for him. Mo Yan's mysterious Isho. You'll know soon enough. Doflamingo heard the blue veins burst, and his heart was not happy. It is this kind of unknown that is the most terrifying. By the way, Mo Yan said suddenly, the door to your treasure house is not bad. I took it away. This is a large piece of sea stone, in excellent condition and equally valuable. Doflamingo subconsciously froze for a moment, and before he could react, he heard a rumbling sound. The original blue arm had ballooned into a huge half-body skeleton, and violently, the sea stone gate with its shaft and wall was forcibly demolished. Looking at the treasure treasure trove whose walls were missing a corner. Doflamingo's heart already had countless batches of mothers selling out, but he didn't dare to say it, not even letting go of the door of the treasure house. What kind of person is this? Uchiha Madara, don't go too far. Just as Doflamingo opened his mouth, before he could finish speaking, he heard a violent roar that shook the sky and the earth, echoing repeatedly in the underground secret Dharma. I saw Uchiha Madara completely ignoring him. The blue skeleton continued to skyrocket, and all the way back to the original armored giant. Rumbling, with the appearance of the armored giant, the underground secret Tao have collapsed several layers. Wait a minute, what do you want to do? Both Toripal and Doflamingo were stunned, and a very bad premonition flashed in their hearts. Sure enough, the next moment the armored giant fluttered his wing, directly breaking through the layers of dense ditch, forcibly opened a big hole leading to the ground and flew out. Boom! This time, the underground secret path finally collapsed completely, and Doflamingo was shocked and hurriedly supported the defense with Toripal with the last ring. After a while, Doflamingo digs the rubble to bury himself with difficulty. This bastard! Looking at the mess around, Doflamingo's lips were bleeding, but when Doflamingo looked up angrily, he found that Uchiha Madara had already left. The expression in Doflamingo's eyes changed several times before returning to normal, and he also walked out after biting Kiba. After Moyan left the ground, he flew straight back to Greenbit. The complete Susanoo landed in the dense forest of Greenbit. After thinking about it, Moyan still didn't change back to the Dark Lord again. Alas, I don't know when I can use two skins at the same time. It's too troublesome to switch between them. Moyan sighed, and returned to the boat with the spoil. Baby 5 was still sleeping sweetly, seemingly unaware that Moyan was back. Baby 5 rolled over, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth, not knowing what he was dreaming about. Mum, Lord Dark Lord, it's not allowed there, Baby 5 murmured, and Moyan twitched the corners of his mouth. What did this woman dream about? Forget it. Moyan shook his head, and after placing the spoil, he redisplayed his full-body Susanoo without stopping, grabbed the boat and flew into the sky. Moyan now wants to go back to Sabaody Archipelago, not only to place Baby 5 first, but also to see how the money cross that he left behind is doing. When I left behind 2 harvests of robbing gold from the sky. With the remainder, there should be 1.3 billion Bailey. Moyan thought silently. While thinking about it, Moyan had already taken the whole boat to fly far away. Fortunately, when Moyan came to Dressrosa, he needed to perform continuous apparition, so he purchased a special recording pointer, and now he can point Moyan in the direction of the Sabaody Archipelago. Complete Susanoo is completely comparable to the Sea Kings of the Deep Sea Overlord. Moyan swept across the sea all the way, just like a huge Sea King flying in the sky, and a huge black shadow was projected on the sea. Naturally, such a terrifying body shape also caused a lot of panic in the sea. Look, what is that? There was a group of pirates sailing, and they all looked up at the sky in astonishment. Oh my god, is that a big humanoid bird? No, it's the giant clan that ate the devil fruit. Are you brainless? The giants are not as big as it is. Whenever they saw Moyan's ship, in addition to panic, they also sparked countless argument. Not long after, new legends about Moyan began to spread in this area. The Yuhi continent is in front. It should be almost there. Under Moyan's full-speed flight, he soon saw the phantom of the majestic Yuhi continent. The Yuhi soil continent is isolated from the first half of the Great Root and the New World where Dressrosa is located, and the Sabaody Archipelago is in the first half of the Great Root, which is the other end of the Yuhi soil continent. When Moyan came over, he directly relied on apparition to cross the Yuhi continent. I remember, Mariajoy, the holy place where Tenryubito lives, seems to be at the top of the Yuhi soil, right? Moyan suddenly thought of this, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Exactly, I have to deal with Tenryubito soon, so let's scare them and say hello. Thinking of this, Moyan immediately made a decision. This decision can be called unprecedented, and it is definitely the most daring decision this world has ever made. But in Moyan's hand, it was so easy to settle down. Chapter 42 Fly over the Holy Land Mariajoy. The majestic Yuhi continent. A black shadow swept upwards rapidly. Legend has it that at the top of the Yuhi continent is the headquarters of the world government and the holy place where Tenryubito lived, Mariajoy. Only 2 ways to cross the Yuhi mainland and go to the New World. One is to smuggle from Fishman Island below the Yuhi mainland, and the other is to pass through the Holy Land Mariajoy above the Yuhi mainland after formal application and payment. However, due to the difficulty of applying and the high fees, most people rarely choose the path of Mariajoy, let alone what Moyan is doing now. The Holy Land Mariajoy. At this time, Mariajoy was still singing and dancing. It is now afternoon tea time. Tenryubitos, who consider themselves the most noble in the world, are sitting in the luxurious back garden, watching the beautiful slaves and tasting exquisite refreshment. At this moment, a shadow covering the sky appeared over Mariajoy. Clap. Tenryubito, who was the first to discover, stared blankly at the sky, and the expensive teacup in his hand fell unknowingly and shattered on the ground. What the matter? Dalabang sage. Sitting opposite the Dalabang bar saint is an old man with a glass dome cover. He frowned. You look too inelegant. Saint Tarascu. It's not, said Dalabang, who had a big mouth in the glass dome, and pointed to the sky. Look what it is. What? Tarascushung turned his head suspiciously, and the next moment, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a slap and shattered. The same thing keep happening in Mariajoy. Many Tenryubido were having fun when it suddenly felt dark, as if huge dark clouds were blocking the sun. What? Are there any dark clouds that dare to block the sunshine of the holy Mariajoy? The Tenryubidos raised their heads angrily, only to realize that it was not a dark cloud, but a giant covering the sky. The giant wears a Tengu mask on his face, and he wears an armor that burns with blue flame. The pair of wings behind him spread out as if connecting to the sky, hovering high in the sky like a god descending. However, Tenryubido was stunned and felt no fear, but anger. They Tenryubido are the race of the gods. Bold people, dare to trespass the holy land. In the name of Saint Roswald, I order you to name your name. A tall tower in Mariajoy. A man with a black mustache raised his head and pointed at Mo Yan, shouting proudly. Hee hee. Mo Yan glanced at him contemptuously and ignored him. This contemptuous attitude made Saint Roswald jump straight on the tower and almost fell. Ignoring the clown-like Saint Roswald, Mo Yan looked down at Mariajoy aloofly, and the Tenryubidos who were used to stepping on people's heads were all looking up at him at this moment. I hereby declare that I am the Admiral Army of the town-state of the Chinese Empire, Uchiha Madara. Mo Yan's majestic voice swept across the entire Mariajoy, as if announcing all Tenryubito. He came. The Chinese Empire is here. We'll see each other again soon, and look forward to it with trepidation. Mo Yan hugged his shoulders and put down these last words. Many Tenryubitos were stunned. They had never heard anyone dare to speak to them like this since they were so old, and they couldn't even get used to it for a while. Of course, there is a larger part of Tenryubito, with a horribly twisted expression. Who do you think you are? Just a lowly slave. What a rude man. I'm going to torture you to the point of death. Despicable giant slave. Dare to say that to us who are descendants of God. Most Tenryubito think that Susanoo is a giant who has eaten devil fruit, and their clamor is not just clamor, but also put into practice. Cannon, cannon, shoot me down that bitch. Countless Tenryubito snarled and drove the shivering slaves away with their whip. Those slaves of various races are different from the arrogant Tenryubito. They can actually feel how powerful and terrifying Mo Yan is. Many slaves had already lost their feet, but under the threat of the whip, they had to point the cannon at Mo Yan in the sky. Boom! Soon, the artillery field, where a large amount of ammunition was concentrated, opened fire. This place was originally used by the Tenryubitos for entertainment. From time to time, activities of shooting and killing fugitive slaves are held here. When needed, it can also be transformed into an arms fortress. Countless black cannonballs burst out of the air, and one after another rotten fireworks exploded outside Susanoo's body. A while, the smoke from the shelling had flooded the sky, and the Tenryubitos looked at their results with satisfaction. In their opinion, this guy who dared to offend their majesty has long since been shattered. The wind blows and the smoke clears. The complete body Susanoo still stands proudly under the blue sky. The armor on the outside is not damaged in the slightest, and Mo Yan still hugs his shoulders and does not even move. Tenryubitos, who smiled triumphantly, froze. You, what kind of monster are you? For the first time, the Tenryubitos felt a little panic, and their attack could not hurt the enemy at all. What are you still doing? Keep firing. The Tenryubitos waved their whips more vigorously. Blow up the untouchables in the sky. Mo Yan looked down at all this, and spoke again. Although we will meet again soon, but before that, I don't mind giving you some deep lessons. Soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo pulled out his huge samurai sword and swung towards the artillery field. In an instant, the sword chi fell and roared. The entire artillery field was directly cut in half, and then a violent explosion was triggered. Chapter 43 _ How many more times can you save Tenryubito? Boom! The violent attack detonated the ammunition of the artillery field, and the terrifying explosion swept all directions, shaking the whole Mariajoy. Those slaves in the artillery field have long been blown to pieces. However, the Tenryubito, who drove the slaves out, appeared outside the explosion range in shock the next moment, and the aftermath of the spread was blocked by several solid figures standing together. Seeing this, Mo Yan squinted his eyes. Is it the CP? Mariajoy is as good as a cloud, and she was able to save Tenryubito at the last moment with a shade. CP is the abbreviation of CIPHERPOL, which is a secret spy agency under the Enies lobby, an agency directly under the world government. CPs that are closely protected in Mariajoy is definitely not comparable to that of CP9. He. How dare he? Tenryubitos who were rescued were pale, and now they have not recovered from the fear of almost dying, and they are stammering. Kill him for me. Go. Tenryubito Yuhi, who was the first to wake up, narrowed his eyes and pointed at Mo Yan in the sky with a cold sweat on his face. His voice was angered and panicked. CP who blocked the explosion for her shook his head. Sorry, Zalulia palace. We have been ordered to protect your safety closely, and we will never leave your side no matter what. Useless thing. I order you to kill him. Go. Shaluli Yagong was so angry that her veins burst out, and she swung the whip to the CP, but she couldn't cause any damage to the CP who cast the iron block. I see. Is that why you didn't come out just now? Mo Yan said quietly. It seems that CP will not take the initiative to attack. However, this does not mean that Mo Yan will not take action. I'm curious, even if you can save Tenryubito 1, how many times can you save Tenryubito in front of me? If Mo Yan was calm, the expressions of the CPs changed drastically. They looked at Mo Yan in the sky as if they were facing a great enemy, and their expressions, which remained the same whether they were scolded or beaten by Tenryubito, finally changed violently and distorted. That is the tension of facing a powerful enemy and the fear of not being able to complete the task. If they can't protect Tenryubito, then what awaits them will be worse than death. Then let's start counting, Mo Yan said coldly. The complete body Susanoo raised the giant sword in his hand with Mo Yan's thought. Then, the full body Susanoo swooped down from the sky with a mighty force. The pupils of the CPs tightened, and cold sweat soaked all their clothes. World government. The top leaders of the world government, Gorosei 5 elders, are in the conference room at this time, listening to the report of Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government. Quote, The above is all the information of the Chinese Empire so far. Kong put down the document in his hand. A haze flashed in his eye. This mysterious unknown force finally showed signs of being hostile to Marine, which was not good news. As the Chinese Empire, Golden Beard and Gorosei 5 elders pondered, the recent sea is really troubled, and a troublesome new force pops up if you're not careful. The old man with the birthmark on his forehead in the Gorosei 5 elders snorted. I'm afraid this Chinese Empire is a new power that has been lurking for a long time, not a new force that just popped up recently. I am also inclined to this judgment, said the old man wearing a Taoist robe and holding a long sword in the Gorosei 5 elders. After all, according to the information, there are only 2 people in the Chinese Empire, and they are already 2 admiral-level powerhouses. It's hard to imagine the Chinese Empire without the slightest trace of it. HMPH. These young people who dare to steal the gold from the sky should be annihilated with all their strength. Otherwise, wouldn't they let them offend our authority in vain? The bearded old man in Gorosei 5 elders has cold eyes and has already sentenced the Chinese Empire to death in his heart. But after all, those are 2 admiral-level masters, and I don't know if there will be new powerhouses. Kong felt a headache when he heard this. This power is not something that can be destroyed when it is destroyed. Gorosei 5 elders, wearing a flat hat and curly white hair, concluded. Anyway, the Night King and the Dark Lord are a big threat. We should issue a wanted notice as soon as possible and do our best to destroy them. This judgment was unanimously agreed by the Gorosei 5 elders. Kong was about to speak when the ground suddenly shook. Boom, rumble. There was a rolling sound like muffled thunder, and the entire conference room was shaking. The documents and ink on the table were shaken and scattered on the ground. What happened? The Gorosei 5 elders stood up in unison, surprise in their eyes. This is a specially reinforced underground conference room, not only for confidentiality but also for safety, but even such a sturdy special building has not been able to isolate the vibrations from the outside world. What does this mean? There's something wrong with the Holy Land, Mariajoy. Ooh, the old man's face changed dramatically. Kong, go and see what's going on. The rest of the Gorosei 5 elders realized this, too, with anger. Yes, Kong immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, and left the conference room in a flash, rushing towards Mariajoy with all his strength, where Tenryubito lived, and if something goes wrong, it's over. Between the flybys, Kong quickly approached Mariajoy. The scene, Mo Yan raised the Jinchuriki column-like samurai sword in his hand, swooped down like a meteor from the sky, and slashed at the Tenryubito on the ground. You dare, little thief, stop it. In an instant, Kong was shocked and angry. Kong only felt that the blood stopped for a moment. Only Mo Yan was in his eyes. He smashed a large piece of ground under his feet, and Hayate shot towards Mo Yan like a thunderbolt. The next chapter will be on the shelf. A regular chapter will be set up, and there will be updates later. Please subscribe. For a pack of cigarettes or 2 bottles of beverages, you can read a lot of Word, at least 3 changes a day, and more updates will be added if you get good grades. Thank you. Chapter 44 So sad. A regular chapter is required to be listed on the shelf. This chapter is a scheduled chapter, and there will be updates later. After the shelf, there is not much else to say. At least 3 changes per day. Someone's here. Mo Yan noticed this vision in the process of diving and slashing. There was a violent sound of breaking the air in the distance. Because the speed was too fast, it even formed a line of fire due to friction with the air. It was impossible for people not to notice it. In the blink of an eye, this line of fire has already rushed to a very close distance, and the target is Mo Yan. The visitor is not good. Mo Yan squinted his eyes, turned his blade slightly, and collided with the line of fire with great power. Boom! The blade is facing the fish, fist. The size of the two is huge, but it is like two giant beasts colliding with each other. From the collision center, the vacuum burst, and an unimaginable shock wave of terror spread out, sweeping the entire Mariajoy in an instant. The glass of the building shattered one after another, and the glass dome that Tenryubito was wearing also burst. The next moment, the two figures in the air separated. Kong smashed into the ground at a speed not inferior to that of the rushing, and a large pit hundreds of meters wide immediately appeared on the ground, and the cracks continued to spread outward. Mo Yan was also pushed into the air by the giant force, and rolled in the air for nearly 1,000 meters before stopping. It's amazing. Mo Yan frowned and became serious. Unexpectedly, in the Holy Land Mariajoy, there is such a superpower hidden. Don't look at the fact that they seem to have a draw just now, but in fact, Mo Yan has the bonus of diving strength, and the superimposed attack power is much stronger than usual. Even so, the Comer can still draw with him, enough to show how strong the one is. Is that Commander Kong? The CPs on the ground who were protecting Tenryubito were shocked. The intruder is so strong that he can actually fight against the Commander Kong. Mo Yan heard their voices. So that's the case. The former Marine Marshal, the current world commander. No wonder his strength is like a monster. The smoke and dust on the ground dissipated. Kong got up and patted the ashes without being hurt at all. I don't know who you are, but today you dare to invade the Holy Land, then it is an unforgivable sin. Kong glared angrily, and a manic haki swept the space. Kill him. Suddenly, Tenryubito shouted. There were several bloodstains on his face, and his eyes were still in shock, but he shouted with confidence. Because Kong is here. Yes, I order you to kill him. Give me his cramps and skin. I want you to beat him and make him my slave. I want to torture him. Those Tenryubitos, who had been messing around not long ago, seemed to have found their backbone at this time, and they became very excited again. Kong is a guarantee. The ugly and resentful faces returned to them. This is not because they admire and worship Kong. On the contrary, although they know Kong, their knowledge of Kong belongs to their lackey. Just that Kong is special, the most advanced and strongest level among Tenryubito's lackey. Just knowing this, Tenryubito is arrogant enough. Kong heard Vivi frown. Today is naturally his death, but Tenryubito interrupted him viciously. Don't talk nonsense. Today you have to cut him into pieces. Haha. Mo Yan watched coldly. It seems that you have no dignity at all in the eyes of this group of rice buckets. It's really sad that the world top powerhouse has to be treated like a dog. Kong said coldly. It's not your turn to comment. You will be arrested and executed by me today. Report your name. Mo Yan could answer. The Tenryubitos shouted. What kind of shit is he? Admiral Army. Yes, it seems to be called the Chinese Empire. Someday first we'll let Marine wipe out this broken empire. The name is also very strange. What is it called? Uchiha Madara. But soon his name will be Slave 057. Kong's eyes widened as he listened. From these scattered words, Kong felt as if he had heard something extraordinary. Chinese Empire. Admiral Army. Uchiha Madara. Another man from the Chinese Empire. Kong looked at Mo Yan in the sky in shock, and his inner thoughts were filled with thought. The third person in this mysterious force appeared, and from the point of view of the fight just now, it is also so powerful. It seems that we must catch you, but I have a lot of things I want to torture from you. Kong's aura was even more terrifying, and he had one more reason to defeat Mo Yan. Mo Yan wrote lightly. Come on then. Soon as the word fell, Mo Yan and Kong moved like lightning. Boom. As soon as Kong stepped on the ground, the air was surging, and Mariajoy suffered another brief earthquake. Mo Yan also had a huge wing. The airflow was expelled to the limit, and he began to dive for the second time. Kong's hands are covered in black to ultimate armament haki, punching out, fall down. Mo Yan also controlled the complete body Susanoo to raise the knife and chop down. At this moment, the kinetic energy of the gravitational potential energy conversion was perfectly combined with the power of the chop. Go down. Stalemate may only be for a moment, but in Mo Yan and Kong's senses, it has been greatly prolonged hundreds of times. What a lot of strength. Kong only felt an unimaginable force coming from his fist, as if it was going to crush the bones of his whole body. However, that wasn't enough to beat him. Drink Kong roared loudly, and his full blow was even more powerful than the full body Susanoo's diving and slashing. Mo Yan's pupil Vivi shrank, and the crack visible to the naked eye started from the blade and spread rapidly towards the entire armor. At the same time, Mo Yan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan also spun up quickly. Gotta drop Kong, who was about to win, and attack Kong mercilessly. Chapter 45_Ruined Mariajoy. Ask for automatic subscription. This is very important. Please everyone tilde. What? Attack from where? Kong's pupils shrank suddenly, and his observation haki immediately noticed the attack, but it was too late to defend. The second slash appeared too quickly and unexpectedly, and there was no sign of. The slash hit Kong mercilessly, and Kong immediately flew out. Exclamation mark. After crashing through 10 towers in a row, Kong fell to the ground and smashed a 100-meter long gap. Seeing this situation, the screaming Tenryubitos all quieted down. Immediately Immediately afterward, I don't know who was the first to shout, and the Tenryubitos began to hug their head. Even the strongest lackey they can rely on can't match the man in the sky. Looking at their virtues, I feel even more sad for you. This kind of wine bag and rice bag really has no interest in killing. Moyan shook his head, chakra surged, and repaired the crack in the complete Susanoo. This is one reason, and there is another bigger reason. That is, Moyan will soon kidnap Tenryubito. If Tenryubito died too much this time, then the next time the kidnapped Tenryubito's life and death would be much lower. Even the commander-in-chief lost. CPs who watched all of this tremble, and the shock in their minds can no longer be described in words. Even if they didn't have the order not to leave Tenryubito, I'm afraid they wouldn't have the courage to fight against Moyan at this moment. The greeting has already been called. Let's meet again on another day. Moyan's full-body Susanoo flew into the sky, and a huge gust of wind blew up behind him, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. That remains is the chaotic Tenryubito, and the messy shrine of Mariajoy. Boom! The ruins of the tower were blasted open, and Kong leapt from the end of the gulf. The clothes on his abdomen were all scratched, revealing his strong body. Looking at all this, the anger in Kong's eyes was almost real. This bastard! I can't spare him. ... Flying over the Holy Land Mariajoy, Moyan flew towards the Sabaody Archipelago at full speed. Soon, the full body of Susanoo's huge body then Kun came to the shores of Sabaody Archipelago. Moyan waved his hand away, completely dispersing Susanoo, and in the blue flames drifting away, he put the boat on the shore. Huh, where is this? Baby 5 woke up and asked curiously while rubbing his fluffy sleepy eyes. After such a long time, the effect of the magic has been lifted. When it was still in effect, Moyan and Kong fought so terribly that they couldn't wake up Baby 5. This is the Sabaody Archipelago. Sabaody Archipelago. Baby 5 woke up suddenly, and hurriedly looked around. Have we gone from Dressrosa to Sabaody Archipelago? How long have I slept? Baby 5 felt that the shock in his heart was difficult to calm for a long time, and then he realized that it was an unfamiliar voice that answered him, and Baby 5 stared at Moyan with wide eyes. Who are you? Moyan was speechless. The length of this reflex arc can spare 3 laps of the Great Route. Right. I am Uchiha Madara, and I belong to the same faction as the Dark Lord. You are now in charge of me. Moyan said simply, take the things on the boat and follow me. After all, Moyan strode towards the hotel where Cross was. Baby 5 is still a little unclear about the situation, but recalling it carefully, there is an explanation from Lord Dark Lord in his memory, so listen carefully to the words of Lord Dark Lord and his colleague. Although Lord Dark Lord did not say who his colleague was, this man named Uchiha Madara claimed to belong to the same faction as Lord Dark Lord, so his colleague should be him. Thinking of this, Baby 5 hurriedly picked up a few boxes on the ship and chased after them. Lord Madara, wait for me. The two walked unhurriedly on the streets of Sabaody Archipelago and soon arrived at the Grand Hotel. Going straight to the door of the luxury suite where Cross was, Moyan directly kicked the door and stepped inside. Ah, phew. Cross was taken aback and almost wilted, and naturally he was also furious. The few women who were in the same bed as him were all coquettishly protecting Cross's arm. Master Cross, that person is so rude. He dares to disturb us. You can teach him a lesson. Okay, Tilda. Cross's bones were brittle when he heard it, and he just wanted to revive the manhood, changed his expression and walked out of bed viciously. You dare to interrupt the good deeds of your Uncle Cross. It seems that you are tired of living. Baby 5 Feet's face sank when he heard it, and Moyan said lightly, can't you see that the Night King's subordinates have such a big temper? Right. The King of Night. Cross rose. Do you know your majesty? As soon as he heard the word King of the Night, Croston's legs went weak. Lord Cross, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and teach him a lesson, Tilda. The women on the bed couldn't see it, so they didn't understand why Cross stopped and continued to whine. Shut up, stupid woman, you don't know. The woman who slapped her hair flying. The woman who was pumped flew out of the bed with blood, and her mouth full of Hiba's teeth were knocked out. The other women were stunned when they saw this. I'm sorry, this lord, the woman just doesn't know. Haha. After Cross finished the fight, he returned to his senses and continued to nod and bow to Moyan. Seeing the Baby 5 behind Moyan, he quickly added, of course, this young lady is definitely not among them. Baby 5 snorted, didn't bother to pay attention to Cross. Cross didn't mind, and asked cautiously, what do you call your lord? Baby 5 said loudly, this is Lord Uchiha Madara, who belongs to the Chinese Empire like Lord Dark Lord. Sure enough, he is a big man in the Chinese Empire. Cross exclaimed in his heart, remembering that before the Dark Lord left, he had said that another big man might come to take over him. Now it seems that the big man that Lord Dark Lord is referring to is definitely the Lord Uchiha Madara in front of him. Chapter 46_Red Saber Mysterious Fire. The third one. There will be updates later. Please subscribe automatically, Tilda. Moyan squinted his eyes. If you have a future, you will only show your prestige in front of people who have no power. Cross Wenyan was even more panicked, and sweat began to appear on his head. Scene. This Uchiha Madara-sama is very moody. Looking at Cross, who was shivering, Shivering, Mo Yan snorted and lost his interest in attacking. Those women have suffered a terrible disaster. Send them away, and then give some money to the woman who lost her kiba's teeth to replace her with a kiba. Yes. Cross hurriedly nodded and bowed. How much would it cost to replace kiba? Mo Yan added. Remember, it is deducted from your own money. Cross's body froze immediately, and he smiled reluctantly. Look at what you said. All my money is handed over to His Majesty the King of Night, and in fact I have no money. Oh, is that right? Mo Yan looked at him with a half smile. Then where did your entertainment consumption come from here? I remember the King of Night told me that he only let Doflamingo provide you room and board. Quote. Cross opened his mouth but couldn't say anything, and cold sweat the size of a bean started to break out on his head. Mo Yan's expression turned into a sneer. Don't think I don't know, although you don't dare to be greedy for this money, but you still have a thief and courage to greed for a fraction of the money after each auction. Sir Madara, please spare your life. The little one is damned. The little one knows it's wrong. As soon as Mo Yan finished speaking, Cross immediately knelt down on the spot, and he could see that his entire back was soaked. Cross never imagined that with his petty little actions, the big men of the Empire would know everything even if they were not on the island. Mo Yan snorted coldly, and let me spare my life, and said that I deserve to die. What do you want me to choose? This, no, that. Cross was speechless, and could only continue to kowtow desperately until his head was covered in blood. I won't dare anymore when I'm young. Really, please forgive Madara-sama. Mo Yan kicked Cross over, and the flying Cross collapsed the bed at once, even breaking the bridge of his nose, and the nosebleed could not be stopped at all. But compared to the physical pain, Cross's heart suddenly relaxed. He knows this kick, which means that Lord Uchiha Madara will not kill him for the time being. Thank you Madara-sama for your mercy. Cross didn't care to wipe the blood, and fell to his knees again. HMPH, keep your memory longer next time. Mo Yan said. Get up, you are a pirate after all, and your nature is hard to change. I'm not a person who is too stingy to let my subordinates benefit. Cross stood up with a face full of surprise. This act of hitting a stick and then giving a sweet date made Cross truly loyal to Mo Yan. After all, the life of these days is something that Cross never dared to think about before, and why not do it when these adults have food to eat? Mo Yan asked. How is the Dark Lord's account of your mission? Tell me, what did you buy during this time? Hearing Mo Yan's question, Croston turned bitter again. How long has the Dark Lord been gone? Cross can't do anything in such a short time. Seeing that Mo Yan's face became more and more gloomy, Cross hurriedly said, Sir Madara, calm down. Although the number is very small, I did buy a good thing. Although Cross' loyalty was very weak before, his fear of Mo Yan also made him not dare to play at all until he had no result. Mo Yan nodded. Tell me what it is. Cross turned around and found it in the debris of the collapsed bed. This time, Cross hid it with him directly, which shows that this good thing is indeed precious. Not long after, Cross pulled out a long and luxurious wooden box and offered it to Mo Yan with both hands. Lord Madara, this is one of the only 21 great knives in the world. The red knife profound fire. 21 work of the big quick knife. It's really good. Mo Yan took the wooden box and slowly took off the box cover. Gradually, the scabbard and hilt of Yuhi's scabbard covered in flames gradually came into Mo Yan's eyes. How much did it cost? Baby 5 asked curiously. Cross raised his eyes to look at BABY5, secretly guessing the identity of Baby -5. Miss, rare things are precious in the world, so I spent 500 million Baileys to get this mysterious fire. 500 million Baileys. Baby 5 couldn't stop covering his little mouth with his hand. Even for BABY5 in one of the Shichibukai pirates, 500 million Bailey is an astronomical sum. You must know that even in the future, Baby 5 has been borrowed for more than 10 or 20 years without repayment, and the total amount has not exceeded 100 million Bailey. Mo Yan took out the mysterious fire and pulled down the scabbard. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Mo Yan only felt a heat wave coming towards his face. Nice knife. Mo Yan couldn't help but sigh that the 500 million Bailey was not a loss. For ordinary sword, the sharper it is, the more it can give people a feeling of coldness, but the mysterious fire is completely opposite, giving people a sense of fire, heat, which is very mysterious. Cross was delighted to hear. Thank you for the compliment, as long as you like it. Mo Yan closed the scabbard of Zanhuo and put Zanhuo back into the wooden box. Afterward, Mo Yan looked at Baby 5 and ordered, I still have things to do. You stay in Sabaody Archipelago and assist Cross to collect and purchase the designated item. Yes. Baby 5 immediately squatted and took command. With Baby 5 feet's ability to serve as a combatant in the Don Quixote family, it is still very powerful compared to Cross, and it can be regarded as an extra layer of protection for 2.2. Moreover, the Don Quixote family's channel in Sabaody Archipelago, Baby 5, as a former member, also knows a lot, which is more helpful to quickly collect treasured items. After arranging everything, Mo Yan dodged and left. When he got to a place where no one was there, Mo Yan changed into the skin of the Dark Lord. Suddenly, the black-haired majestic man turned into a handsome young man with blonde hair. Very well, it seems seems that after a short rest the magic power has recovered quite well. Mo Yan closed his eyes to feel it, and nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, Mo Yan opened his eyes, and the evil light flashed by. Next, it's time to kidnap Tenryubito. Holy Land Mariajoy, here I come again. The big event that shocked the Great Root, and even the whole world, begins here. Chapter 47 A big event that shocked the world. The fourth update that continues to upload. As for automatic reward, subscribe, collect. Holy Land Mariajoy, a hidden place. The space twisted and twisted, and the figure of Mo Yan appeared. At this time, the holy place of Mariajoy is no longer as gorgeous as it used to be, and many places are broken. Of course Mo Yan knew what was going on. After all, he was the one who started this scene. Next, let's find a target first. Mo Yan cast an illusion spell on himself, which has the same effect as an invisibility cloak. Then, Mo Yan started walking around the Holy Land Mariajoy without anyone else. There are so many Marines here. This level of security is stronger than the Marine headquarters, right? Mo Yan watched 14 everywhere, and there was a sound in his mouth. Because of the previous surprise attack of Uchiha Madara, the world government was very angry and panicked, and quickly mobilized a large number of Marines to garrison the Holy Land Mariajoy, and must cut off the possibility of the next attack. In other words, even if there is a next attack, the attackers must be told to go and return. However, the Gorosei, 5 elders, would never have imagined that such heavily guarded guard would be useless in front of Mo Yan. Apparition. Mo Yan enters and leaves the Holy Land Mariajoy as if nothing was there. Damn slave, hurry up. Distance came Tenryubito's scolding, and the dense crackling of whip. Of course, the screams of slaves were mixed, apparently rebuilding the damaged Mariajoy. In such a short period of time, there must not be many people who come to rebuild. In this case, Mo Yan suddenly thought of something, and the apparition shifted to the remaining tower, looking down. In the case of limited manpower, priority will be given to rebuilding the mansion for the highest ranking Tenryubito. Since we want to kidnap Tenryubito, it must be the most effective and profitable way to kidnap a high-ranking Tenryubito. Sure enough, everything was just as Mo Yan thought. There were only a few places where a large number of people were working. Mo Yan picked a random one, and once again apparated and disappeared. The next moment, Mo Yan appeared in front of a luxurious big bed. This huge mansion is not only one of the most luxurious in Mariajoy, but also only a small corner of the house was damaged, but a large number of people were called to repair it. One can imagine the high status of the owner of the mansion. And now, the owner of this mansion is sleeping soundly on the luxurious big bed. Mo Yan glanced at it and laughed. Look carefully, isn't this an old acquaintance, Saint Roswald? Saint Roswald was Tenryubito who first shouted at Mo Yan on the tower. However, at this time, Saint Roswald did not realize that the crisis was coming. His round body was spread on the bed like a pie, and he was snoring loudly. Mo Yan laughed to himself. Tis, that kind of thing happened just now, and you fell asleep so peacefully. I really have to admire your big heart. However, in the eyes of Saint Roswald, this is the holy place of Mariajoy, and no one can hurt himself here. Moreover, the most elite CP is configured outside the door, and not even a mosquito can fly in. It's up to you. Mo Yan waved the old magic wand, and suddenly the luxurious big bed seemed to have light. Walked like a viper at the moment, circling around Saint Roswald's mouth per bar. Until then, Saint Roswald finally woke up. Woohoo! As soon as Saint Roswald woke up, he found that he was tightly bound and his mouth was completely gagged. Shish! Mo Yan put his wand to his mouth and made a booing gesture. I don't think you want to lose a few fingers and toes because of yelling. This time, Saint Roswald showed a look of horror, let alone shouting. He didn't even dare to move. Very well, you are very good. Mo Yan nodded, suddenly waved his wand, and blood spurted out of Saint Roswald's wrist with a swipe. Woohoo! Saint Roswald struggled again and seemed to be questioning what Mo Yan wanted to do. Don't get excited, just borrow your blood for a while. Mo Yan waved his wand lightly, and the quill suddenly tightened. In an instant, there was no air in Saint Roswald's abdominal cavity, and Saint Roswald immediately became honest. At this moment, only fear remained in Saint Roswald's eyes. Mo Yan commanded the blood floating in the air to write on the wall, and said, "Introduce yourself. I am the king of the Chinese Empire, the Dark Lord. Although you may have heard of me for the first time, but this is not the first time I have heard of me. Say you." After the writing on the wall was finished, Mo Yan sneered and turned around. "I picked one at random, but I didn't expect it to be you, the first Tenryubito who dared to speak ill of our Admiral Army. What a coincidence. Are you right?" Hearing the word Chinese Empire and Admiral Army, Saint Road 327 Walder seemed to understand something, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes in addition to fear. But these emotions eventually turned to pleading. "Please don't kill me." Mo Yan has seen this kind of begging look a lot. "Don't worry, you won't die for the time being. Your dog's life is still of some value to me." Mo Yan sneered and grabbed Saint Roswald, waved the old magic wand and cast a magic into the sky. The rapid light shot straight into the sky, and finally burst into a huge black mark. But in the end, whether you survive or not depends on what Marine think. The voice fell. bell, and the room was empty. Outside the mansion, the first slave who saw the dark mark immediately fell to the ground with trembling, shaking, and screamed uncontrollably. CP and Marine who heard the voice changed drastically, and they also saw the black demon marks all over the sky above Mariajoy. It's the Dark Lord. Damn, how did he get in? After they rushed into the room, they found that Saint Roswald had disappeared, and there was a large line of blood on the wall. The Dark Lord came here, and Tenryubito was taken away as a price to pay for our empire. Do you want to save Tenryubito? If you want, I can redeem it for you. Go find it. I put Tenryubito there. Chapter 48 The Great Disgrace of Marine and the World Government. The first, ask for automatic subscription, reward and collection. Looking at this One Piece King of Pirate style message, even elite CPs and Marines just want to scold their mothers. Bastard, how dare you kidnap Tenryubito? This is a blatant provocation to Marine and the world government. Unexpectedly, in such a heavily guarded situation, they could only find out about this after Tenryubito was kidnapped. What a shame. And what to look for? Hell, how do we know where you put Tenryubito? At this moment, the first slave who screamed tremblingly said, This room is where Saint Roswald sleeps. What? Saint Roswald? The Marines were okay. They didn't react too much, but the CPs all changed their faces when they heard this. Afterward, the cold sweat continued to fall like rain, and it even felt like the world was spinning. It was actually the head of the Roswald Holy family who was kidnapped. This was enough to make the CPs who were improperly cared for their families to slaughter their families and annihilate their family. You must know that there are 20 royal families who created the world government 800 years ago. After removing the Neferutali family and the Don Quixote family who were delisted, there are only 18 Tenryubito families left today. Among these 18 Tenryubito families, 18 families have the highest status, standing at the top of Tenryubito and even the world. Now, one of the most esteemed patriarch has been kidnapped in Mariajoy. This is a big event enough to shake the whole world. Hurry up and report it to Commander Kong and Marshal Sengoku. It's information from the Chinese Empire. Marine quickly realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly shouted. Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government, quickly learned of the matter. Tenryubito was kidnapped in Mariajoy. It can't be. However, Kong's first reaction when he heard about this was that he couldn't believe it. Because of Uchiha Madara, S.A., the holy site of Mariajoy is now guarded at the highest level. Even Kong himself is not confident that he can go silently, let alone take someone away. The Chinese Empire. How on earth did they do it? Kong worked hard to adjust his mentality. The most important thing now is to block this big news and stabilize the situation in Mariajoy. Otherwise, in this world where Tenryubito is about to collapse, wouldn't the big news of Tenryubito's kidnapping turn the world upside down? World government and Marine will also be disgraced. The same information was soon put on the marshal's desk. Sengoku put in his hands with a gloomy face, looking at the information in front of him. Dark Lord, Dark Lord, Dark Lord, it's you again. Dark Lord. Sengoku muttered to himself angrily, and finally his anger reached its peak. Slapped the desk into pieces. It's you again. The Chinese Empire. Sengoku, just being angry right now won't solve anything. Crane said lightly on the sofa next to him, and at the same time called a sailor over to change Sengoku's desk. Garp said heartlessly, haha, Suru is right, and those Tenryubito suffered. To be honest, I'm quite happy. Garp. Sengoku snapped. You're Marine. Pay attention to your rhetoric. Garp pursed his lips and stopped talking. On the sofa on the other side, Akainu's face was already gloomy. Abominable Chinese Empire. This is the greatest blasphemy against Marine injustice. It must be severely punished. Kizaru shrugged aside. That said, didn't you just watch the Dark Lord run away last time? Borsellino. Akainu narrowed his eyes dangerously. You better pay attention to the way you speak. Oh, so scary tilde. Kizaru begged for mercy, but he didn't show any sincerity. Okay, you too. Sengoku was furious. What time was it? And the admirals were still bickering. The members of the Chinese Empire are all very strong, and it is not impossible for Akainu to ignore it for a while. Saying that, Sengoku threw another document in front of everyone. Not long ago, the third man of the Chinese Empire appeared in the Holy Land Mariajoy, calling himself Uchiha Madara, and his position in the Chinese Empire was the Admiral Army of the town state. Kuzan asked casually, how's your strength? Sengoku's face sank. I don't know, but after 2 moves with Commander Kong, he was able to retreat completely, and even defeated Commander Kong for a while. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present changed several times. This is great bad news. Everyone here knows how powerful Kong is. It is conceivable how powerful Uchiha Madara, who can repel Kong, has. While looking at the information, Zephyr took a deep breath. In this way, the Chinese Empire now has at least 3 admiral-level masters, even comparable to our Marine. 3 admirals. So what? Akainu asked rhetorically. Could the enemy be strong enough to allow them to go unpunished? Zephyr frowned. I didn't mean that. Crane sighed and said, okay, Akainu, the most critical issue now is to figure out how the Dark Lord entered Mariajoy and took Saint Roswald away. And where did he take Saint Roswald? On this point, Sengoku had an idea for a long time. When Akainu gave a mission report before, he said that the Dark Lord mysteriously disappeared in a very short period of time, but it was impossible to see how he disappeared through the thick tsunami. Crane thoughtfully, you mean to say that the Dark Lord can either be invisible, or he can move at super speed, or he can move in space. As soon as the Crane finished speaking, everyone fell silent. If it is the last one, then the Dark Lord is too scary. Where else in the world can resist the infiltration of the Dark Lord? Sengoku shook his head. Unfortunately, according to the rumors revealed when the Dark Lord robbed the ship, the possibility of him moving in space is the highest. So the biggest question now is whether the Dark Lord kidnapped Saint Roswald. Where? Chapter 49 _ a billion bounty came out of nowhere. Second more. Ask for automatic subscription _. Speaking of this, everyone can't help but think of the blood book written by the Dark Lord on the wall in the intelligence document. This sentence, why do I feel a little familiar? Garp muttered to himself. Sengoku said angrily, idiot, this is a revision of what One Piece King of Pirate Goldie Roger said before the execution. It's the one that caused us a lot of trouble. I didn't expect that after so long, someone would use it again. This remark brings us as much trouble as Roger. Akainu snorted. Should have killed him earlier to stop him from talking nonsense. Crane suddenly said, just half a day ago, there was information from Sabaody Archipelago. A blue giant suspected to be used by Uchiha Madara in battle parachuted into the vicinity of Sabaody Archipelago and disappeared. Do you think the Dark Lord will put Roswald into the Holy Land? To the Sabaody Archipelago. Quote, hearing what Crane said, the Marine executives present all felt that it was very possible. Sengoku pondered. The Dark Lord wrote in the blood book that this is the price we paid for 403 hands on the Chinese Empire. So considering this matter, the most likely person directly involved is Uchiha Madara. The Dark Lord seems to be helping Uchiha Madara out. Quote, then it is indeed the best way to take the Holy Roswald to Uchiha Madara and let Uchiha Madara handle it himself. So Suru's inference is very likely. Zephyr pondered. But this is too obvious, isn't it? Could it be a conspiracy of the Chinese Empire, trying to attract our forces to distract us? Sengoku thought for a while, and finally made a decision. Anyway, this is the only clue we have at this stage, and we must seize it. Akainu said solemnly, let me go. This time I will never fail again, and I will definitely implement Marine as justice. Sengoku nodded. Okay, then Akainu will lead the troop to the Sabaody Archipelago, and carefully search for the trail of Saint Roswald. If you find the target, then contact us immediately. Sengoku looked at Kizaru again. Borsalino, you can move at the speed of light, so your task is to search carefully around the Yuhi continent in case Zephyr's concerns come true. Kizaru said lazily. I see. Sengoku continued. Considering that your movement speed is the highest in Marine, you should act alone without leading troop. When Akainu finds the target and start fighting, you rush over as quickly as possible to help Akainu suppress the target together. Sengoku's arrangement can be said to be impeccable. Compared to the relatively young Admiral Kuzan, Akainu and Kizaru are both veteran admiral with strong strength and strong strength. Sengoku is confident that even if Akainu falls into the siege of two masters of the same level, he will be able to support for a long time. And during this time, Kizaru came at the speed of light enough to assist Akainu to capture the remnants of the Chinese Empire together. Also, Sengoku said loudly, immediately issue the wanted notices for the Dark Lord and Uchiha Madara. As for the reward amount, both of them are a billion Bailey. 2 new billion Bailey wanted orders were born and swept across the sea like a storm. Chinese Empire, Admiral Army Uchiha Madara, 1 billion Bailey. Chinese Empire, Dark Lord, 1 billion Bailey. You must know that although the reward amount is not completely linked to strength, it also represents the strength of strength to a certain extent. The one that exceeds 100 million Bailey in a short period of time is the supernova in the Pirate, which is enough to call the wind and call the rain in the first half of the Great Route. And more than 500 million Bailey is a veritable big pirate, even in the New World as a hegemony. But now to unknown pirate. As soon as the wanted order came out, it was directly 1 billion Bailey. This unprecedented event caused a heated discussion on the Great Route for a while. What is the origin of these two pirates? Have you heard of them? No, I haven't heard of it at all. That Dark Lord, I heard that Sabaody Archipelago is very famous, but it's not to this extent, is it? Yeah, the Dark Lord is okay to say that Uchiha Madara is a trash fish that came out of nowhere. As soon as the person who said this finished speaking, he saw his companions staring at him as if they were furious. Shish. One person hurriedly booed, while the other covered his mouth and looked around vigilantly. Idiot, do you want to die? If you want to die, don't drag us to be buried with you. That's the big pirate with a billion Bailey bounty, and we're not qualified to gossip about them behind their back. The reward of 1 billion Bailey is already a huge deterrent in itself. One can imagine how much Marine hate them to be wary of them before offering a reward of 1 billion. Even the world-famous marine is like this, and it can better show the horror of Uchiha Madara and the Dark Lord. However, there are still many people attracted by another message on the wanted notice. Chinese Empire. The leaders of many underground forces, as well as the captains of many well-known pirate groups, frowned at the thought of this name. These two ruthless figures with a bounty of 1 billion Bailey all came from the Chinese Empire. But what kind of power is the Chinese Empire? Haven't heard of it. Not long after, many people were already investigating and searching for information about the Chinese Empire, and this behavior also subtly expanded the popularity of the Chinese Empire. Now in the underground world, the name of the Chinese Empire can even be compared to the weight of any King Shichibukai. At the same time, there is a huge unsolved mystery in these two wanted orders, and no one knows the answer. Uchiha Madara and the Dark Lord. What the hell did the two of them do to be so wanted? Moyan became famous overnight because of the isolation of the Windless Belt. It was difficult for even the Amazon Lily who refused to contact the outside world to spread. In Moyan's word, Amazon Lily is a veritable secluded country. However, after all, the 9 snake pirates will still be in contact with the outside world. Just today, the newspapers dropped by the delivery bird were also mixed with 2 newly issued wanted notices. Chapter 50 _Shock Hancock. The third one. There will be more updates soon. On the pirate group of the 9 snake pirate, Hancock was leaning on Orochi, holding his head and not knowing what he was thinking. That man, can he really do it? Hancock muttered to himself, then smiled self-deprecatingly. Even if there is 1 in 10,000 expectations, what a self-deception. Mariajoy, which is known as the safest holy place in the world, even the Marine headquarters can't compare. Didn't you experience it yourself before? At this moment, Sansania rushed over with a stack of newspapers in a panic. Sis, look, what the matter? Sansania. Hancock frowned. Why so panicked? Sansania stopped, took a few breaths, and had a look of excitement on her face. Although I'm not too sure about it, but, in any case, you will understand after reading, my elder sister. Hancock took the newspaper curiously. Take a look at the concubine. But after turning a few pages, nothing new was found. Just when Hancock wanted to scold Sansania for making a fuss, 2 wanted notices suddenly fell from the title page of the newspaper. Hancock caught the wanted order in midair quickly, but Mainu swept the contents of the wanted order and could no longer look away. The Chinese Empire, the Dark Lord, offers a bounty of 1 billion Bailey. At this moment, Hancock froze completely. After a while, Hancock's body and mind gradually recovered from the sudden shock. The Dark Lord, that man, how did he have a bounty as high as 1 billion Baileys all of a sudden? The Dark Lord was a name Hancock was sure he had never heard of before heading to the Sabaody Archipelago. If you say that, the Dark Lord must have done an earth-shattering event in the near future, so he can jump to the bounty of 1 billion Bailey. Sir, I thought it might be our deal that day. Sansania looked at Hancock with the same mixture of speculation and shock. I don't know about my concubine, but maybe he really did. Why did the Dark Lord have such a high bounty all of a sudden? In fact, Hancock had already had the answer in her heart from the very beginning, so she was completely stunned at the first time. He actually did it. He actually kidnapped Tenryubito. Once this thought came out, it quickly swelled in his heart uncontrollably, and even Hancock couldn't help showing an extremely happy look on his face. The Dark Lord's disdain when he talked about Tenryubito that day, his arrogance, now it seems, are not empty words. Actually said to kidnap Tenryubito, then kidnap Tenryubito, and it really succeeded. The Chinese Empire, what a terrifying existence. After taking Saint Roswald away, Moyan directly used magic to put him into a deep sleep so as not to cause trouble. After dealing with Saint Roswald, Moyan returned to Sabaody Archipelago immediately. After all, the Dark Lord had not recovered much magic power, and now there is not much left, so Moyan directly changed back to Uchiha Madara's skin. In fact, this is also what Moyan intended, including the previous use of the full-body Susanoo, and the undisguised airborne Sabaody Archipelago. Moyan wanted to kidnap Tenryubito in order to extort huge benefits, so he just wanted to tell Marina Tenryubito is here now. Although in the process of kidnapping and extorting ransom, the last thing that should be done is to know where the hostages are. But Moyan didn't care at all. On the contrary, he didn't have time to wait for Marine to search all over the world. As long as Moyan and Tenryubito can't be found for one day, Marine will not give up searching, so he doesn't know how much Moyan's time will be wasted. So Moyan simply release clues and let Marine find him head on. If you want to extort the ransom as quickly as possible, the best way is to use the fact to tell them that a frontal rescue will not work. As a result, Marine, under pressure from Tenryubito, would have to find other ways to redeem Saint Roswald. With all the plans in mind, Moyan has returned to Cross's hotel with Roswald Saint. It wasn't long before Moyan left, so now Cross and Baby 5 haven't left the room and are getting to know each other's channels on Sabaody Archipelago. Lord Madara. Baby 5 was the first to notice Moyan's return, and hurriedly stood up up and saluted. Cross also hurriedly stood up and saluted Mo Yan. Mo Yan waved his hand, indicating that he would not bow, and then threw St. Roswald in front of the two of them. Baby5 called a room to order food. I haven't eaten in a while. Yes, I'll go right now. Baby5 started calling the front desk phone bug. Mo Yan said again, Cross, you tie up this fat pig and watch carefully so that he doesn't escape. Yes, Madara-sama. Cross heard the words and immediately started, untied his belt and tied Holy Roswald firmly. When tying St. Roswald, Cross also looked at St. Roswald curiously. This man was full of oil, and it could be seen that he must be a nobleman or something, but he did not know why he was tied by Lord Madara. Did he offend Madara-sama? Cross guessed secretly, and later felt it was different. The result of offending Madara-sama must be death. However, Cross is still very self-aware and knows not to ask questions, so he buried his curiosity deeply in his heart. This hotel deserves to be the super premium hotel that Doflamingo was looking for, and it came over after a while. Along with the food, there was also the newspaper of the day for the guest to enjoy. Mo Yan took a glance and threw it aside. I'm finally wanted. Marine is really slow. Lord Madara is wanted. Both Baby5 and Cross approached curiously, and the next moment, their eyes widened at the same time. 10 billion Bailey. Baby5 and Cross's eyes were full of shock, and they even counted up to see if the zero on the bounty was wrong. Chapter 51 _ Do you want one man against our entire army? The fourth chapter of the outbreak. Ask for automatic subscription. Ask for automatic subscription. Ask for automatic subscription. Say important things 3 times tilde. Both Baby5 and Cross are still confused. Damn, how long has Madara been gone? What happened in such a short period of time? Baby5 continued to scroll down, and another wanted notice came into view. Even Lord Dark Lord is wanted. With a flick of his hand, Baby5 released the wanted order. Cross also stared blankly at the wanted notice that fell on the ground. His mind did not react for a while. He seems to be mingling with 2 big pirates with a bounty worth $1 billion. The sudden and huge sense of happiness made Cross feel like a dream. Originally, Cross had always known that Mo Yan was strong, but he had no idea how strong he was. Now Cross finally knows that the 3 adults are the top powerhouses in this world. For a moment, Cross's loyalty was overwhelming. As a citizen of the King of Night, Cross even has a huge sense of honor. Well, the Chinese Empire is very famous, and he is honored. Baby5 couldn't help but ask, Lord Madara, what did you and the Dark Lord do to be rewarded with $1 billion Bailey? Cross also pricked up his ears curiously. While eating, Mo Yan pointed at St. Roswald on the ground, because the Dark Lord kidnapped him and sent it to me to take over. When Baby5 and Cross heard the word, their eyes changed when they looked at St. Roswald. What is the origin of this fat-headed guy? Is it so important to Marine? Could it be that he was the king who joined the world government, so Marine valued him so much? There are countless conjectures in Baby5 and Cross's heart, intertwined and surging. The two of them looked at Mo Yan and admired him even more. To even dare to kidnap the king of a country is amazing. Mo Yan swallowed the food in his mouth and continued, actually, the bounty given by Marine is lower than I expected. After all, this pig is a Tenryubito, and its status in Tenryubito is not low. Baby5 and Cross were petrified in an instant. They feel as if they have heard an incomprehensible word and the brain refuses to understand the meaning of the word. Tenryubito. Tenryubito. My god, Madara, you kidnapped Tenryubito and came back. Cross jumped 3 feet high, his head slamming into the ceiling. Dare to kidnap Tenryubito. This is breaking ground on Taisui. Woo, I don't want to die yet. Cross thought, not in tears. In his opinion, even if Mo Yan is a big pirate with $1 billion Baileys, he is dead. Of course they will die together. Baby5's face was also pale. I will try my best to help you defend against Marine. Mo Yan corrected. No, I said it all. It was the Dark Lord who kidnapped Tenryubito, not me. Cross felt like his heart was on a roller coaster, falling off again. Mo Yan continued. The reason I was offered a reward is because when I brought Baby5 back, I smashed the Holy Land Mariajoy. Cross. Baby5. Oh my god, this is even worse. It dead. Cross's face was bloodless, and he slumped down. Mo Yan looked amused and said, who said you were all dead? I didn't plan to expose you. After all, you still have to help me collect treasures. Cross said with a sad face, Sir Madara doesn't have to comfort me anymore. Now, the little one can only risk his life to advance and retreat with you. Baby5 also said bravely, isn't it Marine? It must be hard for you and Lord Dark Lord. Mo Yan looked at the two with a half smile, shook his head and stopped explaining. After eating, Mo Yan wiped his mouth gracefully with a napkin. It's almost time. First guess Marine is almost there too. Hearing Mo Yan's word, Baby5 and Crozier shivered. You two stay here. Don't go out. I'll take this fat pig out to see what's going on. Mo Yan came over and mentioned the unconscious Roswald Saint, and jumped straight out of the window. Back in the comm room, the greatly frightened Baby5 and Cross looked at each other, and could only pray inwardly that Lord Uchiha Madara would be safe. After jumping out of the window, Mo Yan came to the top of the Yuhi tree without stopping. Mum, this number, there are thousands of soldiers, and it is almost close to the size of Buster Call. It seems that Marine is determined to take back St. Roswald this time. Mo Yan looked down at St. Roswald in his hand again, with a smile on his face. It's better this way. The stronger the determination, the bigger the shock after the break. Mo Yan jumped off the yuhi tree. Just let me meet you guys. ... The Marine warship heading towards the Sabaody Archipelago. The outline of the Sabaody Archipelago is already very obvious, which means that it will not be long before they reach the Sabaody Archipelago. Akainu began to think carefully. The search plan after landing on the island must force those evil people out. Akainu didn't even think about half of the plan when he was interrupted by the sudden scream of Vice Admiral next to him. Admiral, there is an emergency ahead. Akainu took the binoculars in dissatisfaction and asked, with our strength, what other emergencies can happen? 2.9 As he spoke, Akainu raised his telescope to look over, and at the same time Vice Admiral spoke up. There is a figure standing on the sea in front. It looks like Uchiha Madara. Akainu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he switched to the larger observation haki, which spread out suddenly. The man with bloody eyes Yuhi, dressed in red armor, stood on the sea holding his shoulders, naturally showing a natural haki feeling. No doubt exactly the same as Uchiha Madara on the wanted list. Target Uchiha Madara found. All staff ready. Akainu subconsciously shouted loudly, and all of Marine's heart suddenly tightened, and they ran to their respective posts as if facing the enemy. Akainu stared at the increasingly clear figure in the distance, his fist creased. Uchiha Madara, do you want to fight our entire army alone? Chapter 52_I alone or a mighty army. The warship was approaching, and Mo Yan could be seen standing on the sea with his hands on his shoulders, looking at them indifferently. He can stand on the sea. Akainu's pupils shrank upon seeing this, remembering the information Zephyr gave him, that Night King can also stand on the sea. Could it be that this is not an ability, but like Haki, a unique and learnable technology of the Chinese Empire? If so, that would be too bad. With complicated thought, Akainu asked in a deep voice, Uchiha Madara, where is Saint Roswald? Mo Yan in front of him only had a bag on his waist, and there was no other person. Mo Yan said lightly, who knows, if you want to get him back, you have to defeat me first. Akainu's face sank when he heard this. Where are your accomplices? The Dark Lord and the King of Night. Tell them to come out together. I happen to catch them all. Mo Yan looked at Akainu with a mocking smile on his face. If you want to annihilate you, why do you need the help of two kings? Our Admiral army can wipe out you and others alone. Mo Yan's words spread all over the warship, but the strange thing is that every Marine who sees him subconsciously doesn't think that he is speaking without evidence. Because looking at the man on the sea, I feel as if I saw thousands of troops, and the mad hockey potential that one person can defeat thousands of troops is undoubtedly revealed. As if it was him who was surrounded by Marine now, but he surrounded Marine. Akainu's expression was even more furious when he heard the word, extremely arrogant. Since Saint Roswald is not here, there is nothing to worry about. All the guns are fired. Receiving Akainu's order, the soldiers on the warship were busy, and all the dark gun holes on the warship turned their direction and aimed at Mo Yan. With the ignition of the lead, the continuous roar of the earthquake resounded through the sea. Countless shells fell like a storm, all targeting Mo Yan. In the blink of an eye, the position where Mo Yan was standing was submerged by artillery fire, and even a small gap was blown out of the sea. Did it work? The Marines stared nervously at the thick smoke. It stands to reason that almost no one could survive under such intensive artillery bombardment. Is this the end? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the smoke. All Marines changed their faces. The smoke dissipated, and the blue two-headed four-armed giant caught everyone's eyes. Then, it's my turn next. It was only then that everyone could see clearly that the half-length giants with two heads and four arms formed strange handprints, and the mysterious patterns in Mo Yan's eyes were also spinning rapidly. Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star. Many people say that Uchiha Madara has never used Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, but in fact, Uchiha Madara has already used it. His Mangekyo Blood Wheel Eye, like Uchiha Sasuke, is a straight Sharingan who prefers direct physical attack, so their configuration in Mangekyo Hitomi is the same. Sasuke's two eyes, one eye is Amaterasu, which is purely physical attack, and the other eye is Amaterasu, which assists and strengthens Amaterasu. And Uchiha Madara's left eye is a natural obstacle of the auxiliary reinforcement type, and the right eye is a shocking star of pure physical attack. Summon the huge meteorite from the sky and crush it directly towards the enemy. A dark shadow appeared above his head, and there was a terrifying sound like a muffled thunder breaking through the air. That the sunlight was completely gone. The Marines raised their heads involuntarily and looked at the terrifying attack from beyond the sky. Don't be kidding, bastard. Isn't this dead? Why can he do such a thing? It was eerily silent on the deck, not even chaos, and the Marines seemed to have lost all their fighting spirit at this moment. Fighting spirit? How do you fight this monster? Did that smash the entire meteorite meteorite down. Even the vice admirals with the highest positions present were covered in cold sweat at the moment, and their eyes were full of incredulity. Even Akainu shrank his pupils and took a deep breath. "Don't panic," Akainu shouted loudly, but in fact no one was panicking. Everyone was stunned by this unparalleled wonder. The meteorite fell fast. Akainu bit Kiba and jumped directly into the air with moon step. "Akainu, Admiral!" Many Marines noticed Akainu and shouted loudly, "Great major eruption! Great major eruption!" Akainu mobilized all of his strength, and the left and right bows shot 2 consecutive great major eruptions at the same time, huge enough to easily shatter an iceberg. As great major eruption, bombarding the meteorite twice in a row, sending out a terrifying explosion. Under the violent explosion, the meteorite could no longer maintain its integrity, and was directly shattered into countless stones, which fell to the surrounding water. Countless large rocks with fire can be seen, all flying out of the thick smoke of the explosion, although some of them hit the deck, injuring many Marine soldiers. 087 But no one paid attention to this at the moment. All Marine soldiers cheering at this moment. Akainu fell back to the deck panting, and Mo Yan also saw this scene. However, on Mo Yan's face, there is only a sneer like watching a play. "It is indeed, Admiral, really powerful. But what are you going to do with the second meteorite that follows?" P.S. There is nothing written in the original book. Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, is a technique that only Rinnegan can use, and other Rinnegan owners have never used Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. Even this trick is in the original book. There is no name, only the name of the trick is completed in the game. In my opinion, this is at most a technique used by Madara after revealing Rinnegan. Like Susanoo, it is not necessarily related to Rinnegan, so I split this move and set it up as Madara's 2 Mangekyo pupil technique. In fact, Mangekyo eye surgery is generally very easy to use. It is very strange that Madara does not use Mangekyo eye surgery from beginning to end, so here is a harmless change. Chapter 53 Dance with your life. Second more. Although Tianyi and Zhengxing are Mo Yan's pupil skills, if they want to use them together, the consumption is still very large, and even Susanoo needs to cooperate with Hand Seal to condense chakra. If this move can be resolved so easily by Akainu, then Mo Yan doesn't need to mess around. Marines on the warship were still cheering loudly, unaware that disaster was imminent. As expected of our Marine's highest combat power, Uchiha Madara is nothing in front of Akainu Admiral. It's too strong. Even meteorite can be broken. Those Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral also looked like they had survived the catastrophe, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, on the heads of all the cheering Marines, a second meteorite descended. Through the smoke of the explosion, darkness reappeared. Everyone's expressions froze at this moment, and they stared blankly at the sudden huge meteorite. How could another one? In the eyes of everyone's despair, the meteorite was completely smashed down. Damn! Akainu's pupils shrank, and he roared loudly. However, this indignant cry was also concealed in a terrifying momentum that seemed to destroy the world. Boom! The meteorite destroyed everything and ravaged all the Marines and warship below. A giant water splash nearly 1,000 meters high rose from the sea, and against the backdrop of the rainbow, this shattered scene was completed. Boom! The warship directly below has been completely squashed, and the ammunition on the warship was severely impacted and exploded together. For a time, endless explosions rose on the sea surface, and a large amount of water vapor was transpired from the high temperature. The surrounding warships that were lucky not to be affected were also pushed to the side by the huge wave, and some even capsized. Why did it become like this? The surviving Marines looked at all this with desperate eyes. When they looked at Mo Yan again, their eyes were full of fear, and all the destruction was caused by this man. 6 warships have come, and now 2 are directly destroyed. 2 have been affected and capsized, and the combat power has been sharply reduced by 2/3. Mo Yan looked at the scene in front of him and was very satisfied. Start dancing with your life. Mo Yan raised the corner of his mouth, and an arrogant smile appeared on his face. Then, he controlled Susanoo and rushed into the explosion and water vapor. 2 sharp swords appeared on Susanoo's forehand, and they crossed out a terrifying sword light. Boom! The sword light kept slicing across the sea, and countless Marine soldiers who were lucky enough to survive on the sea were also killed. The scene was completely in chaos. Mo Yan turned into a blood-colored Shira and began a brutal massacre. Quick, go and help them. Seeing that the Marines of the 4 warships were almost killed, the talents of the remaining 2 warships woke up like a dream. Damn, I'm going to kill you. Outside the water vapor, Akainu's angry voice penetrated directly. Because of his rage, the boiling high temperature of magma fruit further intensified the production of water vapor, and the sea immediately turned white. Dark Hound. Akainu's attack came through the water vapor, and charged towards Mo Yan violently. Don't get in the way, Red Dog. Mo Yan snorted coldly. Susanoo split his 2 hands. The divine artifact 8-foot hook Changyu swirled and condensed, and Mo Yan threw it at Akainu from left to right. One blue and one Yuhi collided, making a loud noise, and the first 8-foot hook Changyu directly smashed the dark dark hound. What? Akainu saw all this with observation haki, and not only did his pupils shrink tightly, the next moment, the second 8-foot hook Changyu had already broken through the air, smashing hard on Akainu and shattering half of his body. Impossible. Akainu is unbelievable. Combined with the meteorite just now, this is the second time in a very short period of time that his body has been completely smashed. Even if he is a Logia fruit power user, it will take at least a few seconds to recover. These few seconds were enough for Mo Yan to slaughter dozens or hundreds of Marines. Don't forget there are us too. When Akainu was eager to recover, 6 Marine Vice Admiral also stepped on the moon step and stabbed with their sword. On the 6 warships that came over, each warship had a Marine Vice Admiral, and the luxury of configuring the combat power surpassed that of Buster Call. Even so, among the 4,000 Marines of the 4 warships, only 1 Marine Vice Admiral survived on each warship. You devil! I killed you. Asshole! You will pay. 2 of them were Vice Admiral on the warship that was directly destroyed by Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. In an instant, 6 long swords wrapped in deep armament haki pierced the vacuum and blasted outside Susano at the same time. Suddenly, the unparalleled wind pressure blew all around, and 6 huge forces swept Susano, causing the surface of Susano to crack with bursts of crack. What? How is this possible? However, seeing their victory, the eyes of the 6th Marine Vice Admiral all flashed shocking expression. Even the full force of the 6th of us Vice Admiral can't break through his defense. Other word, no matter how angry they were, they couldn't hurt Uchiha Madara in the slightest. Mo Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise. As expected of Vice Admiral from the Marine headquarters, his strength is different. Not only can he survive under the meteorite, but he can also inflict heavy damage on Susano. This admiration sounded like mockery in the ears of Vice Admiral. It's over. Akainu's voice came from the sky. He condensed his body and attacked from the air, hitting the Dark Hound from top to bottom. Dark Hound Red Yuhi was like fire, flew at high speed, and hit Susano's head, becoming the last piece of grass that overwhelmed the camel. Susano was completely shattered, and Mo Yan's defense was broken. Final blow. Die. Akainu has fallen very close to Mo Yan. His face is hideous, and his lava hands are roaring and biting like a mad dog. Dog biting Crimson Lotus. This majestic blow slammed into an iron fan. Mo Yan pulled out the Uchiha fan to block the blow. Akainu, who was close at hand, saw Mo Yan's sneer, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Uchiha bounces back. Chapter 54 Are all people in the Chinese Empire monsters? He actually laughed. What does that mean? Akainu didn't have time to think about it. He could only gather all his strength and blast it down. However, the next moment, Mo Yan shouted coldly, Uchiha bounces back. At the same time, Akainu immediately felt that a force that was exactly the same as his full-strength blow bounced back from the iron fan. Boom! The terrifying impact drowned Akainu in an instant, and the 6 Vice Admiral who were bounced off were startled. Akainu Admiral. Ha! Akainu was also caught off guard, flying high into the sky. Damn bastard. Akainu could feel that at least half of his body was shattered, this time by his own power. This is nothing short of a disgrace. Akainu felt resentment in his heart. He was a dignified admiral with the highest combat power in Marine, but he was smashed to pieces 3 times in the group fight that assembled the army to attack Uchiha Madara in less than a minute. Damn, I don't believe you can bounce back 6 attacks at the same time. The Vice Admirals also flashed back with shaving, tacit understanding from 6 directions, and shot at Mo Yan at the same time. Who gave you the illusion that I need to bounce back to defend? It seems that you have gained too much boring confidence before. 030. Mo Yangzu Yuhi's Sharingan glanced with a cold light, and a bad premonition appeared in the hearts of the 6th Vice Admiral at the same time. Complete body Susano. Quote, the violent blue chakra spread violently, knocking 6th Vice Admiral away again. What? Bigger this time. A Vice Admiral who was knocked away. In their field of vision, the blue flames expanded at a super speed, and finally formed an armored giant indomitable to the sky. Don't be careless, this is his full strength. Akainu condensed his body at the fastest speed, and the great major eruption attacked with a mighty force, and the air seemed to be ignited. Tis, it's really hard to deal with. The ghosts linger over and over again. I think you can be called Admiral Candy. Mo Yan frowned, flapped his wings, and rushed into the sky with a spiral hurricane. The great major eruption blasted directly into the air, blasting hot water on the sea surface, and was caught in the hurricane created by Mo Yan, smearing the faces of the Vice Admiral. It hot. The Vice Admirals all covered their faces, looking at Mo Yan in the sky with extremely ugly expression. They are already so powerful, and they can firmly occupy the air superiority. This is really foul. No matter how panicked, use moon step to fight the enemy. Akainu dodged in front of the Vice Admirals, his face gloomy as if water was about to drip. Mo Yan looked down at Akainu, who seemed to have no serious problems in the sky, and it seemed that armament hockey was always hard, and no matter how hard he hit, he couldn't really cause damage to Akainu. Hold on, I have informed Borsellino Admiral. He will be here soon. On the 2 survivors arriving warship. Soldiers anxiously clawed on the side of the ship and shouted. Akainu's brows furrowed even deeper. Although this was planned, Akainu felt depressed and angry. It's as if he can't help Uchiha Madara at all and needs Kizaru for reinforcement. The original plan was to capture the Dark Lord and Uchiha Madara at the same time, so we needed to call Kizaru Admiral over to join forces. I didn't expect that a large number of troops were besieging Uchiha Madara alone, and Kizaru Admiral had to be called for reinforcement. The hearts of the Vice Admirals were even more shocking. Are all the people in the Chinese Empire monsters? Chigo, I have to say you're stupid. Moyan looked down, hugging his shoulders. Do you really think that Moon Step's aerial movement skills are comparable to real flying? Akainu's expression changed, as if he had guessed what Moyan was going to do. Sure enough, the next moment Moyan flapped his wing, and Susanoo's body was lifted by several hundred meters in an instant. The Vice Admirals opened their mouths, looked at Moyan, and then looked back at Akainu. Just at this height, they would have to chase for several seconds with Moonstep, and Uchiha Madara would have moved his position long ago. The point-to-point movement method of Moonstep can never be compared to Moyan, who can move in 3 dimensions in terms of mobility. But Akainu thought of something else. Let ourselves be in an invincible position where we can't hit him for a short period of time, so that we can only be beaten passively and can't fight back at all. Ooh, this way we can only be beaten and can't fight back. This treacherous and cunning bastard has made himself invincible in one fell swoop. There were several Vice Admiral. Their pupils shrank, thinking of this truth. It's a pity that they understood it too late. Moyan raised his samurai sword high in the sky and slashed down. Shoo! The fierce sword energy hundreds of meters high pierced the air, and the thunder struck Akainu and Vice Admiral with great force, as if to cut them open together with the sea. This kind of attack is trying to deal with so many of us. It's underestimating us. Uchiha Madara. Akainu was covered in lava, and he rushed up to meet the sword energy. He could break this sword energy by himself. I almost forgot. Moyan sneered even more. There are still 2 warships that have not been dealt with, so I'm upset when I see them. What? Akainu was shocked when he heard this, and Moyan's eternal Mangekyo was already spinning in the next moment. Heavenly obstacle. Immediately, one sword energy changed to 2, but the other sword energy slashed straight at the warship that contacted Kizaru just now. Ooh, hurry up and intercept. Vice Admiral on that warship had already come down to besiege Moyan, and there was no one on board who could stop this blow. The Vice Admirals are not on land. They have no leverage. Their speed is greatly limited, and it is difficult to rush back to the warship immediately. Damn Uchiha Madara. One of the Vice Admiral looked at him with tears in his eyes. He was the Vice Admiral of this ship. Do you want to watch his subordinates die in front of his eyes? Chapter 55 He also imprisoned the power. Rankyaku Tempest Kick. Vice Admiral, who had a quick reaction, jumped up in midair, sweeping out a blue slashing wave. The rest of the Vice Admiral's eyes lit up when they saw this. Yes, even if they couldn't catch up, it was enough that the attack could catch up. They want to smash that sword energy halfway. Rankyaku Tempest Kick. 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 The other 5 Vice Admiral also launched their attack one after another. The Vice Admiral level is worthy of the Vice Admiral level, and the power of the Rankyaku Tempest Kick is more than 10 times more than that of the CP9. Even if they were shot from a long distance, they could catch up with Moyan's sword energy in midair, smashing Moyan's attack abruptly. Success. The Vice Admiral were pleasantly surprised when they saw this. It seemed that they had won the first victory against Uchiha Madara. Idiot, you are being tricked. This is a trick. Akainu, who blasted away Moyan's sword energy, had a trembling voice, and his eyes were full of tears. What? The Vice Admiral was stunned for a moment. Only then did the roar of the giant piercing the sky reach their ears. When they turned to look, they had already seen Moyan swooping down to another warship, slashing the entire warship in half with one knife. Asshole! A Vice Admiral roared angrily. He was the Vice Admiral who accompanied the warship. Marines on the warship were directly killed by the shot, and the rest of the powerful people also screamed and fell into the water. Among them, those with Devil Fruit ability were originally one of the formidable combat powers, but at this moment they can only drink hatred deep into the sea, and death is meaningless. There is one last one. Moyanchi Yuhi's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Vivi moved and looked at the distant warship again. This sight seemed to have traveled through time and space, and the Marines on the last warship all shivered, feeling as if they had seen the monstrous murderous intent of thousands of troops. Just as Moyan was about to spread his wings again, an extremely fast golden light suddenly reflected from the horizon. That Kizaru. As soon as Moyan saw the beam of light, a word that was half self-blame and half sigh rang out at the end of the light. I didn't expect that it would be too late to arrive at the speed of light. The next moment, a violent flash magnified in front of the full-body Susanoo. Light bead kick. The photons concentrated on Kizaru's kick, kicked out with all their strength at the speed of light, and bombarded Susanoo's armor in one fell swoop. Boom! Complete body Susanoo's huge body was kicked back dozens of meters, and the armor was covered with crack. Great, major eruption. Akainu found the opportunity and joined the ranks of attacking Moyan. The mountain-like lava iron fist swept across the sea and hammered towards Moyan. Moyan stabilized his full body. Susanoo raised his sword and was about to slash at the great, major eruption, and then the samurai sword was blocked by the long sword of light as soon as he cut half of it. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Kizaru came to Moyan with great speed and waved the long sword of light in his hand, a samurai sword that swayed his full body. Susanoo, where the knife and the sword met, an unimaginable terrifying power erupted, and the terrifying air wave swept through everything around, and even Vice Admiral had to raise his hand to resist it. This is the collision between the world top forces. The Vice Admiral looked at the scene in shock and realized why there were only 3 admirals above the Vice Admiral, because their strength were so far apart. Like Uchiha Madara, perhaps only Kizaru Admiral and Akainu Admiral, who are also monsters, can compete. At this time, Akainu's great, major eruption also completely attacked, and Susanoo completely exploded in the close bang, and a violent explosion erupted again. Boom! A waterfall-like flash of water exploded out of thin air on the sea, and finally turned into a shower of rain, which violently fell on everyone within a kilometer radius. In the center of this heavy rain, the 3 people were separated by 100 meters, facing each other from a distance. Uchiha Madara, Akainu, Kizaru. This is their only fighting field. No matter who outsiders step in at will, the end will be affected and seriously injured. But just looking at the 3 of them, on the surface, they were all unscathed. Oh, it's really scary. In the face of me and Akainu's flanking attack, I can't get hurt at all. Kizaru looked at the tragic situation around him. His usual frivolity became solemn, and his heart was even more shocked. He could never have imagined that the configuration of 6 warships, 6,000 soldiers, 6 Vice Admiral plus Marine Admiral Akainu was far more luxurious than Buster Call, but it ended up like this. There is only one opponent, Uchiha Madara, but Marine is out of 10. Kizaru really can't understand why everyone in the Chinese Empire has such a powerful and unparalleled power. Is the Chinese Empire a gathering place for monsters? What he said was terrible. It was no longer a joke but a sincere sigh. However, that's it for Uchiha Madara. Kizaru looked at Moyan. I admit that you are very strong. If I want to defeat you one-on-one, I am afraid that I will have to pay a great price, but you are definitely not the opponent of me and Akainu. Indeed, judging from the short fight just now, Kizaru judged that it would be very, very difficult for him to defeat Uchiha Madara. But the point is, it's not only him who is present, but also Akainu who hates evil. In the end, Marine is still inseparable from the gang fight, as expected of a righteous Marine. Moyan's words were full of ridicule. Akainu snorted coldly. In the face of evil, we don't need to abide by morals. 3.3. Kizaru also said, it seems like a lot of trouble trying to capture you alive. Why don't you just grab it? You can't beat us anyway. Tilde. Really? Moyan's rhetorical question made Kizaru and Akainu shudder. Who told you that now is my full strength? The complexion of Akainu and Kizaru changed several times. Why is Uchiha so confident? Does he really have a whole card? At this moment, Moyan had already pressed the bag on his waist, and a sneer appeared on his lip. To tell you the truth, in order to avoid overly powerful forces from destroying the Empire's territory, our Chinese Empire will deliberately suppress and imprison its own overly powerful forces when we go out to battle. And just now, I just untied the first confinement. Chapter 56 Uchiha Madara, SS Class. Second more. Sincerely roll and sell cute. Please subscribe automatically. Tilde. The first confinement. Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other, inexplicably shocked. Just unlocking the first confinement. It is so powerful. Then the second and third confinement are released. Tilde. How strong will it be? They don't think that a strong man like Uchiha Madara will talk about it, but because of this, it is extremely scary. Opposite them, Moyan also secretly asked the system in his heart. Uchiha Madara, skin. How many devil fruits do I need to buy SS rank in the mall? The bag that Moyan carried before the war was full of devil fruit just to prevent the current situation. System said, Uchiha Madara, skin is a high-end skin, so the price is relatively more expensive and requires 8 devil fruit. Moyan's face sank when he heard the word. This time, he only brought 5 devil fruits out. It was enough before, but it was still not enough. System continued. However, the quality of devil fruit varied. In terms of the quality of devil fruit carried by the host, 5 devil fruits can buy Uchiha Madara SSS level skin. Moyan's heart moved, and he secretly said that this was the case. The 5 fruits he brought this time, one was delivered to Sabaody Archipelago by Hancock himself, and the quality was definitely not low, and the other was the finale of the auction, the quality of which is of course needless to say. The remaining 3 devil fruit, including the transmission fruit, are all devil fruits that Doflamingo solemnly locked in the underground treasury, and of course the quality is excellent. In this way, 5 high-quality devil fruit can be worth 8 ordinary devil fruit. Okay, I'm going to buy Uchiha Madara SS SSS level skin in the mall. Although Akainu and Kizaru could not see it, a panel appeared out of thin air in front of Moyan. The interface of the skin store has been switched on the panel, and now 4 items have been updated on it, namely, Night King, SSS Dark Lord, SSS Uchiha Madara, SS Uchiha Madara, SSS SSS level. According to Moyan's understanding of the skin mall, only after he has drawn the corresponding skin, the subsequent advanced products of the skin will appear in the mall. By Uchiha Madara, SSS level skin. Moyan secretly said in his heart that this time, the devil fruit in the bag did not turn into a light thought, but gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared out of thin air. Uchiha Madara, SS rank in the skin shop has also dimmed, and it has become a possessed state. At the same moment, Moyan only felt that a huge sea of chakra filled his body, making his body full of endless energy. Is this the second skill? Moyan thought about it, and clicked on the character attribute to view. Host, Moyan, Skins held, Night King, SS rank, Dark Lord, SS rank, Uchiha Madara, SS rank. Equip Gin, Uchiha Madara, SS rank. Skill 1, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Skill 2, Kekkei Genkei Mokuden, Wood Style. This is Uchiha Madara in its more ultra heyday. Moyan understood at a glance, if the S-rank Uchiha Madara was the heyday of the ninja Shira, then the current self is the Uchiha Madara who is even more powerful than the heyday after the perfect fusion of Senjuhashirama, SL. This time, the two heaven-defying forces of the god of ninja and Shira of the ninja world were both mastered by Moyan alone. It feels so bad. Kizaru pouted, a drop of cold sweat dripping from his temple. Although he didn't know what happened, Kizaru could clearly feel that the pressure brought by Uchiha Madara to him was increasing. Did he unlock the second prison? Akainu also looked ugly. This is troublesome. It doesn't matter. It's better to strike first. Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other and nodded, and they all shot at Moyan. For a time, dazzling golden light and fiery lava covered the entire sky. Can't wait. Moyan snorted and hand-sealed with both hands. Mokuden, wood style, esoteric wood golem jutsu. Just when the golden light and the lava were about to hit Moyan, a towering arhat quickly grew out of thin air and stood firmly in front of Moyan. What is this? Both Akainu and Kizaru were taken aback. The size of this new giant was no less than that of the Big Blue, and the giant dragon wrapped around him was majestic and mighty, like an angry King Kong. Obviously not the same trick. However, what the wooden man did the next moment made the two of them almost stare out their eyes. I saw the wooden man Luohan's body sinking, his two hands aimed at the golden light and the lava, and he firmly grasped the attack one by one. What? Actually blocked two Admirals' attacks at the same time. Vice Admiral who had been excluded from the battle were completely stunned. Incredible. The golden light and the lava seemed to be facing off against the wooden figurine. The wooden figurines were pushed back and forth, but they never let the attack break through. In the end, the wooden man opened his mouth wide, let out a silent roar, and raised his hands to direct the golden light and lava to the sky. Boom, boom. The attacks of Akainu and Kizaru flew high into the sky, and exploded violently, sending the air waves that shook the sea. Damn, he really is stronger. Akainu bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth, watching Moyan's body ignite a blue flame again, and soon formed the original blue armored giant. It's just that this time, it's no longer a 2-on-1 fight, but they each have a 1-on-1 fight against two giants. A shock also flashed in Kizaru's eyes. He didn't expect such a powerful giant, Uchiha Madara, to be able to control two at the same time. However, they still have a chance. Looking at the two burned hands of the wooden man, Kizaru said slowly, Uchiha Madara's giants are indeed powerful, but a single giant should be one step weaker than us, and now there are only two, still weaker than us, as long as we can defeat. Before Kizaru's words were finished, his face with a cynical look all the year round froze, and just like Akainu, his pupils shrank as he looked at the wooden man's hand. I saw that the wooden man's hands that were destroyed by the hard attack were rapidly growing back to their original shape, just like the recovery of the Logia ability. Chapter 57 _ Get real from now on. The third one. Ask for tips and automatic subscription. Thinking about it, Uchiha Madara's Big Blue has been smashed no less than twice, but now it appears in front of him intact. Akainu was also horrified, his eyes fixed on Moyan. It seems that the giant of Uchiha Madara can also recover infinitely. In this way, the advantages of their elemental bodies were evened out. It's really a headache. In this case, don't we have no advantage at all? Kizaru said slowly with a really bad expression, but the subtle nervousness and alertness of his body completely revealed that he was not as relaxed as he said. You were wrong. Moyan stretched out his hand and pointed at Kizaru in the air. It's not that you have no advantage, it's that you have no advantage at all from the very beginning. It's me who has the advantage all the time. Don't make a mistake about this. An arrogant smile appeared on Moyan's face. Then it's not too late. Let's continue to fight. After all, under the control of Moyan, the complete body Susanoo and the wooden man Luohan attacked Akainu and Kizaru aggressively. No matter what today, I will make you punished by justice. Akainu Akainu Baitiba hard, and without hesitation he faces the wooden man Luohan. In his opinion, his ability to deal with wooden man made of wood is just right. Oh, what a miscalculation. I never heard of such trouble before I came here. Kizaru shook his head. Amazumi cloud sword appeared in his hand, and he had no choice but to turn into a beam of light and confront Susanoo. His full body, Chong, the sword and the knife, which are completely composed of energy body, collided together, and a symphonic sound of gold and iron like a heavy artillery was emitted, which shocked the eardrum. Blink of an eye, Kizaru fought Moyan with hundreds of moves at a very fast speed. Sword energy radiated in all directions, and the sea surface below them was cut into countless small squares, and sea kings that were cut off continued to surface, and blood quickly stained this sea area. It's really hard to deal with. Kizaru once again swayed Susanoo's whole body, and saw with his own eyes that the cracks on Susanoo's sword were disappearing quickly, and his heart only felt a deep bottom. No matter how you fight, it won't work, and armament hockey won't work for you. What kind of monster are you? Kizaru took a deep look at Moyan and suddenly heard a roar from Akainu. Open it for me. Kizaru turned his head to look in surprise, and found that Akainu didn't notice for a while, and was wrapped tightly around his body by the wooden dragon of the wooden man Arhat. However, just after Akainu roared, there was an incredible flash of panic on his face. What? Armament hockey was absorbed. How is this possible? Kizaru didn't even want to fight Moyan for a moment, and looked at the wooden dragon in shock. That wooden dragon can actually absorb armament hockey. Only Moyan sneered in his heart. Hockey, like chakra, is the life force that everyone has hidden in the body. Since wood dragon can absorb chakra, of course, it can also absorb hockey to a certain extent. Marines of hockey who were present at the meeting felt an unprecedented shock. Is there a mistake? Wasn't hockey supposed to be used to deal with those who are capable? No matter how you look at it now, it looks like a wooden man and a wooden dragon with the power of a devil fruit. Even if it is immune to hockey, it can actually absorb and suppress hockey in turn. Is there any reason for this? Akainu couldn't use armament hockey to break free from the wooden dragon for a while, and he had already lost the opportunity. The wooden man Luohan clasped his fist with both hands, and smashed Akainu in the wooden dragon with thunder. Literally hammered flat. Akainu was smashed like a puddle of liquid, turned into magma and flowed out of the shackles of the wooden dragon. Damn it. Even though he recovered after a few seconds, Akainu's eyes were full of rage. This scene of being broken up is really embarrassing. I'm going to kill you. Akainu burst into anger, and the hell-like lava poured out of his body, turning into a large net and covering the wooden man Arhat. However, the wooden man Luohan was not afraid. He passed through the big net abruptly, and punched Akainu again. Boom. The sea set off a new round of huge waves with them as the center. Akainu kicked back the wooden man Arhat, but in his own eyes there was an unbelievable look. Why doesn't my heat work at all? Akainu has been fighting until just now, only to fully confirm that this wooden man Luohan is not afraid of flames and lava at all, and his own ability does not bring him any advantage. But isn't this wood? Why is this? Kizaru glanced at Moyan with complicated eyes. I'm not afraid of armament hockey, and I'm not afraid of high temperature magma. Your ability to foul is really endless. Moyan snorted coldly and said, if a high temperature attack like Kaden fire style can suppress Mokuden wood style, then the god of ninjas simply don't mess around. God of ninjas? Kizaru was taken aback, then serious. Is this another name for you, Uchiha Madara? Moyan glanced at him lightly, and said lightly, are you asking the enemy to tell you information? Kizaru said with a hilarious smile, if you say yes, then tell me. I'd love to know. Moyan was stunned. He didn't expect Kizaru to be so shameless. Thinking about it, he was the most unorthodox an admiral. I'll tell you mercifully, Moyan said inscrutable. Ninja god is the title of another colleague of mine, and this trick was originally his trick. Kizaru's pupils shrank when he heard the word, and he heard another extremely important piece of information. Since the god of ninja is Uchiha Madara, S3.7 colleague, he must also be the #1 figure in the Chinese Empire, and if the wooden man is the trick of the god of ninja, it means that the god of ninja, who has never been masked, is definitely someone close to admiral or admiral level powerhouse, and even such powerful trick can be taught and learned from each other, which is simply cheating. The information that was sold in exchange for his face made Kizaru feel like a deep valley in his heart. How powerful is the mysterious Chinese Empire? Its terrifying forces and terrifying masters appear endlessly as if there is no end. No, I must report this information to Marshal Sengoku. Kizaru made up his mind and looked at Moyan again, but found that Moyan also seemed to be tired of playing. This is the end of the boring temptation and slapstick. I'm going to start getting serious. Chapter 58 I don't look down on you. Don't get me wrong. Moyan's voice echoed in the sea, but the sound was silent, but it stirred up a storm in the hearts of many people. Moyan's voice was cold, but his arrogance couldn't be concealed. It was hard to imagine that this was a casually fabricated remark. If not, then what he said is true. Are you kidding me? You've already hit this level, are you just starting to get real? Kizaru's body flashed and appeared beside Akainu, forming a vigilance together. The power of Uchiha Madara, they couldn't help but treat them with such dignity. Do you mean that you didn't even use your real power to deal with us before? Akainu was dignified and angry. Are you looking down on us, Uchiha Madara? Moyan said coldly. Don't get me wrong. Although it was an enemy relationship, Moyan's words made Akainu and Kizaru feel a little more comfortable. Moyan continued. Even if I get serious, it doesn't mean I look down on you, so don't get me wrong. What did you say? Akainu was stunned for a moment, and then he was full of rage. Uchiha Madara, today I swear to kill you. Akainu, who was a little out of his mind. Kizaru shook his head secretly. In the past, he was the only one who ridiculed the enemy. Today, Kizaru also tasted for the first time what it was like to be ridiculed by the enemy. Come on if you can do it, but don't disappoint my expectations, Chigo. Moyan's eyes narrowed. The fierce light of blood Yuhi projected from his pupils, and the next moment, his aura rose steadily. Can you continue to improve? Vice Admiral, who were reduced to only watching the battle on the sea, were about to pop out. It was the same when the second prison was released before. I didn't expect that this was not the limit of Uchiha Madara. Wizard Susanoo Vajra Arhat. Moyan's eyes widened suddenly, and the blue flame like chakra swayed and directly covered the surface of the wooden man's body. The mighty armor grows along the surface of the wooden man Luohan. The face of the angry king is covered with a mighty helmet. The huge wings cover the sky and the sun. The wooden man Luohan pulls out two, shaking the sky from the scabbard of the wing. Giant blade. This is exactly how difficult it is to replace Yubi, Nine Tails, with the majestic tail beast of the wooden man Arhat. But the power has not decreased, but has increased even higher. This is what trick. He actually fused two giants. What a joke. Isn't this too strong? Seeing this, Akainu and Kizaru couldn't hide their shock. Uchiha Madara can make two giants fit together. They have personally played against the two giants, and they are very clear that the Susanoo Vajra Arhat in front of them is not as simple as 1 + 12. If these two giants were originally weaker than them, then the feeling given to them now is that they have fully reached their level. No, they are even stronger. Don't die so easily. Moyan laughed wildly, and Susanoo Vajra Arhat waved two giant samurai swords with astonishing momentum. Come on. Akainu and Kizaru were both subconsciously surprised. Now, let alone killing Uchiha Madara, it is the real business to think about how to block the blow. They have a hunch that this will be Uchiha Madara's heat strike. Go. Knife did not stop for half a minute. They crossed and slashed down, aiming at Akainu and Kizaru, and slashed two terrifying swords that cut through the void. It's not over yet. The eternal Mangekyo in Moyan's eyes spun beyond the limit. Heavenly obstacle. The pupil power was consumed violently as never before, and blood also flowed from Moyan's left eye. Suddenly, two slashes turned into 4 slashes, overlapping and swallowing everything in front of them. What a powerful force. Rao is Akainu and Kizaru, who are the most powerful in Marine. Seeing this, they can't help but change their faces. Elemental body is not absolutely invincible. In addition to sea stone and hockey can restrain, two extreme attacks can also damage the elemental body to a certain extent. If this blow is real, even they will not have a good time. In amazement, both of them were retreating rapidly, and they also fought their own counterattack. Double great, major eruption. Akainu repeated his old trick, and opened his bows left and right to hit two giant lava fists with full force, blasting towards the sword energy. Light speed chain kick. Kizaru also retreated, spinning in midair, and kicked several powerful kicks that flickered in succession. The dazzling laser, and the iron fist that was teeming with heat, also slammed into the 4 swords with unparalleled momentum. Boom! In an instant, a circular diffused light sphere erupted on the spot. The sea evaporated and dissipated. Thunder rolled in the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up. Wow! The vice admirals could no longer stop, and one after another was blown away by the aftermath. All they can do is to strengthen armament hockey's defenses all over their body, struggling to resist this terrifying aftermath. The Sabaody Archipelago in the distance, countless people also witnessed this earth-shattering scene. The shock from the explosion even spread to the Sabaody Archipelago through the seabed, causing the entire Sabaody Archipelago to tremble briefly. The hotel. Both Baby 5 and Cross firmly grasped the railing, staring at the mushroom cloud on the sea level with shocking eye. It's Madara-sama. They all looked at each other in shock, and realized it in their heart. Roger, it seems that we are really getting old. Now the younger generation of rookies can even make such a great move. In a certain pub, an old man with a scar on his eyes and round-rimmed glasses smiled and looked at the shocking scene in the distance. He picked up a bottle of wine and touched it to the sky, as if he was toasting an invisible person. On the sea, in the battlefield. No, it's more powerful than I thought. The explosion point where the light and mushroom cloud intertwine. Kizaru's eyes widened. This power is too much, and it is still spreading to them. Chapter 59. Marine Admiral is forced to bow his head. Second update. Ooh, and a warship. Akainu was suddenly shocked, and immediately saw the warship being submerged by the ball of light. Apparently not even the scum was left. Damn! Akainu scolded fiercely, and at this time, the explosion on the sea was almost up, and the exposed sea was directly missing a large circular pit nearly 10 kilometers long, and countless seawater continued to pour into it. After a while, the ocean calmed down again. Mo Yan floated on the sea with his shoulders on his shoulders, forming the previous three-way confrontation again, but this time, Akainu and Kizaru were undoubtedly in a lot of embarrassment. It was barely blocked. It seems that you are not as bad as I thought, Mo Yan whispered, but Akainu's eyes flashed with anger. Even so, the last warship, as well as the thousands of Marines on the warship, were destroyed as Mo Yan wished. From this point of view, Akainu lost completely. Seeing that Akainu was about to be impulsive, Kizaru reached out to stop him for the first time. Hold on, Akainu. Borsellino, what are you trying to stop me? Akainu looked at Kizaru, squinting dangerously. Kizaru shook his head. Don't get me wrong. Remember what our mission was this time. Akainu was startled, then remembered that their first task was to save Saint Roswald. As for the crusade against Uchiha Madara and the Chinese Empire, it is only a secondary task. It's just that Akainu has always hated evil and suffered many losses at the hands of the Chinese Empire. His personal feelings made him think that Mo Yan would be rectified on the spot. Kizaru said, looks like you remember. So now the problem is obvious. The two of us can't help Uchiha Madara. When he said this, Kizaru's heart was actually very heavy. They were two of the most powerful Marines, and they attacked one person together for the first time, but they couldn't help each other at all. Quote. Akainu was silent for a while, although he was very unwilling, but it was the truth. For the time being, Akainu said reluctantly. Kizaru sighed and said, since that's the case, it doesn't make any sense for us to continue fighting. We don't even know where Saint Roswald is now. Akainu couldn't help but said, then let him be at ease. Otherwise, Kizaru uttered a ruthless reality. Akainu, what else can you do to Uchiha Madara? And there was a little more concern that Kizaru didn't say. It can even be said that this is a huge hidden danger. At least two of the three people who have appeared in the Chinese Empire, including Uchiha Madara, should be staying in Sabaody Archipelago. What if they continue to fight and attract the second person from the Chinese Empire? Kizaru believes that there is no need to say more. Akainu should also understand that Uchiha Madara alone is helpless. If the other party has a second Admiral level powerhouse to join, then they may never come back. Damn! Akainu's eyes changed several times, and his expression was very exciting, but in the end he still hit the sea with a blow of anger. The sea once again burst into countless flashes, and Akainu said fiercely, the 6 warships have all been destroyed. Are you letting me retreat like this? I will never admit it. Kizaru felt extremely embarrassed. Sure enough, he and Akainu were incompatible, and their personalities were too different. Akainu, you have to understand that if we continue to fight, we may not be able to keep the 6 vice admirals that came together. Kizaru and Akainu actually started arguing, and Mo Yan looked a little funny on the opposite side. However, he also guessed Kizaru's concern. If there is another admiral level powerhouse in the Chinese Empire, it is not impossible to kill Marine Vice Admiral one by one. Of course Akainu understood this. He looked at the Marine Vice Admiral who was blown far away. From the beginning, the level of this battle was not something they could participate in. Although the Marine Vice Admiral accompanying this time are all veterans of the Marine headquarters, they are not as strong as the famous Vice Admiral such as Yamakaji, Momonga, Onagumo, etc. It is difficult to fight back against the Admiral level powerhouse. Having said that, Marine is a rare backbone at the general level and above. If you lose 6 Marine Vice Admirals in this battle, it will undoubtedly be a major blow to Marine. Seeing that Akainu was still unwilling, Kizaru said in a slightly softer tone, also, I'm not letting you retreat in despair. After all, we still have to complete the task, otherwise Mariajoy will not be able to explain it. Akainu snorted. Then you say, what else is there to do? Kizaru turned to look at Mo Yan, and said, I remember that in the bloody message left by the Dark Lord, the word, redemption for you, were mentioned. That is to say, we can redeem Saint Roswald. Yes, tell me, what's your asking price? Mo Yan raised the corner of his mouth and said, wise judgment. However, Akainu yelled from the side, Borsellino, are you going to bow to them? What the face of Marine like this? This method is 100 times more rubbish. Marine's face, Mo Yan said with a sneer, since Tenryubito was kidnapped in the Holy Land Mariajoy, you Marines have no faith. After that, sending a large army to attack will result in complete destruction, and even more so, all the faces are lost. If Tenryubito can't be saved after paying such a price, then Marine's face will be lost to the extreme. Mo Yan's words were merciless. It was simply a bloody fact. So Akainu and Kizaru both looked very ugly, but they had to admit in their hearts that what Mo Yan said was right. This time, no matter what, they had to save Tenryubito back. Seeing that Akainu was also silent, Mo Yan knew that this was a silent compromise. Mo Yan was satisfied with Isho, and said, very good, it seems that you have all made a rational decision. 10, then the price of redeeming Tenryubito. It 10 devil fruit. Chapter 60 _ see if you have the gut. 10 devil fruit. Even anger on Kizaru's face. He would rather Moyan ask for more than 12 billion Bailey. Although it is an astronomical sum of money, it is still very easy to collect with Marine's ability. But Moyan wanted 10 devil fruit. Not 10 ordinary fruit, but 10 devil fruit. Not to mention that according to the different price ranges of devil fruit, these 10 devil fruits together must be worth more than 2 billion Bailey. How easy is it to get 10 devil fruit together? It's impossible. Akainu flatly refused. What are you kidding? You have already paid such a huge price, and you are forced to bow your head to Uchiha Madara, and finally give such harsh condition. Akainu even has a feeling of being played, and the anger is beyond word. Huang 14 took a deep breath and said, Uchiha Madara, please change the condition. This condition is too unrealistic. Moyan said calmly, it seems that you guys haven't figured out the situation yet. Akainu and Kizaru were stunned when they heard the word, and looked at Moyan. Moyan sneered, it's me who is taking the initiative now. You have no right to negotiate terms with me. You. Akainu's face turned ugly, and he almost wanted to go up and fight Moyan again. Kizaru hurriedly grabbed him and looked at Moyan with a gloomy expression. Uchiha Madara, you Chinese Empire, don't deceive people too much. Otherwise what are you going to do? Moyan asked back. Kizaru was at a loss for words and couldn't answer a word. Yes, even if the Chinese Empire deceive people too much, they can't do anything. This realization made Akainu and Kizaru feel even more humiliated and indignant. This is our offer. You are not qualified to pick and choose. Moyan snorted coldly. If you want to, come find me at Sabaody Archipelago. Akainu bit Kiba and said, wait a minute, Uchiha Madara. Do you want to run away? Moyan regained his senses, looked at Akainu and sneered. Chigo, is your IQ really like a dog facing you? Why do I have to run away? The arrogant arrogance of seeing people in the world as nothing in the words is undoubtedly revealed. It's just that the opponents who have lost their fighting spirit are really meaningless. I'll let you go today and go back and think about it. That. Moyan spread out the wings of Susanoo Vajra Arhat and prepared to leave. Bastard. Who said we lost the will to fight? Do you think I would sit back and watch you leave with such a swagger? Akainu still shouted angrily, but there was no confidence in the word. Kizaru didn't say a word. He knew better than Akainu that Uchiha Madara was right. Up until now, they have too many concerns, and they simply can't let go of their hands and feet to continue fighting, and naturally they have no fighting intention. Oh, Moyan stopped in the sky and looked down at the two of them. I'm leaving now. If you have the ability, come stop me and try to see if you have the courage. Too arrogant. Akainu almost lost his mind when he heard it. How could a pirate be so arrogant when facing Marine, and when he was still Marine Admiral? Give it up, Akainu. The indescribable dullness in Kizaru's tone. They really couldn't stop Uchiha Madara. First, he was afraid that he would eventually provoke other masters of the Chinese Empire to help out, which is what they wanted to avoid as much as possible. Second, Saint Roswald is still missing. If he annoyed Uchiha Madara, he would have the prisoner kill him. What should Roswald do to vent his anger? In this way, let alone saving Saint Roswald. Saint Roswald was killed because of their reasons without even seeing Saint Roswald. The shock caused by this kind of thing and the wrath of the world government, even if they are Marine Admiral, is hard to bear. Looking at Akainu and Kizaru who dared to be angry and dare not move, Moyan's eyes flashed a sneering look. HMPH. I'll wait for your reply. Remember, the deadline is only half a month. After that, Moyan turned around and flew away, leaving only Akainu and Kizaru gnashing Kiba's teeth in anger. Damn. Akainu's scolding resounded through the sea, but there was nothing he could do. Forget it, Akainu. Kizaru also clenched his fist secretly. As for the conditions proposed by Uchiha Madara, let's report them to Marshal Sengoku as they are. The rest is up to Marshal Sengoku to decide. Flying back to Sabaody Archipelago, Moyan dispersed Susanoo Vajra Arhat and landed on the beach. In this battle, Moyan is not without consumption, and it can even be said that the consumption is quite large. After all, according to Moyan's experience, the basic combat power of SS level skins is around Admiral level, or like Uchiha Madara, it is stronger than Admiral level. But even if he is stronger, his strength is limited, and it is a bit difficult for Moyan to fight against 6 Vice Admiral, 2 Admiral and an army of 6,000 soldiers at the same time. It's been so hard this time. If Lord 967 has a hard time cracking the elemental bodies of Akainu and Kizaru, Moyan thought to himself, the elementalization of the Logia fruit is a very disgusting thing, and normal attacks are almost completely useless. Although condensing the body again and again, it is also exhausting for them, but compared with the benefits of avoiding damage, it is not worth mentioning at all. Looks like the plan to learn hockey is on the agenda. Moyan secretly made up his mind that if he could learn hockey, it would be a huge improvement in his strength for Moyan. So who should I go to learn from? According to Moyan's memory and where he is now, the answer is completely self-evident. Which one is better better than hockey. Find Rayleigh in the Sabaody Island. Pluto. Rayleigh used to be the vice-captain of One Piece, king of pirate Gul D. Roger, known as the right wrist of One Piece, king of pirates. He is extremely powerful and grandmaster three-color hockey. He lived in seclusion in Sabaody Archipelago in his later years, so if Mo Yan wants to learn hockey, Rayleigh is undoubtedly the best choice. Chapter 61 _ Smoke a cigarette first. Sorry for being out before. Late update. But Mo Yan really didn't know where Rayleigh was now. At this time, Mo Yan would think of the benefits of observation hockey. If his observation hockey is strong enough, it's more than enough to cover the entire Sabaody Archipelago, and it's not a problem to find Rayleigh in an instant. It's a pity, not to mention the powerful observation hockey now. Mo Yan doesn't even know one kind of hockey. Therefore, Mo Yan had no choice but to go to the intelligence dealers to inquire about the information. Intelligence dealer who is himself information related to Hades. Rayleigh, Sabaody Archipelago, Area 13. At the top of the Yuhi tree, there is a peculiarly named bar called Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. To be honest, this is the first time Mo Yan has seen a store with such a straightforward name. However, Mo Yan admired the honesty of the shopkeeper very much, and secretly praised the shopkeeper in his heart. Pushing the gate of opening in, the face is a black-haired 933 woman with a cigarette, grabbing the collar of a strong pirate with one hand. Welcome, what would you like to order, my guest? The black-haired woman looked at the door of the store subconsciously, and the moment she saw Mo Yan, her brows wrinkled imperceptibly. This man is not easy. This can be clearly seen from the unintentional momentum alone. I'll pay. Let me go. The robust pirate had a blue nose and a swollen face, crying like a 400-pound child. I'll let you go this time. Get out. The arrival of Mo Yan made the black-haired woman unwilling to teach the robust pirate a lesson, so she threw the robust pirate out of the window as soon as she threw it away. Mo Yan walked to the bar with a smile and said, "It's the intelligence dealer of Sabaody Archipelago. Shacky, right? You are Uchiha Madara." Shacky squinted his eyes, and finally remembered Mo Yan's appearance, which was exactly the same as the recently released 1 billion Bailey reward. "That's right, I'm Shacky. You can buy it from me if you have any information you want." Shacky took a breath and said with a smile, "But as an intelligence dealer, I'm also curious, what did you do to get such a high bounty all of a sudden?" Marine's efforts to block the news this time are very powerful. I can't find anything. Mo Yingson said that this is of course, if the Holy Land Mariajoy was smashed and the news spread that Tenryubito was kidnapped, then it would really be a great shame for the world government and Marine. Once the fig leaf is gone, not only will the deterrent power of the world government and Marine be seriously reduced, but Tenryubito's status through myths will also be shaken, making many pirates realize that Tenryubito is not absolutely untouchable. Mo Yan smiled and said, "No problem. I can tell you that it is a reward for exchanging information." Shacky said nonchalantly, "Oh, then, what the hell do you want to know about Your Excellency the Admiral Army of the dignified state of the Chinese Empire?" Mo Yan looked at her and said word by word, "I want to know the whereabouts of Hades." Rayleigh. Shacky's body Vivi shuddered, and then smiled. "So you're looking for Rayleigh? He's just a lousy old man who only gives film and shit on the boat. You can find him in any bar or entertainment venue. It's a pity I don't want to waste this time." Mo Yan shrugged. "As far as I know, Rayleigh often doesn't come back for a year or a half, so I think you must have some special means to contact him in an emergency." Completely correct. This time Shacky was really surprised. Such a keen insight. Shacky couldn't help taking a deep look at Mo Yan. It's not scary to have great strength. What scary is that a person with the strength of a master has a shrewd mind at the same time. To be honest, you really surprised me. I didn't reveal that Rayleigh rarely came back, but I can see it by observation. What really surprised me was your inference and action without hesitation. Shacky took a deep breath and snuffed out the butt. This kind of people who completely believe in their own inferences and put them into action are very scary. You're right, I can contact Rayleigh urgently, but before that, let me hear how you got into Marine. What Shacky said was a double entendre, not only referring to the wanted order, but also the shocking battle that even Sabaody Archipelago could feel not long ago. Mo Yan said lightly, "It's nothing, I just smashed it when I was passing by Mariajoy, and then kidnapped the head of one of the 18 Tenryubito families." Shacky. She stared at Mo Yan intently, as if done. Mo Yan looked calm in front of her gaze. After a while, Shacky touched the lighter and the cigarette, mechanically lit another cigarette for himself, and took a deep breath. "Anyway, smoke a cigarette first." After a while, Shacky said, "I've been washing my hands in a golden basin for more than 30 years. During this time, no, even adding the time when I was a pirate, it was the first time I was scared. Tenryubito is a taboo in this world. Even if a hair is lost, it will cause a big earthquake. There are even unspoken rules among the pirates, and they must not touch Tenryubito, otherwise it will cause a catastrophe. Even the 4 sea emperors who rule the New World rarely take action against Tenryubito, because this is the biggest challenge to the world government, and it will definitely trigger a war that shakes the the sea. So even a person like Shaki, who has seen strong winds and waves, and Mount Tai collapsed in front of him without changing his color, was completely shocked at this moment. In this way, the battle just now should be the Marine Admiral who came to the door. Shaki looked Mo Yan up and down, and found that this man had far more energy than he imagined. And judging from the fact that you came to me and asked Rayleigh unscathed, there is no doubt that it was you who won. Mo Yan said noncommittally. I have fulfilled my promise. It's up to you next. Chapter 62_not 1 but 2. Shaki was stunned for a moment, then smiled. You are a man who dares to fight and kill even Tenryubito. I admire you very much. Even if you don't tell me the information, I'm willing to call you Rayleigh 1. Shaki is a pirate in the Roger era, and he is also a pair of enemies who often fight with Marine hero Gar. He is a legendary pirate, and it is not easy to get such sincere appreciation from her. But Mo Yan was a little speechless. Now, is this a bit of an afterthought? If I don't tell you this information, how can you appreciate me for it? Shaki bent down and rummaged at the bar for a while, then pulled out a tiny crystal phone bug. These phone bugs are very rare. Beautiful, right, but powerful. I can find Rayleigh instantly even if he's not in the Sabaody Archipelago. Mo Yan nodded and said, then please. What a boring man. Shaki took a breath and called the crystal phone bug. After a while, the phone worm was connected, and a calm and sophisticated voice came from the phone worm. It's so strange, Shaki. This is the first time you called me with a crystal phone worm. I thought you would never call me in your life. We'll use this. Quote. Shaki turned over Byakugan and said, stop talking nonsense. Come back quickly. I have something to do with you. Rayleigh said strangely. I have something to do with you. What is it? If it's a film for the ship, let him make an appointment first. I'm still drinking here. Shaki sneered. Rayleigh, it seems that you are getting more and more useless. Do you think a mere request for a film on the ship is worth me using the crystal phone bug to find you? Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then said, that makes sense. Shaki, what happened? Who is looking for me? Shaki said lightly, it's the Uchiha Madara who has been in the limelight recently. Quote. Quote. This time, Rayleigh was silent longer. After a while, Rayleigh said, wait for me at the bar. I'll be right over there. With that, Rayleigh hung up the crystal phone bug. Shaki put away the crystal phone bug and said, okay, let's wait for Rayleigh to come back. Would you like something to drink? Mo Yan also naturally sat in front of the bar and said with a smile, just make me a cocktail that you are best at. Thank you. Shaki's mouth twitched. You really know how to order. While talking, Shaki didn't stop in his hand, and started to make cocktails quickly, and his skills were so skillful that people were dazzled. Not long after, Shaki put a glass of Yuhi orange cocktail in front of Mo Yan. It's cheap for you. Most people can't drink my glass of the rising sun and morning light, and it can be regarded as a tribute to your Yuhi colored eyes that are as beautiful as this glass of wine. Quote. Mo Yan picked up the morning sun, and Vivi took a sip. It's really good. Shaki nodded and said, thanks for the compliment. You are still very knowledgeable. As soon as he put down the wine glass, the door behind Mo Yan was pushed open, and Rayleigh strode in with a wine bottle. You are Uchiha Madara, right? When he walked to Mo Yan, Rayleigh took a good look at Mo Yan. Shaki is boring to drink this wine. It has no energy at all. Shaki sneered. That's why I never make this glass of wine for a reckless guy who doesn't know how to drink. Rayleigh pouted, and then his face became solemn, looking at Mo Yan. Tell me, you are looking for me, or what is the Chinese Empire looking for me? Mr. Uchiha Madara, the famous Admiral Army of the township. Mo Yan calmly drank the rest of the morning sun, and turned to Rayleigh, saying, I have something to ask of you. Rayleigh said immediately, I'm just a retired old man now. Don't ask me for trouble. Don't worry, no trouble. Mo Yan smiled. I hope you can teach me hockey. You can't hockey. When Rayleigh and Shaki heard this, their eyes widened and looked at Mo Yan in disbelief. Shaki couldn't help but said, impossible. If you are a super expert like you, how can you not even know hockey? That's the truth. Mo Yan shrugged. So I played very hard with Marine Admiral, and I need to make up for this weakness quickly. Rayleigh frowned and said, sure enough, in the earth-shattering battle at the sea just now, were you and Akainu fighting? Akainu has been playing for so long. The heat wave is rushing and the lava is rolling, and Rayleigh can easily guess who the enemy who is fighting against Mo Yan is. It looks like you can beat Akainu without hockey. It's really incredible. Rayleigh sincerely sighed. Not hockey can beat Logia. The Chinese Empire really contains infinite secret, and every member that appears is so mysterious. No, Mo Yan said succinctly. It's not just Akainu. I'm fighting Akainu and Kizaru at the same time. It's very strenuous, so I need to learn hockey urgently. What did you say? As soon as Rayleigh sat down, he stood up again in shock. The truth is far more absurd and incredible than he imagined. I thought I had overestimated you just now, but now it seems that I still underestimated you. Shaki couldn't help but shrink his pupils, accidentally pinching the cigarette in his hand. Two legendary pirates, especially a legendary big pirate like Rayleigh, were so surprised. Rayleigh took a deep breath and said, how fast do you want to learn hockey quickly? Between the word, Rayleigh was already a little moved. The opportunity to teach such a powerful super pirate as Mo Yan is completely elusive. This sense of accomplishment alone has already attracted Rayleigh very much. Mo Yan said simply, I hope I can learn it within half a month, preferably within a week. Half a month is the time limit set by him in Marine, and if possible, Mo Yan hoped to have a week to improve his hockey proficiency. Half a month. Rayleigh couldn't help exclaiming, that's absolutely impossible. Mo Yan smiled and said, if you don't try, who knows, maybe I'm a peerless genius that Eternal has never met. Rayleigh was speechless, completely speechless. What else could he say? Chapter 63_open at the door of Marine. Rayleigh took a deep breath for a long time before trying to hold the breath in his chest and said reluctantly, even if you are truly a peerless genius, it will take at least a year or two to learn hockey. Mo Yan frowned and said, I don't have so much time to wait. Doesn't hockey have any shortcut to master quickly? Rayleigh paused and looked deeply at Mo Yan. Yes. Mo Yan raised his eyebrows in interest and said, let's hear it, Rayleigh. Rayleigh said, but this kind of shortcut is just an unorthodox wild way, and it is very dangerous, and it can be called deadly, so I do not recommend you to do it. Mo Yan said calmly, just say it. I will make my own decision whether to choose this method or not. Okay, Rayleigh said solemnly. This method is very simple, that is, fighting. Non-stop fighting. Non-stop fighting. Countless encounters. Hockey's power will naturally be stimulated. Hearing this, Mo Yan knew it. He remembered Luffy's experience of learning hockey. Luffy is using the shortcut of Rayleigh's wild way. Non-stop fighting against powerful beasts, and it only took 2 years for the Grandmaster to deepen the three-color hockey. But this speed is still not fast enough for Mo Yan. It's not enough. Mo Yan stared into Rayleigh's eyes. I know you must have a faster way. Rayleigh shook his head and said, no, I don't have any, but this wild method can indeed be faster. As long as the stronger the opponent you are looking for, the faster it will be stimulated. This is a very simple and obvious principle, but the degree of danger will also increase by 100 times. Ordinary people will definitely retreat when they hear this method. Rayleigh meaningfully, speaking of a very good opponent, isn't there one in front of me? Me. Rayleigh pointed to himself, and at first he laughed, then his face turned serious. Rayleigh, you don't mean to. Shaki clearly felt that Rayleigh's aura was completely different, and immediately guessed what Rayleigh wanted to do. Shaki, you don't need to persuade me. I've been so passionate for a long time in the face of an opponent who can defeat Akainu and Kizaru at the same time. There seems to be light in Rayleigh's eyes. That is fierce light. That is prestige light. That is the cold light reflected by the immature sword. I really can't do anything about you. I promised to retire, but I just like to mess around. Shaki sighed helplessly, and said, but you guys stay away and fight. Don't ruin my bar. And it's better not to fight in Sabaody Archipelago. Too much momentum will end up causing trouble for Marine, and I want to be clean. What? Mo Yan, BB Isho, said, don't worry. Since Rayleigh is willing to teach me hockey's base, I will try to keep my hands and pay attention to it so as not to hurt Rayleigh. Rayleigh laughed out loud. It's been a long time since I've heard such mad words. It's really worthy of being the top pillar of the new generation. Jinchuriki column, much arrogant than most of the people I've ever met. That said, the fighting intent under Rayleigh's glasses could not be concealed at all. However, if you say you can't do it, it's a big talk. I just came to see if you have the qualifications to learn hockey. Mo Yan got up, straightened his clothes, nodded to Shaki and said, thank you for the wine. Come with me. Glancing at Rayleigh, Mo Yan turned and left. Between the yuhi trees in Sabaody Archipelago, there are two figures leaping fast, so fast that the people below do not notice them at all. I said, what's your trick of sticking to a tree? It looks amazing. I haven't seen this ability in all my years with Roger. Between the two of them, Rayleigh still had time to ask Mo Yan. Mo Yan said lightly, this is my unique skill. You can't learn it. Really? Rayleigh pouted. That's a pity. Mo Yan had brought Rayleigh to the 60th area of Sabaody Archipelago by the sea. After Rayleigh landed, looking at the spot in front of him, he couldn't help shaking his head. Isho, you are really good at picking places. It seems that Marine is really bad luck when he gets on you. Mo Yan chuckled. I think you don't want our war to spread to civilians, right? Then this place is perfect. All the Marines in this area are Marines. After all, this is the Marine settlement government of Sabaody Archipelago. Quote, Rayleigh laughed. That's right, so choose here. The voice fell, and the two of them were already 10, and began to secretly guard each other. Rayleigh, who appeared at the Marine station government for no reason, quickly caught the attention of the Marine. Hey, who are you two? This is a restricted area. There was Marine holding a gun and scolding, but as soon as he got close, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. You, Uchiha Madara. You are Uchiha Madara. Shouting, Marine scrambled back to the garrison government, not even dropping the gun on the ground. It's Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is coming. The deterrent power of this name is extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Marine is in chaos. The piercing siren rang out in Area 60, and countless Marines swarmed out in a row, besieging the two like an army. Seemed to have no effect on Mo Yan and Rayleigh. They seem to see Marine as nothing, only the opponents who are facing each other in their eyes, and the momentum on their bodies is also rapidly rising like a rocket. Uchiha Madara, your face is really big. Rayleigh joked, if you reveal your identity, you will not be inferior to me. Moyan also VV Isho. While the two were chatting and laughing, a terrifying aura rolled over the whole area like a torrential rain. Rayleigh's haki seemed to have materialized, instantly filling up Area 60 and covering the entire Sabaody Archipelago. Peerless war, imminent. Chapter 64. Rayleigh, is there such an operation? What does it feel like? It's so frustrating. There is a strong man in Sabaody Archipelago. For a time, the people on the Sabaody Archipelago felt their vision shaky, chest tightness and shortness of breath. There are some very knowledgeable pirates who have already guessed what happened, but they still can't guess what level of powerhouse can have such terrifying coercion. The rest of the Sabaody Archipelago is already like this, and it goes without saying that the frontal contact with the number 60 area of Rayleigh haki. At the moment when Rayleigh's aura reached its peak, all the Marines lost their minds and fell one by one like mowing grass. As this conqueror haki, Moyan's eyes lit up. It's really a good convenience ability. Is it just a convenient evaluation? Rayleigh smiled bitterly and said, you are. What kind of monster is it? Even haki doesn't know it at all, and the power of his own body can actually compete with me faintly. Isn't this the best proof that I am a peerless genius? Moyan VV Isho beckoned to Rayleigh. Not much to say about weight 14. Come on. Then I'll be more respectful than obedient. Rayleigh pulled out his long sword in a flash, stepped on his feet, the ground cracked, and the whole person rushed towards Moyan at a very high speed. Good come. Moyan hand sealed with both hands and shouted, Mokuden, wood style, deep forest immersion. The surging chakra spewed out, and from Rayleigh's perspective, Moyan's 100-meter-long lance swelled violently, giving him an extremely bad premonition. What the hell is this trick? Rayleigh felt bad. Stopped suddenly, braked the car abruptly, and jumped back quickly. Good intuition, or is it observation haki's credit? Moyan narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the raised lance swelled violently, spreading directly from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, covering the entire number 60 area. Countless dirty vine branches broke out of the ground and grew at an extremely terrifying speed. In just a few breaths, they turned into a dense forest, submerging the entire marine settlement government. Hey, this kind of trick is foul. Isn't it comparable to the powerful Logia ability? Rayleigh looked at deep forest immersion, which looked like a green monster, and twitched at the corners of his mouth as he quickly devoured Area 60. It's certainly not meaningless that he created this forest, so what's so tricky in this forest? Rayleigh stopped on the tree pole and thought quickly. Looks like Shaki is right. You're a lot more decadent than before, and you've lost your acumen for battle. Moyan's voice suddenly emerged from behind Rayleigh, and Rayleigh's complexion suddenly changed. When did you move here? You see that my tricks are related to trees. How dare you stop on the trunk? Moyan slowly moved out of the tree trunk, pulled out the Uchiha fan and smashed it at Rayleigh. Only then did Rayleigh realize the huge mistake he had made. His body was like lightning, and he quickly raised his sword to attack Moyan. However, at this moment, countless vine branches flew out from the ground and began to bind Rayleigh's limb. What? Rayleigh was taken aback. There is such an operation. At this moment, Rayleigh finally realized the usefulness of Moyan's creation of the forest, but it was too late, and Rayleigh secretly thought that it was not good. Bang! Moyan's Uchiha Madara fan slammed hard on Rayleigh, and Rayleigh shot diagonally to the ground like a cannonball, sliding out a gap dozens of meters long. Is this your level? Don't let me down, Rayleigh. Moyan stretched out his hand and commanded, wrap him. Deep forest emergence didn't give Rayleigh a break for a moment. Around the big pit Rayleigh made, the trees were pressing towards Rayleigh as if they were alive. Immediately, Rayleigh's figure was engulfed by the trees. The next moment, a fierce sword light flashed across the entire area, and all the trees were chopped into scum in an instant. It's painful. Can't you keep a little hand for the elderly? Rayleigh strode out of the tree debris with his sword in hand, looking unscathed except for his torn clothes. Moyan smiled and said, as expected, this attack still won't hurt you. Is this armament haki? That's right. Rayleigh sighed. It's you. What did you eat to grow up? Obviously without armament haki to add the power of the fighting technique, but you can hit such a fierce attack with your hands and feet. I doubt you. Is it human? Moyan's attack just now was not light at all, and Rayleigh fought hard to prevent it. This is of course Uchiha Madara's own fighting technique is very strong, coupled with Senju Hashirama Cell specializing in physical strength. Moyan's physical strength is rare in the world. The temptation of each other is almost the same. Come and enjoy the battle. Moyan laughed wildly and took the lead in attacking this time. 563 Rayleigh smiled bitterly in his heart. He did test Moyan, but it turned out that his conqueror haki, armament haki, observation haki and swordsmanship were basically tested by Moyan, but he himself only saw Moyan's iceberg. However, the battle situation could not allow Rayleigh to be distracted and think too much, especially in the face of an extremely strong player like Moyan. Yan. Chong. One sword and one fan collided for the first time, making a huge roar, and the aftermath of the spread even knocked down several big trees. The feeling is even more pronounced after a head-on hit. Rayleigh squeezed the blade tightly. It's a terrifying speed and strength. Of the people I've ever met, the body is no more than 5 fingers stronger than yours. Quote, yes, but I'm not limited to that. Mo Yan laughed heartily. Chakra spread out with the momentum of a landslide and tsunami, and immediately the trees and vines around the two became violently active. Rayleigh's expression changed, and after swinging away Mo Yan, he jumped high, dodging the pursuit of deep forest emergence. Mo Yan didn't let Rayleigh go at all, and he hit him again in a flash, forcing Rayleigh to face both him and deep forest emergence at the same time. No, this is much trickier. The bitter smile in Rayleigh's heart appeared on his face, but the fire in his eyes became more and more vigorous. Chapter 65 Eagle-Eyed World Swordsman Conference. Haha, you are really strong, Uchiha Madara. Rayleigh also seemed to let go completely, facing the double attack of Mo Yan and deep forest emergence. Instead of retreating, he advanced. In an instant, the two fought countless times, rebuilding the danger between light swords and shadows, taking their lives with every move. What an annoying ability. While fighting against Mo Yan, Rayleigh moved quickly to avoid the vine branches. The attack route of deep forest emergence is undoubtedly revealed in Rayleigh's pure and profound observation haki. It seems that even deep forest emergence can only cause you a little harassment. Mo Yan delivered another ferocious blow, knocking Rayleigh back. At the same time as Rayleigh flew back, he turned around and slashed out thousands of sword light, smashing the branches and vines that came. But after fighting for so long, you should have discovered it too. Found what? Rayleigh was stunned for a while, but the next moment, Rayleigh's face changed dramatically. The body can't work hard. Although only to a small extent, Rayleigh confirms that the numbness is growing. Moreover, when the masters competed, the loss was 1,000 miles away. This slight inconsistency was enough to push Rayleigh to an absolute disadvantage. Is it poison? When exactly? Mo Yan stopped in the distance and said lightly, at the very beginning, from the moment you entered my forest domain, toxins have been eroding your body. I didn't expect that I would lose everything from the very beginning. Rayleigh's pupils shrank, his eyes full of complexity. Mo Yan is not using deep forest emergence, but the flower deep forest emergence. There are many huge poisonous flowers in the forest, and the pollen that spreads can make people feel powerless. Rayleigh had been inhaling pollen for so long, but the effect was still minimal, which was beyond Mo Yan's expectation. It can only be said that the top powerhouse is indeed the top powerhouse. However, the battle is over. Let me catalyze the effect. Mo Yan put away the Uchiha fan, jumped high, and hand sealed with both hands again, and sprayed out an overwhelming terrifying fireball towards the flower deep forest emergence below. Kaden, fire style, great fire destruction. Heat had completely contorted the air, and before the attack came, Rayleigh was already sweating from the heat. As an old senior, I really opened my eyes today. Rayleigh glanced at the invisible fireball, knowing that as soon as the fireball landed, it would instantly ignite the entire forest. At that time, not only will there be a sea of fire all around, but the high temperature can also make the pollen movement more intense and accelerate the catalysis of paralysis. At that time, those who were recruited will have no choice but to fall into the boundless sea of fire, waiting to be burned alive. And he said he would pay attention to proportion. What a joke. You didn't leave me any face at all. Rayleigh clenched his sword and muttered to himself. Then, the sea of fire came. Boom. The deep forest emergence burned violently, and the fire was so raging that the entire Sabaody Archipelago could see the terrifying firelight and thick smoke rising into the sky. What going on over there? There seems to be Marine as garrison government. The Marine government is on fire. The fierce fire even made residents in other areas feel the extreme heat. It seems a bit over the top. Mo Yan fell to the top of the yuhi tree and looked at the sea of fire that was steaming below. But that Rayleigh guy shouldn't be killed so easily. As soon as the voice fell, an invisible thing like the sea of fire was instantly divided into two as if it were tangible. A vigorous figure jumped up from the sea of fire that had been cut open, and landed on another yuhi tree on the opposite side. This is killing me. Are you sure you want me to teach you haki, not kill me? The opposite yuhi tree, Rayleigh's voice of distress could be heard in the distance. Mo Yan said indifferently, I am indeed showing mercy, otherwise the momentum would definitely be more than that. Rayleigh was silent when he heard the word, knowing that what Mo Yan said was indeed the truth. Rayleigh knew very well that Mo Yan really didn't move, otherwise the two would really fight to the death. Then it would not only be the number 60 area and the Marine government that would suffer, I'm afraid the entire Sabaody Archipelago would sink as a result. Well, I'm not dead anyway, Rayleigh shouted from a distance. Then let's stop the fight, and then we won't be able to stop the fight. This battle, in fact, is to learn from each other, and there is no need to fight to the death. But if he continued to fight, Rayleigh himself wasn't sure if he could stop. Facing Mo Yan, Rayleigh didn't have the leeway to keep his hand. It doesn't matter, we will fight every day for the next half month. Mo Yan's words made Rayleigh almost vomit blood. blood. Come on, it's old and bloody to fight one, and if you keep fighting every day, it's really going to kill Rayleigh's old bone. Go find someone else. Anyway, I don't want to fight you anymore, and it still hurt. Rayleigh smiled wryly. Mo Yan was a little dissatisfied and said, the method you said is indeed very effective. Just now I have a little bit of hockey. If you don't fight, where can I find a bunch of good opponents in such a short time? You go to Marine headquarters. Rayleigh finally refrained from saying such a wicked word. However, when Rayleigh heard the word, he was still very surprised. Have you felt hockey so fast? This is only one hit, right? You can't go wrong. It's exactly the same feeling you gave me with hockey. Mo Yan nodded. Hockey is a bit like chakra. It is the life energy that everyone has, so it is normal for Mo Yan to comprehend quickly. Rayleigh took a breath in admiration, then shook his head. Maybe you can really learn hockey in half a month. It's just a pity you are not a swordsman, otherwise I have a good place to recommend to you. Mo Yan was a little surprised and said, you mean a good place to fight with a large number of strong people? Why do you have to be a swordsman to go? That's right, I've been short of money recently, and I plan to go there too. Rayleigh nodded and said word by word, because it was the sword fighting competition held by the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Chapter 66 Hancock taking a bath. The sword fighting tournament held by Hawkeye. Mo Yan was stunned when he heard the word. No wonder he had to require swordsmen to participate. No need for Mo Yan to think about it. He could guess it. Most of the time, it was eagle-eyed, and he wanted to fight with the world's sword masters, so he held such a sword fight conference. Sure enough, Rayleigh said, I heard that this sword fighting tournament is also called the World Swordsman Conference. In order to attract the swordsmen to go there, Eagle Eye also specially set up a prize that everyone wants, the Logia Devil Fruit. Logia's devil fruit is the strongest of the 3 devil fruit, and each one is worth a fortune. Mo Yan felt a subtle feeling in his heart, and asked, I said, did you go there just for that Logia fruit? Rayleigh said as a matter of course, otherwise I am an old bone to join in the fun. You know that if I can sell that fruit, I will be able to live for several years. In the eyes of others, the priceless 14 Logia devil fruit, in the eyes of the eagle, is only the embellishment of the swordsman conference, and he doesn't care. But with this embellishment that he doesn't care about, it can attract countless top experts to come here. In the future, Doflamingo will be able to attract a large number of super masters by burning the fruit, and the devil fruit found by Hawkeye himself is not bad this time. Whether it was for the devil fruit, or simply to fight against the world's #1 swordsman, Mo Yan knew that this was definitely the most intense event for the powerhouses in recent time. It's a pity that you are not a professional swordsman. Even if you pretend to be a swordsman, you will be seen directly by the eagle eye. Rayleigh originally thought that Mo Yan would be disappointed, but he didn't expect Mo Yan to be completely different. Rayleigh couldn't help but ask strangely, don't you think it's a pity just because you're not a swordsman, you lost this opportunity to quickly master hockey? Mo Yan shook his head and said with a smile, why should I be disappointed? I'm not a swordsman, but there are swordsmen in the Empire, and it's the same if he can learn hockey. Rayleigh couldn't help but stun. In the Chinese Empire where everyone is a master, why can't all of you know hockey? What's the point of this? If you have any companion, a brilliant swordsman, let him come over. It just so happens that I leave tomorrow, and he can come with me. After thinking about it, Rayleigh still didn't ask much. Mo Yan nodded, jumped, and disappeared at the end of the yuhi tree. Rayleigh also quickly left the battlefield. In the raging fire, only some school-level Marines and general-level Marines who barely resisted hockey woke up first and escaped. The hot firelight illuminated their abnormally pale faces. Seeing the hellish situation in front of him, Rear Admiral, the highest-ranking official, suddenly shuddered and shouted, quick, inform the Marine headquarters. Sabaody Archipelago's colony in Marine will be annihilated. After leaving Rayleigh, Mo Yan went back to the hotel. Unsurprisingly, the oncoming gazes of both Baby 5 and Cross were adoring, especially Cross, whose eyes seemed to be shooting out rays of light. Cross originally thought that this time he was dead, but he didn't expect any Marine to send Admiral, and he still fell into the sand in front of Lord Uchiha Madara. Sir Madara, do you have any orders? Cross knelt in front of Mo Yan, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. To be able to follow such peerless powerhouses, what else could he ask for? Mo Yan said briefly, I'm leaving Sabaody Archipelago for a trip. You all get ready for the phone bug. Once someone in Marine finds me in Sabaody Archipelago, call me. Yes. Mo Yan thought about it for a while, and then said, also, give me 2 green devil fruits and seastone essence. Experience the battle with Akainu and Kizaru. Mo Yan now has to bring something with him, which makes him feel more secure. After picking up the things, Mo Yan left the hotel directly and found a place where no one was around to put on the skin of the Dark Lord. After this period of time, the Dark Lord's magic power has recovered a lot, enough to support the long-distance apparition. It just happens that there is still more than half a day just right. Take advantage of this time to ask for a debt. Mo Yan BV Isho, the body turned into a twisted face Uzumaki disappeared. Soon after, the top floor of the Nine Snake Island Tiansho Pavilion. Lord Hancock is going to enter path. Everyone, leave the Tiansho Pavilion. If you don't want to be petrified by the Eye of Gorgon, leave now. Dang dang bells rang through the Tiansho Pavilion, and the female warriors of Amazon Lily hurriedly drove away the crowd, and quickly left themselves. Every time Hancock gets in path, there's such a big buzz. Barth, the sound of water. Hancock's beautiful body is undoubtedly revealed in the bathroom, and the white temporary jade skin is soaked in the bathroom with the right water temperature. Mo Yan's figure appeared on the beam of the house. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was not surprised at all, quietly enjoying this beautiful, wonderful scene. After a while, Hancock frowned. The Dark Lord, have you seen enough? Come out when you've seen enough. Mo Yan appeared with a smile and landed in front of Hancock. I didn't expect my timing to be just right to see such a rare beauty. Hancock snorted softly and said 323. Beautiful view. Maybe for others, it's like this, but for you, it's not necessarily so. Otherwise how could I be unable to petrify you? Mo Yan pointed to his head and said, I said it before, because my occlumency is very good. Hancock snorted noncommittally, picked up the towel beside him and wrapped his body. She still didn't know what Mo Yan's explanation meant, but Hancock found an explanation for herself, and she could clearly feel that Mo Yan's eyes did not have the usual lewd, evil meaning, as if just as he said, it was purely an appreciation of good things. This kind of pure appreciative and peaceful gaze made Hancock discover Mo Yan after being watched for a long time. Maybe because of this, he couldn't petrify him. Sister, I heard someone talking. Who broke in? At the entrance of the bathroom, Sansania and Marigold hurried in, and when they saw Mo Yan, they couldn't help exclaiming, it's you, the Dark Lord. Chapter 67 _4th New Skin. Mo Yan smiled and said, why, are you very unwelcome? Marigold and Sansania, who hated men very much, were uncharacteristically at this time, and were stunned and speechless. Mo Yan looked at their reactions and was amused, and he could guess the reason. Marigold struggled for a long time, suddenly remembered something, and said in horror, no, sir, your back won't be seen by the Dark Lord. Right. Hancock didn't panic like Marigold. She dried her body indifferently and put on her clothes before speaking. Be quiet, Marigold. Do you think someone like the Dark Lord doesn't know who we were in the past? From the very first meeting, Hancock had a faint feeling that Mo Yan seemed to have known everything. Yes, my elder sister. Marigold and Sansania's faces were no longer so frightened. On the contrary, there was a sense of relief. Hancock looked at Mo Yan and said, so, what's the matter with you coming here to find a concubine? Mo Yan smiled and said, don't tell me you forgot. Pirate Empress, you still owe me 2 devil fruit. Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but ask, you really kidnapped Tenryubito? Of course 927 is real. You've heard about the Sabaody Archipelago battle. Mo Yan said lightly. He knew that Hancock would definitely get the news as soon as possible, because Hancock and Shaki had an unusual relationship and had frequent connection. Told Shaki about Tenryubito so readily in the first place, even though they already had the answer in their heart. The 3 Boa sisters could not hide their inner shock. Even after Sansania and Marigold heard Mo Yan's confirmation, tears rolled down their eyes. The trauma that Tenryubito caused them was too great. Even Hancock covered his face with his hand, with mixed feelings in his heart. I didn't expect that you actually fulfilled your promise and dared to shoot to heaven for this promise. Hot tear ran down Hancock's beautiful face. Seeing this, Mo Yan pouted. He kidnapped Tenryubito. Of course not for Hancock, but women just like to add drama to themselves, and Mo Yan is too lazy to break it. After sighing for a while, Hancock returned to normal, but looked more radiant. Since you have fulfilled your promise, then the concubine will naturally fulfill the deal. Come with the concubine, and the concubine will hand over the devil fruit to you. Then please. Mo Yan nodded and followed Hancock out of the bathroom. Because it was Hancock's bathing time, there was no one in the Tiansho Pavilion, so Hancock quickly brought Mo Yan to the treasure room. That's fine, so that the female warriors of Nine Snake Island, who have never seen a man, will be enthusiastic and curious about Mo Yan. Although this is considered a kind of bliss, Mo Yan still feels unbearable, not to mention that most of these female warriors look crooked. Here. Hancock opened the door and took out an exquisite treasure box from among the gold and silver jewelry all over the floor and handed it to Mo Yan. There are all devil fruit carefully collected by the concubine. There are 2 in total. All of them are very valuable. Hancock exclaimed proudly as if he had regained his arrogant demeanor. I see. If there is a similar business in the future, you are welcome to come to me. Mo Yan opened it and glanced at it, then stuffed it directly into the bag with the traceless wretch spell. Well, that. Hancock's attitude suddenly became strained. It's a rare visit to Amazon Lily. Would you like to stay here for one night first? Mo Yan stopped and looked at Hancock, whose face was a little pale, but he still tried to stay calm. Okay, please make arrangement. Mo Yan thought for a moment and agreed, and Rayleigh agreed to have one more night, and it would not be too late to go back the next morning. After all, Doflamingo Doflamingo was asked to prepare accommodation, but in the end, only crossed 8 alone. Mo Yan hadn't returned to his room for a long time. Okay, concubine, let me prepare. In order to avoid the commotion, Hancock finally asked Sansania and Marigold to prepare the bed for Mo Yan. During this process, Mo Yan has been baptized by the respectful eyes of Sansania and Marigold. Mo Yan reckons that in their heart, he may be comparable to the fishman Fij who rescued them. A pity that Marigold and Sansania are both very respectful and insensitive, which made people wonder if they and Hancock are sisters. Lord Dark Lord, we're leaving first. The two bowed in front of the door, and now their names for Mo Yan have become honorable. After sending them away, Mo Yan put the devil fruit he carried and the devil fruit given by Hancock together. I brought a total of 2 forgiveness fruit, a box of sea stone essence, and now 2 more high-quality devil fruit from Hancock. An irrepressible thought welled in Mo Yan's heart. Would you like to take a new skin to try? First, it was the new devil fruit given by Hancock, which gave Mo Yan a sense of abundance. After the battle of upgrading Uchiha Madara's skin, Mo Yan knew that the weight of high-quality devil fruit was completely different. Secondly, Mo Yan originally planned to change into the skin of the King of Night and then go to the Eagle-Eyed Swordsman conference, but the King of Night's strongest means is to shoot the Sword of Oath of Victory with light cannon-type destruction magic. This kind of attack is impossible. Applying hockey to it is really not the best person to learn hockey. Just draw a new skin again. What if you get a very powerful swordsman skin? Mo Yan couldn't suppress this thought very quickly. After careful consideration, Mo Yan chose to consume 2 forgive fruits and a whole box of sea stone essence. Watching the devil fruit and sea stone essence turn into light spots and enter the body, Mo Yan also felt the information from the system, and the new skin was successfully extracted. After Mo Yan saw the information about the new skin, his eyes couldn't help showing surprise. Chapter 68 _ The 3 direct armies of the Empire. Sea stone essences, as Doflamingo said, extremely precious. Combined with the 2 devil fruits of good quality, Mo Yan suddenly got SS rank skin. Mo Yan carefully looked at the information on the new skin, which was exactly the skin he needed the most. Equipment skin. Zuragi Kenpachi, SS rank. Skill 1. Come out. 3 steps Sword Beast. Skill 2. Devour it. Wild Sun. Kenpachi is a powerful character in Grim Reaper. The 11th generation. Kenpachi is also the strongest Kenpachi in all dynasties. Even when Shikai can't even know it, he can defeat the captain of Master Bankai. Such a powerful swordsman is definitely Hawkeye's most desired opponent. Mo Yan looked at himself again. The body that was still thin has become a lean torso. The muscles as solid as iron are neatly arranged, full of a terrifying sense of explosion. Captain Yuri with a broken sleeve fluttered high behind Mo Yan, with a seemingly ordinary long knife leaning on Mo Yan's body beside him. Is this the skin of Zanaki Kenpachi? Mo Yan tried to clench his fist. It's really full of strength. Who are you? Suddenly, there was an exclamation from outside the window. Mo Yan couldn't help looking up, and found that Hancock broke through the window directly. Crack! The window glass shattered. Hancock fell to the ground gracefully, and looked at Mo Yan vigilantly. Who are you and where did the Dark Lord go? Mo Yan smiled wildly and said, Little girl, how did you discover me in the first place? Did you use observation hockey to surreptitiously spy on this room, or did you just peep out of the window from the very beginning? I want you to take care of me. Hancock's face turned Yuhi. No matter which way the concubine chooses, she will definitely be forgiven, because the concubine is so beautiful. In fact, Mo Yan himself knew that Hancock used the first method at most. In order not to let Mo Yan notice, Hancock must have suppressed observation hockey to the greatest extent, so the results of the investigation are very vague, and it is not even clear how Mo Yan changed from the Dark Lord to Kenpachi. Feeling Mo Yan's half-smile eyes, Hancock felt even more embarrassed. Stop talking nonsense. You haven't answered your concubine's question yet. Mo Yan, BV Isho, said, the Dark Lord has temporarily left. In case you have anything to call on him, he temporarily sent me over to replace him. Succeed him. Hancock was startled, then a bit of hatred in his eyes. This bastard. Not only is he unmoved by the charm of the concubine, but he doesn't want to live with the concubine so much. Who does he think the concubine is? The concubine personally the invitation sent out. Dare to find someone to take over. Between the word, Hancock even felt a little wrong, which is really touching. So, who are you? Are you qualified to succeed the Dark Lord? Hancock stared at Mo Yan with burning eyes, as if all his resentment and anger towards the Dark Lord had been transferred to this strange man in front of him. Mo Yan's mind moved, and he grinned. Although I am indeed not as noble as the Dark Lord, I am still qualified to replace the Dark Lord, because I am the commander-in-chief of one of the 3 direct armies of the Empire, and the Sword of Zergi. 8. The 3 direct troops of the Empire. When Hancock heard this title for the first time, he was shocked. Is he really from the Chinese Empire again? And listening to the name of the 3 direct troops of the Empire, you know that there are definitely many people hidden in the dark in the Chinese Empire, but the super powerful people have not yet appeared. Hancock couldn't help looking at Mo Yan solemnly. The sense of oppression this man brought her was no less than that of the Dark Lord, the three direct troops of the Empire. Does it mean that there are at least two people of the same level as him? But he and the Dark Lord have different feeling. In this man's eyes, he seems to treat her as nothing, and he doesn't care at all. This attitude irritated Hancock, and the thought of leaving the Dark Lord without saying goodbye made her heart ignite. Who knows if what you say is true, or if the intruder lies. Soon as the word fell, Hancock kicked out, and armament hockey covered his strong calf. Perfume femur. Mo Yan felt helpless in his heart, knowing that this was definitely Hancock's grievance against the Dark Lord, and he transferred all his grievances. But who said that whether it was the Dark Lord or Kenpachi Zakagi, it was Mo Yan in the end? There is really no way to move it back and forth, or to return to Mo Yan. Mo Yan had no choice but to lift a shallow punch to block Hancock's perfume femur. Boom! The two phases collided, and a dull roar erupted in the air, and the aftermath messed up the surrounding furniture. Hancock felt as if she was kicked on an iron mountain, motionless, but when she saw Mo Yan, she became even more angry. To resist the attack of the concubine, you don't even pull out the knife. Are you underestimating the concubine? Mo Yan also gradually calmed down and said solemnly, listen, woman, I have no interest in fighting you, but if you make trouble again, I don't mind doing it anymore. Anyway, the matter between you and the Dark Lord has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter. When Hancock heard this, he suddenly overreacted, obviously overinterpreting Mo Yan's words. She said unnaturally, what? There is nothing between the concubine and the Dark Lord. Anyway, he didn't say goodbye, and it has nothing to do with the concubine. Mo Yan frowned and said, you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm just helping the Black Demon King temporarily. In the early morning tomorrow, he will come back and replace me. Yes, is it? Hancock was relieved when he heard the word, and for some reason his anger subsided a lot. Lord Dark Lord, I hear the sound of battle. Is there an intruder? At this moment, the door of the room was slammed open by Sandersonia and Marigold, and the two stared at the stalemate between Mo Yan and Hancock. I actually blocked the attack of the elder sister with only one knife, and I didn't even draw the blade. No, now is not the time to marvel at this. The two quickly recovered from their shock. Sir, why are you here? Lord Dark Lord, who is the intruder? P.S. Explain the skill 1 of Zaragi Kenpachi. Here we use the statement that Kusaka Yakiryu's real identity is Benkai of Zaragi Kenpachi, so I gave the Shikai of Kusaka Yakiryu to Zaragi Kenpachi. Chapter 69 Discolored Rayleigh. This time, Hancock seemed a lot more indifferent, and put his feet away very calmly, as if nothing had happened. Relax, this is Zengmu Kenpachi from the Chinese Empire, like the Dark Lord, and the concubine has already personally verified it. Sansonia and Marigold were still full of doubt. Since Hancock had spoken, they could only retreat with doubt. Hancock and Mo Yan were left in the room. Hancock turned back and stared at Mo Yan. You should rest too. I will see the Dark Lord tomorrow. Otherwise, Mo Yan smiled and asked back, otherwise what are you going to do? Hancock was in a hurry and said bitterly, otherwise, what will happen if you cheat on your concubine? You know, Hancock left without looking back. Hancock herself knew that this sentence was equivalent to saying nothing, but she really couldn't do anything to Mo Yan. The man just now blocked his attack with ease without even taking off the scabbard, which already made Hancock feel terrified. If there is a conflict at that time, then this Tiansho pavilion is estimated to be unnecessary. Mo Yan looked at Hancock's beautiful back and shook his head helplessly. Oh, what a troublesome woman. No need for Han 007 Cook to say more. Mo Yan will also have to change back to the Dark Lord again tomorrow. Otherwise, if you want to rely on Zengi Kenpachi to cross the sea and return to Sabaody Archipelago, it will not keep up with the agreement with Rayleigh. Forget it. Go to sleep. Mo Yan shook his head, took off the Captain Yuri and the Death Tyrant costume, and fell asleep on the big soft bed. Early the next morning, Mo Yan changed the skin of the Dark Lord and stepped out of the room. Lord Dark Lord, Marigold and Sansonia have been waiting for a long time. Although they are the Emperor's sisters, because Mo Yan's affairs should not be known to outsiders, they feel wrong to serve Mo Yan. Fortunately, Marigold and Sansonia are also very willing to serve Mo Yan, and they will not refuse the opportunity to repay the people they admire. Good morning. Mo Yan nodded. Is there anything you want to do with me? Marigold said, sister, let us invite you to have breakfast with us. Got it. Mo Yan nodded. Sansonia looked like she was hesitant to say anything, and wanted to ask where Mo Yan was last night. Mo Yan seemed to see what she was thinking, and smiled. Want to know where I went last night? Yes, a discount price for information, a devil fruit, or a good night. This offer completely stunned Marigold and Sansonia, so that both of them honestly stopped talking on the way back. Entering the luxurious restaurant, the table was covered with sumptuous food prepared by the maid. Hancock sat at the other end of the long table and stared at Mo Yan. You look bad. Hancock, did you not sleep last night? Hearing Mo Yan's voice, Hancock burst out in anger. You're too embarrassed to say it. What happened last night without saying goodbye? Aren't you going to explain it? About this, Mo Yan calmly repeated what he just said. Want to know where where I went last night. Yes, a discount price for information, a devil fruit, or a good knife. You. Hancock stared straight at him with anger, but Mo Yan started to eat calmly, as if he didn't feel Hancock's murderous gaze at all. This stinky man. Hancock was angry and annoyed in his heart. I just liked him a little bit then. As expected, men are not good things. Breakfast was spent in Hancock's various thoughts, and soon it was time to part. Marigold and Sansania were very reluctant. In this regard, Mo Yan can only say that it is better for people with good eyes to do this kind of reluctance. Although he is not completely an appearance association, he can't look too distorted, right? Hancock was silent for a while, then said, is there any chance to meet in the future? Mo Yan shrugged and said, who knows, if you still have business with me, then you will naturally have a chance to meet. Hancock seemed to be choked, paused, and then said, except for accident, don't you think that the scenery of Nine Snake Island is beautiful, and you would like to visit every now and then? The tone of Hancock's words made Marigold and Sansania's heart skip a beat. I have never heard my elder sister speak like this. The scenery is just average. Mo Yan pouted, and there are still a group of maddened fans on the island who are madly curious about men. They can't even play with peace of mind. It's really unattractive, so let's leave it now. Goodbye. This wooden fish head. Can't you hear what I mean? Hancock was about to die of anger, and just as he was about to say something, he found that the place where Mo Yan was standing was empty. Quote. Hancock stared at the empty space for a while, and then the roar of the pirate empress resounded throughout the Amazon lily. Dark Lord, you bastard. Sabaody Archipelago before noon. Immediately after replacing the skin of the Dark Lord, which was severely depleted of magic power, Mo Yan changed to the skin of Zengi Kenpachi. The person who decided to fight this time was Zengi Kenpachi. In the Shaki's bamboo pole bar in Area 13, Rayleigh has long been impatient. This Uchiha Madara is real. If I don't come, I'll go first. Rayleigh kept looking at the watch. Shaki said speechlessly, what are you in a hurry? Are you in a hurry to win the wine money? Besides, it is not necessarily Uchiha Madara who came today. After all, he is not a swordsman. Rayleigh asked rhetorically, then who do you think will come? Another big man in the Chinese Empire. Shaki thought for a while and said, it is very likely that the King of Knights who appeared in Sabaody Archipelago some time ago. I heard that he defeated Doflamingo head-on, and he is really a powerful swordsman. Just as Rayleigh opened his mouth to make a comment, his face suddenly changed and he stood up suddenly. Yu Dao's extremely strong sword intent is approaching. Chapter 70 _ that kind of thing doesn't exist. Are there any kind-hearted people who give some charity and automatically subscribe? Tears. The sharp sword intent shook Rayleigh's heart. Even in the house, Rayleigh can feel it clearly. It is like a sharp sword. It can't stop the sharpness, as if to pierce the soul. It seems that the visitor is not good, Rayleigh said solemnly. Shaki wrinkled and said, there are not many swordsmen who can make you react like this. Who is it? Rayleigh shook his head and said, I don't know. I've seen it with observation hockey. Someone I've never seen before. The cigarette in Shaki's hand shook, and he said in surprise, a person who has never met before can have such a strong breath. When did the strong people become so common? Rayleigh smiled wryly. Yeah, I'm surprised too. When I just finished fighting with Uchiha Madara yesterday, I thought I was not keeping up with the time. You're a relic from the past. Shaki took a breath. How about you? Do you feel like an enemy? Do you need me to help you? I don't know, but Rayleigh picked up the long sword beside him and walked out of the bar with a smile. Are you underestimating the vice captain of One Piece, King of Pirates? I will meet him when I go out. Walked out of the bar. Rayleigh saw a burly man walking towards him. He was wearing an eye patch and his white clothes fluttered behind him. He looked unstoppable. Just seeing him for the first time, Rayleigh seems to see his bellicose nature. This is definitely a bloodthirsty fighting maniac. When I saw it with my own eyes, the feeling was even stronger. Where did you come from as a swordsman? Mo Yan stood still in front of Rayleigh and said lightly, my name is Kenpachi Zengeki, and I'm here on an appointment with Uchiha Madara. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows and said, oh, so, you are the swordsman colleague of the Chinese Empire that Uchiha Madara said. Mo Yan admitted, that's right, it's me. Rayleigh haha Isho asked, great, finally let me wait for someone. Do you have any credentials to prove your identity? Because the $2 billion rewards were freshly released a few days ago, in the underground world, the name of the Chinese Empire can even be compared to the General Shichibukai. These days, there are often some famous people who pretend to be the Chinese Empire. Mo Yan said carelessly, no, it proves that this kind of thing does not exist. Rayleigh was stunned for a while, his mouth opened wide. He didn't expect Mo Yan to admit it so readily. Even if the average person doesn't have it, at least they will find a reason to cover it up, right? Then, Rayleigh asked tentatively, how do I know if your identity is real or not? Mo Yan's eyes lit up when he heard the word, and he quickly pulled out a shallow punch. It's very simple, just use your strength to verify it. There is a specialization in the art industry. When using Uchiha Madara skin, Mo Yan didn't have that deep feeling for Rayleigh, but once he changed to Zengi Kenpachi, Kenpachi, who also made a living with a knife. Moyan immediately felt Rayleigh's extraordinary. What an extraordinary great swordsman. Its lingering sword intent makes Moyan, who can deeply understand the mystery at this moment, see the joy of hunting, and just wants to try the sword. Seeing that Moyan drew his knife without saying a word, Rayleigh's expression changed. Do you want to fight? Sure enough, at the same time as Moyan's voice fell, Moyan shot over with a shallow strike and slashed at Rayleigh. Rayleigh also pulled out his long sword instantly and slashed with Moyan's long sword. Clang! Sword sound was long and continuous, and it spread all around in an instant. The pedestrians under the yuhi tree covered their ears in pain. What a violent sword! A look of surprise flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. He held the sword and Moyan's stalemate, felt the force coming. His hands actually began to tremble. Sure enough, you are very good, enough to make me very happy. An intoxicated smile appeared on Moyan's face. A going-colored materialized spiritual pressure spurted out, and the face of a demon covered his entire body. This is... When Rayleigh saw this, he felt that the power of Moyan's long sword had skyrocketed, and with one sword, Rayleigh was violently thrown away. Rayleigh was pushed out by Julie, and his feet slid abruptly on the ground for hundreds of meters before stopping, leaving two deep marks. Rayleigh's face was inexplicably shocked, and he looked at Moyan in the distance. What that? A materialized sword energy. Originally, Rayleigh thought the man's first blow was violent enough, but now it seems that he still underestimated this man. What the matter? If you retire easily, it doesn't fit your name. Pluto. Rayleigh. Moyan laughed wildly and was about to charge again. Rayleigh hurriedly sheathed his long sword and raised his hand. Stop fighting. I admit that you are from the Chinese Empire. Seeing Rayleigh retracting his sword, Moyan also stopped in his track boringly. Che, we just started fighting. Why didn't we suddenly stop fighting? Rayleigh sighed and said, if I continue to fight, maybe the same thing will happen here as in Area 60. If it affects Shaki's bar, she will be scolded to death by her later. It turns out that Moyan also returned to normal. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I heard from Uchiha Madara that I will be able to play against countless masters at the next event. That's right. Rayleigh nodded and said with a slightly wry smile, but I already have a little doubt whether it is good or bad to take a monster like you there. Maybe I will lose my money in the end. Moyan waved his hand indifferently and said, it's okay. Even if I get the devil fruit in the end, although I can't give it to you, it's still okay to invite you to drink a few million Baileys from the Empire's fund. Take away the Logia devil fruit worth hundreds of millions of Baileys, and then invite me to drink several million Baileys of wine. This business is really cost effective. Rayleigh couldn't help but complain, and then he asked curiously, according to what you said, you seem to have a high status in the Chinese Empire. Do you also have a position in the Admiral Army of the town like Uchiha Madara? Chapter 71 Can't bitch Tenryubito. What a pity. Opened an exchange group. Everyone can come and play. Tilde. Moyan glanced at Rayleigh and said, I'm not the Admiral Army, and of course I'm not a king, but my position is even more special. I belong to one of the three direct armies of the Empire, and I'm the commander-in-chief of the combat army. The three direct troops of the Empire. Rayleigh heard the word for the first time, and like Hancock, he couldn't help but be taken aback. You are the commander-in-chief of one of the three major units. Could it be that there are two others as strong as you? Moyan nodded, believing this. Immediately, Moyan added something inscrutable. It's a bit inaccurate to say that, because the other two, even stronger than me. What? Rayleigh was taken aback. He would be stronger than Kenpachi. How much stronger would that be? You Chinese Emperor 040 are really crouching tigers. Hidden dragon. Rayleigh barely suppressed the shock in his heart. Then what kind of way are these three directly affiliated troops, and who did they belong to? Moyan looked at Rayleigh like an idiot, and said, why don't you ask? The troop directly under the Empire, of course, belong directly to the highest emperor of the Empire, His Majesty. That's why our status is so special. His Majesty the Emperor of the Chinese Empire. Hearing this, Rayleigh couldn't help shrinking. This was the first time involving the supreme leader of this mysterious Chinese empire. Who is it that has such courage, strength and charm to command such a group of monster-like subordinates? Your Majesty, who is it? Even Rayleigh, who had seen countless strong winds and waves, couldn't help but ask at this moment. After asking this question, Rayleigh found that Kenpachi Zaraki was silent, and he secretly regretted it. He felt that the next question was a taboo in a country. In fact, Moyan was thinking, since he is known as the Chinese Empire, he is the people of China and the descendants of Yan and Huang, so his title as the Emperor is already very obvious. After a while, Moyan said word by word, our Emperor, His Majesty, is Emperor Yan. It is both Moyan's inflammation and Yan Huang's inflammation. The supreme leader of the Chinese Empire, Emperor Yan. Rayleigh couldn't help but secretly remember this name in his heart. He has a hunch that this name will set off stormy waves on this sea in the near future. Rayleigh took a deep breath and asked, if nothing else, we're off. Where is our destination? Rayleigh said, on the island of Kragana in the first half of the Great Route. Kragana Island is Hawkeye's residence, which happened to be used by him to hold the World Swordsman swordsman conference. Mo Yan was a little surprised. Holding a swordsman conference in front of his house. Isn't he afraid that his house will be demolished? Rayleigh shook his head and said, Hawkeye won't care about that. For him, it's the same wherever he lives, as long as he can fight against a strong swordsman. It really has his style, Mo Yan said with a smile. Since it's in the first half of the Great Route, I'll go get something first and meet at the port after a while. Rayleigh asked curiously, does it make any difference to you whether the destination is the first half of the Great Route or the second half of the New World? Of course, Mo Yan said as a matter of course. If it's the New World in the second half, can't I be like the Dark Lord and Uchiha Madara, and I can go to Tenryubito for another meal? By that time, I will definitely be able to get along with you again. The masters of the world government confront each other and kill two birds with one stone. Quote, Rayleigh almost vomited blood. I wouldn't go to the New World and go to Mariajoy like these lunatics in your Chinese empire. And I am also an excellent filmmaker anyway, which is an excellent convenience for those who want to go to the New World. Generally speaking, shouldn't you be happy to leave Mermaid Island? It feels good to be ignored like this. Saying goodbye to Rayleigh, Mo Yan quickly returned to the hotel. Mo Yan changed into Uchiha Madara's skin, crossed to take the remaining devil fruit and the big sword Xuanwo, and then turned back to the port and changed back to Zakakenpachi to join Rayleigh again. Experienced the battles with Kizaru and Akainu, Mo Yan can say that he has developed a good habit of carrying experience points with him wherever he goes, and upgrades his experience points when necessary. Seeing Mo Yan turning back, there was another big knife behind him, and Rayleigh was surprised. Could this be your real knife? Even through the scabbard, Rayleigh could vaguely feel the heat wave hitting his face, and couldn't help but exclaim, it's a really good knife, worthy of your skill. Mo Yan denied it directly. No, this knife is just my decoration. Rayleigh, well, when I said nothing. Moreover, with such a good famous knife as a decoration, what an enviable act of extravagance and waste. Oh, it is not despised. Next, the two prepared enough food and boarded the ship directly at the port. I have to say that Rayleigh is worthy of being an old sea driver, and his skill in driving a boat is still excellent. A small sailboat was firmly controlled by him, and he arrived at the destination of Kraigana Island in a few days. It integrates the functions of helmsman, sailor, navigator, etc. It's like a universal treasure chest. I finally understand why Roger asked you to be the co-captain. Hearing Mo Yan's heartfelt sigh, Rayleigh said angrily, shut up, the guy who did nothing along the way like an uncle. Rayleigh felt more anxious. No matter his age or appearance, he should be a veritable uncle, right? Mo Yan ignored him, but looked at the island of Kraigana in the mist. But there is one thing I still have to question. Did we come too early? Why didn't we see a boat? Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, and said strangely, no, we should be very late. We can only say that we have just caught up. Chapter 72 Sabaody Archipelago is in a hurry. Book friends group number. Welcome everyone to play tilde. But Rayleigh looked closely, and on the coast under the mist, there was really not a single ship to be seen. It's weird. It shouldn't be. I can't even see a single person. Mo Yan squinted his eyes and observed it carefully, and his heart was already enlightened. Mo Yan said, yeah, it's really strange. Not only that, there is no dock for disembarking. Hearing Mo Yan's ridiculing word, how could Rayleigh still not understand, and said a little embarrassed, it seems that because of the fog, I drove the boat to the rear of Kraigana Island. Accidentally, the swordsmen who landed on the island should all gather in front of Kraigana Island. But this is something I can't do. After all, my boat is too small, and the fog in the place chosen by Hawkeye is too big. It's normal to lose your way. Haha, Mo Yan sneered. The dignified king of Hades, Rayleigh, is very good at throwing the blame. Rayleigh's heart was on fire. You can do it. Okay, I'm on. See you later. Mo Yan nodded, jumped, stepped in the air and ran all the way to Kraigana Island. Rayleigh looked stunned from behind. What the fuck? Stepping on the air going. What the latest action? Needless to say, this must also be a technology unique to the Chinese Empire, which cannot be taught to oneself. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly and jumped into the water. Rayleigh once swam through the windless zone by his flesh, and his water quality was second only to Fishman, and it was easy to swim to Kraigana Island. Mo Yan and Rayleigh went to sea. Akainu and Kizaru returned to the Marine headquarters with 6 embarrassed Vice Admiral. In the Marshal's office at the moment, Sengoku is gloomily watching Akainu and Kizaru who have returned to their lives. In other words, the two of you went on together, and were both blocked by Uchiha Madara alone. Although Akainu felt extremely aggrieved, he could only answer, yes. Obviously he never used armament hockey the whole time. Akainu was even more ashamed, Bikiba, and said, yes. Sengoku looked ugly and thoughtful. That Uchiha Madara, is it really so difficult? That pretty scary. Hockey beat us both to shame. Kizaru spread his hand. Especially at that time, he only unlocked the second prison. Second confinement. What is that? Sengoku seemed to have heard new word, but he had a stronger premonition that it was probably not a good thing. Kizaru exaggerated. Is it something like a seal? Uchiha Madara said that every cadre of the Chinese Empire has multiple imprisonment because they they are afraid that their power will be too strong and they will accidentally destroy the world. What did you say? Sengoku was horrified. Are you sure Uchiha Madara is saying that every cadre of the Chinese Empire has multiple prisons? This is absolutely bad news. If this is the case, then the Night King and the Dark Lord, who have been predicted to be strong enough before, may not show their true strength. Kizaru shrugged and said, I just relayed his words back as they were. That's what he said. Sengoku took a deep breath and said with his last loop, is it possible that Uchiha Madara is bluffing? Akainu said solemnly, but he said that after the second confinement was released, his power did increase a lot at once. Akainu, who was the most unlikely to exaggerate the truth, Sengoku only felt as if he had heard a bolt from the blue. The ghost knows how many layers of imprisonment they have, and how strong they will be when they are all released. Sengoku was silent for a long time before he said, apart from that, is there anything else to report? If not, just step back. Sengoku felt that he needed to be quiet and think carefully about his strategy. He can't sit back and watch another contempt for Marine, a force comparable to the four emperors, rising on the sea. Kizaru hesitated for a moment, then said, there is one more condition that Uchiha Madara offered to redeem Saint Roswell. Sengoku raised his eyebrows and said, tell me, what conditions does he have? Knowing that he only saw the iceberg corner of the Chinese Empire, Sengoku was a little confused and almost forgot about Tenryubito for a while. Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other before saying, Uchiha Madara has the audacity to offer extremely harsh conditions. He wants 10 devil fruit. It's impossible. Sengoku's first reaction was to refuse, raising his voice an octave. What a joke. 10 devil fruits are enough to create a small but extremely threatening elite pirate group like the Uhifa Pirate. If you hand over 10 more devil fruits now, it is tantamount to sitting by and watching the already troublesome Chinese Empire, and its power will further expand. That's how I rejected him at first. Akainu snorted. In my opinion, we should once again gather a large army, completely surround the Sabaody Archipelago, and annihilate Uchiha Madara and his colleagues with overwhelming force. Kizaru didn't interject this time. He didn't care. It just depends on what Sengoku thinks. Sengoku fell into deep thought, and there was a long silence in the marshal's office. Just as Akainu waited impatiently, the phone in the marshal's office rang. Surprised, Sengoku answered the phone and asked, what's the matter? Marshal Sengoku, Sabaody Archipelago is in a hurry. What? Sengoku's hands trembled. What happened? Akainu and Kizaru were also shocked. Sabaody Archipelago. Could it be Uchiha Madara again? How long have they just left? Phone Worm said eagerly. Just now. Uchiha Madara and Hades Rayleigh suddenly dropped into Area 60 and started fighting directly in front of Marine's stationed government. In just 10 minutes, Marine was killed and injured countless times, and the entire Area 60 completely destroyed. Be a sea of fire. Chapter 73 Marine's highest combat power 3 Admiral continued to announce the group. ****. This astonishing change deeply shocked everyone in the marshal's office, and Sengoku was very uneasy, not knowing whether to get angry first or to be surprised first. After a while, Sengoku asked in a suspicious tone, are you sure that the one with Uchiha Madara is that Hades Rayleigh? I'm pretty sure. I didn't recognize it at first, but when Pluto Rayleigh's hockey erupts and kills most of the Marines, I can't be more sure. Sengoku shook his body when he heard the word, and finally, the surprise on his face gradually turned into anger. This damn Uchiha Madara. A snap, a deep flap print appeared on the desk in front of Sengoku. Recently, Sengoku's desk has been in a lot of trouble, and it's all related to Moyan. This bastard. Akainu's eyes flashed with resentment. He definitely did it on purpose. Over and over again challenging the majesty of our Marine. Absolutely intolerable. Sengoku was so angry that his body trembled and said, I finally understand now. Uchiha Madara and the others, they will never be satisfied. Even if we compromise this time, what about the next time? The next time Uchiha Madara and the others take another Tenryubito, what should we do? This is an extremely realistic and serious problem. They cannot have an infinite number of devil fruit to redeem the captured Tenryubito countless times. So the only thing we have to do is to rescue them with violence. Destroy them once and for all. Sengoku said fiercely. Kizaru was surprised. It was the first time he had seen Sengoku with such a fierce expression. That look was like seeing an undead enemy. Akainu asked, who is the lineup sent this time? Akainu's words were filled with excitement and anticipation. Sengoku said gloomily, I remember you said that Uchiha Madara never used hockey the whole time, so although it sounds unlikely, he probably won't use hockey. This is indeed an inference that is hard to believe. After all, they all have admiral level strength. Generally speaking, it is impossible not to hockey. Indeed, Akainu recalled, with Uchiha Madara's character, if there is such an efficient way of attacking us as hockey, there is no reason not to use it. Sengoku decided, then the lineup is very clear. Logia's root ability will be the biggest nemesis of Uchiha Madara. This battle is the key battle to decide whether or not to give the Chinese Empire a hard blow. It's a matter of great importance important, and it's up to you Marine's highest combat power Marine 3 Admiral to fight together. On Kraigana Island, Mo Yan ran directly from the air to the shore and landed on the ground to wait for Rayleigh's speed was not slow, and he climbed up from the sea wet, but compared with Mo Yan, it seems too embarrassing. Seeing Mo Yan's expression of being able to handle a drop of water with ease, Rayleigh couldn't help but get angry. Since you have the ability to come from the air, you can take me with you by the way. Anyway, you came here in the boat I drove. Quote, Mo Yan asked back, didn't you let me go first? Rayleigh, damn, so angry. Compared to this, Mo Yan suddenly said, have you noticed that we seem to be surrounded? When Rayleigh heard the word, his face became solemn, and observation hockey quickly unfolded, and the results obtained were not optimistic. There are a lot of them. 300, 400. No, I'm afraid there are more than 1,000. Rayleigh subconsciously went back to back with Mo Yan, clenching the hilt of the sword, as if he had regained the tension and joy of fighting on the sea. Countless shadows gradually appeared in the fog. Mo Yan narrowed his eyes, and then said disdainfully, "Cut, is it a baboon?" I saw the thousands of figures surrounding them, all baboons holding swords. They all looked rebellious, and they all had a trace of sword intent on their bodies. Seeing this, Rayleigh couldn't help taking a deep breath. I've heard of them. This is a human imitator on the island of Kraigana, who can imitate everything of human beings at a very fast speed, but I didn't expect to be able to imitate swordsmen to this extent. Look at these human imitators, each with a steady pace, with sword energy in their bodies, and they are many times stronger than the batch of baboons that Zoro will deal with in the future. The cause of all this is naturally the surge of swordsmen on the island recently. These baboons imitate them and grow rapidly, and each and every one of them has achieved some success in swordsmanship. Mo Yan said boredly, no matter how hard you try to imitate it, it's still a baboon. At most it can only go to this level. Rayleigh smiled and said, that said, it's a very tough army of swordsmen. Rayleigh had just finished speaking when he saw Mo Yan slamming his knife at the baboon. When the baboons saw Mo Yan wielding the knife, they all felt provoked, and they all jumped and roared aggressively. The next moment, Mo Yan's knife completely swung out. Boom! The golden sword energy swept over everything in an instant. The scorching spiritual pressure scorched the air, and the monstrous torrent of destruction devoured all the screaming baboons at once. Boom! Rumble! On the front of Kraigana Island, there was a sound of shaking from the ground, and the swordsmen who landed on the island couldn't help but raise their heads. They saw that at the rear of Kraigana Island, an amazing golden sword energy shot up into the sky. Then, what is that? Which great swordsman is this arrogant? Damn! So how strong is the big swordsman? Then what kind of devil fruit am I here to fight for? Some were amazed, and some lost their confidence. At the castle in the center of Kraigana Island, Hawkeye also felt something, and opened his eagle-sharp eyes on the throne. What a strong breath! Hawkeye couldn't contain the excitement in his heart, but this sword intent is very unfamiliar. Is it a new big swordsman from the Great Root? Chapter 74 _ At this level, you have the face to call yourself a swordsman. At the back of Kraigana Island, Rayleigh looked at the scene in front of him and smacked his tongue. Is it necessary to make such a big noise? In front of Rayleigh, the ground was burned, and a half-moon-shaped black pit appeared. As for those human imitators, there was not even a slag left. Of course it has to be louder, Mo Yan said with a smile, because I just want to be louder. Since I'm all here to fight, the higher the profile, the more people who can fight. Rayleigh shook his head and said, it actually wiped out thousands of human imitators with one blow. Isn't it that going too far? Mo Yan sneered and said, it was originally a group of bereaved dogs. Why did they all gather in the back and didn't go to the front of the island? Wasn't it driven away by the swordsman who came over? When Rayleigh thought about it, this was indeed the case, so he could only shake his head and sigh. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep a low profile along the way with Mo Yan. During the conversation, the two walked quickly approached the front of Kraigana Island. The closer they got to the front of Kraigana Island, the more Mo Yan and Rayleigh could feel a lot of sword intent soaring to the sky, all of them gathering in front of them as if they were declaring war. It seems that there are many good opponents. Mo Yan's fighting intent began to stir, and he subconsciously licked his lip. Rayleigh smiled and said, it's easy to fight with you. According to Shaki's information, even the pirates of the Four Emperors will participate in this World Swordsman Conference. The pirates of the Four Emperors? Mo Yan asked. Are they also interested in the Logia Devil Fruit? Or, do they want to compete for the title of the #1 swordsman in the world? Rayleigh said, who knows, the Logia Devil Fruit is tempting, but the position of the world's #1 swordsman is also popular with many people. Soon, the two came to a huge valley mixed with fish and dragon. In the center of the valley, there was a giant arena. It should be here, right? Mo Yan looked around, surrounded by swordsmen who were staring at each other vigilantly, and he could see that everyone was carrying all kinds of swords, and their faces were full of pride and confidence. Except for Hawkeye, Kraigana Island is almost uninhabited on weekdays, but it is convenient for a large number of destructive swordsmen to enter and fight. These swordsmen were rebellious one by one, and Hawkeye didn't manage it deliberately, so Mo Yan could see the situation of private fights along the way. "It should be here," Rayleigh whispered, "but we came just in time, and it looks like Hawkeye hasn't started yet." "Then I'll have some fun first," Mo Yan said. Rayleigh was surprised to ask what kind of fun he was looking for when he saw Mo Yan walking towards the private fight with the largest crowd of onlookers. "Hey, you don't mean to." Rayleigh twitched the corners of his mouth, and had a bad premonition in his heart, so he could only quickly catch up. Chong. As Mo Yan walked over, in the center of the crowd, the two swordsmen had another fierce confrontation. However, the side with the katana sword was obviously defeated, and was beaten by the side with the long sword. Seeing this, the swordsmen who were watching were chatting loudly. "Sure enough, that shiphead. Yes, as expected of a member of the Four Emperor Kaido's 100 Beast Pirate. I heard that he is holding the famous sword Taoyangzang, and he is also a powerful swordsman." The moment they spoke, Shipshead had already cut off the enemy's head with one knife, and blood suddenly filled the sky. "HMPH, you dare to intervene in what our beast pirates want? I don't know whether to live or die." Shipshead's words were murderous, and he glanced at the swordsmen who were onlookers as if he meant something. "If you don't want to die, get out of this island as soon as possible. Now." The swordsmen around all know what Hipshead is referring to. What the beast pirates want is definitely the Logia devil fruit from Eagle Eye. This blatant threat and targeting instantly angered everyone, but they dared not speak out. After all, Shiphead is a member of the beast pirate, one of the famous four emperors. These idle swordsmen can't afford to offend them at all. "Oh, I heard people say that the long knife in your hand seems to be of great value." In the crowd, a very interested voice suddenly appeared. Sure enough, this guy, Rayleigh, who caught up behind him, flashed a wry smile and saw Mo Yan pass through the crowd and come to Shipshead. "Of course," Shipshead said proudly. "This knife of mine is one of the 50 best knives." Then Shipshead looked at Mo Yan coldly. "Why, are you also a lifeless guy who wants to spy on devil fruit?" Seeing someone stand up, the surrounding swordsmen turned pale. This is too bold, especially when Sip had just killed a powerful swordsman Liwei. "Isn't this courting death?" Mo Yan slapped Qian on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I not only want the devil fruit but also your knife." Hearing Mo Yan's word, everyone was done. Dare to provoke the beast pirates like this? Is it really too long for life? Only Rayleigh covered his forehead and was speechless at Mo Yan's boldness. Hearing this, Shipshead's face sank completely. "It seems that you are very impatient. What are you doing with so much nonsense? Just start the fight. I can't wait." Mo Yan laughed wildly. "Even if you put the sword and sheep in your hand, I won't let you go, so attack as much as you like." Looking for death, Shipshead roared angrily and jumped up. His arms turned into huge and hard giant horn. He's still a devil fruit person. Seeing this scene, the swordsmen around were shocked. With such a good swordsmanship, he is already very strong. If it is paired with a devil fruit, then the combat power of Shipshead will definitely increase to an extremely exaggerated level. Shipshead also had a triumphant issue, but the next moment he found that his intended attack was bluntly blocked by a long knife. Mo Yan looked at him, and his disappointment flashed. "With this level, you are embarrassed to call yourself a swordsman." Chapter 75 _ A reminder of the beast pirate. Facing the enemy's first reaction, it is not to swing the knife but to use the fruit ability, which has already explained a lot of problem. For Shipshead, the strongest and most trustworthy is the devil fruit ability, not kendo. How can a person who doesn't take kendo to heart at all, how can he truly cultivate a powerful swordsmanship? The title of the swordsman, Shipshead, is completely unworthy of the name. What? Shipshead was also surprised to see that Mo Yan easily resisted the blow of his self-confidence. "This man is so strong. You're so weak. It's a disappointment," Mo Yan said coldly. Shipshead felt a huge insult, and his eyes suddenly became yuhi. He was a member of the pirates under the four emperors. How could anyone dare to insult him like this? "You'll regret that sentence." Shipshead took away the giant sheep horn, waved the sword, and slashed at Mo Yan with unparalleled sword energy. Mo Yan slapped the sword lightly and easily knocked the sword chi into the air. Damn it, damn it. Shipshead clenched Kiba, and the attacks in his hand got faster and faster, but they were all bounced off by Mo Yan with the knife in one hand. The sword chi that was bounced flew wildly and hit the ground to form countless cracks. The swordsmen onlookers all stepped back 100 meters to prevent accidental injury. Too strong, this new swordsman, to be able to compete with the fighters of the beast pirate. Who is he? And he only used one hand all the time. Swordsmen all know that when the sword is held in both hands, its power is the greatest. This is the case with Shipshead, holding the knife and sheep in both hands to hide the doomed attack, and the humiliation on his face is getting deeper and deeper. Why can't I hit him? Shipshead hated in his heart, and a deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Hey, look at you. Suddenly, a swordsman shouted, and he pointed at Mo Yan with a look of disbelief. That man is still one-eyed, with an eye patch covering his eyes, so his vision should be limited, but he is still able to defend himself without leakage. The people around looked at the sound, and they all clicked their tongue. Before, they paid too much attention to the sword fight itself but ignored Mo Yan's attire. Looking at it now, it is true, one hand and one eye, both of which are very unfavorable conditions for swordsmen, but they are still able to deal with Shipshead. How powerful. Hearing this, Shipshead felt even more desperate. His feelings were even more profound. The man in front of him was not only defensive, but simply disdained to do it with himself. Ahem, let's be neat. He looked pitiful. There was an old man's coughing sound from the crowd, and everyone looked around, but couldn't find who was talking. This guy really. Are you impatient to wait? Mo Yan was amused in his heart, and with a knife he swept away Shipshead from a distance, and the strange force of fear made Shipshead slide out 100 meters. What a terrible giant. Shipshead felt his hands tremble, and his mouth was bleeding. It would be really disappointing if the level of the swordsman who came this time was your level, Mo Yan said indifferently. It was the first time that his left and right hands were holding on the handle of the shallow hitting knife at the same time. Finally use both hands together. Are you serious? Shipshead froze, both nervous and honored. He felt that this was Mo Yan's recognition of him. By now, Shipshead had already placed his level below Mo Yan, so he felt a sense of pride when he got Mo Yan's official recognition. Yeah, I'm a little more serious, Mo Yan sneered, but this respect is not for you, but for the famous sword in your hand. Shipshead froze for a moment, then looked furious. You bastard. No matter how famous a famous sword is, it is also a weapon. It should be an accessory of the swordsman. How can one respect the accessory more than the swordsman himself? This sentence is more direct than any insult. Shipshead no longer hesitates, gathers all his strength, and storms towards Mo Yan. Go away, it's an eyesore. Mo Yan stopped talking nonsense, held the knife in both hands, and slashed hard. Kendo 2 break. The golden spiritual pressure instantly condensed into a terrifying sword energy, turned into a giant slash that destroyed the world, and flashed past Shipshead. After the sword energy passed through Shipshead, it still remained unabated, forcibly splitting a large hole several hundred meters long on the ground. It's that golden sword energy just now. The sharp-eyed swordsman has already recognized it. No wonder he is so strong. Shipshead stared blankly at Mo Yan, maintaining the movement of holding the sword, but did not move. Everyone was wondering when suddenly, a bloodline appeared from the center of Shipshead's eyebrows, gradually spreading to the whole body. Shipshead was cut in half by Mo Yan. Seeing this scene, the surrounding swordsmen opened their mouths in disbelief. What? How dare he do that? This is the enemy of the 4 Emperor Kaido. The scene was in an uproar and became extremely chaotic. Everyone looked at Mo Yan with respect and awe, and many people looked at him with the eyes of a dead man. Mo Yan didn't pay any attention to these glances, and walked over to pick up the sword and goat beside the corpse of Shipshead. For Daoyangzang, a famous sword among the top 50 swordsmen, the swordsman onlookers surprisingly did not have any unreasonable thought. First of all, 1.8 is Mo Yan's trophy. After seeing Mo Yan's fierce power to kill Shipshead in one move, who would dare to rob Mo Yan? Secondly, this well-known good and fast knife is like a proof to tell others that he killed Shipshead, and it is a life-threatening charm that will always attract the revenge of the beast pirate. They don't dare to give it to them. I am afraid that there is no one else but Mo Yan who dares to take Daoyangzang. Although the name of Daoyangzang sounds like a Tibetan sword, in fact, it looks like a Western longsword. However, in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, swords are not separated, and the name of a Western longsword is no problem. Mo Yan picked up the sword and was about to leave, when a voice suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute, I think your excellency is the world's first-class swordsman. I wonder if you can show your respect and fight in the next battle. I wish to gamble with the return of the famous sword. Chapter 76_Death Name. The book friend exchange group of this book, **** you can come to urge the update. No. Mo Yan heard the words and looked around, and saw a serious man wearing a plain-colored featherweave and a light white yukata inside. You are, the man said solemnly. The next name is Sasaki, from Wano-kuni. Although he is not talented, he was once called a great swordsman. Since Sasaki announced his name, the clamor of everyone present suddenly became more than 10 times louder. Sasaki, is that the famous swordsman Sasaki? Yes, I heard that he has challenged from the New World all the way, without a single defeat. Yeah, it is said that it can be compared to the dragon-slaying great swordsman Longma hundreds of years ago, and he is a true legendary great swordsman. Hearing everyone's whispers, Mo Yan suddenly became interested. Seeing Mo Yan stop, Sasaki said again, I see your clothes. It should be a kimono. Is it from Wano-kuni as you are? Why have you never heard of your name in the past? And your sword skills should not be so unknown. 577 pairs. Quote, Mo Yan shook his head and said, you misunderstood. I'm not from Wano-kuni. I'm wearing a death tyrant outfit, a god of death outfit. Death. Sasaki sighed and said, the name of the god of death is also worthy of the name of your excellency. Obviously Sasaki regarded Death God as the title of Mo Yan, but not only him, but also the surrounding swordsmen felt it was very appropriate. God of Death is a very hockey title, and on Mo Yan, who is more hockey, there is no sense of incompatibility. Mo Yan put the sword and sheep on the ground, and was too lazy to explain that the God of Death was a profession and not a title. Okay, I accept your challenge. I don't know what is the origin of your saber's return. Sasaki touched the handle of the knife in his hand preciously, and said solemnly, the saber below is return. I grew up with me since I was a child, and although it is listed as one of the 50 craftsmen of the good and quick sword, its quality is the best among the good and quick sword. The best choice. Quote, this is like the Eagle Eyes saber knight, although it is the 12 masters of the supreme sword, but the ranking is the strongest among the supreme sword. There are also advantages and disadvantages between good swords. Seeing that Sasaki cherished the return, Moyan couldn't help asking, since you have such deep feelings for the return, why are you challenging me with the return as a bet? Sasaki said solemnly, I am really happy to see Lai Shin, and I dare to bet on my return. It's precisely because I don't think I will lose at all. That's right, Moyan laughed. Even if you go back on it now, I won't let you go. Sasaki also smiled and said, if you see a and ask for it, just let the horse come over. The two laughed loudly, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. More and more swordsmen gathered around. This kind of battle between great swordsmen, even watching from the sidelines, was enough to benefit a lot. This Zaraki Kenpachi is indeed a restless master like Uchiha Madara. Is he here to learn hockey or to grab a knife? Seeing this, Rayleigh secretly complained. Around him, the crowd was densely packed. They didn't even dare to make a sound, and stared at Moyan and Sasaki in the center. Suddenly, the two moved at the same time. Sasaki pulled out and returned. His figure flashed like a hurricane, and he approached Moyan with extreme speed. So fast, the swordsman onlookers were shocked, and many people even lost Sasaki's figure all of a sudden, and they couldn't catch up with Sasaki at all. I am a swordsman who is good at super speed. Your Excellency, be careful. While speaking, Sasaki was already close to Moyan, and he slashed with a knife. Really? It just so happens that I'm not slow either. Moyan's face flashed madly, and his figure disappeared. Shunbu. What? Sasaki was stunned, reacted quickly, and took a sword against Moyan, who appeared behind him. Then the two of them disappeared again, and they appeared together dozens of meters away and faced off with a sword again. Both of them are so fast. This was the first time Rayleigh watched Kenpachi seriously fight, and found that when this man was in the Sabaody Archipelago, he and himself were not at all capable of slashing. That Sasaki's speed doesn't matter. After all, he specializes in supernatural speed, but Zakajianba is so violent in kendo, yet he also has super speed moving skills at the same time. It's too foul. Rayleigh was amazed inwardly, feeling more and more that the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front wave. While Rayleigh was thinking about it, Moyan had already gone through nearly 100 moves with Sasaki. They are so fast that they can't see clearly at all. Damn, it's too fast to see. Rayleigh was still surprised, let alone those ordinary swordsmen. In their eyes, Moyan and Sasaki kept flashing at high speed, and they couldn't see the details of their fight at all. The level gap is too big. Chong. Another strong collision. Moyan and Sasaki each retreated 50 meters. Huh, Your Excellency's strength is really terrifying, and it is actually very easy to handle. Sasaki sighed lightly and said sincerely, although your movement speed is not worse than yours, your movement speed is obviously inferior to yours. Even so, your intuition can make up for the difference. Sasaki was amazed in his heart, and there was only one thought in his heart. This is really a terrible man. I am afraid that the intuition of fighting has already penetrated deeply into his blood and soul like an instinct. After listening to Sasaki's evaluation, everyone knew what happened in the fight just now, and looked at Moyan with reverence. Moyan moved his muscles and bone, grinned and said, aren't you going to continue? Sasaki asked back, could it be that your strength is still not enough for your Excellency to take off the blindfold? As a great swordsman of Sasaki's level, he could already see from Moyan's fighting habits that Moyan was not blind, but deliberately covered the sight of one eye to reduce his combat effectiveness. Moyan said with a smile, it's not necessary to take off the blindfold yet. Hearing this, the swordsman turned pale. Is Sasaki such a powerful swordsman not qualified to force this god of death to take off his blindfold? Sasaki also sighed when he heard the word, raised his sword and put on a stand. Your Excellency is so underestimated. Then you can only use your strongest move to justify your name. Let's see if this move can cut off your blindfold. The famous stunt swallow returned. Chapter 77_Dragon back. Yan back. Moyan was stunned and asked, is your surname Zuo tilde Sake, and your name is Kojira? Sasaki was also stunned when he heard the word, then shook his head and said, no, I'm not called Kojira. Why do you ask this question? Moyan smiled and said, it just so happens that I know a guy named Sasaki Kojira, and he also has a unique trick called Yanwei. Sasaki was a little surprised, and said, that's really a strange fate, but I'm afraid it's just a coincidence. This trick Yanwei is a unique trick that I learned by Chan. Yanwei, who is in the bottom, can bring out the characteristics of the speed of the subordinate to the limit. Sasaki explained, can swing 3 swords at almost the same moment. Even all the retreats of the swallows, no, even all the retreats of the dragon, can be completely truncated. Sasaki's move is not afraid of being known, because this move is equivalent to the strongest conspiracy. Even if you know it, you can't stop it. Yanwei. I've heard of of this move, a move that completely goes against the common sense of kendo. Me too. Didn't that sword Saint Triarian from West Blue die by this move? It's not just him. There are several big pirates with a bounty of 4 or 5 billion Baileys who have lost to this trick. Sasaki's words seem to open up the memories of many swordsmen. In the short time that Sasaki went to sea, countless great achievements made by Yanwei were quickly activated. I see, even that death god will lose this time, as even the god of death defeated. It's hard to imagine. If it's what he said, then this move Yanwei will be cut out, and Zaraki Kenpachi may be more fortunate. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, hesitating whether he should intervene. Before Rayleigh could make a decision, Mo Yan had already raised a light punch with a smile. Sure enough, Yanwei or Yanwei, I already know how powerful this move is. With that said, Mo Yan also took the posture of raising his sword with both hands. As a return gift, I will also perform a stunt. When Sasaki heard the word, he was first subconsciously surprised, and then he was ecstatic and shouted, "Okay, let's see the style of the great swordsman below." Compared to Sasaki's joy, the swordsmen were shaken to the side. What? That invincible golden sword energy slash before is not even his ultimate move. They all stared at Mo Yan, eagerly wanting to know what exactly was Mo Yan's unique trick. Mo Yan spit out a few words. "Come out." 3-step sword beat. The tall phantom gradually stared behind Mo Yan. It was a black ghost like a puppet, and a white ghost like a snowball. What is this? Even Sasaki was really shocked for a while. Is this devil fruit ability? No, from the feeling, it is more like the condensed of sword intent or sword energy. Rayleigh also looked at Mo Yan in shock. I didn't expect Kenpachi's sword intent to be able to condense to this level. No, this is already an impossible category beyond human being. Everyone was talking a lot, guessing the entity of the 3-step sword beat. Mo Yan directly raised his sword to Sasaki. Come on. Sasaki's expression changed. He put away his shock, and threw himself back into his hand. Sasaki took a deep breath, and the next moment, a biting cold light pierced out of his hand. Aoyi Yanwei. In Mo Yan's field of vision, it was clear that Sasaki only swung one knife, but it seemed like he swung 3 knives at the same time. The power of each knife is enough to open mountains and crack rock, cutting from different directions, encircling all spaces. All evasion and intuition become meaningless. Violent golden sword energy also rose from the shallow attack. Mo Yan waved the knife in his hand with a mad laugh, and attacked Sasaki's Yanwei. This is courting death. In the blink of an eye, Sasaki, who saw Mo Yan's actions, thought so. His Yan returned. Can't dodge, can't block, and can't fight back. Otherwise, you will be killed by the other 2 knives in an instant. Looks like it's over. The moment before the blades were about to collide, Sasaki crossed over such a thought, and the next moment 3 metal collisions sounded at the same time. Sasaki's eyes were full of incredible colors. My invincible Yanwei was actually blocked. This is impossible. Sasaki felt unbelievable, but the sight in front of him was still shrinking, and Mo Yan was stalemate with his sword unscathed. What the matter? What just happened? I didn't see it at all. The swordsman onlookers were also confused. Only Rayleigh was thoughtful. Unfortunately, it happens that my trick is to restrain you. Mo Yan suddenly increased his strength, and immediately suppressed Sasaki firmly. My 3-step sword beast can simultaneously imitate my movement, enough to block your 3 strikes at the same time. Sasaki's pupils shrank suddenly, and he understood everything. One blow Mo Yan blocked by himself, and the second blow was handed over to the black and white double ghost behind him, which happened to be Yan Hui's 3rd blow. The ultimate move was broken. After realizing this, Sasaki's momentum was even more forced by Mo Yan, and he only felt that the sword would be unstable. You are very powerful, and I have gained a lot. Mo Yan smiled, but it's over. The word fell, and a terrifying golden sword aura rose. Mo Yan and the 3-step sword beast slashed on Sasaki's sword, and one returned the famous sword and flew into the air. You lost. Mo Yan held the sword in one hand. The sword pointed at Sasaki's throat, and the other hand was in the air, catching the return that fell from the sky. Yes, I lost. Sasaki smiled bitterly. I am convinced that I lost. Sasaki stood up and glanced at the return in Mo Yan's hand, and then walked towards the port of Kregana Island. It seems that I'm still lacking in cultivation. Even your excellency can't beat it. So how can you beat Hawkeye? Sasaki stopped suddenly and made his final request loudly. But you are different. You are the peerless swordsman who defeated me. If anyone can compete with Hawkeye for the throne of the world's #1, then it must be you. Chapter 78_Hawkeye. It's up to you to fight me or not. I was bored like a can of sardines for 6 hours on the plane. So miserable, so miserable. Ask for an automatic subscription to Comfort Tilda. After Sasaki finished speaking, he laughed 3 times and went out to sea. Everyone also looked at Mo Yan with respect and awe. Indeed, as the great swordsman Sasaki said, the only one who is qualified and capable of competing with Hawkeye for world #1 is this god of death. It seems to have somehow become someone else's sustenance. Mo Yan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. But Mo Yan didn't care. No matter whether there was Sasaki's gift or not, Mo Yan was also interested in fighting for the position of the world's #1 swordsman. swordsman, the world's strongest swordsman, the world's strongest hockey, the world's strongest man, the world's strongest creature. There are so many world firsts. I don't know how many I can take away in the end. Mo Yan pondered. At this moment there was a huge commotion in the crowd. Mo Yan and Rayleigh in the crowd looked solemn at the same time, looking in the same direction. At their level, the unimaginably powerful sword intent is slowly approaching. Who is it? Hawkeye. An excited smile appeared on Mo Yan's face. Now, he needs such a high-level opponent the most. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger, and more swordsmen saw it. Maybe some of them were dissatisfied, and some were eager to try, but before that, their bodies respectfully made way for the comers. This is respect for the number one in the world, at least before he is defeated. Sure enough, it's you, Hawkeye Mihawk. Mo Yan looked at the man with a huge black blade on his back and laughed softly. It seems right. You are the master of that sword chi. Hawkeye also stopped and stared straight at Mo Yan. Obviously, he followed the sword chi before and came here specifically to find Mo Yan. The scene was silent for a while, and the thousands of swordsmen gathered all over the world stopped at this moment. Mo Yan and Hawkeye became the focus of the audience, and countless people stared at them with excitement and speculation in their eyes. Are you going to fight early? The god of death and the world's number one swordsman. Who will win? The number one throne in the world is finally changing hands today. The swordsman stared nervously at the two people in the center, only to see Mo Yan put Kuiwei and Dao Yongzhang on the ground beside him, raised his hand and pressed the handle of the knife. The scene became tense, and the only thing left was the heartbeat of the crowd. In this silence, Mo Yan and Hawkeye seemed to be engaged in a silent battle, and the invisible sword chi and sword intent were overflowing. You, strong. Hawkeye's sharp eagle-like eyes seemed to see through everything in an instant, and he also slowly put his hand on the handle of the knife behind him. You are qualified to challenge me with all my strength. I am the most powerful swordsman in the world. Your Majesty Shichibukai. Dracula Mihawk. Report your name. Unknown great swordsman. Hawkeye's solemnity made everyone take a deep breath. He personally admitted that it was worth his full effort, and he took the initiative to report his full name, including the title, just like the highest etiquette for respected opponent, which in itself was the recognition shown by the world's strongest swordsman. Mo Yan chuckled and said, I am one of the 3 direct subordinate units of the Chinese Empire, the commander-in-chief of the combat unit, and Kenpachi Zhengmu, Empire of China. Hawkeye's pupils shrank suddenly. It turns out that you are from the recently famous Chinese Empire. No wonder you are so strong. What, did I hear it right? The Chinese Empire. He is a man of the Chinese Empire. The Chinese Empire. Why do I feel a little familiar? It's the Chinese Empire that has offered 2 billion bounties in a row. Almost all the swordsmen from all over the world were all shocked at this time. This Sakagi Kenpachi, if you look at his strength seriously, is at least 1 billion reward level. How many top powerhouses are there in this Chinese Empire? At this moment, Hawkeye suddenly let go of the hilt. So that's the case. Then we can't fight now. Let's fight when the conference really starts. Hawkeye paused, then took the initiative to explain. So far, I haven't seen your full strength, but I just judged from your previous moves and momentum that you are a powerhouse worthy of my full effort. Just now, I realize that my judgment is still inaccurate. Since you are from the Chinese Empire, I think based on your companions, I can roughly infer your level of strength. If the two of us fight rashly, this place will definitely be destroyed. Saying that, Hawkeye said with great regret, I don't want the Sword Master Conference organized by myself to end before it starts. Before that, I want to see different swordsmanships in the world, so our confrontation will stay in the conference. The finale, Sakagi Kenpachi. Hearing Hawkeye's word, the densely packed swordsmen all looked complicated. Some were sighing, some were unwilling. This was the top swordsman at the time. Once the fight starts, I'm afraid they won't have anything to do with them later. Hold on. Mo Yan took out a shallow punch and put it on his shoulders. Did I say you can leave? Hawkeye's body Vivi froze, and suddenly turned to look at Mo Yan. Rayleigh also cried out in his heart. Look at this development. His wine money, his devil fruit. Hawkeye, you are too arrogant. Even you, in front of me, don't have the freedom to leave if you want to fight. What fell along with Mo Yan's words was the vasi-like spiritual pressure. The invisible pressure like a torrential rain instantly covered everyone, and the pressure made everyone almost kneel. Damn, what is this? My body is so heavy. I can't breathe. This feeling, could it be Conqueror Haki? Hawkeye also looked at Mo Yan in surprise, and said in disbelief, you actually have the qualification of a king among millions of people. What are you trying to do? Mo Yan laughed wildly and pointed at Hawkeye with the tip of his knife. Of course I want to fight with you to the fullest. Hawkeye, it's up to you whether you want to fight me or not. Chapter 79_4 Emperor's Yuhi Fa Sheng. Mo Yan's huge spiritual pressure spread unscrupulously throughout the audience, oppressing everyone's body and mind. How is this possible? Doesn't he know hockey? Rayleigh was the one who was most shocked. No one knew better than him that Mo Yan actually came to learn hockey. But where does this powerful and unparalleled oppressive force come from? Is he a born king? No, it's not hockey, it's something else. Rayleigh calmed down and felt it carefully carefully, and notice the difference. This pressure can oppress the body and mind, but it can't shock people into a coma. But the effect of oppression is the same as that of conqueror haki, or even better. Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help but give Kenpachi Zakagi a deep look. Just like Uchiha Madara, there are countless powerful points in him that can always pop out suddenly to scare you. What a powerful conqueror haki, but if you feel it carefully, it doesn't seem to be the case. What is it? Hawkeye took a deep breath and became more and more interested. The value of the mystery that can be explored in Kenpachi Zengeki in front of him may even surpass that of thousands of swordsmen from all over the world. He held the black blade again, and the momentum on his body also rose. Boom! There was a rumbling sound in the air, but the sound was silent, but it made everyone feel tight and short of breath. As Hawkeyed Haki confronted Moyan's Reiatsu, an obvious confrontation line appeared out of thin air on the land of Vice Admiral, bottomless, and deeper and deeper. Wait. Suddenly, a superior horror Haki stepped in. Who is it? Who? Hawkeye and Moyan are focusing on guarding against their opponent, and have no extra energy to pay attention to people other than their opponent, so they are all shocked at this moment. The two of them were like arrows on the string, and they almost shot directly, but in the end they all forcibly stopped their hands with their superb strength. However, the momentum that burst out in an instant could not be recovered, and it collided with Haki of the third party. Boom! The silent loud noise is like thunder on the ground. It sounds silent, but it seems to explode in everyone's heart. Some people even couldn't bear it and coughed up blood. Hey, look at it. Alive. This is too exaggerated. Heaven. Heaven. Many people pointed to the sky, as if they could no longer speak. The sky has been divided into three parts. Indeed, in the sky at this moment, the endless Shirakumo was directly cut into thirds by invisible power. It looked like a tripod. This corresponds to the form of the ground. The three great swordsmen are facing each other. Countless swordsmen who have seen what happened in the sky are all convinced that this is what the three on the ground did. I don't know if the two of them can give me a fate. Don't start the war for the time being, and wait until the climax of the conference before it's too late. I saw a figure of Yuhi with one arm, appearing between the two very quickly, drawing his sword and pointing at the two. It turned out to be Shang. When Hawkeye saw this figure, his body relaxed. Moyan then said, Isho, it's great. I heard that the 4 emperors pirates were all coming, but I thought they were all the little scoundrels like the 100 Beast pirate, but I didn't expect it to be Yuhi. Hair Shang came in person. Yes, it's the 4 emperors Yuhi Hair Shang. Someone shouted, shocked. How could such a big man come here? It's over. We have absolutely no hope of winning the devil fruit. After seeing Kenpachi and Hawkeye, where did you get the confidence that you could win the devil fruit? Glancing helplessly at the chaotic swordsman, Yuhi looked at Moyan curiously. Hey, from the 100 Beast pirate. I just arrived on the island, and I don't know what happened before. Could it be that you are not interested in the 100 Beast pirate? Shot. It's just a blatant brazen fish who calls himself a swordsman, but his knives are not bad. Moyan wrote lightly, and patted the sword sheath hidden next to him. It Daoyangzang. Yuhi recognized it at a glance, and said in surprise, you actually killed Sasai. Aren't you afraid that Kaido will come to trouble you? Moyan said lightly. So what? If Kaido wants to come, just let him come. I will not refuse anyone who comes. Yuhi took a deep breath and looked at Moyan carefully, as if to see what confidence he had to support him without fear of the 4 emperors. I heard you say that you are a cadre of the Chinese Empire. Could it be that the Chinese Empire is really so powerful that even the pirates of the 4 emperors have nothing to fear? You won't know if you try it yourself. Yuhi Fashang, who is also the 4th emperor. Moyan's body was full of sword intent. There is a price to pay for disturbing my battle, and you are very suitable as a substitute opponent. The swordsmen who were still in the chaos suddenly fell silent when they heard the word, and looked at Moyan in a stunned manner. This guy, of course, challenged the 4 emperors. Are you dying? Those are the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors of the sea who can rival Marine and rule the entire new world. Yuhi was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. You should spare me first. We are fighting here. Isn't it the same as not stopping Hawkeye just now? Maybe even worse. Haha, it seems that your face is not good. Shang. Rayleigh walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, you have also seen that people in the Chinese Empire are so crazy. This time, let's see how you can use your face to solve things. Yuhi was stunned again when he heard the sound, and then exclaimed, Mr. Rayleigh, you are here too. I didn't find you before. Yuhi used to be a crew member of the Roger Pirate, and Rayleigh was the deputy captain of the Roger Pirate, so Rayleigh was Shank's old boss. Because I was just here to win some wine money. After all, I have retired, so I wanted to keep a low profile. Rayleigh shrugged and sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, as long as you are with people from the Chinese Empire, you can't keep a low profile at all. P.S. Some book friends in the comments said that the content of 77 and 78 is the same. I looked at the backstage and did not have this problem. My 2 chapters are updated with different content. Bug of Filu Shanfang. Exit the mobile app and re-enter, or find my book in the bookshelf, but don't click to continue reading, but open the text from the directory. Chapter 80 _ The Land of the 4 Emperors. After observation observation haki. As cultivation reaches the level of Rayleigh and Yuhi, he can use his powerful observation haki to hide in other people's observation haki field. If there is a gap in observation haki, then no one will be found at all. If observation haki is of the same level, as long as you don't spend your energy to find it, it will mostly be ignored. So with so many swordsmen, Yuhi never found Rayleigh, and Hawkeye was sensed by Moyan and Rayleigh before, but Hawkeye never wanted to hide. "Are you here with this Zaraki Kenpachi?" Yuhi was stunned for the third time. He couldn't help but look at Moyan, his expression even more embarrassing. "Since you were with Mr. Rayleigh, then it is considered to be related to me, so don't worry, I have no intention of Mihawk's Logia fruit. I am just here to join in the fun." Quote, Yuhifa is also one of the top swordsmen in the world. If he has the opportunity to see the swordsmanship of different ghouls all over the world, he will naturally feel unbearable. With Yuhifa's status, a Logia devil fruit has long been ignored, but he didn't want the swordsman conference to be destroyed by Moyan and Hawkeye before it even started. The swordsmen around were also very strained. When they saw 420 and the others in turn, their hearts were always shocked. Now that they saw an old man suddenly appear, they were naturally extremely curious. What's the origin of that old man? Or did he come with Kenpachi Zakagi? Could it be that he is also from the Chinese Empire? But why does Yuhi seem to know him? Yuhi still respect him, calling him Mr. Rayleigh. Wait, Hades Rayleigh. Soon someone guessed Rayleigh's identity, causing an uproar. What? Hades Rayleigh? Pluto Rayleigh should have disappeared for many years. The cadre of the Chinese Empire is with the vice-captain of One Piece, King of Pirates. Countless people opened their mouths wide, unable to digest the news. Does this mean that the two big men are going to join forces, and this he is about to change? Sure enough, I still can't keep a low profile. Rayleigh looked at the shocked crowd, sighed and said to Moyan, "You don't look at Shenkfei, but also Jonan's forbearance for my old face, but don't forget the purpose of your coming." Moyan's expression moved, and he looked at Hawkeye, Yuhifa, and Rayleigh with fighting intent. "Also, but the three of you won't be able to escape a fight with me later." "That's what I mean." Hawkeye's face was stern. Yuhi was also very interested and eager to try. Only Rayleigh didn't know how many times he covered his forehead. He suddenly felt a little regretful, and felt that he had caused a big trouble for himself. Now he can't relax no matter what. Now that Hawkeye has arrived, the World Swordsman Conference will officially open. The swordsmen who had just seen a few peerless confrontations all chatted in twos and threes and filed into the arena. Of course, there were also many swordsmen who were overshadowed, turning around and walking away without looking back. The few battles against Moyan just now had completely destroyed their confidence, knowing that they were sitting on the back of their heads and watching the sky. Not long after, the swordsmen had already filled the auditorium of the arena. This was an unprecedented game in which there was no spectator, but the audience was crowded because of the large number of players. Fortunately, the arena was huge enough, surpassing any competition venue Moyan had ever seen before. In the very center of the arena, there are 6 large arenas, which should be used later. Moyan also strode onto the auditorium, but, as if he had the effect of clearing the field, the swordsmen around him would automatically clear a 10-meter square open space wherever he went. It's the god of death who can fight against Hawkeye. The cadres of the Chinese Empire are really not easy to mess with. It's better to stay away from him. It's too dangerous. Moyan didn't care either, and sat down carelessly. Everyone has already arrived. Why hasn't the fight started yet? The swordsmen sat down one after another, whispering and bustling, but no one came to the stage for a long time, and Moyan frowned impatiently. No, people haven't arrived yet. Rayleigh's identity has been exposed, so he sits at ease next to Moyan, who is completely empty. Didn't I say before that at this World Swordsman Conference, did I hear that all the members of the 4 Emperor Pirates were here? Moyan also remembered this incident and said, then there have been Yuhifa Pirates and 100 Bees Pirates. You mean, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates are very fast. Will come. That's right. Rayleigh nodded. After all, they were still in a small-scale confrontation on the Great Route before coming here, so it's understandable that they came over slowly. Moyan asked. The Whitebeard Pirate fought with the Big Mom Pirate. It was a big event. Why haven't I heard of it at all? Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, then looked at Moyan with his mouth open and said, are you kidding me? No matter how big a thing is, can it be as big as the things that your Chinese Empire has done? From Rayleigh's point of view, the people of the Chinese Empire are simply lunatic, and everything they do is terrifying for the listeners. Then Rayleigh added, besides, there is a balance of strength between the 4 emperors. Every move will set off stormy waves on the Great Route. Naturally it will not be so easy to fight in an all-round way. This time it is only 2 4 emperors pirate. Only senior cadre. Quote, oh, is it a personal vendetta? That's not it. It's also the battle of the 4 emperors. Rayleigh shook his head and said, you know that in the first half of the Great Route, no matter which one of the 7 routes you choose, you will eventually arrive at the Sabaody Archipelago, right? Moyan nodded, and Rayleigh continued, Sabaody Archipelago is like a transit station to the New World, but but since the 7 routes will eventually be summed up to Sabaody Archipelago, it is more appropriate to say that Sabaody Archipelago is the endpoint of the first half of the Great Route. Therefore, in these 7 routes, each going to the last island before the Sabaody Archipelago is a real transit point. It is of great significance and has always been the place where the 4 emperors will fight. Chapter 81 _ The 4 Emperor Pirates gather. The repeated chapters mentioned in the book review area, I have no problem with reading them. It is really strange. I feel that most of them are the wind again. Regarding this statement, Mo Yan really doesn't know. He watched One Piece King of Pirates in his previous life. Luffy and their Straw Hat Pirate. The last stop before going to Sabaody Archipelago was Moria's Horror Bar. Because it is not an island but a ship, strictly speaking, the Straw Hat Pirates have not been to any transit island. Rayleigh said, if you want to go to the New World, you must be coded in Sabaody Archipelago. So grasping the 7 transit stations to Sabaody Archipelago is equivalent to grasping the entrance to the New World. This is of course of great significance to the 4 emperors who rule the New World. You are so confident that they can decide the winner before the World Swordsman Conference starts? Mo Yan asked. Rayleigh explained, it's not like that. Plus the Sabaody Archipelago, it's actually equivalent to a portal to a new world. 8 in total. The ruler of Sabaody Archipelago is Tenryubito, which is the world government. If the 4 emperors want to move Sabaody Archipelago, they will declare war with the world government, so this can be ruled out. In the remaining 7 islands, the Beast Pirate, the Big Mom Pirate, and the Whitebeard Pirates have 2 master islands respectively, while the Uhifa Pirates are the newly rising 4 emperors, and they are currently still only 1 island has been mastered, and the balance of power of the 4 emperors in the first half of the Great Route has been formed. Quote, Mo Yan thoughtfully said, you mean, this time someone is invading the 3rd island that does not belong to him, which is equivalent to trying to break the balance of power between the 4 emperors. The other 4 emperors will not sit back and watch this kind of thing. No matter, so will this war be over. That's right. Rayleigh nodded. This time, the Whitebeard Pirates are trying to expand their power and attack the Honey Island of the Big Mom Pirates, so if I'm not wrong, they will be here soon. Quote, Mo Yan smiled and said, the Logia fruit this time is really incredible. Even the 4 Emperor Pirates have attracted all of them. Rayleigh shook his head and said, you can't not see that. Compared to Logia's devil fruit, more people come here because of Hawkeye. After all, they can challenge Hawkeye to become the world's #1 title, but it is the ultimate swordsman of countless swordsmen. Dream. At this moment, a continuous burst of amazing water Jinchuriki columns suddenly erupted from the sea in the distance. The explosive water Jinchuriki column with a height of 100 meters can be seen even in the arena, and with it, there is a large amount of rising water vapor, and the rolling heat waves are blowing across the distance. Rayleigh looked into the distance and said, oh, it seems that the Lord has arrived. As soon as Rayleigh's voice fell, 3 figures jumped over the arena and landed directly on the ring. Ha ha ha, Thatch, Foil Vista, if you want to deal with me, you should find the other captains of your Whitebeard Pirate. A man with 3-bladed hairstyle and no clothes on his upper body laughed wildly at the 2 swordsmen who were facing each other in front of him. Vista looked ugly. Oven, don't be too arrogant. I'll cut you to the sword. Oven sneered. What you can't do. Not only you, even if you and Thatch go together, you are definitely not my opponent. Thatch took a sip and said bitterly, it's a miscalculation this time. Vista, we don't get along so well with the hot fruit. Vista also bites Kiba, and fights Oven all the way from Honey Island, but he and Thatch fail to take down Oven. This does not mean that Vista is weaker than Oven. In fact, in terms of strength, Vista is not weaker than Oven at all. Problem is that Oven's hot fruit can heat everything, including sword. It is the ultimate nemesis of swordsmen. It's so unfortunate that both of you are swordsmen. You can't even hold a sword in front of me, right? Oven's face was full of mockery. A swordsman who has lost his weapon. What kind of storm can he make? Vista and Thatch looked even worse. Their eyes spitting fire and they just wanted to kill Oven immediately. At this moment, the swordsmen who were stunned by their sudden appearance in the arena also quickly recognized their identity. Isn't that the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirate, the great swordsman Foil Vista? The one who confronted him was Charlotte Oven, the Charlotte Minister of the Big Mom Pirate, and the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirate, the great swordsman Thatch is also there. My god, doesn't that mean that the 4 Emperor Pirates have already gathered here? Everyone acclaimed. The scale of this World Swordsman Conference is completely beyond imagination. Eagle Eye stood up from the main seat at this time and announced loudly, since everyone has arrived, the World Swordsman Conference will officially begin. Hawkeye's words eased the atmosphere between Oven, Vista, and the others. They moved here while fighting, and of course they had the intention of participating in the World Swordsman Conference. Have you begun? It seems that the Logia Devil Fruit is about to be acquired by our Big Mom Pirate. Oven chuckled, glancing defiantly at Vista and Thatch. With me here, you can't even think about it. Vista's face sank. Although his main purpose was to fight Hawkeye, he had to stop Oven from getting the Devil Fruit, otherwise otherwise wouldn't the Big Mom pirates become stronger under his nose? Thatch also said solemnly, I heard that the Logia devil fruit found by Eagle Eye is very powerful. This time we are determined to win it, and we must bring it back to Dad. Hawkeye saw everyone looking at him, and used Haki to vibrate the sound, spreading to the audience. The rules of this World Swordsman Conference are very simple. There are rings 1 to 6 in the arena. Everyone is equally divided into 6 rings, and there are no rules to fight. The strongest person standing at the end of each ring is the ring master. You can go directly to the final confrontation. Quote, Chapter 82 _ My heart is so congested, I feel like it's over ahead of time. Mo Yan glanced at the ring, which meant that in the end, 6 ring masters would be born. This mode is very similar to the competition held by Doflamingo in the future, and I don't know if Doflamingo borrowed this idea from Hawkeye. After all, there are too many swordsmen, but there is no time to arrange a one-on-one match. Otherwise, I don't know that it will be the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. I'm going to ring 1. Then I'll go to ring 3. I hope we don't run into each other. I'll go to ring 5. In the noisy voice, the swordsmen each decided on the ring number, and it happened that the number of people assigned to each ring was about the same. Go, Rayleigh, Mo Yan said lightly, and jumped directly from the audience to the number 1 ring. Look, that Zaraki Kenpachi has gone to the number 1 ring. Fortunately, he didn't come to our ring. It's so dangerous. I feel so sorry for the people in the ring number 1. Quote, the rest of the people in the arena pointed, and many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only the 14 swordsmen in the number 1 arena all complained secretly. How come such a killing god? My heart is so congested. It feels like it's over ahead of schedule. I'm going to exercise my muscles too. Rayleigh Vivi Isho also jumped into the number 6 ring. Shank, guess how long it will take for Kenpachi to kill everyone in the number 1 ring? In the main seat, Hawkeye asked Shanks with great interest. There is no need for Hawkeye to participate in the first half of this World Swordsman Conference, not only because he is the organizer, but also because he is the world's number 1 swordsman. Why? Are you going to take a gamble? Yuhi said with a smile. And you are so sure that Zaragi Kenpachi can stand in the end? Since Yuhi didn't participate in the fight for the Logia Devil Fruit, of course he didn't have to fight. Hawkeye said with certainty, if it's that man, he will definitely be able to. Shanks shrugged and said, really? Then you have great confidence in Zaraki Kenpachi. Hawkeye shook his head and said, it's not confidence, it's just a fact based on judgment. Shanks waved his hand and said, okay, well, Mr. Rayleigh, I naturally don't need to say, but I don't know much about Zakagi Kenpachi. I guess it will take him at least 10 minutes to solve the problem in the number 1 ring. All swordsmen. These are countless elite swordsmen from all over the world. Even if they are evenly divided into 6 arenas, there are hundreds of people in each arena. It is not an easy task to get rid of these swordsmen who are of various styles and schools. Hawkeye disagreed. No, it only take 5 minutes at most. Yuhi said in surprise. Our guesses are completely double. This is the first time this has happened. Hawkeye said lightly. Then let's wait and see. The man Zakagi Kenpachi is a top swordsman who is no less than anyone else. The exchange between Yuhifa and Hawkeye has just been completed, and the offstage game has also begun. On the number 1 arena, all the swordsmen were on guard against each other and did not dare to act rashly. But more swordsmen secretly cast their eyes on Mo Yan. Although they didn't want to be the first to come out, their thoughts at the moment were undoubtedly the same. To unite first to kill the strongest. Right judgment is not wise judgment. Mo Yangxi smiled and swept over them one by one. All the swordsmen who looked at each other lowered their heads involuntarily. This man's eyes give people a great sense of oppression. Hey, what do you mean by that? Finally, there are still better swordsmen, so I couldn't help asking. Mo Yan, Vivi Isho, said, faced with an unmatched opponent, it is a correct judgment to choose to fight together in a group. But, Mo Yan took a turn, if you choose me as a group to fight again, it's not a wise judgment. Are you trying to say that we are not as good as you combined? People who practice martial arts are generally arrogant, and many swordsmen have heard Mo Yan's word, and Yuhi's ears are red with provocation. Very correct, I'll explain it further. Mo Yan slowly took out a shallow punch and laughed wildly. I suggest you guys play together. As a warm-up before the fight with Hawkeye, your level is still very good. You bastard. Too arrogant. In this case, we are welcome. It's so arrogant, you'll regret it. Mo Yan's words completely angered all the swordsmen, and they all forgot their mutual precautions in an instant. The common enemy was Mo Yan. In an instant, hundreds of long swords came out of the body, slashing at Mo Yan with a sharp cold light. Boom! Countless sword chi hit the center, and the smoke and dust rose from the sky, almost overturning the entire ring. Ha ha! Did it work? Let him see our strength. Although the swordsmen didn't consume much, they seemed to have a huge loss in their mind. They gasped and looked at Mo Yan's position. Smoke and dust dissipated, and suddenly 590 room golden spiritual pressure rose into the sky. Too weak. The super strong spiritual pressure released by Mo Yan's body turned into a huge skull shape, covering himself like a solid solid body, isolating all attack from the outside world. Just kidding. How is this possible? Is he a monster? Obviously so many people attacked him together. The swordsman who saw this involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces full of horror. Is this over? Mo Yan's face showed madness. Then it's my turn to take action. Mo Yan held the shallow strike with both hands, and the fiery golden sword energy shot up into the sky. Boom! The extremely hot sword energy spread throughout the audience, and the swordsmen hurriedly wanted to defend, but found that once their weapons touched Mo Yan's sword energy, they were immediately burnt out and turned into molten iron. In an instant. It's impossible. Countless swordsmen held unwillingly and were completely swallowed by Mo Yan's violent sword energy. After the golden spiritual pressure dissipated, the only person standing on the number 1 arena was Mo Yan. Hawkeye and Yuhi also brushed their hair and stood up, looking at Mo Yan in disbelief. The leader of the number 1 ring has been decided, and the fastest victory record in the whole game. Chapter 83 _ The audience was shocked. Book friends grew. ****. The whole place was silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes widened, and they stared blankly at the number 1 arena. The entire number 1 arena was completely destroyed. Mo Yan stood alone in the center, with the pure white leader Yuri floating in the wind behind him. How? It happened in an instant. Oh my god. I'll wipe out the opponent with one knife. Monster. This guy is definitely a monster. The sluggishness was broken, and the other 5 swordsmen in the arena became confused. Thinking of the possibility of facing such evil spirits next, they felt their legs and feet go weak for a while. Who the hell is this? He is so strong, yet so humble. Thatch stood in the number 2 ring, sweating from his temples. The sea is really vast, and the real monsters are emerging one after another. Seeing this, Rayleigh from ring number 6 also looked solemn. Although he was the first person who had seen Mo Yan's strength among all the people present, now Rayleigh still felt that he underestimated Mo Yan again. Foil Vista in the number 3 arena also stared at Mo Yan, not knowing what he was thinking. I'm already the best swordsman in my father's place, but if I face him, can I beat him? Vista kept asking himself secretly in his heart, and the answers he got made his hands that held the double sword tremble uncontrollably. Mostly, you will lose. Only Oven, who was in the number 5 ring, was completely unmoved, but there was a look of contempt in his eyes. How strong does it look? As long as he is a swordsman, there is no chance of victory in front of him. I didn't expect it. Not 10 minutes, not 5 minutes, not even a minute at all. Yuhifa and Hawkeye sat down again after experiencing the initial excitement. Hawkeye looked at the emotional Yuhi hair, and sighed. I said it. He is a great swordsman who will exceed everyone's expectations, even the expectations of the 2 of us. Ring number 1. What are you doing all the time? Still not starting the fight. Mo Yan, who became the focus of everyone's attention, swept all of them coldly. If you don't fight again, it's better for me to help you fight. I'm very happy. With that said, Mo Yan showed a wild smile on the corner of his mouth. He was really willing to be a spoiler in the remaining 5 arenas. This lunatic. The swordsmen who were swept by Mo Yan's eyes could not help lowering their heads in cold sweat. It can be seen that he is serious. If you accidentally provoke this killing god, it will be bad. HMPH. Seeing that no one answered, Mo Yan snorted coldly and sat down with his leg crossed. In such a short period of time, Mo Yan had more or less confrontation with top players such as Rayleigh, Hancock, Sasaki, Hawkeye, Yuhifa, etc., or had a collision of momentum. Quickly confronting the top powerhouses with such an intensive frequency, Mo Yan gained a lot from his understanding of hockey. All of a sudden, Mo Yan felt that the big white sword profound fire behind him was turbulent and restless. This was something that had never happened before, and Mo Yan felt it, and he couldn't help but turn his attention to the source of the agitation of the mysterious fire, the number 5 ring. If I remember correctly, it should be the arena where Charlotte Oven of the Big Mom Pirates is located. Is there anything special? Mo Yan glanced at it, but it happened to collide with Oven's gaze. Oven was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Mo Yan to look at him at the same time, but soon, Oven showed a contemptuous smile and pointed at Mo Yan with his knife provocatively. Mo Yan ignored Oven's provocation, but Vivi frowned. Did Charlotte Oven use a knife? Mo Yan recalled the memory of his previous life. Why did I remember that he should have fought with both fists? Why is Zan Huo suddenly agitated? Mo Yan thought about it carefully, and it stands to reason that Charlotte Oven is self-proclaimed as a swordsman nemesis precisely because he has the fruit ability to heat everything, especially the metal sword with good thermal conductivity, so he is not suitable for it. Fight with weapons. Otherwise, it may not be long before Charlotte Oven's weapon will be melted by his own ability first. Wait, don't tell me. Mo Yan suddenly thought of something. Now Charlotte Oven will choose to fight with a knife, which shows that in Charlotte Oven's opinion, the knife in his hand can even withstand the extreme heat of his hot fruit. The knife in Charlotte Oven's hand must have some way to go. While Mo Yan was thinking about it, the battles in the remaining 5 arenas had already started one after another. Ring number 6. The swordsmen who were shocked by Mo Yan woke up one after another. They looked at an unremarkable old man in their field, and couldn't help spitting, and sweating wildly. They also had an epic pervert character here. Pluto Rayleigh, come on. Finally, dozens of swordsmen couldn't bear it any longer, and rushed over first. Rayleigh stood leisurely in the center of the field, doing nothing, just staring at the eyes under the round glasses. Boom! A silent roar broke out, with Rayleigh as the center of 3.9, and instantly spread to the entire number 6 ring. Immediately afterward, there was a continuous sound of metal collisions with swords falling, and a large number of swordsmen fell like the wind blowing wheat. That's the power of Conqueror Hockey. Mo Yan took a deep look at Rayleigh, and had a deeper understanding of Hockey's understanding. It's just that these swordsmen have gathered from all over the world, and there are many capable and capable. At least 100 people have resisted Rayleigh's Conqueror Hockey. Oh, it's not bad. Rayleigh nodded approvingly, pulled out the long sword in his hand, and began to hunt one by one. Long for Rayleigh to defeat all the remaining swordsmen, but in the end, it was still one step behind Mo Yan. At this point, the second challenger was born. Chapter 84_Shiryu of Rain. It's been a long time since I asked for automatic subscription. Please give me some automatic subscriptions to ask for rewards, subscriptions, collections, automatic, and everything. Ring 5. Oven has already annoyed many people because of his contemptuous attitude and contemptuous words towards swordsmen. Therefore, the swordsmen in the number 5 ring all glared at Oven with the same hatred. However, before they could start fighting, they felt the soles of their feet were extremely hot. Ah, it's so hot. It's hot. What is this? It him. Charlotte Oven did it. Many swordsmen jumped up and down, and soon there was a sharp-eyed swordsman who pointed at the sneering Oven and shouted, I saw the hot air spread out from the soles of Oven's feet. In an instant, the ring was dry and cracked, and the floor turned orange yuhi color, reaching an unbearable high temperature. He's trying to force us to jump off the ring ourselves. A swordsman shouted, drew his sword and chopped it up. 14. Stupid. How can a swordsman win against me? Oven snorted coldly, raised the long knife in his hand, and made a random move. Ah! It was the attacking swordsman who screamed. At the moment when the sword clashed, his long sword was rapidly heated by Oven, and Yuhi's was hot. Boom! The long sword fell to the ground, and the swordsman who lost his weapon was pierced by Oven. Damn! Seeing this, everyone was shocked and angry, and their hearts were full of humiliation. They are dignified swordsmen, but now they are played by Oven like fish on a wok. They can only keep jumping and jumping trying to jump out, but the attack is almost ineffective. Instead, the weapon will be instantly killed and it is too embarrassing. Under the grief and anger, the swordsman did not want to be humiliated, and all jumped off the number 5 ring. Of course, there are also reasons why the ground is so hot that even standing is extremely painful. Haha, as expected, swordsmen are a bunch of trash. Oven laughed wildly as the swordsmen were forced to jump off the ring and admit defeat one by one. This wild laughter penetrated into everyone's ears, making the swordsmen in the audience both angry and helpless. This damn Charlotte Oven. Damn, his ability is too much restraint for us. He's still a member of the 4 Emperor's Pirates, so he has no hope of revenge. The incompetence of the swordsman sparked a new round of ridicule from Oven. It bullshit. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hawkeye frowned tightly. Yuhi shook his head boringly, and said, I didn't expect that the number 5 champion would be Charlotte Oven, who is not even a swordsman. To strength, Oven is first class and powerful, but when it comes to swordsmanship, Oven is very unpopular. He didn't mainly rely on swordsmanship to fight. Hawkeye was unhappy because of that. He convened the World Swordsman Conference, not to fight against this kind of person who relies on skill. Actually, Rayleigh made a mistake to Mo Yan. Uchiha Madara is not unable to participate in the World Swordsman Conference. Because Rayleigh ignored this World Swordsman Conference, it may attract many weak swordsmen to pass this point. Although Uchiha Madara does not fight with sword, his swordsmanship is still much stronger than that of ordinary swordsmen. Could it be that even a swordsman like Uchiha Madara, who can't be compared to a non-swordsman, can't participate in the World Swordsman Conference? That's not the case. Hawkeye took this into consideration, so the conditions for participating in the World Swordsman Conference were relaxed to the point where he seemed to be a swordsman and had a certain level of swordsmanship. It turns out, no wonder it's not the same as what I remember. Mo Yan looked at Oven thoughtfully. This Charlotte Oven just took advantage of the loophole stipulated by Hawkeye, and by having learned some swordsmanship, he forced himself to participate in the World Swordsman Conference as a swordsman. In fact, Oven's main fighting style is still relying on his hands and devil fruit abilities, rather than long swords and sword chi. If that's the case, then Hawkeye can still open one eye and close the other, but Oven has been so arrogant that he has blatantly won the throne, which is too much. No wonder Hawkeye and Yuhi are so unhappy. The next battle is very simple. As the captains of the Whitebeard Pirate, Vista and Thatch completely overwhelmed the arena they were in. Although they were not as exaggerated as Rayleigh and Mo Yan, they were also orderly cleaning up their opponent. However, just as Vista was halfway through cleaning up the swordsman, a strong strong smell of blood spread throughout the arena. In the number 3 ring, it has already turned into a bloody storm. Rivers of blood flowed from the ground, and the corpses of countless swordsmen piled up like mountains. In the sea of blood, a man walked out with a cigar in his mouth. It's a boring fight, but it's still fun to kill. The man showed a bloodthirsty smile. Vista and Thatch's eyes widened when they saw the man's face. It's you. How come you are here? The chief warden of the deep-sea prison impelled down. Shiryu of the Rain. Just after Thatch and Vista announced the name of Shiryu of the Rain, there was an uproar in the audience. W.A. What? Why would such a person come here? At this time, shouldn't 287 run fast? The swordsman looked at Shiryu of the Rain with great fear. Most of them were pirates, and they were born with a deep fear of impel down, which is known as the end of the pirate. Shiryu of the Rain, who has always been notorious for killing prisoners. Shiryu of the Rain glanced at Vista and said, that guy Magellan is really boring. I finally heard that there is a chance for a big kill. How can I miss it? The Shiryu of the Rain who came this time was not wearing impel down's clothes, but only a usual flying cap. In addition, it was rare for outsiders to see him in the big prison on weekdays, so almost no one recognized him. However, his absolute strength was undoubtedly revealed at the cost of the lives of countless swordsmen. Quote. Vista's face was gloomy, and he didn't know how to answer the murderous lunatic. However, both he and Thatch moved faster, clearing the swordsman on the stage at high speed. After all, as the two captains of the dignified Whitebeard pirate, the speed of becoming the leader of the rankings is still the bottom, which is really an intolerable shame. Soon, Thatch and Vista were not unexpectedly the champion. Upon seeing this, Eagle Eye walked out and announced loudly, the 6 champions have all been decided, and the finals of the World Swordsman Conference have officially begun. Chapter 85 A sudden and unexpected battle. The swordsmen who were off stage or who voluntarily abstained or ended up with serious injuries all looked at the 6 people on stage with extremely complicated eyes. They are losers, and the 6 people on stage are the pinnacle of swordsmen. It is the existence that they have to look up to all their lives. The decisive battle is very simple. That is, you fight 2 on 2, and the 3 who win will fight against me personally. Hawkeye floated down from the main seat and was at the same level as Mo Yan and the others. Of course, the level of the battle is different, and the venue is definitely different. I don't know if Yuhi had activated some device on it, and suddenly the 6 broken arenas were all rumbling along with the underground mechanism. In a short time, the 6 giant arenas were seamlessly spliced together, becoming a super giant arena. With the displacement of the arena, Mo Yan and the other 6 gradually came to similar positions, shortening the distance between them. Indeed, this is the battlefield that suits the great swordsman. Shiryu of the Rain looked at the bloodthirsty Isho in the ring and seemed to be looking forward to the next fight. Hawkeye continued, you have already chosen your own opponents for the 483 fight from the very beginning. The number 1 champion against the number 2 champion, the number 3 champion against the number 4 champion, and the number 5 champion against the number 6 champion. Fight the Lord. Hearing this, Thatch, the number 2 champion, couldn't help swallowing. Thatch secretly looked at Mo Yan, who was the number 1 champion, and screamed inwardly. Although Thatch is good at using double sword, his actual level of strength is very low among the 6. So after seeing Mo Yan's fierceness, Thatch knew very well that he had little chance of winning. You look pretty good. I hope you'll have some fun. Mo Yan suddenly made a sound, and Thatch's body trembled subconsciously. Vista is also secretly complaining. He really doesn't want to fight with a lunatic like Shiryu Rain. Oven looked at the smiling Rayleigh vigilantly, and thought to himself, although this old man in front of me doesn't know what his origins are, the Conqueror Haki just now is really powerful, so we must guard against it. Oven came very late, so he didn't know Rayleigh's identity, but seeing is believing. After seeing Rayleigh's mellow Conqueror Haki, even Oven dare not underestimate Rayleigh. With this level of Conqueror Haki is easy to deal with, it better than this tricky old man. Oven's eyes couldn't help but glance at Mo Yan, revealing a hint of greed. Then let's start the first battle, Hawkeye said loudly, and the rest of the ring masters stepped down from the ring one after another, passing by Mo Yan's side one by one. At this moment, a mutation occurred, killing intent. Mo Yan's heart skipped a beat, and the vast spiritual pressure was released without even thinking about it, and the moment he passed by Mo Yan's side, Oven suddenly burst into flames and attacked Mo Yan with his knife. Take it. There was a triumphant smile on Oven's face. He didn't expect to kill a master of Mo Yan's level by sneak attack, but as long as Mo Yan was forced to counterattack or block subconsciously, then it would be his victory. Because Oven's ultra high temperature attack is absolutely untouchable. The next moment, the fiery long knife in Oven's hand stood on an equally fiery golden skull. What? Oven was stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief. Around Mo Yan, there was a huge golden skull, and the same heat wave made Oven feel like his hair was about to be scorched. What the hell is this? The temperature is even comparable to my ability. Oven couldn't help being horrified. This was beyond common sense. At this moment, Mo Yan's counterattack had come. The golden spiritual pressure skeleton golden suddenly spread, restoring the most fiery violent sword energy, and bombarded it fiercely. Boom! A huge explosion broke out on the giant arena, and the golden sword energy rose into the sky. Did the first battle start so soon? It's really too loud. Outside the edge of the explosion, Vista, Rayleigh and other masters jumped out of the smoke and jumped hundreds of meters away to avoid being affected. Even Thatch breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Finally, I won't be fighting against this super killer by myself. Followed by Oven, who was a little embarrassed and barely escaped. Tis, is that sword energy or something? I've never heard of it. Oven's face was gloomy and uncertain. After landing and sliding out of 100 meters, he stood still and looked at the center of the explosion. The golden spiritual pressure was scattered, and Mo Yan appeared unscathed in front of Oven. Sure enough, Oven's face sank. But then, Oven took a cold look at Isho again, and said proudly to Mo Yan, "You are lucky enough to react quickly enough, but there will be no next time. If you know each other, then give me the knife behind you, and maybe I will spare your life." What Oven said was really arrogant, but anyone with a discerning eye could hear it. This was actually a manifestation of Oven's fear of Mo Yan. Otherwise, if you want to kill people and steal treasures, just go up and do it directly. Why do you talk so much nonsense before the war? As expected, Mo Yan said indifferently, looking at Oven as if nothing. The knife in your hand is also shaking a lot. Does it resonate? It seems that your goal has been the mystery behind me from the very beginning. Fire. When Mo Yan's profound fire resonated and became restless, Mo Yan found that Oven happened to be looking at him. But how can there be such a coincidence in the world? In fact, Oven's knife also resonated and became restless, and Oven followed the source to look at Mo Yan. Mysterious fire. One of the 21 jobs of the bigwick knife. I know it. Oven's eyes lit up, and his greed was even more evident. As long as it is put together with this tie-in in my hand, the two brothers' knives that are the same as the bigwick knife 21 workers will definitely be able to sell for a sky-high price. It turns out that these two knives are brothers' knives when they were forged. No wonder they resonate with each other. In an instant, Mo Yan understood everything. He showed an excited smile, stretched out his hand and pulled out the mysterious fire behind him. If you want, try to steal this knife from my hand. Chapter 86 _ You are a fool. Oven's face sank. It seems that you can only go to hell to repent of your attitude. Repent of my attitude? Mo Yan looked at Oven inexplicably, and said, "Are you a fool? You are going to be my enemy. Are you still begging me to be nice to you?" There was laughter from the swordsmen in the audience. They had been unhappy with Oven, who looked down on the light swordsman for a long time. Oven was choked. His face turned blue and white, but he quickly resumed his sneer. "You can still be arrogant now. You are just a mere swordsman, and soon your profound fire will belong to me." The more Oven thought about it, the more excited he became. And as Taiyan's brother's sword, if Xuanwu also has the same characteristic, then it is undoubtedly the most suitable weapon for me. In this way, my strength can be greatly improved. Sure enough, you are an idiot. You are still talking nonsense after the war. Mo Yan sneered and shot towards Oven like a cannonball. Mo Yan's charge was like a chariot carrying a mighty force, which made the swordsman outside the field dazzled for a while. Just looking at it makes me feel like I can't stop it, as expected of a great swordsman so strong. Oven, who was directly opposite, showed disdain on his face. He raised Taiyan and assumed a defensive block stand. This defensive posture is full of loophole. I can pick up his weapon with a single knife. Blink of an eye, Mo Yan looked at Oven's defensive posture, and his thought flashed past. The next moment, Mo Yan's body followed his heart, and his instinctive ferocity was on Taiyan. Zhan Huo and Tai Yan collided with each other, making a shocking collision sound. Immediately, the swordsmen in the audience fell through their glasses and saw that the profound fire in Mo Yan's hand and the Taiyan in Oven's hand flew out at the same time. Lose both. Zaraki Kenpachi is too careless. This kind of mistake shouldn't have happened to him. Hawkeye frowned. Charlotte Oven's main fighting method is double fisting, so it doesn't matter if he abandons Taiyan to lure Zaraki Kenpachi. It has no effect on his combat power, but Zengi Kenpachi is different. Quote, Yuhi shook his head and said, "It's not so much that he was careless, it's better to say that he attacked too fast and didn't have time to think and adjust his strategy. But at the level of Zakagi Kenpachi, this shouldn't be right." Yuhi was puzzled and could only continue to watch the battle with the equally puzzled Hawkeye. Oven on the field showed a successful sneer, and grabbed Mo Yan with his hands full of hot air. "A swordsman without a weapon can do nothing. Go to hell." As if Mo Yan was not affected at all, his figure suddenly disappeared. He appeared behind Oven, and kicked out. "It's so fast." Oven was shocked. Observation hockey could capture Mo Yan's figure, but he couldn't keep up. Boom! Mo Yan's feet firmly kicked Oven's back. Oven only had time to defend with armament hockey, and he shot out like a rocket. Oven breaking through the air in the air. Oven glided like a dog chewing mud for 200 or 300 meters before barely stopping. Damn, careless. Oven got up in embarrassment, only to feel a dull pain in his spine. This time, when the rabbit rose and the falcon fell, it happened so fast that the swordsman in the audience didn't react. "Huh, I just saw a flash flash. What happened? Originally, that Charlotte Oven still had the upper hand. How did the situation turn around all of a sudden? Sure enough, Kenpachi's Akagi is amazing. The counter kill is completed in an instant. Rayleigh's pupils also shrank, and his heart was moved. It's the high-speed movement of the previous move, maybe even faster than Marine Rokushiki's shaving. Sure enough, the ability to heat the hot fruit is tricky, and it only takes a split second to spread the heat throughout the weapon. Moyan was not looking at Oven, but frowned and looked at his scalded left hand. Moyan just deliberately tested Oven's devil fruit ability, so he made a mistake that Yuhifa and Hawkeye thought were inappropriate, but the results are not optimistic. Seeing Moyan bowing his head in contemplation, Hawkeye's mind suddenly lit up. By the way, he just used the unsheathed mysterious fire, not the long knife he used to use. It is very likely that he was tricked on purpose. Yuhi also understood and said, "You mean he's testing Charlotte Oven?" Hawkeye nodded and said, "Most of the time, I just don't know if he has found a countermeasure. Even in my opinion, Charlotte Oven's ability is first class and difficult to deal with." Yuhifa and Hawkeye just finished talking when they saw Moyan pull out a light punch. "Looks like he's found a way." Yuhi's eyes lit up, staring at Moyan tightly. "HMPH, are you going to continue your dying struggle?" Oven snorted coldly, and walked over step by step with a gloomy face. The air around him was twisted with heat. Just now, he was embarrassed. This revenge, Oven vowed to avenge it. The ability of the hot fruit requires contact to activate. What if I didn't directly attack him? Moyan ignored Oven and sang directly, "Anyway, try it first. Come out." 3-step sword beat. The ferocious wind ghost condensed beside Zaraki Kenpachi. Oven was startled. What the hell is this? Before he could take a closer look, Moyan had already raised a low punch and slashed down from a distance. Sword press. The golden spiritual pressure on the blade turned into unparalleled sword energy, rushing towards Oven. The twin ghosts also imitated Zaragi Kenpachi and created the same slash. 3 attack. Oven was shocked when he saw this, unable to escape in time, and was directly swallowed by the fiery golden sword energy. Oven burst out with a fierce scream, and 3 terrifying bloodstains appeared on his face, and he was bleeding non-stop. "Bastard, I must kill you immediately." Oven grimaced with a bloody face. His heart was furious, and the air within a radius of 100 meters seemed to be burned by him. For this victory, the swordsmen in the audience erupted in fierce cheers, but Moyan himself was very dissatisfied. The super resistance to high temperature and the profound armament haki, the combination of the two can defend my sword slash to the greatest extent. It seems that this road will not work. Chapter 87_Devour Him. Wild Sun. The number of automatic subscriptions is so pitiful. TAT, please subscribe automatically. Originally, Moyan's 3 knives had already been chopped into several pieces by other people, but after Oven was hit, only 3 scratches appeared superficially. While thinking about it, Oven has already rushed up with an endless heat wave. Before anyone came, the heat came first, and even the swordsmen in the audience felt their mouths dry. 3-step sword beat. Moyan swung his sword again, and the amazing golden sword light flashed, but this time Oven directly greeted him without dodging. There were 2 steady muffled sounds, and everyone around them widened their eyes. I saw Oven raise his hand, armament hardened to the extreme, and one by one he caught the slashes of the twin ghosts. He actually attacked with both hands. That was the attack from the great swordsman. Is he crazy? Moyan also frowned as Vivi. His body was driven by spiritual pressure, and the fierce sword intent crushed Oven. Oven's body sank suddenly. His feet sank to the ground, and his throat was a little sweet. However, there was only a sneer on Oven's face. "This weird trick of yours isn't that good. It's 1 level worse than your own attack, and the 903s will be finished soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Moyan saw the body of the 3-step sword beast uttering Yuhi, smoking all over, and giving off an unpleasant stench. "Look at me breaking your trick." Oven shouted loudly, and the high temperature of the hot fruit gave birth to Ultimate, and the double ghost that contacted directly exploded out of thin air. No way. Everyone was dumbfounded. Will this kind of sword intent condensed also be affected by the hot fruit? Rayleigh has a higher level and murmured, "As expected, it is not a real sword intent condensate, but a tangible thing." After destroying the 3-step sword beast, the sneer on Oven's face had turned into a mad laugh, and he looked at Moyan proudly. "How? Even your tricks are useless in front of me." However, Oven was soon disappointed to find that he did not see Moyan's desperate expression. On the contrary, Moyan not only had a calm expression, but also had a thoughtful expression. "It turns out that it's easier to beat you than you think." At this moment, the calmness on Moyan's face was completely opposite to the madness during the battle in peacetime. This contrast even made Oven's heart shudder subconsciously, and he shouted angrily with a livid face, "Hey, what's your expression? It's clear that the mountains and rivers are exhausted, so show me the look of fear and fear. Has a slight upper hand made you mistaken for victory?" Moyan's face returned to madness, as if the calm just now was just a flash in the pan. "How stupid is this misunderstanding? The real fight is about to start now." Sword energy swept into the sky, and Oven seemed to be able to see the endless fighting spirit shrouding Mo Yan, which made him both shocked and angry. Why does he still maintain this arrogant attitude? A mere swordsman who was killed by himself. I see what else you can do. Oven roared and charged Mo Yan with boundless rage. Mo Yan held a shallow punch in his hand, looking at Oven who was rushing towards him with a penetrating smile. Actually, it's very easy to beat you. Just crush you with decisive force at the moment when you can't even heat up. Mo Yan raised a long sword in his hand, and the majestic spiritual pressure poured into Zanpakuto frantically. An instant, the golden sword energy collided infinitely, soaring into the sky, turning into a thick beam of light Jinchuriki column that enveloped Mo Yan. Swallow it, ye sun. The golden light Jinchuriki column around Mo Yan's body spread violently, bursting with dazzling rays of light. For a time, the entire arena was dazzling, and countless swordsmen had to cover their eyes. This is Hawkeye and Yuhifa's pupils shrank at the same time. They could feel an unstoppable terrifying sword intent rising from the dazzling light. It was like a lion just woken up, showing his razor-sharp kiba. Could this be his true strength? Yuhi murmured to himself in shock. His eyes turned to Hawkeye, and his tone paused. Mihawk, you are... What? Hawkeye was stunned, and followed Yuhi's line of sight, only to realize that he had subconsciously grasped the hilt of Hidoye without knowing it. This sword intent was so turbulent and terrifying that it actually provoked Hawkeye to instinctively grasp the weapon. What is this? Oven opened his mouth wide, only to feel that his eyes were going to be blinded by Yao. In his observation hockey field, Mo Yan could see a huge machete with a strange shape in his hand, which was slanted on his shoulders. What kind of weapon is this? Oven thought quickly. I've never heard of a weapon of this shape in the Quick Night series, so it shouldn't be a famous weapon, but it doesn't matter. The bigger weapon just makes me bigger. It's just a target. Thinking of this, Oven's armament hockey hardened with all his strength, and grabbed Mo Yan with the momentum of a sprint. No matter what kind of weapon it is, as long as it can be touched, it is my victory. Mo Yan stared at the rushing Oven, holding Yishai's hilt with both hands. Hayate, as thunderous right. This knife is like light, like electricity, as if everything in the world can be cut open in an instant. This bastard. Oven was frightened and angry, but he couldn't dodge. He could only be completely engulfed by the slash. Boom. The terrifying slash that can even split the meteor from the sky with one knife penetrated Oven unstoppably, and smashed a large piece of the arena behind him. The gravel fell like rain, and the swordsmen on and off the field were silent, staring at the arena with a corner missing. The sword chi dissipated, and in the deep trench, only Oven was screaming loudly. Damn, how could this happen? Oven knelt on the ground, burst into tears, staring at the severed hands of his arms in disbelief. Chapter 88 _ Do you know who you are fighting again? Even characters like Charlotte Oven were destroyed in an instant. Thatch looked at the screaming Oven, only to feel that his back was soaked in cold wet tilde. This man, who once made him and Vista helpless, was unable to stop even a single blow in front of that Tsuragi Kenpachi. This is too strong. Vista also shed a cold sweat, mumbling to himself. He can finally be completely sure now that he is definitely not the opponent of the person in front of him. This is really unimaginable power. Shiryu of the Rain gave Mo Yan a deep look, and the murderous aura on his body was greatly reduced. He liked to kill, but he doesn't like to be killed. So Shiryu's hobby is destined to be realized only on people who are weaker than him. And among such people, Mo Yan is definitely not included. This is his true strength. Rayleigh was also shocked. The unimaginable terrifying power might be comparable to Uchiha Madara. How dare you cut off my hand? Mom will definitely hunt you down, and you will never die. Oven endured the severe pain, gasping for breath, looking at Mo Yan with incomparable resentment. Mo Yan laughed loudly. Then let Big Mom come. I happened to kill her with my own hand. Oven was stunned when he heard this, and the swordsmen in the audience were horrified when they heard the word. You. Oven said angrily. Do you know who you are fighting again? Of course I know. Mo Yan's tone was flat, and the next moment he showed his fierceness. But what about you? Do you know who you are fighting again? Mo Yan's rhetorical question hockey sidetracked, and Oven, who asked directly, was stunned. He never thought that one day the pirate group of the 4 emperors would be threatened in turn. Bastard, if you dare to kill me, my mother will chase you to the ends of the earth. Seeing that Mo Yan didn't take threat, Oven had already subconsciously retreated. His tone was both shocked and angry. Mo Yan moved forward slowly, and the sword intent became bigger and bigger, shocking the audience just like the word. What is a mere Big Mom? Boom. The word fell, and the rain like Reiatsu and sword intent already covered the entire arena, and even Shirakumo in the sky seemed to be overwhelmed and was about to be crushed. Can't breathe. How can it be so strong? Body. The body can't move. Don't be kidding. Can this kind of sword intent still be possessed by human? All the swordsmen were immersed in the scene, and they were suppressed by Mo Yan's Yue like Oven. In a trance, they seemed to see thousands of swords, splitting everything in the world. Hawkeye felt this sword intent carefully, and his body was already shaking with excitement. Mihawk, you. Yuhi hesitated to speak, but Hawkeye's hand holding the sword not only didn't let let go, but instead tightened his grip on the hilt. Shank, looking at the swordsmanship of 100 weak people is not as valuable as fighting a strong one. Among the sharp pupils of Hawkeye's eyes, there are only arrogance and arrogance left. His soul, his spirit, his body and mind are calling and shouting, this man on the field is worth fighting with all his strength. Oven was also almost out of breath, but he had no will to fight and just wanted to run away immediately to save his life. What a joke, his hands are intact and stylish, and he can't fight against Aniki Kenpachi, not to mention that he is now crippled alive. Just go to hell first, and remember to help Big Mom explore the way. Mo Yan took one step after another, slowly approaching Oven, as if stepping on Oven's heart. Oven finally had only the fear of death left, and shouted with extreme mental breakdown, you can't kill me, you can't kill me, how can I just die like this, in the hands of your garbage? Oven still finds it difficult to accept that he has lost so badly, and he is still defeated by the swordsman he despises the most. Looking at Oven's ugliness, Mo Yan's pace gradually accelerated. He clenched Yi Xiao's hilt with both hands, and there was a hint of excitement in his expression. His quickened pace turned into a running aid, and he rushed over like a wild beast. Oven was so frightened that he screamed out. He turned around in a panic and wanted to run, but it was still not as fast as Mo Yan's knife. However, in the blink of an eye, Oven, who was almost scared to pee, found that Mo Yan's broadsword target was not himself at all. It would be better to say that from the beginning, Mo Yan's eyes were not on him. Did it survive the catastrophe? Oven thought in disbelief, ecstatic to the point of laughing. The next moment, an unparalleled black blade slashed from behind him and collided heavily with Mo Yan's Yi Sun. Boom! In an instant, the entire giant arena was completely split, and with Oven being the center, the spreading sword energy cut a terrifying dividing line. Oven was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the visitor behind him with a pale face. It's Hawkeye. Good, come fight. Mo Yan's face was full of madness, and Yi Sun danced in his hand, slashing and slashing countless times across Oven and Hawkeye. Bang 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 bang. The ground cracked, the air was forcibly evacuated to form a vacuum, and the wind pressure formed in the shadows of sword, lights and swords turned into a manic hurricane that swept the audience. To die. At this moment, Oven only had this thought in his mind. He was like a battlefield between two peerless swordsmen, always caught between two terrifying sword intent, as if his bones were about to be crushed. These two invisible huge momentum squeezed Oven, and even caused Oven's body to move involuntarily with the battle between the two. His whole body was in pain like 1,000 knives, and his consciousness quickly disappeared. Clang! In the last slashing confrontation, the entire huge ring was completely shattered and scattered into high-speed rubble in the sky, injuring the bodies of countless swordsmen. Even the shards that were blown away by Yu Wei, the bits of sword intent stained on them, are enough to penetrate the defenses of most swordsmen. Yi Sun and He Dao Yi pressed against each other tightly, and fierce fire was constantly rubbed at the point where the blades met. Oven, who has always been at the center of the collision of the sword chi of the two great swordsmen, has long since disappeared. The moment Mo Yan and Hawkeye stopped, countless bloodlines appeared, and Oven shattered into pieces of rotten flesh. Chapter 89 _ the strongest in the world. However, Oven, who died tragically, was completely ignored by Mo Yan and Hawkeye. Hawkeye looked at Mo Yan intently, and Mo Yan also looked at Hawkeye with all his attention. At this moment, the world in the eyes of the two lost their color, and only the other was left. I actually killed Charlotte. Oven. Mad. Both are mad. They really dare to kill even the senior officials of the four Emperor Pirates. The swordsmen who were barely breathing in the field were all shocked and sweating. Although Mo Yan killed Shipshead at first, Shipshead was only the subordinate of Drought Jack, a senior cadre under Kaido of the four emperors. The Scorched Minister, Charlotte Oven, like Drought Jack, is a senior cadre under the four emperors' Big Mom. The importance and meaning of the two are completely different. Just like the Whitebeard in the future, he will gather the strength of the entire army to attack the Marine headquarters for Ace. Everything is because Ace is one of his 14 captains and is a very important senior cadre. Of course, family love is also one of the reasons, but it is definitely not the main reason. Otherwise, Whitebeard has so many messed up pirate sons. There are thousands of them. If anyone is caught by Marine and he has to rescue them, Whitebeard will die of exhaustion. Zaraki Kenpachi is going to fight with Hawkeye. Run away. In the silence, I don't know who called out first. There is going to be a war between the most powerful swordsmen in the world. Run away. Run away. Finally, the swordsmen woke up like a dream, and they all fled outside the arena in shock. Now is not the time to watch the battle. If you are accidentally involved, then 100% of your bones will be lost. Charlotte Oven, who was smashed to pieces, is the best example. A group of frogs at the bottom of the well dare to come to the Sword Master Conference. I am afraid it is only based on their own imagination of the world strongest. Shiryu of the Rain snorted coldly. Now that the world strongest is far beyond my imagination, I will only disperse like a rat. For a time, there were only a few people left in Nuoda's arena, but among the remaining people, Yuhi Fashang, Hades Rayleigh, Foil Vista, Rain Shiryu, are undoubtedly the first-class powerhouses in the world. You really are amazing. Are all Chinese empires strong like you? Eagle Eye exerted force on his hand, pressing Hidoye firmly. Of course there are many who are better than me, but the question you are asking now means nothing to you. Mo Yan also suddenly increased his strength. His spiritual pressure soared, and his eagle eyes opened. Because you haven't even seen my full strength. What did you say? What does that mean? Hawkeye stepped back 100 meters and looked at Mo Yan in surprise. Isn't that all the strength of Zakagi Kenpachi? To tell you the truth, now I have only loosened the double bondage of my own power, and it is enough to deal with you. Mo Yan chuckled lightly, his body chased straight up, and Yi's sun-swept eagle eye. This kind of strength only unlocked 2 layers of confinement. How is this possible? Hawkeye was extremely surprised and heard a lot of information in an instant. At the same time, the reaction of his hands was not slow. Heidao Yi blocked Yi Xiao again, and firmly supported Mo Yan's stormy attack. As expected of the most powerful swordsman in the world, this defense is really rock solid. Mo Yan sighed in admiration, but Hawkeye said angrily, Zaraki Kenpachi, use all your strength. No need, just relying on me now is enough to compete for the strongest position in this world. Mo Yan laughed wildly and slashed again, and a deep slash appeared on the periphery of the arena. It's really messed up here. Even this is not a trick, but just the power of a casual knight. Rayleigh drew his sword to block the flying rubble, smiling beyond words. Fight me with this attitude. Court death. The eagle eye was furious like never before. The sharp eagle eyes locked on Mo Yan's position, and counterattacked with an even more vast emerald green sword energy from Mo Yan's sword slash. Boom! The green sword energy looked like a curtain of light, severing the earth and making the arena even more riddled with holes. Suddenly, an even higher golden sword chi shattered the green training. What? Hawkeye was taken aback. His proud slash was cracked so easily. What going on with this skyrocketing power? Could it be as he said, he hasn't shown his full strength yet? Even Yuhi Fa, who is the 4th emperor, was stunned at this time. He could clearly feel that Mo Yan's aura and strength were much higher than before. Have you finally used your full strength, Kenpachi Zakagi? After Hawkeye was surprised, excitement and anticipation appeared, but soon, Hawkeye's expression froze again. This is far from my full strength, but it is indeed my full strength at this stage. In Eagle Eye's field of vision, Mo 900 Yan's eye patch on his right eye had been taken off at some point. This eye mask is a scientific research product of the Empire, which can suppress my strength to a certain extent. You deserve my respect, so I decided to put aside the constraints and fight with you to the fullest. Along with Mo Yan's laughter, dazzling spiritual pressure even reached the sky. Second layer of confinement. Blindfolds to suppress rank. Did you make a mistake? This guy. Is it too strong, too pervert? Vista and Thatch are still immersed in this first heard statement. If what Zaragi Kenpachi said is true, how pervert is his rank? Could it be that after all his restraints are released, he will be able to match the power of the father? The horrible thought flashed through Vista's mind, but he shook his head quickly to clear it. This is impossible. Daddy is the strongest in the world. On Hawkeye's side, there was no sadness or joy on his face, and he was completely silent, but the sword intent on his body stared even more. I appreciate your respect for me, but it's not enough. It's still not the respect I want. Hawkeye inhaled and exhaled, and the sword chi was soaring. So now I can only speak with strength, and tell you why I am called the strongest swordsman in the world. Chapter 90_1 shot. The book group is getting more and more lively. Everyone, come on tilde group number. The word fell, and Eagle Eye's extremely strong sword intent enveloped the entire sky. Even the swordsmen who were fleeing outside felt that a mountain was pressing down on them for a moment, and they couldn't move. Damn it. What kind of monster-like sword intent is this? Is it actually condensed to this extent? It's comparable to Conqueror Hockey. Not Conqueror Hockey, but better than Conqueror Hockey. Countless swordsmen were sweating, not only physically, but also mentally. When I thought that before I came here, I actually wanted to challenge this kind of overlord of the sword, I felt like I was courting death. There are thousands of swordsmen in the world, but I stand at the top of swordsmen. Why is this? Let me tell you, with this strongest black blade. The eagle's face showed a fierce light, as if the eagle was about to hunt, and the whole body could not help tend. The spreading armament Hockey turned Yi into a complete black blade. Hawkeye held the black blade Yi high with both hands, and even Mo Yan couldn't help but be dignified. What comes next will be a thunderbolt. Vista, Shiryu of the Rain, and others also held their breaths and looked at Hawkeye. This is the most peak blow that surpassed their king of swordsmen, and they don't want to let go of any detail anyway. Within range, Hawkeye's penetrating eyes controlled the audience. His aura climbed to the extreme, and he fell with a knife. Cut. The next moment, the mighty sword energy connecting the heavens and the earth turned into a slash and rushed towards Mo Yan. That fierce sword intent, even the space seems to be divided into two, through the entire arena, directly in front of Mo Yan. It's not over yet. Hawkeye let out a long breath and waved the black knife knight again. Cut. The second slash of sword energy that is not inferior once again traverses the sky. What? Thatch exclaimed in shock. How could he still fire burst with such a level of attack? This is already comparable to a trick. trick. Don't Hawkeye need time to accumulate energy and breathe? Vista was also shocked inwardly. With such a unique attack, Hawkeye could still fire 2 bursts without stopping. Yuhi saw this, but Vivi Isho said, what's more surprising is yet to come. With this alone, Mihawk can't be the strongest swordsman in the world. As soon as Yuhi's voice fell, Hawkeye cut out the third sword with all his strength. Boom! In an instant, the third sword chi slash caught up with the previous 2 sword chi slashes, and the scale of its power was also not inferior. How is this possible? Shiryu of the Rain was finally completely moved. Is there a mistake? It's not a second burst, but a triple burst. Cut. Shiryu of the Rain has not recovered from the shock. The eagle eye in his field of vision, he swung the 4th knife without stopping. This time, even the space trembled under the 4 slashes, as if it had become extremely unstable and could be split at any time. However, in this flash of lightning, Hawkeye was concentrated, and he waved the black saber knight for the 5th time. Cut. The 5 sword chi slashes are completely superimposed together. This is the invincible 5 consecutive strikes made by Eagle Eye just before the attack reaches Mo Yan. This attack is unstoppable. Both Vista and Thatch were terrified, and while they knew it was humiliating, they had trouble controlling their instinct. Looks like that Zaraki Kenpachi is doomed. Shiryu of the Rain also trembled in Vivi. The terrifying attack that surpassed all my imagination truly deserves to be the Hawkeye who sit firmly in the position of the strongest swordsman in the world. What are you going to do, Kenpachi Zakagi? Yuhifa is also watching the battle situation in front of him from a distance. You must know that even as the 4 emperors, I must go all out in the face of this move. What a powerful attack. Mo Yan's pupils reflected the 5 slashes that were getting closer and brighter. However, Mo Yan's tone was not amazed, but excited and excited. This is the moment between life and death that I really pursue, which can completely push me into a desperate situation. Mo Yan's eyes revealed endless fierce light. He clenched Yi Xiao's hilt with both hands, squeezed every spiritual pressure in his body, and tried his best to attack Hawkeye's attack. Boom! Mo Yan's wild sun was on top of Hawkeye's 5 consecutive strikes, and in an instant, the endless rays of light flourished in the sky. Beat him. Hawkeye's body was also exhausted after 5 consecutive tricks, but his spirit is high, staring at the increasingly grand light in front of him. As expected of the strongest swordsman in the world, this power and strength is enough to deserve this title. But suddenly, Mo Yan's bright voice came out from the center of the light. Hawkeye not only widened his eyes. Although you are at the pinnacle of swordsman, you haven't stood at your pinnacle yet. The golden monstrous sword energy is getting bigger and bigger, and the eagle-eye pupils are shrunk, from which you can feel the sword meaning more and more clearly. This is the sword intent to split everything in the world. It is also the sword intent that can slash the sword energy at the same time. Kendo 2 break. Mo Yan volatilized every bit of strength in his body, and the spiritual pressure surged infinitely, all gathered in this lash. The strongest lash doesn't need a lot of slashes, just 1 slash is enough. The golden rays of light completely overwhelmed the green rays of light, and the 5 consecutive strikes of Hawkeye's decisive victory were cut open by Mo Yan. Boom! At this time, the slash that was cut into 2 parts violently dissipated to the surrounding area, and the devastated arena finally completely collapsed. Not only that, the shattered arena was not broken into stones, but was smashed into powder by the unparalleled sword energy. Ah, what the hell happened? As the decisive battle between Hawkeye and Zaragi Kenpachi so terrifying, the swordsman outside the arena felt that the entire island vibrated violently, and the shattered arena powder was wrapped in a terrifying shock wave, sweeping everyone out in one fell swoop. Chapter 91 _ the number 1 in the world is taken by me. What crap? At the same time, Vista and the others were also shocked, and even Rayleigh's expression became solemn, and at the same time he drew his long sword to defend. Although Vista had already felt something in his heart and defended in advance, Vista soon secretly thought that something was wrong and turned to Thatch's side. Ooh, Thatch is the weakest of them all, and he really may not be able to completely defend against the sword chi that Hawkeye was cut off like them. Sure enough, in the aftermath of the sword chi that swept the audience, blood spilled from the corner of Thatch's mouth. It's okay, I don't care, I just got a little injury. Seeing Vista looking over, Thatch nodded with a wry smile. Thatch's heart is full of bitterness. He is also a captain of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard, but in front of Mo Yan and Hawkeye's fighting Yue, he will be injured because he can't resist. How terrible are these 2 people? Hawkeye on the field saw this. His face changed greatly, and his mind was shaken. My strongest attack was actually broken. Even the eagle eye of the greatest swordsman in the world in 433 was inevitably mentally impacted, and he began to doubt his life for a while. You are still far from your ultimate rank. After all, this is Hawkeye 9 or 10 years ago. Although he has become the pinnacle of all swordsmen, he has not yet cultivated to the pinnacle of his own strength. Mo Yan carried Yi Sun and appeared from the smoke. I allow you to challenge me again after you become stronger, but now, I will take over the throne of the most powerful swordsman in your world. Mo Yan showed a wild smile, grabbed Yi Xiao and shot at it. Here he is. Hawkeye was shock, barely regained his senses, and raised his black knife to greet him at night. Is this weak defense a joke? Mo Yan laughed wildly, rushed to Hawkeye's reluctant, burst out all the spiritual pressure, and slashed Wild Sun. Chong! The sound of swords that shook the world filled the space, and a large number of swordsmen who fell to the ground outside the arena felt a sharp pain in their eardrums and blood oozing out before they got up. Boom! Hawkeye was slashed by Mo Yan's all-out force, and he knocked out billowing smoke in the distance, and ranked the first of the 12 supreme swordsmen, the strongest black sword knight in the world, also rolled and flew out, and finally inserted weakly in front of Hawkeye. I lost. In the smoke, Hawkeye looked at the beloved knife in front of him, and then looked at his trembling hand. Although he hardly suffered any injuries in this battle, as a swordsman, the moment he was forced to let go of his weapon, he lost. From this moment, the title of the world's most powerful swordsman has been far away from Hawkeye. This invincible man in front of him is the new generation of the world's most powerful swordsman. Did you make another breakthrough in strength just now? Hawkeye stared at Mo Yan for a long time, and found that the Wild Sun in Mo Yan's hand had completely turned into pure black, and there was no trace of a white blade to be seen. That's armament hockey. Rayleigh recognized what the Black Onyi Sun was at a glance, and his heart was shocked, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. In the moment of life and death just now, did he finally master armament hockey? It's only been so long. The speed of learning hockey is unbelievable. Mo Yan nodded and admitted, thank you for holding the World Swordsman Conference. If it wasn't for a lot of confrontations with the strong, I wouldn't have awakened armament hockey so quickly. Hawkeye was not surprised by Mo Yan's word. It was a familiar saying that the person who knows you best is your opponent. In the thousands of sword battles with Mo Yan just now, it was like thousands of silent exchanges. Yan won't do armament hockey's thing anymore, Hawkeye said bitterly. The armament hockey of temporary learning has strengthened your strength, making your already powerful attack even better. So that's the case. It seems that I lost the wrong. Hawkeye is not someone who can't afford to lose. He got up and patted the dust on his coat, grabbed Heidaoyi and carried it behind him. From today, you are the most powerful swordsman in the world, Kenpachi Zakagi. Hawkeye shouted loudly, deliberately using Haki's amplified voice to spread across a radius of 10,000 meters in an instant. No way. The world's most powerful swordsman has really changed hands. Really? Hawkeye actually lost. This is big news. Enough to change the world. The swordsmen who heard this voice couldn't care about the pain on their body, and their expressions were extremely shocked. This is a historic moment. They witnessed the failure of the strongest overlord of the previous generation. The first throne changed hands, and a new generation of the strongest overlord was born. Presumably, this news will spread all over the world tomorrow along with the scattered swordsmen. The king of swordsmen of the new era has ascended the throne. Yuhifa also muttered to himself, full of sighs in his heart. Hawkeye is his good friend and has played against each other many times, so Yuhifa never thought that Hawkeye would lose. The first strongest position. Start. Mo Yan smiled. The first small goal of life has been achieved. However, the eagle-eyed sharp eyes suddenly fixed on Mo Yan. One day, I will regain this title. Use the strength I have cultivated stronger. Mo Yan laughed and said, come back when you become stronger. I welcome and look forward to it. This Logia devil fruit is yours. It belongs to you as a champion. Eagle Eye took out a dragon fruit-shaped devil fruit from his arms and handed it to Mo Yan. The powerhouses present were still looking at Mo Yan with complicated expression. It seems that the World Swordsman Conference has been settled, and the one who defeated all the swordsmen to win the crown is the commander-in-chief of the fighting force from the Chinese Empire, Zaraki Kenpachi. No, it might be more appropriate to call it the World Strongest Swordsman, Zakagi Kenpachi. I've finished watching the liveliness. I really lived up to my expectation. It's time to go. Yuhi felt overwhelmed in his heart, and was about to leave when Mo Yan suddenly stopped him. Stop. 4 Emperors Yuhi Fa Sheng. Don't forget you have to fight me. Chapter 92 _ the first SSS laugh. What did he say? Thatch blinked, suspecting he had heard it wrong. Vista has been surprised to the extreme. Is he crazy? He really wants to challenge the 4 Emperors head-on. Although Yuhi Fa is usually smiling, approachable and unassuming, but no one has ever dared to despise him, because he is the 4th Emperor. It is the peak of all pirates, and one of the 4 sea god kings who ruled the whole new world. This is completely different from Hawkeye. Hawkeye is only one of the strongest swordsmen in the world, while Yuhifa is one of the strongest among all swordsmen in the world. He really is a lunatic. Shiryu of the Rain shook his head again and again, as if he had foreseen Mo Yan's fate. Yuhi paused when he heard the word, and also remembered his previous agreement. Are you sure you want to fight me, the most powerful swordsman in the world, Kenpachi Zaragi? Yuhi stood still and turned his head to look at Mo Yan. To tell you the truth, although I used to compete with Mihawk a lot in the past, it was only limited to swordsmanship, and I didn't use any hockey in the process. Yuhi's voice was cold, and the king's way, hockey, became heavier and heavier, and the flowers and trees of the entire island were crawling down and shivering. But in the face of you, I will will not be stingy with my strength. You are sure to lose. Yuhi's voice wasn't very arrogant, but it gave off an unparalleled sense of confidence, as if he was just stating an inevitable fact. The sense of oppression of the four emperors is really different. Mo Yan gradually grasped Yi Xiao, and said lightly, indeed, in terms of the superficial armament hockey I just learned now, most of them are not your opponent. Yuhi was taken aback and asked, then why are you? But what I need is this pressure. You just said that after joining hockey, everything will be different, so I just want to use this pressure to quickly temper and improve my hockey. The excitement on Mo Yan's face flashed across. This look Yuhi was very familiar with. It was the look of eagerness to fight. It turns out that it is really straightforward. Yuhifa also stretched out his hand to hold his sword hilt and said, but Zakagi Kenpachi, a battle that is sure to be defeated can't be tempered. It's true, but who told you that the strength you saw is my full strength? Mo Yan said calmly. Yuhi was stunned when he heard the word, and suddenly remembered a memory. When Mo Yan was fighting against Eagle Eye, he said that now he is only unlocking two strengths that imprison him. In other words, he can still become stronger. Could it be that what he said was true? Yuhi finally changed his face. If so, it would be too incredible. Only the lifting of the two imprisonments has already allowed him to take the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. If he continues to lift the third imprisonment, how strong will it be? Before Yuhi could think about it any further, he saw countless golden auras burst out from Mo Yan's body. Just like when Jifengye's sun was released, the pressure and power were magnified at an extremely high speed. The vast spiritual pressure penetrated the sky and the earth, and the radiant light Hashirama could not see anything. Well, the momentum is rising. Is he lifting the third confinement? Yuhi raised his only arm involuntarily, covering his eyes that were exposed to the strong light. Not only him, but everyone present also half closed their eyes, as if they were about to be blinded. What a joke! Can he really get stronger? In the golden light, Mo Yan held the hilts of Daoyangzang and Wei Wei with one hand, and touched the two exquisite devil fruit from Hancock with the other hand. This time the harvest at the World Swordsman Conference is not bad. It's time to make the neck purchase. Mo Yan's eyes were frantic, and he opened them all to look at the item with the highest price. My first SSS level skin. Zaraki Kenpachi, SSS class. System. How many treasures do I need to buy the SSS level skin of Zanaki Kenpachi? The skin system responded quickly. In terms of ordinary devil fruit, about 13 devil fruits are needed. Mo Yan almost suffocated when he heard the price. It is indeed the top SSS level skin. The price is too pervert. The system seemed to have guessed what Mo Yan was thinking, and explained, general SSS skins require at least 10 ordinary devil fruit, and Zengmu Kenpachi's SSS skins are stronger, so 13 ordinary devil fruits are needed. Quote, well, this same stronger price also proved my choice. Fortunately, after one purchase, Mo Yan already had the experience. Then you can directly convert all the treasured items on my body into equivalent ordinary devil fruits and see if they are enough. For this, Mo Yan is still very confident. This time, he has all the fine product, and the quality is not comparable to ordinary devil fruit. System replied, according to estimation, the devil fruits that the host got from Hancock can be compared to 2 ordinary devil fruit, and the devil fruits that the host won from Hawkeye can be compared to 1 devil fruit. 4 ordinary devil fruit. Besides that, the Liang Kue Dao 50 Gong Dao Yangzang in the host hand, and the Liang Kue Dao 50 Gong return, are worth 2 ordinary devil fruits and 3 ordinary devil fruits respectively. In this way, there are exactly 13 ordinary devil fruit. Portion. Mo Yan knew in his heart that the 2 devil fruit that Hancock got from Hancock were the masterpieces that Hancock of Shichibukai was proud of. The Eagle Eye, who is also Shichibukai, holds the Logia devil fruit of such high quality that even the pirate group of the 4 emperors can be attracted to compete. As for Daoyangzang, since it can be called a famous ord, it is as famous as a business card, and it is normal to be worth 2 ordinary devil fruit. In the end, Sasaki's beloved knife came back, and it was among the best in the 50 craftsmanship of Liang Kue Dao, and the quality of the 3 ordinary devil fruits was absolutely top. Very good. Without hesitation, Mo Yan clicked to buy. The 2 good knives and 3 devil fruit turned into phantoms and disappeared. At the same time, Mo Yan's body underwent earth-shaking changes. Chapter 93 Benkai Guishenye's Son. Daily publicity group. **tilde. By the way, the crazy begging for a wave of automatic subscription. This automatic subscription is too horrible to watch. Cry. Boom. Instant. The spiritual pressure light Jinchuriki column exploded, turning into an endless coercion that enveloped the entire island. The air vibrated, and with Mo Yan as the center within a kilometer radius, even the ground sank 3 feet, as if it could not bear the terrifying pressure. What happened again? Damn, I can't get up at all. Consciousness is about to disappear. In the face of this vast light pressure, all swordsmen on the island were affected without exception. Among them, the slightly weaker swordsmen could not move their fingers at all, were completely suppressed, and even fainted directly. There is such a level of power. Yuhi also looked at Mo Yan, who had completed the qualitative change cringe in shock, and clearly heard the words that shocked the world from the center of the coercion. Swastika solution. In an instant, the coercion doubled directly. 267 can't do it. How can it increase so much? Thatch was shocked and almost couldn't take it anymore, only to feel a sweetness in his chest, obviously suffering from internal injury. Vista was also covered in cold sweat, and he began to doubt his own judgment. Can Kenpachi Zakagi, who was released from the subsequent imprisonment, really not be comparable to his father? I'm afraid even the old man can't easily defeat this man. This is not a level that I can challenge casually. It is too strong. I didn't expect to witness the birth of a strong person of this level today. Shiryu of the Rain also thought silently. The chance to kill as much as he wanted was gone, and he felt that it was time for him to leave. However, his instinct as a swordsman still urged Shiryu of the Rain to stay. He wanted to see it, wanted to see the top battle between the strongest forces in the world. At the same time, the information in Mo Yan's brain has changed. Host: Mo Yan, Skins Hell, King of Night, SS rank, Dark Lord, SS rank, Uchiha Madara, SS rank, Zaraki Kenpachi, SSS rank. Equipment skin, Zaragi Kenpachi, SSS level. Skill 1, come out, 3 steps Sword Beast. Skill 2, devour it, Wild Sun. Skill 3, Benkai Onigiri. Finally got the first full level skin. Mo Yan was pleasantly surprised. He felt that his whole body was filled with explosive power, and he couldn't help roaring out. Roar. With this roar, Mo Yan seemed to explode the power he had accumulated all at once, and an invisible storm swept across the entire Kraigana Island, and even the sea outside the Kraigana Island set off a stormy wave. This terrifying aura is really unimaginable. Hawkeye looked at Mo Yan in shock, thinking about the previous battle, and couldn't help but look at. It turned out that the Zengi Kenpachi who fought against him and defeated him before showed far from even the true strength of Zengi Kenpachi. Yuhi gave Vivi a glance at Hawkeye and comforted. This is no longer just the power of Kendo, but a monster of another dimension. Hawkeye looked up at Yuhifa, but was a little surprised because he could see a trace of cold sweat on Yuhifa's cheek. Can the strength of Zakagi Kenpachi today actually make you, the 4th Emperor, nervous? Yuhi said frankly. The previous Zaraki Kenpachi was very difficult to deal with. Who would have thought that he could continue to become so strong? Fortunately, now he has burst into the momentum of his savings, and the change should be over. No, this is just the beginning. Suddenly, Rayleigh's voice sounded. Mr. Rayleigh. Yuhi looked over in amazement, and found that Rayleigh had a serious face and pointed in Mo Yan's direction. You see for yourself. This is. Yuhi's body shuddered violently, and his expression was inconceivable. Now I don't need Rayleigh to point it to him. Yuhi can also clearly feel from Haki and instinct the threat and oppression that Mo Yan brings to him continues to rise, even to the point where it can threaten his life. His big knife is broken. Hawkeye muttered in surprise. Mo Yan's wild sun broke from the middle and turned into half a broken sword, but this sword intent that shattered the world did not drop but instead increased. Not only that, 2 ghost horns could clearly be seen growing on top of Mo Yan's head, looking ferocious. Skin of the whole body became bloody Yuhi, and the bloody Yuhi color spread all over the cheek, making Mo Yan's whole person's breath completely violent. Hey, is this still human? In terms of appearance and sense of oppression, it's no longer a human level. Yuhi's smile was also difficult to keep. He solemnly drew out his long sword and stared at Mo Yan with extreme vigilance. However, Yuhi's vigilance didn't seem to work, and Mo Yan disappeared from his observation Haki in the blink of an eye. What? Yuhi was startled, only to feel that a gust of wind flashed in front of him. Mo Yan had already crossed the space and came to him, slashing down with a knife. Yuhi only had time to raise his long sword, barely blocking the slash. Boom! The entire Kraigana Island suddenly shook, and Yuhifa was knocked into the air, leaping thousands of meters away in an instant. How is this possible? The 4 emperors were repelled in one move. Shiryu of the Rain couldn't help but open his mouth. That was the 4 emperors. It's not some trash fish on the side of the road, but the 4 emperors who ruled half of the Great Route, rivaled Marine, and made the world government helpless. Shank, are you alright? Rayleigh asked from a distance. The kilometer distance is not too long for a strong person like them. I'm alright, Mr. Rayleigh, I was just careless. Yuhi replied from a distance, and you could see that he was only slightly embarrassed, but he wasn't hurt. This feeling of facing monsters is really like fighting Kaido. Yuhi patted the dust on his body, looked at his slightly numb hand, and looked at Mo Yan with a deep and complicated gaze. But it's absolutely right. There is no doubt that this is the combat power of the 4 emperors. Chapter 94 _ cut off the island. What? Hearing Yuhifa's personal confession, Vista, Thatch and others all showed disbelief, and Kenpachi Zengeki actually has the strength of the 4 emperors. I apologize for what I just said, and take back what I said earlier. Yuhi's hair became serious, and armament Haki quickly spread towards the blade. You are a good opponent worthy of my all-out attack, and the outcome of you and me is still unknown. As soon as Yuhi's words fell, Mo Yan rushed over again at an unimaginable speed, and the place he passed was like a hurricane passing through, stirring the air between heaven and earth. This speed is too exaggerated. The pupils under Rayleigh's glasses shrank, and he could see that this was not the acceleration technique of the Shunpo before, but that the pure physical speed was faster than that of Shunpo. Good come. Yuhi was in high spirit. His face was radiant in the face of the strong man, and he sprinted with his sword. The two of them crossed the distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, collided in the middle, and the long sword and the broken knife clashed fiercely. Boom! The shocking roar swept through everything, and the land at a distance of 1 kilometer ceased to exist all of a sudden, turning into a tianqing with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The speed of the two of them is too fast. I didn't see it clearly just now. Vista and the others covered their ears in discomfort, unable to react. Could this be the gap between him and the four emperors? It must be too big. Sure enough, you are an inhuman monster like Kaido. Yuhi sighed, and the long sword and Moyan's ghosts and gods were in a stalemate, constantly rubbing violent flame. This sentence is not derogatory but praise. Just looking at Moyan's body that has changed the most, Yuhi can think that his power should be concentrated in himself, just like the man known as the strongest creature in the world. Are they frozen there? Thatch was actually a little nervous in his heart. The Battle of the Four Emperors is a rare event in 1,000 years. On weekdays, in order to maintain absolute balance between the four emperors, they seldom shot against each other. Not to mention the four emperors who were the same, it was really difficult to do anything about each other, so if it was not a life and death battle, it would not make much sense. Therefore, a decisive battle like this is the most heat, but it is impossible to meet. Should not, Vista said uncertainly. Soon Vista's expression changed again, and he said in shock, wait, sure enough, they are still in an invisible confrontation. I saw a monstrous fiery sword energy gradually spread out from the long sword Yuhi issued, and on Moyan's broken blade, the going sword pressure that shot up into the sky was also relieved. There is still such a rivalry in the world. Shiryu of the Rain couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling that his horizons were open. In the almost motionless war, it was full of open and secret battles between life and death. Shiryu of Rain's voice fell. Yuhi's terrifying conqueror Haki emerged from his body like a dome of the sky, and it swept the entire island in the blink of an eye. Countless people screamed in agony, and rolled their eyes and fell into a coma on the spot. The more powerful swordsmen also struggled to support, with pain and regret in their heart. What are you doing to join in the fun when you have nothing to do? Looking at this World Swordsman Conference, these swordsmen are in a lot of trouble. Zaraki Kenpachi's strange power is humming too, Hawkeye whispered to himself. As expected, Moyan laughed wildly, and the extreme spiritual pressure like the vast stars also violently spread over the entire island of Kraigana. This time, even the stronger swordsmen turned pale, and they passed out after a while. This time, Yuhi only felt that he was the opponent, the sword chi against the sword pressure, Haki against the spiritual pressure, these four forces that destroy everything. The next moment violently collided with each other. Boom! The island began to tremble violently, the ground tore apart, and with Yuhifa and Moyan as the center, a deep gulf quickly spread outward. In a blink of an eye, this gap has already crossed the island of Kraigana, from left to right, from the westernmost to the easternmost, splitting the entire island. No way, this is too exaggerated. Is this the battle of the four emperors? The few remaining master swordsmen on the island who had not passed out almost fainted when they saw this scene. They feel as if they are dreaming. Is this still two humans fighting? No, this is no longer the level of combat, but the level of war. This is a battle on a grand war scale. The island of Kraigana is about to burst. Hawkeye's expression was shocked, and his heart was full of emotion, not only lamenting the strength of Yuhifa and Moyan, but also lamenting that this island he had lived in for many years now ushered in the end. No, get out of here quickly. Vista wakes up from a dream and hurriedly greets Thatch to retreat. Vista's judgment is correct. Immediately, the gulf that tears apart the island is no longer a gulf, but sublimated into an abyss with the confrontation between Moyan and Yuhifa. The gap is getting bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper, bottomless, and naturally it becomes an abyss. Finally, the strength of the two sides reached the peak. Moyan snorted coldly, Yuhifa also snorted, and double-clicked to open each other. Boom! Moyan and Yuhifa's feet were embedded in the ground, and the entire Kraigana island seemed to be exerted by the two giants that swayed each other away. At the bottom of the abyss, the island was officially divided into two halves. Is this something that humans can do? Shiryu of the Rain muttered in horror. Even the huge island was split in two because of them, and they were even pushed away from each other. Shiryu of the Rain can finally understand why the four emperors are the four emperors. It is this power that surpasses human beings that makes them invincible in the sea. PFF. At this moment, Moyan's elbow suddenly burst with blood, which attracted the attention of Yuhi. Yuhi looked at Moyan's arm with a fascination, and said in surprise, "It's not my injury. Is this because his strength is too great, so his body can't bear it for a while?" Moyan's expression was also condensed, but then his expression loosened. Moyan has already found a solution to this thorny problem in an instant. Chapter 95 _ Lessons from the Four Emperors. Accidentally fell asleep. Sorry, there will be another chapter. Of Bankai of Kenpachi is too strong, which makes it difficult for even Kenpachi's body to withstand the power of Bankai. With just 3 or 2 hits, Kenpachi's body will start to collapse first, which is indeed the biggest side effect of Kenpachi's Bankai. However, Moyan had already thought about this issue for a long time, and had a very suitable preparatory countermeasure. It needs to be augmented to strengthen the body to withstand this huge force. Isn't this one of the biggest reasons for me to learn hockey? Moyan's relaxed issue. Armament hockey instantly covered the key joints of the body, strengthening the body there. The current Moyan couldn't achieve armament sclerosis all over his body, so he accurately chose the most vulnerable position. It seems that you found a solution at once. I have to say that you are really a genius in combat. Yuhi Fa looked at the armament hockey displayed by Moyan, and his heart was a little stunned. Is this 873 excellent armament hardening really just learning armament hockey? This is too foul. Or just relying on the battle just now. His hockey level can soar to this point. Moyan said lightly, this is just a reasonable use of armament hockey. It's not worth mentioning. Don't let my physical reasons affect the fight between us. Yuhi laughed and said, the madness in you is indeed more vigorous. I saw you being silent before, and there is an illusion that you have become more calm and rational, but it does not match your madness. Furious, tyrannical and calm and rational are not things that conflict and cannot coexist. It's just your lack of knowledge, Yuhi said. Moyan said calmly, although his character will be more or less affected by the corresponding skin, but the main one is Moyan, which is why he is not completely devoured by Bankai, as power like Zaraki Kenpachi. It turns out that Yuhi was stunned when he heard the word, and said thoughtfully, if you think about it carefully, it really makes sense when you put it in battle. Strength and wisdom are not opposed to each other from beginning to end, but complement each other to be stronger. He's actually teaching the 4th Emperor. Vista and Thatch's eyes were about to pop out, but Yuhi looked like he was being taught. They felt that today was really eye-opening and refreshed their outlook on life and the world. What you said makes a lot of sense. Yuhi snapped to his senses, showing an arrogant smile. Since you've solved your problem, let's move on. Cut. Without saying a word, Moyan raised his hand and waved the broken knife, which was a shocking strike. A scorching sword that was thousands of meters long was born. This is no longer the level of a ship-cutting knife, but a warship. Ha ha, happy. Yuhifa also burst into laughter, not to be outdone, and the slash that was enough to shatter the warship in an instant also shot. This wasn't over yet. The first slash had just collided, and when they were still battling each other, Moyan and Yuhifa immediately swung the second slash. It is still powerful, shaking the world. The sky and the earth change color when they collide, and the wind blows. Come again. However, in this short period of time, for the two peerless masters, it was extremely long enough for them to continue to attack. The third, the fourth, the fifth, the 10th slash. Boom. The ground was easily shredded like tofu. The violent hurricane distorted the vacuum, and even the space could not bear the violent vibration. Not good. Ooh, are they trying to destroy the whole island? Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Vista, Shiryu of the Rain, and others all changed their expressions. Some people's expressions changed drastically. Some people's hearts were shocked, but without exception, they all drew out their sabers and beloved sword, and powerful sword surged throughout their body. Gas. Afterward, a big explosion of sword energy was produced, and the aftermath mixed with fire and rain meteors and spread wildly outward. What are you doing? You have to be forced to attack. Thatch, like the rest of the group, had to wield both knives with all their strength in order to resist the approaching sword chi storm. Boom. The spread of sword chi explosion illuminated everyone's faces and drowned everyone. Fortunately, all the top figures of the great swordsman level on the field, all of them successfully broke through by their own strength, and scattered the sword chi storm. Obviously I'm just here to get some wine money. Where did I go wrong? I'm really fed up with this old bone. Rayleigh let out a long breath and put away his sword, his tone full of helplessness. This great change that illuminated half of the sky was also seen by the rest of the swordsmen on the island. The swordsmen who are not in a coma now are all very skilled swordsmen, and naturally they understand how terrifying this terrifying momentum is. Thanks to several other great swordsmen for defeating the spreading sword chi, otherwise we would be dead. A swordsman muttered to himself in horror. It can be said that it was because of Hawkeye, Rayleigh and others that they could survive, otherwise there would be absolutely no grass on the island. The center of the explosion, the momentum of Moyan and Yuhi also rose to the highest point. The two of them were not afraid of the turbulent sword chi around them, and they only had each other in their eyes. For a moment, the world was silent. Just because the roar was so loud, all creatures were temporarily deaf. They can only see with their own eyes. The sky has been opened with a big hole. Shirakumo in the sky has a hole in the center that stretches for 10 or 20 kilometers, and in the island of Kraigana below, an even more exaggerated huge hole of 20 or 30 kilometers long has been opened. The sea water poured in, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but Kraigana Island made an overwhelmed sound. This island is sinking. Chapter 96 _ Big System Update. The island of Kraigana is now in ruins. sudden, a large amount of seawater poured in, and the ground rumbled and vibrated, and everything was like the end of the world. The island of Kragana is sinking. Damn it. How did it sink so easily? It turns out that the battle between the 4 emperors can even be easily destroyed. The island. The only conscious swordsmen on the island were in chaos. Even if they are in their respective places, they are all majestic. Even one of them is arrogant, but facing this natural prestige at this time, they also deeply feel their insignificance. Not to mention the 2 4 emperor level super powerful masters on the island in the face of a power that is simply above nature. For a time, the port was crowded, and many people who knew or had an old relationship with the unconscious swordsman took them to escape. Fortunately, the people who came this time are all swordsmen, and there are very few people with devil fruit ability. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will die this time. It doesn't look like something humans can do at all. Thatch looked up at the sky in a trance and muttered to himself. The rest of the people didn't sigh like that, but they all stared at the top of the big pit, where the 2 protagonists of this battle were undoubtedly the 2 protagonists. Mo Yan stepped in the air and confronted Yuhi far away. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a pain in his joint, and even Armament's hardened skin burst open, revealing blood and white bone. Have you reached the limit? Mo Yan and Vivi frowned. When Yuhi saw the scene, he said loudly, it seems that the armament hockey you just learned can only support you so far. After all, the time you have learned armament hockey is too short. If your armament hockey can be stronger, the result today may be different. Quote, Yuhi lowered his eyes, didn't know what method he used, and stood in the air just like Mo Yan. So this is the end of the day. I prefer to fight with you in your heyday, but I want to thank you, Kenpachi Zakagi. I haven't fought such a happy battle for a long time. Mo Yan snorted and said, it's very easy to increase the strength of armament hockey. The fight with you just now gave me a lot of insight. As long as I digest it for a short period of time, my armament hockey will be able to improve to a higher level. Floor. What? Yuhi was shocked. He didn't think Mo Yan was lying, but Mo Yan's armament hockey's progress was too fast. It is very likely that if he continues to fight, Mo Yan's armament hockey will become stronger and stronger because of this, and eventually reach the level of surpassing Yuhi's hair. It's a terrifying opponent. The speed that can be seen by the naked eye is getting stronger, which may people have to fear your future. Yuhi had a cold sweat on his temples, and it took a lot of effort to suppress his shock. You are the most exaggerated fighting genius I have ever seen with such a speed of progress. That is to say, do you want to continue fighting? There was a moment when Yuhi wanted to tell me to save face and stop fighting. Okay. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yuhi still swallowed this inappropriate remark. If Mo Yan rejected him again and again, then he would not know where to put his face as the 4th emperor. No more. Unexpectedly, Mo Yan was unaffected, and directly rejected Yuhi's post. Yuhi was done. I thought you. Mo Yan interrupted Yuhi and said, playing against you, who has only one hand left and is far from your peak date, is really boring. No wonder Hawkeye has rarely learned from you since then. Mo Yan glanced at Yuhi's trembling hand. Yuhi realized that he had just broken his hand for a year or two, and it would take time to recultivate the one-handed sword, so Yuhi's hair is far from being as strong as he was at his peak. Is that so? You really saw through it. Yuhi followed Mo Yan's eyes and couldn't help but feel bitter issue. In fact, after fighting against a strange force like Mo Yan for so long, the one-handed Yuhi had already been unable to support one arm, so he managed to hold the hilt of the sword and not let the long sword fall. And like me, you want to play against me in my heyday, which I understand very well. Yuhi let out a wry smile, looking out at the shrinking coastline in the distance, a symbol of the sinking island, then turned away without looking back. The outcome of this battle, I will first note down, the world's largest swordsman, Zaragi Kenpachi. After that, Yuhi left in a dashing manner, and disappeared in an instant. There was only Mo Yan standing proudly on the field, and all the powerhouses present looked at him with respect. This is not only respect for the new generation of 4 emperor-level powerhouses, but also respect for the world's most powerful swordsman. Mo Yan, who has these 2 halos, is worthy of their treatment no matter what his position is. Are you going to? Hawkeye asked with burning eyes. He and Rayleigh and the others stood on the island that was about to sink, standing still, as if they didn't pay attention to the fierceness of the sea. Because compared to this, Mo Yan's weight is heavier. It's over. It's time for me to go. Mo Yan nodded, jumped directly from the air to the position of Tian and Xuanwo, and pulled out the 2 peerless swords. This time the harvest is very good. Rayleigh, let go. Go back and treat you to a drink. Rayleigh shook his head and smiled bitterly. You guy, do you really think of me as an exclusive crew member? Although he complained, Rayleigh still walked towards Mo Yan, and Shiryu's eyes almost popped out. Wait, Rayleigh, Hades. Rayleigh, combined with the incredible strength shown by Rayleigh before, Shiryu of the Rain couldn't help taking a breath. The deputy captain of One Piece, king of pirates, how could such a legendary figure appear here? Moreover, he was summoned at will by Kenpachi Zaragi. Who is that Zaraki Kenpachi? In an instant, Mo Yan's image became infinitely mysterious in Shiryu's heart. Under Shiryu's complicated gaze, Mo-Yan walked at the forefront, as if he was contemplating something. In fact, the reason why Mo-Yan stopped fighting just now was not only for the reason he mentioned but also for another reason. That is, the skin system suddenly updated with a new module. Chapter 97_Ontology Flame Emperor. I really want to subscribe automatically. Can you give me an automatic subscription? Wow. Please subscribe automatically .. Well, what is this new module? Mo-Yan and Vivi were stunned for a moment. Just now he and Yuhifa were so engrossed in their fight that they didn't notice the new news from the system. It was not until the pause after the last blow that Mo-Yan discovered this update system came out and answered. This system update will appear after the host gets the first SSS level skin, which is a major new function of the system. Major addition. Hearing this sentence, Mo-Yan's heart beat faster. He checked it quickly, and the updated module information appeared in Mo-Yan's mind. Host Mo-Yan. Main body Yanwang. S rank. Status not obtained. Skill 1. Yanwang. Does this match the name I thought of at the time? Mo-Yan Vivi was stunned for a moment, and the system said, yes, the name of this new module itself is named by the host. So it is. Mo-Yan asked, but why is the current state not obtained? System said, because the host obtains the first SSS level skin 340 skin. It is only a condition for the appearance of this new module, not a condition for obtaining it. Mo-Yan was inexplicably moved, and subconsciously asked, then what exactly is this skill 1? The specific skill 1 needs to be checked after the host has obtained it. The system replied, but according to speculation, the main body skill 1 should be related to the simultaneous use of multiple skins. Use multiple skins at the same time. Mo-Yan was both surprised and happy when he heard this. Although this new skin was not a new skin, it was something that Mo-Yan wanted even more. Mo-Yan felt a heartbeat, and quickly asked, then what are the conditions for obtaining this body? The Emperor Yan system said, the main condition for acquiring Yanwang's level is that the host holds 2 SSS level skins at the same time. At present, the host goal has been half achieved, and when the host obtains the main body Yanwang's rank, the system will be updated again. Mo-Yan said in amazement, there is actually an update of new function. Mo-Yan was already pleasant enough to have updated such an S-level module of the main body Yanwang. Mo-Yan was filled with anticipation when he thought that another new function would be updated in the future. Of the main body Yanwang's class is so high that Mo-Yan can't help but expect how terrifying the new functions will be. Mo-Yan was in a moment of surprise when the voice of Hawkeye came from behind him. Zaraki Kenpachi, the throne of the world's most powerful swordsman is temporarily stored with you, and one day I will take it back. I swear in the name of my eagle-eyed Mihawk. Although let the horse come over, I'll be waiting for you at any time. Mo-Yan waved his hands in a dashing manner, looking indescribably free and easy. Following Mo-Yan's movement, the darken and double ghost horns on his body gradually turned into golden spiritual pressure and dissipated. After a while, Mo-Yan returned to its original state. It was just that the huge wild sun was still carried by Mo-Yan on his shoulders. Zaraki Kenpachi's Reiatsu is too huge like Kurosaki Ichigo's, which causes his Zanpakuto Nozomi to be released at any time, and it is difficult to remove it and take it back. Everyone looked at Mo-Yan's back carrying the big sword at the end, disappearing together with Rayleigh at the end, and they all felt complicated. After a long time, Thatch looked at Vista and said, Vista, this news must be told to Daddy as soon as possible. Yeah, Vista also nodded in agreement. It seems that the whole great route is about to change. After speaking, Vista looked around the coastline that was getting closer and closer, and said with a wry smile, but for now, let's find a boat and run away. On the surface of the sea that was originally land, but has now become a shallow area, Mo-Yan was still walking in the air, and Rayleigh was still swimming in the sea. Hey, Rayleigh is so angry. Why do you always think something is wrong? All the benefits have been taken away by your boy, and my old man not only has to swim back to the boat in embarrassment but also has to be responsible for sending your boy back like an uncle. Just thinking about it made Rayleigh very angry. If it weren't for the fact that you were immersed in insights along the way, the old man would have been unable to resist fighting you like Chang. Rayleigh thought in his heart dully, but after thinking about it, he reckoned that if he really made a move, not only would he not be able to relieve his hatred, but he would also obey Mo-Yan's wishes. Rayleigh knows about him. This guy is absolutely super welcome to fight him. Can't fight, and now Rayleigh is completely depressed. By the way, I'll leave it to you on the way this time. Don't disturb me as much as possible. I have to digest and master my new understanding of armament hockey. When he reached the top of the boat, Mo-Yan woke up like a dream, and said after recovering from his deep thought. Rayleigh turned to Byakugan after hearing this, feeling extremely helpless. As the swordsmen left one after another, shocking news one after another spread throughout the Great Root and the New World. 4 Emperors Kaido, Sipide, a combatant of the Beast Pirate, was killed, and the famous Dao Yongzhang was taken away. Under the 4 Emperors Big Mom, Charlotte Oven, a senior cadre of the Big Mom pirate group, was killed, and the famous sword Taiyan was taken away. The former world's most powerful swordsman, Hawkeye, was defeated, and the throne of the world's most powerful swordsman was transferred and taken away. The four emperors, Yuhi, made Shang personally shot and sank an entire island, but they were only on par with their opponent. And all these things are done by one person. The shocking news one by one made everyone who heard it done, and it was difficult for them to calm down for a long time. Any of the news is enough to make people feel shocked, especially the latter few, can even set off huge waves and turmoil in the world. However, these things are all about one person. The fourth cadre to appear in the Chinese Empire, one of the three directly affiliated unit, the commander-in-chief of the combat unit, Kenpachi Zakagi. He is also the most powerful swordsman in the world. Chapter 98 _ The Four Emperors Were Shocked. Book friends group of this book, **tilde welcome everyone to play. New World, Cake Island. The news of Oven's death has been sent back to Cake Island, and there is no doubt that the Big Mom pirates are extremely angry. This Zakagi Kenpachi is simply lawless. As one of the four deserters, Cracker was the first to stand up and roar in indignation. That's right, even taking Taiyan away, it's not taking our Big Mom pirate seriously. Mom. Snugger, who is also the star of the Desert Four, also had a very gloomy expression on his face. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't Mom still have our Desert Four generals? Said the Desert Four generals smoothly. We are stronger than Oven. We can kill that Zanaki Kenpachi. Let the world see, and we Big Mom pirates. The end of the group is against each other. Katakuri of Desert Four commanders frowned and said, but 14 Fang is a new generation of the world's most powerful swordsman after all, and his strength cannot be ignored. Shut up. Big Mom, who had been silent for a long time, finally broke out. In an instant, the clouds over the Cake Island seemed to collapse, and everyone only felt a tightness in their chest, and they dared not be. That Zaraki Kenpachi, and the Chinese Empire behind him, dare to despise the old lady like that. Big Mom's words were full of anger. His face was as heavy as if water was about to drip, and both Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus were shining brightly, as if showing Big Mom's anger. The ministers did not dare to say much for a while. They remembered the remarks made by Kenpachi before. What is Big Mom? Come and kill. This is simply the biggest challenge to Big Mom. Mom, the other party is a man who can fight against the four emperors Yuhi, and the Chinese Empire behind him is like a cloud of power. Don't act rashly. Katakuri remained calm, and in this atmosphere, he was the only one who dared to speak. Katakuri. Big Mom screamed strangely, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Don't think that you are my son, so you can talk nonsense in front of my mother. This Sakagi Kenpachi, my mother is sure to kill. The more Big Mom thought about it, the more angry he became. Not only did he kill her son and rob her treasure, but he dared to look down on her like that. Katakuri was silent when he saw this. He could also see the powerful observation Haki who predicted the future, and his subsequent dissuasion was ineffective. Big Mom is always irritable and has always been a child temper. His likes and dislikes are very obvious, and he does not consider any consequences at all. The threat of Zaragi Kenpachi and the Chinese Empire is simply not within the scope of Big Mom's consideration. Big Mom is not the kind of scheming four emperors. When he established the pirate group, he was also assisted by Longbread, so Big Mom has always decided directly according to his mood. Zaraki Kenpachi, this bastard, I want him to die. Did you hear that? Finally recovered from the strange sound of Big Mom was shaken again, and their legs and feet became weak, and they all responded in unison. Yes, Mom, let's arrange the assassination of Kenpachi Zaraki. At the same time, in the Whitebeard waters of the New World, seeing Vista and Thatch coming back safe and sound, Whitebeard's issue was relieved. My dear son, are you all safe and sound? Vista was ashamed. Sorry, Dad, we didn't succeed in taking down the Honey Island. Whitebeard laughed loudly, and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. I didn't plan to succeed this time. It was just a test for Big Mom. Hearing Whitebeard's word, Thatch felt even more ashamed and said, but we got nothing this time. We also failed to get the Logia Devil Fruit from the World Swordsman Conference. Whitebeard wondered, oh, could it be that Hawkeye didn't intend to give out that Devil Fruit? In Whitebeard's mind, since he didn't get the Devil Fruit, it must be because no one can beat Hawkeye to win the championship. Hawkeye is the #1 swordsman in the world. If he just wants to use the Devil Fruit as a gimmick to attract heroes from all over the world, but he keeps undefeated, no one can do anything about him. However, according to Whitebeard's understanding, Hawkeye is not that kind of man, so it is strange to have. Vista and Thatch looked at each other and said, no, Dad, that Devil Fruit was taken by someone else. What did you say? Whitebeard also became serious this time, and his face became even more solemn. Could it be that someone really defeated Hawkeye and got that Devil Fruit? Thatch said bitterly, yes, and the position of the most powerful swordsman in the world was also handed over by Eagle Eye along with that Devil Fruit. 850. When Whitebeard heard this, he quickly asked, who is it? Even the man with Hawkeye is willing to be defeated. It's Aragi Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi. Whitebeard frowned and thought thought for a while. Haven't heard of this person. Is there such a strong swordsman as him in the ocean? Vista said, I haven't heard of him in the past, but his name is very loud in another sense. He is the commander-in-chief of one of the 3 direct armies of the Chinese Empire. Chinese Empire. Whitebeard suddenly remembered the name and was surprised. The name of the original Chinese Empire first gained fame because of Uchiha Madara and the Dark Lord's billion-dollar bounty, but at best it is comparable to the General Shichibukai level in the black market. But now, one of the cadres can actually defeat the #1 swordsman in the world. Even if Zakagi Kenpachi was not famous before, this time he will definitely become famous with the title of the most powerful swordsman in the world. Whitebeard couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at the sea with a deep gaze, and had an intuitive premonition that it seemed that the real power of this Chinese empire would definitely surpass everyone's imagination. Chapter 99 _ The Man Who Moved the World Map. An island in the New World. In the very center of the island, there is a strange big pit, and a rough and mighty man is lying in the middle of the big pit. Isn't it dead again this time? The man muttered to himself. This is the first time he has failed to commit suicide. After a long time, one of the subordinates ran down the big pit tremblingly. Captain Kaido, I finally found you. What the matter? Kaido glanced at his subordinate boredly, with a look of indifference. Mr. Drought Jack capable subordinate Shiphead was killed, and his saber, Kyozo, was also taken away. For this reason, Lord Jack is still furious. Subordinates wiped their cold sweat, but Kaido just snorted, unmoved. Just a little bastard. You're bothering me for this kind of thing. Kaido frowned in dissatisfaction. His voice was not heavy, but his subordinates immediately broke down in cold sweat. The empty Conqueror Haki filled the space, but Kaido escaped unintentionally, but his subordinates were immediately shocked and fell to their knees. Damn it. There is one more thing to report to the captain. The subordinates were dripping with cold sweat, and he was sent to be a messenger. Whether he could survive or not depends on this information. Say, subordinate hurriedly said. Sipshead died at the World Swordsman Conference held by Hawkeye, and at the end of the World Swordsman Conference, the murderer who allegedly killed Sipshead and the 4 emperors Yuhi Fa shanks the evenly matched game as a draw. What? Kaido stood up suddenly, a tall shadow covering his subordinate. You say it again. Zaraki Kenpachi, the murderer who killed Hipshead, and the 4 emperors Yuhi Fashanks were evenly matched. The subordinate trembled even more. How could you be tied with that Yuhi? Kaido muttered to himself. Then his expression became more and more excited. This guy named Zaraki Kenpachi is very strong. Kaido is also one of the 4 emperors, and has played against Yuhifa many times, but they have not been able to tell a specific outcome. Therefore, no one knows Yuhi's power better than him. I wonder if this Zakagi Kenpachi has the ability to kill me. Thinking of this, Kaido jumped inwardly, and his eyes lit up with fighting intent. New World Dressrosa. The current Dressrosa is still very dilapidated and in a state of disuse. Doflamingo sat in the restored palace, holding the newly sent information in his hand, and looked down for a long time. Master, are you alright? Just when the surrounding cadres thought that Doflamingo was petrified, Doflamingo suddenly shook his hand and the information fell to the ground. The King of Knights who can suppress Akainu, the Dark Lord who even dared to kidnap Tenryubito, and the Uchiha Madara who beat me so much that I can't fight back. Now there is one more powerful swordsman in the world who can equal the 4 emperors. Mu Janba. Doflamingo's face was shocked, recalling that he had been an enemy of the Chinese Empire, and he couldn't help but fight a cold war. How powerful is this Chinese Empire? Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Sengoku, who was discussing with Crane in the Marshal's office, was suddenly interrupted by an eager knock on the door. Come in. Sengoku frowned in dissatisfaction. Is there anything I need to interrupt the meeting? The Navy who entered the door was sweating profusely and said, Marshal Sengoku, this is an emergency report. Urgent report. Sengoku's brows furrowed even deeper, and he reached out and said, bring it to me. Yes. After the Marines handed in the report, they stood by and waited. At a glance, Sengoku's face darkened immediately. What wrong? Sengoku? Crane asked. Sengoku said solemnly, it's information about the Chinese Empire again. Crane said in surprise, so soon there is another urgent report. This Chinese Empire can really cause trouble. Sengoku didn't speak, and continued to read, and it didn't take long for Sengoku to tremble all over. He grabbed the sailor's collar and shouted, are you sure this information is correct? The sea soldier was taken aback and trembled. Yes, the intelligence department is sure that nothing is wrong. How could this be? Sengoku let go of the Navy and lowered his hand, looking a little dejected. What the hell is going on? Crane asked in amazement, and his face became serious at the same time. It is rare to see information that can make Sengoku become like this. Sengoku said bitterly, there is a 4th cadre in the Chinese Empire, named Zaraki Kenpachi, who is the commander-in-chief of one of the 3 major armies directly under the Empire, and not long ago, he defeated Hawkeye and became the new leader, the world's greatest swordsman. Is this true? Crane also looked surprised and dared not believe that eagle-eyed Mihawk was actually defeated in Kendo. Being able able to take away the title of the most powerful swordsman in the world from Eagle Eye could never be a matter of pure strength. If it hadn't also defeated Eagle Eye head-on with a sword, the whole world would not admit it. Sengoku nodded and said, "It's true, but that's not the most troublesome thing." Crane was completely moved, and said in surprise, "Can there be anything more troublesome than this?" Sengoku took a deep breath and said with pain on his face, "After Zaragi Kenpachi defeated Hawkeye, he challenged the 4 emperors Yuhifa Shanks non-stop, and also tied with Yuhifa. How is this possible?" He suddenly stood up, his eyes full of shock. "To be able to tie with the 4 emperors? What a joke." "Unfortunately, it's not a joke, it's true." Sengoku sighed. "I wish it was a joke, but unfortunately, it's the bloody truth. This is trouble. This is a change that can shake the world." Crane could not help but swallowed and spit, and his mind started to work quickly. It is no exaggeration to rely on one person to move the world map, because this is a new 4 emperor level combat power. Chapter 100_Pirate Massacre. The appearance of the new 4 emperor level combat power is the most troublesome thing for Marines. Sengoku pinched his brows. Now the reputation of the Chinese Empire will soar. This is what worries Sengoku and Crane the most. The reputation of the Chinese Empire is growing, not something they want to see, especially now that we are dealing with the Chinese Empire with all our strength. Wait, speaking of dealing with the Chinese Empire, Sengoku suddenly came to his senses and nervously grabbed the sailors and shouted, "How many of them are Akainu?" The Navy also said nervously, "Marshal Sengoku, the 3 admirals have long gone to sea, and they should have arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago by now." Sengoku almost didn't catch his breath, and hurriedly said, "Contact their troops immediately." Yes, the Navy also saw that the matter was urgent, and immediately went to find the phone number of Akainu and their troop, and dialed it. After the call was connected, Sengoku grabbed the receiver and said, "Akainu, Borsalino, and Kuzan here. Either one of them is fine, let them answer the phone." The phone bug can imitate the look of the caller, and the sea soldiers on the other side are also frightened by the hideous Sengoku. Akainu Admiral, Kizaru Admiral and Kuzan have all landed on the island, and none of them are carrying phone bug. When he heard the reply from the sea soldier, Sengoku was done. After a while, the Crane said softly, "Relax, Sengoku. If the 3 of them join forces to fight together, even the 4 emperors may win, so don't worry too much." "I hope so." Alas. Sengoku let out a long sigh and hung up the phone worm helplessly. Sabaody Archipelago. Akainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan stepped onto the island one after another, and this time they didn't bring any soldiers to the island, but let them wait offshore first. That way it won't be too noticeable and the plan will be disrupted. "No one came out to stop us. It seems Uchiha Madara they didn't find us." Kuzan first said that although Uchiha Madara did not use Haki in the information, they still used observation Haki to hide themselves just in case. Kizaru whistled and said, "Although it seems to be going well, it is also possible that they have discovered us, but they have not taken the initiative to attack." Akainu snorted and said, "No matter what it is, all 3 of our Marine's highest combat powers have shot together this time. We can only succeed and not fail. Otherwise, Marine's face will cease to exist." Kuzan nodded and said, "Then according to the plan, the observation Haki of the 3 of us will be fully deployed, covering the entire Sabaody Archipelago, so that not a mouse can escape. It's the best to be able to find St. Roswell just like this. If you can't find it temporarily, you can also investigate the remnants of the Chinese Empire on Sabaody Archipelago. You can always find a clue, or directly force them to come out to fight." Akainu's whole body was already boiling, and he sneered, "As long as all the pirates on the island are killed, then the people of the Chinese Empire will naturally come out." Akainu's plan can be said to be very crude and simple, but it is also extremely effective. Kill without mercy. It is better to kill the wrong than to let go. In Akainu's opinion, the pirates should all be damned. Immediately, 3 vast and huge observation Haki enveloped the entire Sabaody Archipelago in an instant. "This is in Shaki's ripping off bar." Shaki raised his head suddenly with a horrified expression on his face. "Is Marine crazy to make such a big move?" Once Akainu and the others successfully landed on the island, they didn't plan to hide themselves but released observation Haki to search the whole island openly. This time, as long as there is a little bit of strength on the island, there will be a feeling of being naked and peeping at the naked body. For a time, the pirates were all panicked. In the end, what happened? No one knows. "I can't find St. Roswell. It's so strange. How on earth did the Dark Lord hide St. Roswell?" After searching for a while, Kuzan frowned. Kizaru spread his hands and said, "Maybe they would have been killed by Uchiha Madara long ago." Kuzan shook his head and said, "Impossible. So what else does Uchiha Madara negotiate with us? These will be discussed later." Akainu said irritably, "If you can't find the target person, then start killing the pirate first." Akainu gave Kuzan a wink, which Kuzan knew immediately. Moon step. Kuzan's marine Rokushiki is highly skilled and jumped right above the Sabaody Archipelago in a few seconds, reaching a position where he can overlook the whole island. Ice age. Kuzan let out a cold drink with his hand, and immediately 2 ice lines spread out from the ends of his fingers. The spreading ice line was extremely fast, and it touched the sea on both sides of Sabaody Archipelago in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the sea surface changed drastically. It's so cold. What the matter? What happened? The pirates who were planning to go out to sea suddenly felt cold all over, as if they were in a snow-filled winter. Then, in their field of vision, the blue sea quickly turned white. The sea became hard and cold, and their ship seemed to be embedded in solid ground. The sea is frozen. This huge change has caused many pirates to despair in their heart. As soon as they saw it, all they could see was a thick layer of 2.4 ice. They couldn't escape at all, and they couldn't even go out to sea. The entire Sabaody Archipelago has been artificially turned into a giant prison. Can't get in, can't get out. This is Marine Admiral Kuzan's ability. Many discerning people have seen it, and their hearts are inexplicably horrified. Is Marine going to kill everyone? Why at this time? Could it be that Tenryubito was beaten? Countless people have racked their brains for the test, but they can only think of this reason for Marine to fight, and they can't think of the truth at all. But there is no doubt that they are all desperate at this time. Seeing that Kuzan successfully froze the sea, Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other and nodded, and then Akainu gave a cruel sneer. Start the slaughter. Chapter 101 Only Admiral can fight against Admiral. Fell. Akainu no longer hid, and the smoke and fire on his body shot straight into the sky. Boom. The lava exploded, the ground boiled, and the bright fire almost illuminated the half-1010 empty. Let's start with the pirates trying to escape the Sabaody Archipelago, Akainu said coldly, looking towards the frozen sea. There were at least 50 or 60 pirate ships, large or small, stuck on the ice and unable to move. The pirates on the ship were all full of despair, and many pirates made a decisive decision and abandoned the ship to escape. It's all futile. Dying struggle. Akainu snorted coldly and waved his arm, and a meteor shower made of large swaths of lava suddenly covered the sky with ice. Boom. The pirate ship burned, and the ice surface was smashed into large holes one after another, and the screams of countless people were mixed in the explosion. At the other end of the Sabaody Archipelago, Kizaru also arrived in an instant with the speed of light. Akainu is doing well, so I should work hard too. It's really troublesome. Kizaru looked at the firelight in the sky and sighed impatiently. Who's going to cut it? Kizaru seemed to be thinking. Seeing Kizaru's light beat pirates around him, after the initial lag, they all fled in fright. This fruit ability is Marine Admiral Kizaru. Damn, why did Marine's highest combat power come here? Flee, we can't beat him. The pirates all ran away frantically, and Kizaru seemed to have made a decision. The one who runs the most vigorously over there has tattoos and piercings, so he must be a pirate, right? Don't worry, kill them all. As Kizaru spoke, his fingers lit up with a dazzling light, and then turned into a ray and shot out. Boom. Wherever the light went, a violent explosion immediately rose. The pirate screamed and died in the fire, while the other survivors shivered and ran even more desperately. However, all this is meaningless in front of the speed of light. Don't run away. You can't run away anyway. It's causing me much trouble. Kizaru moved a little further into the distance, and the explosion immediately took dozens of lives. Kuzan saw everything in the sky, a massive explosion that kept rising on one side, and a lava hell where countless lives were lost on the other. Let me see. The wanted order compiled by the intelligence department. Kuzan looked down at the dozens of wanted warrants in his hand, and quickly searched the observation hockey. These are the captains of the famous pirate group on the list. All of them are able to break into the Sabaody Archipelago. All of them are very powerful. Are we coming in time? These well-known pirates who are said to be currently on the Sabaody Archipelago should not have escaped. Kuzan muttered to himself, and soon found the first target. The first target was with the other target, and Kuzan flashed his body and rushed past with his razor. What the hell happened to this island? At this moment, the pirate captain who was targeted by Kuzan was looking at the changes in the sky with the other pirate captain. Captain, someone is coming. The subordinate of the first target pirate captain shouted, and before he could react, he felt that the air around him seemed to drop below freezing point. It's so cold. Several pirate captains shivered, and their subordinates were even more unbearable, and it was difficult to even move their body. I found you. The reward of 71 million Bailey's Blood Act pirate captain. Blood Act Eric. The reward of 93 million Civet pirate captain. Civet Kurt. The reward of 5,990 Zora, captain of the millions of Clear Sky pirate. The captains of the 3 pirate regiments whose names were called looked at the words and almost fainted at a glance. You are Marine Admiral Kuzan. The blood on Zola's face disappeared instantly. He felt that he did nothing. How could he provoke Marine Admiral? Eric and Kurt were also pale, and for them, Marine Admiral was an absolutely invincible existence. The fire and smoke in the north, and the golden explosion in the south, these two features are Marine Admiral Akainu and Marine Admiral Kizaru respectively, right? After a moment of silence, Zola asked. He wanted to understand. Yes, Kuzan nodded succinctly. Eric couldn't help shouting. Marine and 3 Admiral admirals have all been dispatched together. What happened? It's worth your effort. Eric only has hatred in his heart, which is too bad luck. Kuzan said coldly. You don't need to know. Zola bit Kiba, turned her head and shouted, Clear sky, pirates obey. Let's all run away with all our strength. The person in front of us is not something we can fight again. Eric and Kurt also felt a sadness in their heart, and they bit Kiba and looked at Kuzan, and wanted to order their pirate group to escape. It's late, Kuzan said lightly. The next moment, the cold light was flourishing. The whole world turned into a world of ice and snow. Zora, Eric, and Kurt all kept the expressions of biting Kiba and gnashing their teeth, and turned into ice sculptures motionless. And the subordinates of the three of them have long since become frozen statues, and even their consciousness has been completely frozen. The cleaning on the Sabaody Archipelago continued, with Akainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan pushing forward as fast as they could, unstoppable. Cross and Baby 5, who had just come out of the exchange, also quickly figured out the situation, and their heart cooled down in an instant. This is Marine looking for Madara-sama and their revenge. Baby 5 shuddered at the thought that Cross had already asked with a sad face. Then what should we do? With the frequency we go to and from the auction house, we can't hide it from them. Sooner or later, it will be swept away by Marine 3 Admiral. In other words, they are sure to die. Baby 5 Feet's face turned pale, and after changing several times, he said, immediately contact them with the phone bug left by Madara. Up to now, I can only pray for the Dark Lord and Madara to come back to save the scene. Admiral level masters. Only those who are also Admiral level masters can fight. Chapter 102 I will let Big Mom go to hell with you. On the Endless Sea, the boat that Rayleigh and Moyan were riding on drifted along the wave. Let swing the paddles, Hilda. Suddenly, a mighty fleet of 10 pirate ships approached in the distance, and surrounded the boat where Moyan was. Hey, wake up, there are guests here. Rayleigh patted Moyan. Moyan was sitting cross-legged with his knees at the moment, closed his eyes and realized what Yuhi had experienced after the battle. He had maintained this state for a long time. Who is it? Moyan opened his eyes. Rayleigh shrugged and said, who knows, but I haven't gotten into trouble for so many years since I retired. I should have come to seek revenge on you. The two were still chatting and laughing, and there was no tension at all from being surrounded by a crushing number of pirate ships. It was as if the pirate ship was seen as nothing, and it was completely ignored. This time, even the pirates who surrounded them couldn't stand it any longer. Zaraki Kenpachi, listen to me. You are already surrounded by us. On the pirate ship at the head, a naked, topless, brawny man stood up and shouted, I am the captain of the Miss Pirate, and the Miss Gels with a reward of 115 million Baileys belongs to the 4 Emperors. Big Mom. Quote, while speaking, Gers was extremely proud, as if the status of being under the banner of the 4 Emperors was very honorable. It's a pirate under Big Mom. Look, I said it must be looking for revenge on you. When Rayleigh heard this, he turned his head and said to Moyan, who frowned and waved his hand, you can just throw away this kind of trash. I was just one last step away from fully digesting my new understanding. Rayleigh was in a hurry and said, damn it, don't go too far. Are you treating the old man as a free thug? Seeing Moyan and Rayleigh start bickering, completely ignoring him, Gersten felt a little embarrassed. This is in front of my subordinate. You are so disrespectful to me. The members of the Mist Pirates also looked at Moyan and Gers with strange eyes. Their eyes were not very human. Ghouls became angry and raised his voice an octave. This time, I am following my mother's call to crusade you, a wicked bastard. Prepare to die, Zaraki Kenpachi. However, his clamor seemed to be blocked by Moyan and Rayleigh. Moyan thought about it for a while and suggested, let's do rock, paper, scissors, and decide who will take the shot easily and quickly. Rayleigh angrily said, I don't want it. It's obviously the enemy you provoke. What's my business? Why doesn't it have anything to do with you? Moyan pointed to the boat under him. I don't think you want the boat to be sunk, right? I can walk back to Sabaody Archipelago in the air. It doesn't matter, but do you want to swim all the way? Go back. Rayleigh, damn, it makes sense. I can't refute it. Okay, Rayleigh sighed. Come on, rock, paper, scissors. Moyan stretched out his hand, gestured twice with Rayleigh, and hammered down at the same time. At this moment, time seemed to slow down 1,000 times in Rayleigh's eye. His mellow and profound observation hockey fully opened, and he had a panoramic view of the muscle movements and trends of Moyan's hand. If it goes on like this, he will produce law. Rayleigh was enlightened in his heart, and the hand under the hammer instantly turned into scissors. Sure enough, Moyan came out with law, and Rayleigh cheered like a child when he saw this. It's me who won. You are too young to fight this old man. Moyan. Although Moyan's observation hockey is not very good, at least he can feel the sense of peeping from Rayleigh. So Rayleigh's small movements are also clearly seen by Moyan. Is it necessary to pay $1,000 for playing rock, paper, scissors? Ghouls on the other side was going crazy when he saw this. Obviously they were surrounded by my pirate group, and who would take the initiative in negotiating as if nothing had happened, and finally played rock, paper, scissors. How does this ignore me? You two bastard. Gers bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth. It's enough for me to look down on people. I must kill you to wash away your shame. Kenpachi Zaraki. This time, Mo Yan finally glanced at him and reached out to hold Yi Xiao on his back. I can't help it. Let me do it. Ghouls was still clamoring, as if he felt that he was winning. You are surrounded by 10 ships of armed pirate. You can say that you are dead. Now you will also be the most powerful swordsman in the world. Throne, leave it to me. Noisy. Mo Yan snorted coldly and waved Yi Xiao violently. Flashing. Boom. An incomparable golden sword light pierced the sky and cut off a pirate ship in an instant. The pirates on the boat all screamed and fell into the water, and the sword light reflected the sluggish face of Gert. Actually, cut off a ship with one knife. Gorse's heart was greatly impacted, and his face was distorted. Cannon, cannon, kill them. Yules no longer had the energy to shout nonsense, but shouted and commanded hideously, his face full of fear. It looks like just a casual knife, but it has such a powerful power. Could this be the weight of the world's most powerful swordsman? The next moment, another glowing sword energy illuminated his face. Boom. The pirate ship where Gers was in was cut in half, and the pirates of the Mist Pirates were scared crazy, and they desperately controlled the ship to retreat. However, how can they be faster than Mo 2.7 flames that only need to slash? If you want to hate it, hate the big mom who gave you orders. She made you face an unmatched enemy. Mo Yan said in a cold voice. The sharp and violent sword energy swept across the sea, and in the blink of an eye, 10 pirate ships were completely cut open by Mo Yan. You are very brave, big mom. I haven't bothered you yet. You dare to come to me first. Mo Yan said to himself, looking at the screaming pirates with cold eyes. Just go to hell first, and soon, I will let Big Mom go down to accompany you. Did you provoke another 4 emperors again? Rayleigh Kiba thought painfully. Is it enough for the Chinese Empire to provoke all the 4 emperors? At this moment, the phone bug in Mo Yan's arms suddenly rang. Chapter 103/Akainu with one knife. Hello puff. The unique sound of the phone bug appeared. Mo Yan put away the wild sun, and took out the phone bug strangely. Is Marine looking for me? Mo Yan thought about it. Before he left, he gave Cross and BABY5 a phone bug that could contact him. As long as Marine sent someone to find Uchiha Madara, let them contact him. Just thinking about it, the phone worm has been connected. Lord Madara, His Majesty the King of Night, Lord Dark Lord, whoever it is, please save us. The phone bug immediately turned into Cross's face with not in tears, and the background sound was still a rumbling explosion. I'm Zengmu Kenpachi. What happened? Mo Yan frowned. Lord Zaragi. Cross shouted in surprise that he had met with Kenpachi Zengeki just when Kenpachi Zanaki went back to get the mysterious fire. Although I have never seen the strength of Lord Zaraki, I must be colleagues of the Chinese Empire with Lord Madara and the others, and they must be extremely strong. It's Marine. Marine sent their top 3 admiral, now blocking the Sabaody Archipelago, slaughtering pirate. Cross had just finished shouting when Baby 5 Feet's voice cut in. Lord Zaragi, with the frequency of our appearances, we will be found sooner or later, and we can't keep the 4 devil fruits that we spent all Bailey bought. Mo Yan's face was as gloomy as water, and the air seemed to condense into substance, full of terrifying pressure. Marine and dared. The pirates who were still floating on the sea suddenly felt their hands and feet froze, and their body instincts were warning, as if they were a herbivore targeted by a beast at the top of the food chain. Yes, it's Aragi Kenpachi. What a terrifying coercion. How dare we meet such a person before? The pirates looked at the anger on Mo Yan's face, and they all felt cold in body and mind. What are you going to do? Rayleigh asked solemnly. Rush over at our speed. I'm afraid Sabaody Archipelago has already been thoroughly cleaned by Marine. I have my own way. Mo Yan carried 2 large sharp knives on his back, rose into the air, and stepped on the air to go swiftly. Is this going to pass at your own speed? Rayleigh opened his mouth in surprise. A crazy idea. But wait, that aspect. Rayleigh suddenly looked on, took out the recording pointer and looked at it with a stunned expression. That's not the direction of Sabaody Archipelago. He's going the wrong way. But when Rayleigh wanted to remind Mo Yan, he raised his head and found that Mo Yan had long since disappeared. Mo Yan didn't know that Zengmu Janpachi's Luna attribute had affected him, but even if he knew about Mo Yan, it didn't matter, because he still had a faster way to travel. The reason why Mo Yan had to step on the air to leave first was to avoid Rayleigh and change his skin. Change, Dark Lord. In an instant, Mo Yan had transformed into a handsome blonde youth. After such a long time, the Dark Lord's magic power also fully recovered. Mo Yan waved his wand, and apparition distorted his figure and traveled through space. In the process of constantly apparating, Mo Yan is also undergoing the final armament hockey experience. Arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, Mo Yan had digested all his understandings, and hockey's level was even higher. Not only did you reject my condition, but are you still thinking of attacking with force? Looking at the frozen sea in front of him and the sound and light of non-stop explosion, Mo Yan was icy cold to issue. It seems necessary to give you a deeper despair before you can make the right decision. Sabaody Archipelago, Area 28. This is the last area that was was not affected. Cross and Baby 5 fled with 2 devil fruits each, and they looked flustered when they heard the constant explosions in their ears. No, they're coming. Baby 5 suddenly cried out in despair, pointing to a lava that hit the sky. Ah! The next moment, the 2 screamed, and each was blasted by lava. Woman, do I remember that you are not a pirate under Doflamingo? Why are you here? The center of the explosion, Akainu's figure stood up. Baby 5 Feet's face was pale, and he couldn't say a word, so he could only desperately try to attack. Weapon transformation pistol girl. Baby 5 turned into a huge pistol and shot Akainu continuously, but the flying bullets only opened a few holes in Akainu's body, causing no damage at all. Forget it. Whatever the reason, you're out of luck today at Sabaody Archipelago. Akainu snorted coldly, waved and blasted Baby 5, and Baby 5 fell to the ground with a groan. I was originally dissatisfied with Shichibukai's system. Pirates are absolute evil. Marines shouldn't cooperate with them. Exactly. I'll shoot you today. Akainu raised his magma-billowing hand and was about to strike the final blow. At this time, Cross also howled and charged with the fruit ability. Fight to the death. Akainu snorted coldly and waved his hand again. The heat steamed up every inch of space, and Cross also screamed and flew backward. Damn, so strong. I can't beat it at all. Cross fell miserably, with burns all over his body, and looked at Akainu in despair. It's over. Is there a certain death today? Baby 5 also looked at Akainu miserably, unable to move. Sorry, Lord Dark Lord. It seems that I can no longer serve you. Akainu completely regarded their despair as nothing, and was about to kill them completely like the thousands of pirates he killed just now. Suddenly, Akainu was stunned. He found that the eyes that Cross and Baby 5 looked at him were not despair, but full of hope. Fell on Akainu's forehead. A tall shadow enveloped him. Being an enemy of our Chinese empire, wantonly attacking my subordinate, trying to meddle with my treasures. Before doing this, have you thought about the consequences? Behind Akainu is Mo Yan, who holds up a huge wild sun. Damn, when my observation hockey didn't find out. Akainu paled in shock, and before he had time to turn around, Mo Yan had already slashed down with a knife in both hands. P.S. It is estimated that I have to spend the whole day in the hospital today, so the update may be a little less. Sorry. Friends in the group all know that I code until 5 or 6 in the morning every day, and even go to bed at 9 in the morning, and finally my body can't hold back and get sick. The other 3 are still in manuscript, and this one can only rely on me to code every day. Chapter 104 _ It was him in the past, not anymore. Even Akainu's huge and powerful observation hockey couldn't find Mo Yan coming. In fact, the method is very simple. Mo Yan used the Dark Lord's apparition to move behind Akainu in an instant, and at the moment of his appearance, he was replaced by the skin of Zakagi Kenpachi. Then Mo Yan raised his knife and slashed. Kendo 2 Braid. Akainu glanced hurriedly, and found that the huge blade was covered with armament hockey's black intent. It's armament hockey. Akainu startled again. Crap. However, how could he dodge Mo Yan's angry shot? Akainu only had time to rush to armament hockey's defense, and was slashed in the back by Mo Yan. Ha! Akainu's eyes were dazed for a while, only to feel an unimaginable force erupting on his back. The next moment, a huge golden sword energy appeared, pushing Akainu Luffy out hundreds of meters. 14. Boom! Akainu slammed into the yuhi tree, and immediately a black shadow flashed in front of him, and Mo Yan instantly appeared in front of him with terrifying eyes. What beat is this? Akainu's eyes were full of horror, and this time he didn't slow down, and it was too late to even defend. Kendo 2 Break. Mo Yan slashed with all his strength once again. This time, the armament hockey that remained in Akainu was completely cut open, and Mo Yan tragically slashed his entire body. How? This monster-like power. Akainu looked at his split body in disbelief, the phantom in the corner of his eyes. Only the third knife that Mo Yan swung at an extreme speed remained. Boom! The yuhi tree was cut off by the roots and flew high along with Akainu's head. What happened? Kuzan and Kizaru, who were cleaning up the pirates in the distance, were both shocked in their heart. That guy Akainu was defeated so easily. Kizaru looked at the scene in observation hockey in disbelief. Who the hell is that man? Both Kizaru and Kuzan rushed to the scene as quickly as possible, and the first scene they saw was that Mo Yan's feet were covered with armament hockey, and Akainu's head exploded with one foot. Whoa! Akainu's head spread out like a liquid, and the hot magma spread on the ground, making Kizaru and Kuzan's eyes twitch. It's terrible. I don't want to suffer like this, Tilda. Kizaru murmured exaggeratedly, and Kuzan also looked solemn. Is it too careless to be knocked down so quickly? Even Akainu will take a long time to recover now. Logia 3 Admiral who have cultivated their abilities to the peak. They will not be completely restrained by hockey. In the war on the top many years later, Akainu was continuously attacked by the Phoenix Marco and Foil Vista's hockey, and Kuzan was even stabbed by Whitebeard with hockey in the front, which was no big deal. This is the power of devil fruit cultivation to the peak, and even hockey's influence can be reduced to a minimum. Of course, that doesn't mean they aren't afraid of hockey at all. At least least after being attacked by a powerful haki, they not only recover extremely slowly, but each recovery consumes their strength, and they may be injured because of it. You are really powerful. What kind of character are you? Kizaru said. It's so powerful, but I've never heard of you before. Mo Yan carried Yi Xiao on his shoulders and said lightly, I am one of the 3 direct subordinate units of the Chinese Empire, the commander-in-chief of the combat unit, Zhengmu Zhanba. Of course, you can also call me another title. Mo Yan was cold as Isho, his sword-intent sword to the sky. The world's most powerful swordsman. The world's most powerful swordsman. Kizaru and Kuzan were stunned when they heard the word, and Kuzan said strangely, isn't this the title of Shichibukai Mihawk? Mo Yan said calmly, it's just that it used to be his title, but not long ago, it was no longer. Is it the man who can take the title of the world's most powerful swordsman from Hawkeye? No wonder it's so scary. Kizaru was a little surprised. He didn't think that a strong man like Mo Yan would tell lies that were easy to see through. But whether or not it is the most powerful swordsman in the world, since it is the remnant of the Chinese Empire, it is within the scope of beheading. Kizaru's body had already lit up with golden light, and he was always ready to shoot. Kuzan also turned cold and said, it is indeed a tough enemy, but the 2 Marine Admirals are standing in front of you. You have no chance of winning. The reason why Akainu lost so miserably and so quickly just now was because he didn't notice Mo Yan coming, and was surprised by Mo Yan's beating. Afterward, Mo Yan's fierce combo completely stunned Akainu, and before he had time to fight back, he separated with his head. As that's all, Mo Yan raised his head proudly, and instead grabbed Yi Xiao with one hand, the blade drooping down to the ground. Just let me teach you. Mo Yan's tone was like the eagle eye of the day. Why is the most powerful swordsman in the world now me? Bankai Kishin Wild Sun. 910 Boom. The strong light Jinchuriki column rose from the sky, and the terrifying Reiatsu enveloped the entire Sabaody Archipelago. What kind of trick is this? Kizaru and Kuzan were both shocked. They could feel that the pressure brought by Mo Yan in front of them was skyrocketing. Yuhi became dark like blood, and the ferocious horns of the ghost stood upright, while the bloodline spread across Mo Yan's cheek. The more powerful armament haki also covered all the joints on Mo Yan's body. No, he's coming. Kuzan suddenly felt alarmed in his heart, and without even thinking about it, he raised his hand to create a huge iceberg, which acted as a shield to block in front of him. It's useless, useless, useless. Mo Yan attacked with a mad laugh, and with a swing of armament's reinforced broken blade, iceberg was immediately cut in 2 from the middle. What? Kuzan stepped back in shock. It only took one knife to. However, Mo Yan's shadow has already crossed iceberg's fault, extremely shrouded in Kuzan. Today, it is estimated that I will continue the day trip to the hospital again. Miserable. But please rest assured, I will try my best to find time to update. If nothing else, there should be an update today. Chapter 105 Get me out of here. After hard work, I finally took advantage of the infusion gap to get the update code intermittently. Seeing that we are working so hard, let's give some automatic subscriptions and rewards to support it. Mo Yan's face was like a ghost. His eyes were full of fierce light, and he attacked with endless coercion. Kuzan, who is Marine Admiral, was forced by Mo Yan's momentum, and his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. What a horrible guy. Kuzan accelerated and retreated. A thought flashed through his mind, but Kuzan found that no matter how he retreated, Mo Yan's broken knife was constantly changing positions, sticking to him. Kuzan was taken aback for a moment. I can't get rid of it. This is the realm of the world's most powerful swordsman. At this moment, a golden light struck behind Mo Yan, and within a 10,000th of a second, it condensed into a middle-aged man who raised his legs and stored energy. It was Kizaru who came to support after seeing the Kuzan crisis. Light speed kick. Kizaru just wanted to hit Mo Yan by surprise, and the moment the speed of light appeared, the power of the speed of light kick had already accumulated to the extreme. Tips for carving bug. Mo Yan snorted coldly, flipped his hand, and turned the broken blade and hit Kizaru's leg directly. What? Kizaru's face froze. I can even react like this. Is it a monster? This guy. The next moment, the fierce shock wave spread out. No. Kuzan was swept away by the shock wave, struggled to regain his balance and landed, looking at Mo Yan, who was facing Kizaru in the distance in shock. This speed and strength is no longer a pure admiral level powerhouse. As soon as Kuzan's voice fell, Kizaru's expression changed. He felt that the strength from his legs was getting stronger and stronger, and even the first striker couldn't hold it. Get out of here. Mo Yan shouted loudly. The veins on both hands and arms burst out, and the pitch-black broken blade finally completely suppressed Kizaru's light bead kick. Boom. Kizaru was completely unable to resist. His body was shot high and flew out of the island like a cannonball. Looking at the momentum and direction, maybe it will fly straight out of the Sabaody Archipelago and fall into the sea. Porcelino. Kuzan couldn't help shouting, and when he came back to his senses, he saw a dark shadow flashing in front of him. Mo Yan quickly crossed this distance, and in an instant he came to Kuzan and slashed with his knife so fast Kuzan was shocked, bit Kiba and pushed it with both hands. Time. Kuzan's two hands were covered with deep armament hockey, and with extreme cold, they directly hit Mo Yan's attack. I'm Marine Admiral. Don't underestimate me, Kuzan shouted loudly, and the chill in his hands spread, actually wanting to freeze Mo Yan's broken blade. As the Marine Admiral, but doing all the futile work. I don't underestimate who you underestimate, Mo Yan sneered. The surging spiritual pressure on his body surged violently, and the steaming water quickly shot straight into the sky. He couldn't freeze his weapon. Kuzan was taken aback again. He found that the broken blade became hot, and the fiery golden spiritual pressure was constantly melting his freezing. Go out and accompany Kizaru too. Had the overwhelming upper hand. Mo Yan swung abruptly, swinging the broken blade together with Kuzan. The spiritual pressure was transformed into endless sword energy during the swing, and finally at the moment when Mo Yan's momentum was exhausted, Kuzan was smashed violently. Kuzan also rolled out the Sabaody Archipelago, and now Kuzan finally understands why Akainu couldn't make a comeback after a while. On the sea outside the Sabaody Archipelago, Kizaru managed to dissipate the momentum and stabilized his body when he saw another extremely fast phantom flying fast in the distance. Kizaru's face was stunned when he saw this. The next second, Kuzan had already flown to his side. A half-moon-shaped iceberg was forcibly created by Kuzan, which finally stabilized behind him. Sure enough, it's you, Kuzan. Was Zakagi Kenpachi knocked out so quickly? Kizaru blinked and looked at Kuzan, who was in a state of embarrassment. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Kuzan's forehead, and he said solemnly, put away your cynical attitude, Borsellino. He is not an existence that we can carelessly deal with. You don't need to say that. Kizaru turned his gaze back to the Sabaody Archipelago. I've already experienced it myself, and my body still hurts a bit. He's here again. Suddenly, Kuzan's eyes narrowed and he shouted loudly. From the Sabaody Archipelago, an extremely obvious vacuum channel appeared, which was caused by the ultra-high-speed movement that expelled the air, and the end point of the vacuum channel is here. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Kizaru's face froze, and he stretched out his hand to condense a sharp sword that shone dangerously. Blade. Kuzan also took a deep breath, then let out a cold breath, condensing an indestructible ice blade in his hand. From the sky, boom, Mo Yan's broken blade slashed on the ice blade and lightsaber, and the half-moon-shaped iceberg was smashed into pieces in an instant. The broken blade and the ice blade lightsaber were in a stalemate, and there were continuous violent noises in the air, which showed the fierceness of the confrontation. It's terrifying. This speed and strength already has the level of the four emperors, right? Kizaru kept stepping on the air under his feet and floated in the sky with Moonstep to fight against Mo Yan, who could stand directly in the sky. Kuzan also said slowly, as expected, he gave me the same feeling as that Kaido of the beast. The two of you are weaker than I thought. Is this really the highest combat power in Marine? Mo Yan exerted force on his hand and swayed the two of them away. Boom! Another 100-meter high water splash exploded on the sea. Mo Yan stood in the air without taking a step back, while Kuzan and Kizaru fell back to the sea and stood on Kuzan's recreated iceberg. A madman. Hearing Mo Yan's ridicule, both Kuzan and Kizaru's faces darkened. Even Kizaru's face was gloomy. Chapter 106_beat up to Admiral. Is it my arrogance or you are incompetent? Why don't you use your strength to speak? Mo Yan laughed wildly and waved his knife straight up again. This time Kuzan and Kizaru didn't even have time to spare when they were in a bad mood. Boom! The broken blade hit the ice blade and the lightsaber at the same time again, and they could fight against each other, but Kuzan and Kizaru were still the ones who dominated. This range force is too exaggerated. Kuzan and Kizaru were secretly complaining in their heart, but Mo Yan didn't know what to do, and continued to attack. Come again. Another Jinchuriki column shot into the sky, followed by three figures breaking out of the water wall, and a fierce confrontation came together. Similar 100-meter water Jinchuriki column exploded along the road, and three extremely fast figures kept colliding. Kendo 2 break. Mo Yan once again waved his sword energy to the sky, and the golden light shone on the pale faces of Kuzan and Kizaru, and then suddenly swallowed them. Boom! Ha ha ha! Have fun! Mo Yan followed closely without stopping, locking the two of them tightly. You won't just finish the game, will you? Stay with 560 and I will continue to fight. Damn, you bloody monster! Kuzan roared and fought back in embarrassment. Kizaru also had a gloomy expression and tried his best to activate the dangerous light. Mo Yan held the hilt of the Wild Sun knife in his hand, as if he was not afraid, and rolled over with a crazy momentum like a murderous ghost. The monstrous battle broke out on the sea again, and the sea seemed to be turned upside down. The three of them actually reached a distance of tens of thousands of meters while rolling. Bang! Bang! With two huge muffled sounds, two figures could be seen flying away at extreme speed. Come again! Mo Yan relentlessly pursued, and the violent sword pressure mercilessly pursued the flying Kuzan and Kizaru. Boom! They don't know how many times they have been submerged by the terrifying sword pressure. Whether it is Kuzan or Kizaru, they are no longer the same as before. war, and they are all disgraced. Cough cough. After the sword pressure swept across, Kuzan appeared coughing. He looked at Mo Yan, who was still full of fighting spirit in the distance, in disbelief, and his heart was shaken. Evidently, it was a 1-on-2, alone against our 2 Marine Admirals, and he still had an absolute advantage. Oh, he's the most terrifying person I've ever seen. Kizaru's clothes were also tattered. Have you reached a distance of dozens of kilometers in a blink of an eye? Played so far that Sabaody Archipelago couldn't see it. Kuzan was stunned for a moment, thoughtful. It seemed like this from the very beginning. Zakagi Kenpachi hit us on purpose, and he hit us in one direction. Why? Is there any benefit for him to do this? Hey, do you still have time to think about this now? Kizaru suddenly sweated from his temples. Or when you're facing such an out-of-spec monster. Kuzan was speechless, because he also felt that Mo Yan's undiminished great spiritual pressure was crushing him and Kizaru. He is so strong, definitely stronger than Uchiha Madara. On the surface, Kizaru's emotions are not as fluctuating as Kuzan's, but his inner world has already been turned upside down. Only he who has personally fought against Uchiha Madara can feel the difference even more. Uchiha Madara in the past had also fought the 2 Marine Admirals alone in a 1-on-2 battle, but that battle was no match at all, and Kizaru and Akainu were not injured much in the end. And in the end, the original Uchiha Madara was only limited to the extent of being able to fight 2 admirals at the same time. Admirals who were overwhelmingly beating up the whole way. While thinking about it, Mo Yan struck again. That terrifying speed, like crossing time and space, rushed in front of Kizaru in an instant. Swing the knife, chop off. Is there a mistake? This speed is too fast even for a light-speed traveler like me. Although Kizaru can move at the speed of light, it still has to refract before moving, but Mo Yan is moving at super high speed without interruption. Kizaru could only wave the Tiankong cloud sword with a wry smile, trying his best to resist Mo Yan's slap. Boom! The air wave pushed away the surrounding seawater, forming a hollow in the sea, and Kizaru's face turned pale. Sure enough, this giant force is too difficult to deal with. Kizaru only felt the unstoppable terrifying power coming from the sword. It was like a surging ocean wave, and in the blink of an eye, he forcibly suppressed his Tiankong cloud sword. Asshole, don't think I don't exist. Kuzan shouted angrily and immediately supported Kizaru remotely. Ice block, pheasant beak. Kuzan raised his hand, filled his hand with cold air, and suddenly released a giant ice bird to charge. The giant ice bird moved rapidly, freezing and freezing wherever it passed, with a surging momentum. Mo Yan glanced disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, and he added strength to completely push Kizaru's Tiankong Yunjian down to the sea. With a sound of boom, the sea water was blown away again. At this moment, Mo Yan had already taken advantage of the situation to lift the wild sun and waved again at the giant iceberg. The monstrous sword chi that cut everything was born, and it cut through the giant iceberg effortlessly. How could it be? Kuzan's eyes widened. Pheasant beak is completely powerless in the face of his slash. Kuzan was horrified. This terrifying speed, this terrifying power, this terrifying reaction, everything constituted the invincible Zaragi Kenpachi. Especially on top of this, there is also a powerful sword chi that is omnipotent. How to fight this? Regardless of their comprehensive strength, none of them can compare to them. Therefore, Kuzan could only watch helplessly. After Mo Yan counterattacked him, he was able to turn over and kick Kizaru's stomach fiercely. Kizaru was still in the inertia of Mo Yan's pressing Tiankong Yunjian, and before he could recover, he was kicked heavily in the abdomen by Mo Yan's feet full of armament hockey. PFF. For a while, Kizaru only felt the world spinning, and even his consciousness was blank for a moment, and the nerves in his mind were filled with severe pain in his stomach. A sonic boom instantly appeared on Kizaru's body and flew out at a speed beyond sound. Chapter 107 _ How many chains have you unblocked now? Officially resumed the update today. 3 chapters in a row. There will be the next update soon. Kuzan looked at Kizaru, who flew out in horror, and there was a flash of understanding in his eyes. That direction, it really is. Soon as the thought started, Kuzan was shocked. How dare you be distracted when you are fighting with me? An overwhelming shadow enveloped Kuzan. Kuzan opened his mouth wide, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. When it was so fast that he couldn't react at all, and Mo Yan had already invaded in front of him. Looking at the broken blade that Mo Yan held high, like a butcher's knife against him, Kuzan's pupils narrowed to the extreme. No, I can't get back on defense at all. Such a thought flashed in Kuzan's mind, not only because Mo Yan's speed was too fast, he was too careless, but also because Mo Yan's aura was too terrifying. At that moment, it seemed to be pressing down with the whole world. Yi Sun's broken blade is getting bigger and bigger in Kuzan's field of vision, and Kuzan can see it clearly because of armament hockey's pitch black luster. Roar! Mo Yan roared wildly, and Yi Sun slammed into Kuzan's body. Kuzan couldn't even let out a scream. Crack quickly spread all over his body, and fresh Yuhi's blood spurted out from between his teeth. Click! Like the ice block shattered, Kuzan's entire body was completely shattered, turning into into countless high-speed fragments, following in the footsteps of Kizaru. If anyone saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out. Dignified Marine Admiral was beaten so miserably. On the sea in the distance, Kuzan struggled to condense. Kizaru also appeared beside him coughing, his face bloodless. Damn it, Kizaru said bitterly. The dignified Marine Admiral was beaten by him over and over again like a baseball. This is simply a disgrace. Even Kizaru can't stand it now. Kuzan also took a few breaths, unable to bear the anger in his heart. Never let him be so presumptuous again. There is no doubt that the faces of the two of them are extremely ugly, and it is difficult to vent their inner anger. But seeing Mo Yan in the sky attacking at a high speed, Kuzan and Kizaru both trembled subconsciously. They were already faintly afraid of being beaten by Mo Yan. At this moment, a sudden change appeared in the sky. Meteor volcano, Akainu's furious shout sounded, and a large amount of magma fizz lit up the sky. However, these red Yuhi's bolide showers were not in a scattering mode, but almost all of them were aimed at Mo Yan. The level of Chigu's ability to manipulate fruit is truly amazing. Mo Yan also noticed the high temperature attack outside the day, and before he got close, he could already feel the heat wave in the air. Go to hell. Akainu followed closely behind Meteor Volcano, spraying lava backwards with thick smoke all over his body, and rushed over at extreme speed. Rumble, 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 rumble. The next moment, Meteor Volcano all bombed down. Countless explosions rose up, and the sea surface was bubbling and evaporating, and the sea actually burned directly. Hit. Kuzan was overjoyed when he saw this, but he couldn't hide a trace of doubt in his heart. Just an attack like this, can you defeat that man? Mo Yan's invincible figure was already deeply imprinted in Kuzan's mind just by laying against him. Kizaru had a gloomy expression on the side, and said, no, it really doesn't work. I saw that in the burning sea. Suddenly, a huge cross-shaped sword light spread instantly. Boom! The sea full of lava was immediately divided into 4 equal parts. From the very center, Mo Yan rose into the sky with a violent aura. What? Akainu in the sky was taken aback, subconsciously feeling that he was going to repeat the same mistakes again. Get out of here! Mo Yan flashed in front of Akainu in an instant, flashed down heavily, causing Akainu to fall from the sky like a meteor. Not even Akainu. Kuzan clenched the Kiba pass and hurriedly reached out to build a thick layer of ice on the surface of the sea, catching the falling Akainu. After Akainu hit the ground, his remaining momentum was unabated, and he turned several somersaults in a row before stopping. Damn! Zaragi Kenpachi. As soon as Akainu stopped, there was an expression of resentment, and he screamed in the sky. He finally recovered from Mo Yan's series of blows, rushed over with all his strength, and was planning to take revenge on Shui Ren, but he would have been slapped again by Mo Yan. The whine of the defeated generals is really hard. Mo Yan looked down at Marine 3 Admiral in the sky, and thought that Akainu's scolding was the barking of a bereaved dog. Akainu's face was ashen, and he looked at Kuzan and Kizaru with anger. You two, you haven't been able to take him down after fighting for so long. Just at a glance, Akainu's complexion is even more livid. Kuzan's nose and mouth were already covered with blood. Kizaru was a little better, but Yuhi's blood was overflowing from the corners of his mouth, and his suits were all tattered. Kizaru sneered and said, Akainu, you didn't get much better when you face Aniki Kenba. You are half a catty to each other, so stop laughing at 100 paces. Akainu closed his mouth and stopped talking. He didn't know what to say, but his expression became more gloomy. Looking at their miserable situation in the battle just now, let alone taking Kenpachi's Akagi, it is not easy to remain undefeated. Zaraki Kenpachi, answer me a question. After being silent for a while, Akainu shouted in a deep voice. It depends on your mood whether to answer, or you can beg me. Mo Yan looked at Akainu with a half smile, wanting to see what question he was going to ask himself. Akainu's face suddenly turned blue and Yuhi, but he still managed to restrain himself. Answer me. You've unlocked the first few chains now, Kenpachi Zakagi. Hearing this question, Kizaru immediately held his breath. He also wanted to know the answer. Chapter 108 _ It's just to use you. So what? According to Uchiha Madara, every cadre in their Chinese empire has multiple constraints on their strength. The reason for the imprisonment was actually to prevent them from destroying the world with their two powerful forces, that is, the territory of the empire they called it. How arrogant this reason is, but now, Kizaru has to think that it may be right. Uchiha Madara, who has only unlocked the 2 chains, is already so powerful. In front of him, Kenpachi Zakagi, who is almost as strong as Pervert, is how many prisons he has relieved. Mo Yan heard Akainu's question. He was stunned subconsciously. Then Mo Yan slowly shook his head and said, I thought you were going to ask a question. Okay, I'll tell you mercifully. Marine and the 3 Admirals' eyes widened, all staring at Mo Yan. They saw Mo Yan stretched out 3 fingers. They said lightly, the current me is to untie my 3rd degree of imprisonment. It's impossible. Akainu was the first to say shockingly, even with such exaggerated strength, how could it be only the 3rd confinement? Kizaru's tone was also full of despair. disbelief, and after a long pause, he said, "It's only one level of confinement, and it's so much stronger." What a joke. Kuzan also heard about this, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He originally thought that Zaraki Kenpachi was so powerful that it should have been at least the 4th or 5th level of confinement. Who would have thought that it was already so strong after just unlocking the triple confinement? For a time, a sense of despair appeared in the hearts of Marine and Admiral. If the cadres of the Chinese Empire can continue to unlock the 4th layer of imprisonment, how powerful will they be? Zaraki Kenpachi. Kizaru took several deep breaths. How many prisons are there on the cadres of your Chinese Empire? Mo Yan Vivi Isho said, "Who knows? If you really want to know, just use your strength to see if you can continue to force it out." Almost at the same time as he spoke, Mo Yan's figure had already shot out. Like a powerful cannonball, Mo Yan, with a powerful force, smashed directly at Marine 3 Admiral. Boom! The battlefield was in a shocking explosion again, and it moved more than 10 kilometers away. From a distance, it can be seen that the 4 terrifying powerhouses who can set off turbulent waves with their every move are engaged in countless battles of life and death, and 3 of them are working together to attack the figure carrying the broken blade. Boom! The sea has been blasted countless times. If this was on land, the 4 of them would have already hit several kilometers underground. Even in this terrifying battle that can dig up the crust, Akainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan can't help Mo Yan. No matter what attack is made to him, he will be cut open by him. No matter what attack he hit, it is difficult to defend again. This is really foul. Kizaru, the laziest, was already screaming bitterly. Kuzan's attention was not on this. In the corner of his eyes, he could already glimpse the phantom of an island in the distance. Boom! The 4 of them were suddenly separated by the eruption of air, and the clouds on the sky had long since disappeared, and they had been completely dissipated by the shock wave. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Akainu gasped for breath, looking at Mo Yan, who was difficult to solve with a gloomy face. "Do you still want to go home with hatred today?" "Do not. I don't want to go back like this. Zaraki Kenpachi, I will definitely implement justice here today. Your resistance is just prolonging your own death." Akainu made up his mind and shouted with a grim face, "Hold on, Akainu." Kuzan suddenly stopped Akainu, who was about to shoot, and was glared by Akainu. "Zaraki Kenpachi, let me ask you." Kuzan reached out and wiped the blood from his face. "You have been tempting us to come here. Must have some purpose." Mo Yan said generously, "Yes, it's not too stupid for you to find out so quickly." Kuzan was choked, bit Kiba, and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be trying to lure us to Honey Island, one of the 7 transit stations. What exactly are you trying to do?" Honey Island. Akainu and Kizaru were both shocked when they heard the word, and then they hurriedly looked around, and they saw the phantom of Honey Island in the distance. Kizaru was shocked and scared, and said angrily, "Honey Island is the site of the 4 emperors' Big Mom. Are you trying to conspire to design a war between our marine and the 4 emperors?" Zakagi Kenpachi. Even Akainu's heart is full of anger. What a sinister and vicious scheme. "You were wrong," Mo Yan said calmly. "I brought you here just to borrow your hands and teach Big Mom an unforgettable lesson." Kuzan roared, "Who will believe your nonsense?" "Believe it or not," Mo Yan said indifferently, "at your level, you are not qualified to let me try my best to induce you to go to war with the 4 emperors. You bastard." Marine 3 Admiral all heard an angry face. Mo Yan continued, "Besides, there is one more thing. You guys are very wrong." "What do you want to say?" Akainu narrowed his eyes dangerously, unable to hold back the urge to shoot. Mo Yan said indifferently, "From the beginning to the end, I will not lure you all over in 4.2, but don't make a mistake about this." As he said that, Mo Yan showed an extremely arrogant smile. "From the very beginning, I forcibly called you over." The sea instantly fell silent. There was no endless explosion sound before, and there was only Marine 3 Admiral speechless. Akainu's face twisted and his mouth widened. Kizaru completely lost his smile, his eyes irritated. Kuzan twitched his cheek, his pupils constricted. Recalling the battle along the way just now, they found that they could not refute this sentence. "You," Akainu said angrily after a while, "You bastard, how dare you try to use us?" Mo Yan pushed back even more haughtily, "I just used you. So what?" Chapter 109_Man-made natural disaster. "I just used you. So what?" Mo Yan's speech is so blatant, it can be said that he doesn't give Akainu, Kizaru and Kuzan any respect. What made the 3 people's anger go bad was that Mo Yan was right. Even if they knew that Mo Yan was going to use them, they couldn't do anything. Mo Yan, they called all the way, but Kizaru and Kuzan remembered how many times they were so angry that Mo Yan bit Kiba and gnashed their teeth, and want to beat Mo Yan. The biggest problem now is that he can't beat Mo Yan. If they were able to beat Mo Yan, would they still listen to Mo Yan's taunts like this dryly and do nothing? Looking at Marine 3 Admiral with Kiba's painful expression on his face, Mo Yan sneered, "It seems that you understand how powerless you were in front of me." The expressions of Akainu and the others were extremely bad. Kuzan bit Kiba and said, "Zaraki Kenpachi, don't think you will be happy like this." "Oh." Mo Yante spread out his hands furiously. "Then how do you stop me from being happy?" happy. Kuzan's expression suffocated when he heard this. Mo Yan continued, even if you knew that I was used by 040, you wouldn't be able to resist, right? The only thing you can do is to be forced to continue fighting with me, thereby destroying the Honey Island. Mo Yan's voice was incomparably cold, and Marine and Admiral's heart sank. But he Kue, this coolness was quickly heated up by endless anger. More wood, sword, 8. Akainu roared, eyes full of hatred. There has never been a pirate who dared to humiliate Marine to such a degree. Today, whether it is for the majesty of Marine or the dignity of me, you must die here. The expressions of Kizaru and Kuzan were also full of anger, with thick haki tumbling inside them. Mo Yan let out a snort, and without saying a word, he raised his sword and slashed Guangli's slapstick as a fart. Akainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan also moved at the same time, and four terrifying forces collided together. Boom. Honey Island. It is rich in honey and processing industry, and at the same time, it is also unique in the great route for the breeding of insects. It is also the most important honey sales base in the world, with nearly 100 countries every year ordering and collecting sugar product here. It can be said that the profits are amazing. At the same time, Honey Island is also one of the 7 famous transit islands on the Great Route. The geographical location alone is of infinite value, but the owner of Honey Island is not at all worried that the valuable Honey Island will be peaked, because this is the site of the 4 emperors' Big Mom. Even the world government definitely doesn't want to provoke the 4 emperors when it is not necessary. The deterrent power of this name alone is enough to top the most elite army. On this day, Honey, the owner of Honey Island, is enjoying a luxurious life as always. Under Honey is a human meat mattress made up of live sex-scented girls. He holds the wine that has been preserved for decades in his hand, matched with the beauty girl's petite gasp. I feel so uncomfortable. Sure enough, a girl's moan groan is the best ring, Honey thought happily. At this moment, the guards outside the door suddenly rushed in a panic. Sir Honey, it's not good. It's an emergency, and there's an emergency report from the watchtower. Honey didn't panic when he heard the word, took a sip of wine and asked, this is Honey Island, the most important place for my mother. What other emergency can happen? Since Big Mom regained Honey Island, apart from Foil Vista and Double Blade Thatch, both under the banner of the 4 emperors some time ago, who else dares to do anything to the 4 emperors' industry? Tired of living. What's more, even the famous Foil Vista and Double Blade Thatch have their own cadres from the Big Mom pirate group to confront them. Generally speaking, Honey is not dangerous. The doorman opened his mouth and was about to speak when suddenly the ground shook. Boom. Like an earthquake, the beauties, women who made up the big bed exclaimed and scattered. Honey also fell to the ground in embarrassment, spilling wine all over. Damn, what going on? Honey was irritated, and the guard was shocked and said quickly, this should be the natural disaster that the watchtower said. Lord Honey. The furious Honey was stunned for a moment. Natural disaster. Please clarify. Guard said, according to the urgent report from the watchtower, a huge storm area can be observed in the far sea area, and it is rapidly moving towards Honey Island. It will not be long before it will land on Honey Island. Honey cursed angrily. What a joke. Honey Island has always been calm and has never had a major natural disaster. Where did those hurricanes and tornadoes you speak of come from? Guard wiped his sweat and said, say, maybe this is really man-made, because that huge storm area doesn't look like ordinary weather at all. It glittering with golden light, surrounded by hail, and splashed with lava. Quote, man-made disasters. Honey was stunned for a while, and he hurried out to stand on the balcony and look into the distance. Seeing this, Honey fell to the ground in fright. I saw that the giant natural disaster mixed with various elements had moved to the offshore area without knowing it. Boom. There was another loud bang, and this time Honey could clearly see what happened to the earthquake just now. The vast sea, centered on the moving man-made natural disaster, like a raised carpet, rolled the vibrations all the way to the Honey Island. As soon as Honey watched the scene, the shock had already passed, and countless people standing on high places in the city screamed. Honey fell to the ground again, but he no longer cared about it, and quickly got up and stared at the scene in front of him with a pale face. The natural disaster has come ashore. P.S. I spent most of my time in the hospital today, unfortunately. Chapter 110 please. You are weak. At the very center of the storm, Mo Yan was tumbling and rolling, and he didn't know how many moves he had fought with Marine 3 Admiral. Damn, still can't beat him. Akainu exerted his power with all his strength, but in the wind and waves formed by the magma, Mo Yan was still standing still. Sure enough, it's an incredible monster. Kuzan's forehead as his body was surging with cold air. Kizaru flashed Mo Yan's knife, appeared in the distance with lingering fears and fought back. This is too scary. I guess I have nightmares about him at night. Don't say that. Mo Yan waved Yi Xiao to break up Kizaru's counterattack. It made people feel disgusting. In addition to the mobile natural disaster, the people on Honey Island are full of despair. Am I dreaming? What the hell is going on? Damn it. Damn it. If it's a nightmare, wake up. Why does this kind of natural disaster, which is rare in thousands of years, come to Honey Island? Island. Seeing that the natural disaster that seemed to tear the entire Honey Island apart was imminent, the people in the town could not even think of resistance. How can creatures resist in the face of natural disaster? Boom! Another roar pierced the sky. Akainu, Kizaru and others were forcibly knocked away by Moyan, and finally fell down to earth. It was really hard to fight on the sea before, and facing the Zakagi Kenpachi who can stand in the air, we devil fruit powers can be said to be overwhelmingly disadvantageous. Kizaru couldn't help but sigh. Moonstep can also float, but maintaining it for too long consumes too much energy. Akainu snorted coldly and said, "Don't relax, we are in a favorable position now, and it's time to pull back around. What gave you the illusion that you could win by going to the island?" Moyan descended from the sky with a heavy and terrifying spiritual pressure. Boom! A huge sinkhole was punched in the ground, and Marine 3 Admiral was forced to dodge in all directions. Oh, it's still as scary as ever. After Kizaru evaded the attack by photonization, he directly crossed his hands in the sky, and the golden light of destruction shot out. 8-foot hook Changyu. Countless dazzling light bullets poured down the sky, and like the meteor volcano before Akainu, they were also manipulated into a grab and shoot mode to focus on attacking Moyan. The mastery of fruit power is as old as Akainu. Kizaru. Moyan narrowed his eyes, and suddenly felt that the ground suddenly dropped below freezing point, and the radius of kilometers had been completely frozen. Ice Age. Kuzan let out a sigh of relief and took his hands off the ground. "You can't escape now, Kenpachi Zakagi." Moyan snorted indifferently, turned a blind eye to the feet that were sealed in the ice, and directly waved the broken blade to resist the 8-foot hook Changyu. In an instant, thousands of light bullets collided on Yi Sun, but Moyan's defense was impenetrable, and even a single shot from the 8-foot hook Changyu couldn't penetrate. "No matter how many times I watch it, I feel that the reaction and speed are too strong." Kizaru fell to the ground in amazement, but then sneered for a moment. However, the combined attack of our Marine 3 Admiral is more than that. In the roar of indeterminate numbers, Akainu appeared behind Moyan in an instant with a ferocious face. "Dog-biting Crimson Lotus," Akainu shouted, and the roaring lava condensed in his hand, charged with all his strength. "Is it a shave? But that to be expected." Moyan was not surprised at all. He didn't hold the broken blade with his left hand and made a fist. The dark armament hockey covered it, and a thick layer of golden spiritual pressure was transpiring on the surface of his body. The next moment, Moyan punched and collided with Akainu. Boom! Moyan's boxing did not give in to each other, and the collision between the two spread a violent shock wave, and even the ice layer on the ground was instantly shattered. "How is this possible?" Akainu was taken aback. "I can compete with my ultimate with just a single blow." However, the exclamation could not change the fact. The shock wave separated the four people present again and stood on all fours on the bumpy Honey Island. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The three of them were panting heavily, looking at Moyan, who was still full of excitement. Why still can't beat him? How long will it take to really beat him? At this moment, whether it was Akainu, Kizaru, or Kuzan, it felt like there was no end in sight. "Impossible, it's impossible." Akainu roared unwillingly. "I absolutely can't believe that the dignified Marine's highest combat power has joined forces to strike together like never before, but even one person can't do anything." Akainu's roar also made Kizaru and Kuzan's eyes gradually light up. As the only 3 Admiral in Marine, they also have corresponding pride. "Drink ah. The three of them all roared loudly, and the fruit ability was motivated beyond the limit. In the corner of Honey Island, it seems to be going into winter, turning into a cold winter in the 12th lunar month, with snow falling all over the sky and hail falling, and even the sea surface is frozen for 100 meters. In the other corner of the Honey Island, there is an unparalleled intense light shining on everything in the world. In the center of the light, it is so dazzling that the naked eye can't look directly at it. In the third corner of Honey Island, the air was scorched and distorted, the ground formed flowing lava, and the sky was fiery and gloomy, like the end of the world. Honey Island was forcibly divided into 3 different worlds, and all the residents fell silent, completely holding their breath. In the extreme bad weather, they have been heartbroken, just waiting to die slowly. Is that what you're betting on all your attack? At the junction of the center of the 3 worlds, the mighty surging sword energy, like the Tower of Babylon reaching the sky, turned into a light Jinchuriki column and stood up to the sky. "This is the power that goes straight to the god. Interesting, come on." Moyan's wild laughter spread all over the island. "Use your hard work, let me have a good time." This sentence completely stimulated Akainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan, and the 3 of them shouted angrily, urging unparalleled power to bombard Moyan. "Go to hell, Zaragi Kenpachi." The next moment, the world is white. Chapter 111 _ the price has increased 20 devil fruit. Everyone's ears seem to be deaf at this moment. Can't hear any sound. The only sight I can see is that in a world illuminated by extreme light that is pure white, destructive hurricanes swept the whole island, and shattered tornadoes raged everywhere. The sky was flashing with rolling thunder, and the ground was already in a mess. Wherever the turbulent airflow passed, Countless people screamed and were blown into the sky. Wherever the shock wave that destroyed everything went, the buildings were all shattered and collapsed, and the town was completely razed to the ground in an instant. At the very center of the explosion, Mo Yan's Death Tyrant outfit was also tattered. "Don't give up yet," Mo Yan murmured to himself, and the next second, the fire was broken by two figures that struck at extreme speed. "This is our final blow. Die." Akainu and Kuzan rushed from the left and right. Their fists were not only covered with black and powerful haki, but their respective fruit abilities were also compressed beyond their limit. They wanted to punish Mo Yan with this thunderous strike that blocked everything when Mo Yan was at his most lack. "Boring," Mo Yan said lightly, waved his hand and threw the broken blade high into the air. "What is he doing? Aren't you courting death by giving up your weapon at this time?" In this thousandth of a second, both Akainu and Kuzan were stunned when they saw this. They don't understand this kind of behavior very much. Zengi Kenpachi is the most powerful swordsman in the world, but the great swordsman voluntarily gave up his weapon. But in any case, now is their best chance. Before I could think about it, the two of them had already punched them with all their strength. Boom, boom. The air was hammered into a vacuum, and the wind pressure blew through, sweeping Kuzan's horrified face. Akainu's hat also flew in the wind, and his eyes were wide open in disbelief. Mo Yan actually caught their attack with one hand from left to right. What? The more Akainu looked, the smaller his pupils shrank, and he recalled the punch he had hit with Mo Yan just now, and was sure that he had read it right. "Why are you not afraid of my lava?" Kuzan's face was also full of shock. His cold intention of freezing everything was also cut off by the golden spiritual pressure on Mo Yan's hand and the pitch-black haki. "Isn't it?" Kuzan murmured in shock. "Even without a weapon, he can still use this golden sword chi. Is this really a sword chi?" As if Mo Yan was answering their doubt, he said something that Akainu and Kuzan would never forget for a lifetime. "Please, you or we." Kizaru, who struck the third blow, flashed in the flames above. "This gorgeous explosion is perfect for your funeral." Kenpachi Zakagi, with a rare seriousness on his face, Kizaru raised his foot to gather the most powerful light bead kick, and slashed with one kick. In that instant, Kizaru saw the disdainful smile on Mo Yan's face, relying on the accelerated reaction of passing through the glitter fruit. Why is he still laughing in this situation? Kizaru felt that something was wrong for the first time. In the original plan, Akainu and Kuzan were holding Kenpachi from left to right. At this time, Kenpachi Zengaki should have no energy to parry him, but Kizaru was already a sharp arrow, and he couldn't take it back, so he slashed straight at Mo Yan. Mo Yan opened his mouth and grinned, biting Kizaru's leg fiercely and tearing it apart. What? Kizaru was stunned, watching his broken leg flying in front of him, and couldn't even react. At this time, Mo Yan had already used both hands to forcefully pull Akainu and Kuzan over, and slammed them together violently. No, damn. Akainu and Kuzan's strength is too different from Mo Yan, and even Mo Yan's one-handed strength is difficult to resist. The two directly collided with each other and their whole bodies were shattered, and fire and ice blended together. Between the cold and the hot, a large amount of water vapor rose into the sky. Mo Yan jumped high in the face of the water vapor, stretched out his hand to grab Yi Sun falling from the sky. Armament haki was covered with broken blade. Kendo 2 break. Mo Yan fell at full speed, and the pitch-black blade mixed with golden sword energy slashed heavily, splitting the stunned Kizaru in two. Boom. The sword energy remained unabated, and the earth was violently cut out of an abyss. Mo Yan stood at one end of the abyss, coldly looking at Marine 3 Admiral at the other end. Quote. Kizaru reluctantly regrouped, but there was a deep bloodstain on his forehead, turning his face full of blood. Kizaru was beaten, but he still couldn't calm down, and he was now silent after breaking his mouth on weekdays. On both sides of Kizaru, Akainu and Kuzan, whose faces were bloodless, also condensed their bodies with pale faces. On their faces, there were still bloodstains that could not be wiped off. What the matter? Go on. Mo Yan was merciless, and he slashed with all his might, slashing all 3 Marine Admirals in half at once. But, damn, after recovering their bodies again, the 3 of them were unable to support them, and they all knelt down in front of Mo Yan. It's not that they want to give in, it's just too much physical exertion. Come on, Zaragi Kenpachi. Kizaru gasped. We promise your terms. Mo Yan raised his eyebrows and said, oh, will you finally make the right choice? Borsellino, you. Akainu turned his head sharply and cursed at 5.7, and Kuzan also said solemnly, Akainu, we don't have much energy left to continue fighting. Akainu's scolding froze in half, and his anger was more unwilling. Continue to fight no matter who wins or loses. The Marines and Admiral will be seriously injured, which is unacceptable to the Marine government. Marine 3 Admiral is missing for a period of time. The pirates on the Great Route do not know how rampant they will be. The end. Akainu could only bite Kiba and said, well, 3 Admirals can still come down with a mere 10 devil fruit. 10 devil fruit. Mo Yan suddenly interrupted Akainu and shook his finger. No. Now the price has increased. I want 20 devil fruit. Chapter 112 _ Try to kill a few Marine Admiral. After the upgrade afraid of Filu Pit Father. The subscription is so miserable. Wowtat. 20 devil fruit. Akainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan all widened their eyes in surprise, followed by expressions of indignation. It's absolutely impossible. Marine 3 Admiral is desperate, and desperate for Mo Yan, who is sitting on the ground and raising the price. Kuzan said bitterly, do you think we will agree to such an outrageous request? Mo Yan said lightly, this is normal. You want to buy it, but I don't necessarily want to sell it. Since you didn't agree with the 10 devil fruit for the first time, the price will naturally increase for the second time. Akainu said angrily, Zaraki Kenpachi, don't think you'll take us all. I tell you, if you continue to fight, it's uncertain who will live and who will die. Mo Yan snorted coldly and held the handle of the broken blade again. Okay, then let me try, and finally kill a few Marines and 3 Admirals. Hearing this, Akainu and the others all trembled subconsciously, feeling the powerlessness surging from their entire bodies intensified. Damn, I still can't see any signs of exhaustion. This damn monster. Akainu cursed inwardly. The atmosphere was tense again, seeing that the fight was about to start again, and when the negotiation came to nothing, Kizaru hurriedly said, Zaraki Kenpachi, you know it's difficult for us to agree to such outrageous conditions, so it's better to change to more realistic conditions. Mo Yan said indifferently, what I said is already very practical. Don't play if you are uncomfortable, or do you want the price of 30 devil fruits next time? Don't go too far. Even Kizaru was so angry that he felt that Mo Yan was too deceiving. At present, not only must we prevent the worst outcome, stop the loss in time and stop fighting, but we must also replace Saint Roswald, one of Tenryubido, S18 Patriarch back. There are too many reasons to force them to endure Mo Yan. At this time, Kuzan also calmed down. Zaraki Kenpachi, both parties need to show sincerity for this kind of thing, and as an apology, we can add 2 more devil fruits as an apology, and the 12 devil fruits will be abandoned. Go. Akainu looked at Kuzan in disbelief, his eyes full of shy and annoyed anger. When did the Marine also need to apologize to the pirate? Mo Yan shook his head and said, no, but I can also remove 2 devil fruits and 18 devil fruit for you to show my sincerity. Kuzan Baitiba. 13 devil fruit. Mo Yan calmly said, 17 devil fruit. Kizaru also had to join in, saying, if the negotiation break down, it won't do you any good. Zakagi Kenpachi. 14 devil fruit. Mo Yan sneered, it's you who are eagerly hoping for a truth. Let me figure this out. The final price is 16 devil fruit. Kizaru and Kuzan were both depressed when they heard the word, but they felt extremely uncomfortable because of their suffocation. Because Mo Yan really came to the point. This is the embarrassing situation they are currently facing, being exposed in person, and still an enemy. This feeling is too uncomfortable. 15 devil fruit. No more. Hearing the sound of the 2 gnashing at Kiba, as Mo Yan was happy isho. Okay, deal. Fell. Mo Yan admired the confused faces of Kizaru and Kuzan. It seems that they haven't reacted yet. So straightforward and direct deal. What about the final price of 16 devil fruit? Do you still have any principles, you bastard? Although it was good to be able to negotiate smoothly, Kizaru and Kuzan originally thought that they would have to work hard to make a few more rounds of talk. Unexpectedly, Mo Yan agreed so easily. The huge gap made them feel very uncomfortable. The key is how to look at it. This is Mo Yan's initial psychological price, saying that 20 devil fruits is just a deliberately high price. Kizaru and Kuzan both knew in their hearts that they were tricked by Mo Yan. You too. Akainu was stunned from the side. He stared at his 2 colleagues, completely ignoring his angry eyes, and completed the deal with the enemy like no one else. In fact, in this case, Kizaru and Kuzan didn't even bother to care about Akainu's feelings. Akainu also understood this, and in the end he could only look at Mo Yan angrily and said, this is the last time. There will be no next time. Mo Yan smiled. Chigo, do you know what a flag is? Akainu was stunned, not understanding what Mo Yan said. Although Kuzan didn't understand it, he quickly started patching. Zaraki Kenpachi, we promised you with condition. You thought you were not allowed to kidnap Tenryubito again, otherwise we would rather not die in this battle. If this happened a few more times, even the Marines and Admiral couldn't bear it. It's natural. Mo Yan shrugged. I swear in the name of the most powerful swordsman in the world, I will never do such a thing again. Don't worry, I can promise this. Of course, it's just me, Zaraki Kenpachi, who promised not to do such a thing again, not including the other me. Mo Yan still hasn't said this sentence. It is estimated that after 5.9, Kuzan and the others will fight Mo Yan for 300 rounds. Hearing Mo Yan's word, Kuzan and the others' expressions softened slightly. In their opinion, the person who can get the name of the world's most powerful swordsman also has self-respect and pride, and will not easily take this name to swear to fool. Well then, remember your promise. By the way, Saint Roswald also has to keep his limbs alive. Kizaru said slowly, otherwise, we won't be able to do it with the world government. Alive with healthy limbs. Mo Yan sneered. If it's just this requirement, then of course it's fine. Although the current Saint Roswald is indeed alive with healthy limbs, I am afraid that his spirit has already collapse. Chapter 113 _Gather together. Who can stop? Hearing Mo Yan's strange word, Marine and the three admirals all shuddered. At this moment, the three of them united in their heart to observe a moment of silence for Saint Roswald. Mo Yan asked, "So, when will the delivery be delivered?" Marine 3 Admiral all looked at each other. Kizaru said, "We need to go back to Marine headquarters to get the devil fruit. After all, no one can carry a devil fruit with them, right? I will do this." Mo Yan secretly complained in his heart, but still said, "Oh, do you have to go back to the Marine headquarters first? That means that you may also directly prostitute for free." Kuzan was almost at a loss when he heard it. What the heck is a prostitution? As for what he said so wretched, Akainu said angrily, "Even if we want to deliver the goods to you, we have to confirm the safety of Saint Roswald first, so there is no way to complete the transaction on the spot." Mo Yan smiled and said, "That's easy. You and I will go back to Sabaody Archipelago. I'll get that fat pig Tenryubito out, and then take your 14 warship to the Marine headquarters to pick up the goods directly." He going to the Marine headquarters. Akainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan all felt a sudden shock when they heard the word, and their faces were ugly. Putting such a 4-emperor-level powerhouse into the Marine headquarters will turn the Marine headquarters upside down if you are not careful. It's definitely not a good thing to ask Aniki Kenpachi to come directly to get the devil fruit. The three of them looked at each other, and Akainu sneered, "HMPH, how dare you come to Marine headquarters alone? Aren't you afraid of being taken down by us?" "It seems that what Uchiha Madara said to me is right," Mo Yan said with a funny smile. His smile was full of irony. "The so-called righteous Marines are just gang fight." Akainu was in a hurry, and Mo Yan's words reminded him of the aggrieved situation where he was so ridiculed by Uchiha Madara that day, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Besides, why should I be afraid?" Mo Yan asked again. Could it be that Marine doesn't even have much memory left except for the shameless gang fight? "My colleague, the Dark Lord, has the space ability to carry people along with him. At that time, Marine dares to go back on his word, and only the people who suffer will suffer. It's your Marine headquarters. We, the King Generals of the Chinese Empire, will never sit by and watch such shameful act, and will definitely take action to completely wipe out your Marine headquarters." It's a blatant threat, but it's surprisingly effective. Just the thought of the King of Night, the Dark Lord, Uchiha Madara, and Kenpachi Zaraki getting together to fight in Marineford, Akainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan all break into a cold sweat. Until then, it will definitely be the biggest crisis in the history of Marine headquarters, and even Marineford will become history. Who can stop this astonishing force? Just know the consequences. I'll be waiting for you at Sabaody Archipelago. I won't wait until it expires. Mo Yan saw that Marine and the three Admiral were shot by him, and left with satisfaction. Kuzan looked at Mo Yan's back, then looked at the disintegrating honey island around him, and couldn't help shouting again, "Remember your promise, Kenpachi Zakagi." Marine 3 Admiral was blowing cold wind in the ruin. "What should I do now?" asked by Kizaru. Akainu was furious and said, "How do I know?" Kuzan suggested, "When we came out to encircle the pirate, we didn't carry phone bugs, so we had to go back to the battleship at Sabaody Archipelago first." Kizaru nodded in agreement. "Anyway, let's report this to the Marshal first, and give Mr. Sengoku a headache." Mo Yan didn't know that Kizaru had shamelessly dumped the blame on Sengoku. However, Mo Yan is also imitating the attitude of the two when it comes to whether to kidnap again next time. After all, no matter what, the number of times will become numb. Maybe the next time you kidnap a Tenryubito, Marine's reaction won't be so big. What's more, if Tenryubito would be kidnapped countless times, and it would be useless to redeem it, then it is very likely that the Marine government would be too lazy to redeem it. But as the saying goes, 2 or not 3, and maybe it can be done again. Mo Yan thought unscrupulously. His body transformed into the skin of the Dark Lord, and he quickly approached Sabaody Archipelago. At this time, Cross and Baby 5 were still shivering in the hotel. The rest of their lives this time, they feel so lucky. They have already faced Admiral, which is equivalent to walking around in front of the gate of hell, and in the end they can be rescued by an extremely powerful force. There has never been a moment when the two of them felt so profoundly that it was great to be able to follow Mo Yan. Marine 3 Admiral, who made the pirates terrified, still can't help them. At this moment, a space distortion appeared at the window, and Mo Yan's figure appeared from it. "Lord Dark Lord." Cross and Baby 5 immediately greeted him excitedly, and Baby 5 said worriedly, "Lord Dark Lord, go and help Lord Zaraki. He is now fighting against the 3 admirals of the High 973 army alone." After the appearance of Zaraki Kenpachi, the golden light and frost that ravaged Sabaody Archipelago before stopped, and Cross and Baby 5 knew that Marine 3 admirals were all led away by Zaraki Kenpachi alone. Cross is also very sad, although he trusts the strength of Lord Zakagi, but the opponent is Marine's 3 highest combat power. Even the senior cadres of the 4 emperors were unable to completely single out Admiral, let alone face 3 admirals at once. Zaraki Kenpachi. Mo Yan waved his hand and said, "He's he's alright, just hit Marine and 3 Admiral for trifle. What the point? Cross and Baby 5 couldn't help but open their mouth. Is it trivial to hit Marine 3 Admiral? What else can be considered trivial? Are you going to duel the 4 Emperors? Seeing the sluggish faces of Cross and Baby 5, Moyan said comfortably, don't worry, Kenpachi Zaraki is the commander-in-chief of the combat unit. Why do you think he can serve as the commander-in-chief of the directly affiliated unit named after Battle? Cross and Baby 5 finally reluctantly accepted, and Baby 5 asked again. Then Lord Dark Lord came here, this time for those 4 devil fruit. Chapter 114 Doraemon's 4-dimensional pocket. In the previous distress call, Baby 5 had mentioned that they bought 4 devil fruits with all the money. You must know that Moyan left behind an astronomical sum. Moyan also looked forward to the high quality of the 4 devil fruits that Bailey bought for such a large sum. That's right, Zakagi Kenpachi should be almost finished with Marine 3 Admiral, and Marines should not dare to set foot in Sabaody Archipelago for a while. You can rest assured to show your skill. Listening to Moyan's words, Cross and Baby 5 looked at each other. Could it be that Mr. Zaragi not only fought 3 admirals by himself but also won in the end? This thought made the two of them fall into deep shock, and they managed to suppress their inner shock before Baby 5 said, but Lord Dark Lord, we have already used up all our money. Don't worry, the money will come. Moyan waved his hand, and there was a chilling smile on the corner of his mouth. Money is a thing, just catch a few pirates and get a reward. After all, a lot of people have messed with me recently. The chill in Moyan's words made Cross and Baby 5 fight a cold war together, and could not help but hold a deep silence for the enemy of Lord Dark Lord. Dare to provoke the Chinese Empire? You are unlucky. Okay, give me the 4 devil fruit first, and tell me where the Seastone Gate is stored. Moyan had kidnapped Doflamingo's treasury gate from Dressrosa before. It was a very high quality seastone, not the same as the seastone that Doflamingo used to build the building later. Lord Dark Lord, we are protecting the 4 devil fruits with us, right here. Cross carefully took out a bag, and Baby 5 took out the same bag from his arms, each containing 2 devil fruit. Moyan opened the bag and saw that the 4 devil fruits were of different colors and look colorful. They were devil fruits in the shape of oranges, Sydney pears, peach and apple. Very well, what about the Seastone Gate? Moyan took out the necessary traceless stretching spell bag, stuffed the 4 devil fruits into it, and then folded it again. Cross and Baby 5 were amazed by this magical scene. Lord Dark Lord, please come with me. After being amazed in his heart, Cross did not forget his duty and stood up to guide Moyan. The 3 of them walked all the way to the extremely remote place of Sabaody Archipelago, and Cross turned into a yak and began to dig the soil frantically. Seastone Gate appeared in the soil, and Cross actually hid the Seastone Gate underground. Pooh, this is the Seastone Gate, Lord Dark Lord. Touching the Seastone Gate, Cross quickly lost his breath and stepped aside. Moyan nodded, walked over to lift the corner of the Seastone door, and stuffed it into the bag. Lord Dark Lord, this size can't do anything. Baby 5 and Cross were sweating profusely. Moyan was just a normal size cloth bag. How could he fit the Seastone Gate as tall as 3 people? As soon as the voices of the two fell, they saw that the Seastone Gate was being stuffed in constantly, and half of it was gone in a blink of an eye. How the hell is this done? Cross's jaw was about to fall. The Seastone door was obviously bigger than the pocket. How did it fit in? Baby 5 feet's heart was also shocked. The Seastone door was almost all filled in, and Moyan's bag had not been stretched. This scene is too incredible, and it is not a devil fruit ability, otherwise it is impossible to touch the Seastone Gate and look indifferent. Looking at the 2 people who were puzzled, Moyan smiled. I spent a lot of effort to make this bag. It not only has no trace stretching spell, but also shrinking spell and light spell. If I can't put it in, isn't it a waste of my energy? Moyan's explanation still left them confused, but in the end they could only regard it as their own lack of understanding. Installing the Seastone Gate, Moyan got up and left. This time, he apparated to an unremarkable yuhi tree, waved his wand lightly, and the invisibility spell on the yuhi tree's exterior was lifted. Replace Uchiha Madara. The suave blonde youth turned into a black-haired man with haki-eyed leaking in the blink of an eye. Moyan stretched out his hand to feel the surging chakra of Uchiha Madara as always, and made a Mokuden wood-style seal, which he patted on the trunk of the yuhi tree. Instant, a square wooden door appeared on the trunk of the yuhi tree. After Moyan and Akainu fought with Kizaru, they came back and used Mokuden wood-style to make a prison with vents inside the yuhi tree, and threw some food and water into it along with the Roswald Saint. Then Moyan turned into the Dark Lord again and applied a layer of concealment spell. This time, even the 4 emperors couldn't find it here. As soon as the wooden door was opened, there was a foul smell. The sloppy Roswald sat haggard in a corner, covering his eyes with the stimulation of the strong light, but his body swooped over. Woo 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 Uchiha Madara-sama. As long as you don't lock me up, I'll do anything. I'm a pig. I'm shit. I'm damned. Just please don't lock me up. Saint Roswald hugged Moyan's thigh with snot and tears. sobbing bitterly. Being kept in a closed environment for a long time is a kind of torture to punish soldiers or prisoners, let alone the pampered Saint Roswald. With this period of experience, Saint Roswald has suffered countless mental breakdown, and has been tortured to such a degree that he is not a ghost or a ghost. What dignity, what arrogance, it's all bullshit, left behind by Saint Roswald. Let go, it dirty. Mo Yan kicked Saint Roswald down, and patted his clothes in disgust. Sweden, water style, blast water burst. After thinking about it, Mo Yan decided to give Saint Roswald a bath, and created a Sweden, water style technique, drenching Saint Roswald all over the place. Poor Saint Roswald had just been slammed, and then he was flooded with doubts about his life. Chapter 115_non-existent. I think. Saint Roswald coughed desperately under the yuhi tree, and when he looked up, he found that Uchiha Madara, who had made him terrified, was gone. Instead, it was a tall man walking towards him with a big knife on his back. Did Uchiha Madara leave? Saint Roswald was startled, seeing the unfamiliar face of Kenpachi Zakagi. Saint Roswald seemed to rekindle his courage and Tenryubito's arrogance. Hey, that guy in front. I'm Venerable Tenryubito Saint Roswald. Go and tell Marine, the colony of the Sabaody Archipelago, that I am here. Saint Roswald spoke, gradually returning to his previous domineering attitude. Sabaody Archipelago stationed in Marine. Mo Yan smiled. I'm afraid they no longer exist. It doesn't exist anymore. Saint Roswald was stunned. You, what do you mean? Mo Yan sneered. Literally speaking, the Marine garrison of Sabaody Archipelago has been annihilated by Uchiha Madara. What? Saint Roswald was shocked, staggered in fright, and his pupils narrowed to the limit. What frightened him the most was not the fact that the Marines in Sabaody's 893 archipelago had been wiped out, but the man in front of him mentioned Uchiha Madara. You know Uchiha Madara. Mo Yan sneered and said, you really are the best representative of your unchangeable nature. It seems that the lessons Uchiha Madara taught you are not profound enough. Why don't you let me add it? Saint Roswald was so terrified that he screamed. No, wait, no, my lord, please don't. Seeing that Saint Roswald softened again and became like a dog, Mo Yan bored and lifted Saint Roswald away. Please wait, my lord, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't lock me up again. Roswald struggled desperately, thinking that Mo Yan was going to throw him into the wooden cell again. Shut up. This time you're going to see the Marine you most want to see. Mo Yan made Saint Roswald close his mouth with a word, and a surprise flashed in Saint Roswald's eyes, but it was well hidden. Up to now, Saint Roswald no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Mo Yan, but after seeing Marine HMPH, Saint Roswald thought gloomily in his heart, first must order Marine to slap your tendons and skin you. Off the coast of Sabaody Archipelago, several warships lined up majestically. On the deck of the warship, Akainu hung up the phone bug with a gloomy face. The surrounding Marine soldiers were all silent. As early as when they found out that the 3 Marines and Admiral had returned in a state of embarrassment, they had already set off a storm in their heart. Who the hell is that who can toss the dignified Marine and 3 Admirals into this? It's a shame to go back to see Marshal Sengoku and Mr. Gar. Kuzan sighed, and Kizaru said helplessly, no way. After all, the opponent is a monster like Zakagi Kenpachi. Whether the opponent is a monster or not, in the final analysis, it is because we are too weak. Akainu gritted Kiba's teeth and roared, filled with remorse. If you can practice that trick, it won't be like this today. That trick? Kuzan was stunned. You mean the awakening of the devil fruit? Kizaru waved his hand and said, this kind of thing can't be forced. Not long ago, on Honey Island, didn't the 3 of us have the prototype of awakening when we burst out with all our strength? In the end, we still maintain that prototype. 5 or 6 years and no progress. Quote. Akainu also fell silent with Kuzan upon hearing this, which was really too difficult. All 3 of them have almost developed the power of the devil fruit to the ultimate, and can't go any further, so they have no clue how to get to the next level. After all, the awakening of the devil fruit is not related to the degree of development of the fruit at all. Some capable people are extremely strong, but they can't be awakened in their whole life. Some capable people, such as Impel Down, S4 prisoners and Doflamingo, are very weak or not too top-notch, but they can already be masters awakened. Impel Down are the best example. Although they mastered the awakening of the devil fruit, they still couldn't beat the devil fruit ability users such as Luffy who would not awaken. Whether they can learn to awaken has nothing to do with their strength. In the final analysis, the reason is the degree of development of the devil fruit, which is the development of its own ability. The awakening of the devil fruit is the development of the ability to affect the outside world outside of itself. The two are not the same thing at all, so there is not much connection between each other. No matter how strong the Marine 3 Admiral is, it also stops at the last stage before awakening. While the atmosphere of the 3 was gloomy, the Marine soldiers suddenly became agitated. It's Aragi Kenpachi. Look, he's still carrying someone. That person's appearance. Isn't that the Saint Roswald who led us search some time ago? The Marine soldiers stared wide-eyed and looked shocked. Had been informed of the truth in advance as Marine who followed Marine 3 3 Admiral on a secret mission, they still couldn't hide their shock. Zaraki Kenpachi, you are finally here. Akainu headed on the side of the ship, Kizaru and Kuzan on both sides. I'm here to deliver the goods. As you can see, the goods are still alive and well, Moyan said lightly. Then what did Sengoku say? Akainu said, Marshal Sengoku approved it, but you have to follow us to Marine headquarters to get the devil fruit. At the same time as the two were talking, St. Roswald's eyes were about to pop out. Marine 3 Admiral is here. At this moment, St. Roswald's heart was ecstatic, and he shouted, the 3 Marine Admiral over there, in the name of the head of the Roswald family, I order you to completely exterminate this bastard, Uchiha Madara, the Dark Lord. Them. After relying on it, Roswald's sanctuary is crazy. These damn untouchables not only dare to abuse the honorable me, but also dare to let me and the untouchables breathe the same filthy air, and they can't solve my heart. Hey, chapter 116 _ who allowed you to come up? The port became silent except for the loud clamor of St. Roswald. Everyone was looking at him with idiot-looking eyes. Born to be rich and rich, St. Roswald, who has never been seen by so many people with such disrespectful eyes, gradually feels that something is wrong. What? Why are you standing still? Don't hurry up. Roswald St. Jude shouted to himself. Shut up, idiot. Even if you want to talk in your sleep, at least choose when it's not in my hand. Moyan's eyes were full of pity for St. Roswald or IQ. Hearing Moyan's cold words, St. Roswald's whole body trembled reflexively, and he didn't dare to speak again. This scene, the Marines all took a deep breath. Tenryubido, who has always had his eyes above the top, was so tormented that he was afraid of Moyan to such an extent. We are fighting to the death. Is this the kind of idiot we are trying to save? Kuzan thought with disappointment in his heart, and raised his feet to go to the port. Shoo! The moment he settled down, an amazing sword energy swept across the port, leaving a deep scratch in front of Kuzan. Looking at the scratches just a few centimeters away from him, Kuzan broke into a cold sweat. What are you trying to do by attacking me suddenly? Kenpachi Zaraki. Moyan snorted coldly. Kuzan, I should remember that I told you to get out of the Sabaody Archipelago. Do I allow you to come back now? Kuzan opened his mouth wide and watched Moyan's chest rise and fall violently. This is so deceiving. Sabaody Archipelago is not your home. But in the end, Kuzan took a deep breath and suppressed himself bitterly. It's been hard to reach an agreement. It's really not suitable to be emotional. Calm. Kuzan kept telling himself this in his heart. His fingers clacked. Sure enough, Zanaki Kenpachi is still Zanaki Kenpachi. He seems to have told me the same. Fortunately I didn't set foot on it just now, otherwise I will be the one who will be embarrassed and humiliated. Kizaru whistled, then sneakily retracted his outstretched foot. The blue veins on Akainu's forehead burst out. Although Moyan didn't tell him that, but Akainu used his muscles to know that he must be in the ranks of Moyan's target. So don't humiliate yourself. Aren't you Marine 3 Admiral? Why are you so afraid of him? St. Roswald was stunned when he saw this scene, which simply subverted his reviews. Obviously all Marine's highest combat power is here. Why didn't he dare to fight back after being so taunted and provoked by this man? No, now don't say it. Fighting back. Not even fighting back. As soon as Roswald's words fell, all the Marines present, including Marine 3 Admiral, looked at him with angry eyes. It really made them feel ashamed and angry that a brainless Tenryubido like Roswader Street Naked pointed out the cruel reality. But the reason why we have become like this is not all to save you. Even Kizaru was in a hurry at the moment, and directly changed the topic. Zaraki Kenpachi, do you still want to take the devil fruit? If you want, take Roswald to the warship. Moyan smiled and picked up Yi-sun, and walked onto the warship like a guest. Let me take a closer look at what the Marine headquarters, which is full of useless people, look like. New World, Cake Island. The screeching alarm of the phone bug spread throughout the castle. This was the highest level alarm stipulated by the Big Mom pirate, and it alerted everyone at once. What happened? All the officers of the Big Mom pirates were shocked and hurried to the restaurant where Big Mom was located. Big Mom has basically used the restaurant as a meeting place because he has to eat non-stop. Soon all the staff arrived, and the phone bug was still ringing, but no one rushed to answer. Cool ding bell. Per ding bell. All the cadres glanced at each other, then looked at the gloomy Big Mom together, and said in unison, Mom. Big Mom swallowed a cookie in his mouth, then picked up the phone bug and said, What's the matter? Mom, it's not good. Honey Island is completely destroyed. The news made everyone's pupils ring, and with a clatter, the phone bug in Big Mom's hand also fell on the table. Who did it? Big Mom roared in anger, his expression twisted to the extreme. A voice came from the phone bug. Okay, it seems to be related to the Chinese Empire. It them again. New World, Moby Dick. What did you say? Foil Vista took the information from his teammates and widened his eyes. Team members also murmured, Captain, I know this is shocking, but it's true. Honey Island is really destroyed. Vista was sluggish for a while. The Honey Island that he and Thatch had tried so hard not to capture, so others ruined it. No, I have to tell Daddy quickly. Vista dashes out and finds Whitebeard, who is drinking a good drink. What wrong, Vista? Whitebeard laughed when he saw Vista. Dad, the Great Route is probably going to be in chaos. Vista hurriedly sent the information. Honey Island, one of the 7 major transit stations under Big MOM, was completely destroyed not long ago. The bottle in Whitebeard's hand shuddered, and his eyes widened. What did you say? ... New World, UHFAC. Yuhifa sat on the bow of the boat, holding the information just sent in his hand, and fell into deep thought. What are you thinking, Sheng? Beckman smoked a cigarette and walked to Yuhifa's side. It's a good thing that Big Mom's Honey Island was destroyed, and now there are 2 masters and 1 transfer station of the 4 emperors. Long time, the Yuhi pirates have only mastered one of the 7 major transfer stations because they are the new 4 emperors, and they always suffer in this regard. Well now, the 4 emperors' Big Mom pirates have also fallen into the same situation as them. Yuhi Fa looked at the sea and muttered to himself, I didn't think of this. Zakagi Kenpachi, the Chinese Empire. It seems that the sea is destined to be unsettled. P.S. If I stay up all night like this, I feel like I might die suddenly one day. The number of automatic subscriptions is still terrible. QAQ. Please subscribe automatically. Chapter 117 Return to Marine Headquarters. Book Friends Group. *** tilde everyone. Come and play. By the way, ask for a reward and automatic subscription tilde. The warship rides the wind and waves on the sea with extremely fast speed. Mo Yan sat on the top floor of the warship, blowing the sea breeze, closed his eyes and carefully understood the feelings after the Marine 3 Admiral World War I. With such a peak battle, Mo Yan had a hunch that his hockey could reach another level. Zaraki-sama, we're almost there. A Navy soldier came up to the notification tremblingly, his eyes full of fear. In his opinion, Marine 3rd Admiral is Marine's pride, and Mo Yan, who can beat Marine 3 Admiral alone, is simply the most terrifying devil in the world. This went beyond the fear of One Piece King of Pirates, and made the sea soldiers add the word adult when addressing Mo Yan. I see, you go down. Mo Yan opened his eyes, and in the distance was a vague Marineford. A full 50 warships are lined up in the port, which looks really impressive and is also a deterrent. Mo Yan is very aware of this, but he is not worried at all. Does Sengoku have the courage to do it himself in Marineford? That all the people he threatened came over. Just the 4 Emperor level combat power he showed could make Sengoku worry about the tea and not want to eat. Although to be honest, Mo Yan had almost exhausted his spiritual pressure at the time, and armament hockey couldn't hold back his physical collapse, so he readily agreed to the truce proposed by Kizaru. But the problem was that Mo Yan didn't show it. Marine doesn't know. The unknown is always the biggest source of fear, and Marine would never dare to act rashly without seeing Mo Yan's limit. Here it is, Marine headquarters. Suddenly, the Marines on the boat cheered. Arrived at Marine's base camp, they immediately had support in their heart, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although the distance from Sabaody Archipelago to Marineford is not far, but along the way with the killer star Zaraki Kenpachi, their psychological pressure is very great. Marine San Admiral, who returned in a state of embarrassment that day, had already told them silently that even the Marine San Admiral couldn't really protect them from the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi. Seeing this, Huzan smiled bitterly. This is the first time, obviously with Marine Admiral, but the soldiers have no sense of security at all. Kizaru shrugged helplessly. You missed a point. This time all the Marine Admirals are walking together. Akainu's face was ashen, and he didn't even want to say a word. In the port of the Marine headquarters, a VIP table was placed on it, and on the other side of the table were many chairs arranged in a trapezoid shape. Marine Marshal Sengoku the Buddha, Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr, Marine Hero Gar, Marine Chief Staff Officer Crane and other heavyweights sat in the first row, and all the Vice Admiral level Marines were also in the row. Look, the one on top of the warship is Kenpachi Zakagi. Is that the man known as the world greatest swordsman? And he also drew Marine 3 Admiral alone. With the level of Vice Admiral, the battle situation of Akainu and others is not a secret to them, and they all whispered immediately. Sengoku's face was so gloomy that it seemed like he could drip water. He never imagined that he had dispatched all the 3 highest combat powers of the Marine headquarters, and this mission could still fail. And in the end, it actually fell to the point where it was forced to increase the price for peace. This is simply the greatest disgrace Marine has ever had. Sengoku roared in a low voice, and Zephyr next to him shook his head and said, no way. Who would have guessed that we have all done our best, but the other party suddenly has the strength of the 4 emperors. While speaking, Mo Yan had stepped on the air and fluttered to the VIP table. The pure white Captain Yuji fluttered behind Mo Yan, and the huge wild sun was very deterrent. You really dare to come here alone, Kenpachi Zakagi? Sengoku spoke in a deep voice. This kind of dangerous invitation that looks like a hangman banquet. It's really a shame that Kenpachi has the courage to come over, Mo Yan said with a faint isho. Sengoku the Buddha, since you are called the resourceful general, I believe that you will definitely not ignore the threat of the Dark Lord that he can lead people to move in any space. The expressions of Sengoku, Zephyr and others changed. They were indeed secretly worried about the invincible ability of the Dark Lord. If the Dark Lord brought the entire Chinese Empire to the Marine headquarters, what would it be? Looking at Sengoku and the others, Mo Yan snorted softly. You Marines have already made a wrong judgment. If you don't want the Marine headquarters to become a mess, then you shouldn't make another stupid decision. Mo Yan said that Sengoku's face was blue and white for a while. He originally wanted to give Mo Yan a disgrace, but he didn't expect that it was himself who was dismounted in the end. Sengoku decided not to humiliate himself. Gate of Opening said, we decided to accept the conditions you said. We have also confirmed the safety of St. Roswell, but there is still a problem. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became a little grim, and the vice admirals in the back subconsciously swallowed. Mo Yan asked calmly, if you have any questions, let talk. Sengoku pondered. The thing is like this. At the beginning we didn't expect that we could only redeem St. Roswell, so we didn't prepare at all. And now the devil fruit that can be immediately given to you in the Marine 1.5 headquarters, only about 8. Mo Yan frowned. Only a little over half. Sengoku nodded and said, that's right, we need a little time to collect the remaining devil fruit, so we can only give them to you tomorrow. Garp and the others were all tense, watching Mo Yan's reaction nervously. Fortunately, Mo Yan looked calm and said, okay, prepare a superior room for me. I will allow you to wait until tomorrow. It's just that if you breach the contract tomorrow, you know what the consequences will be. Mo Yan's words took a turn for the worse, and for a while, Marine's back were filled with coldness. No one can ignore the threat of the Four Emperors. Chapter 118_New SSS Skin. Heavy coercion immediately descended on Marine headquarters. The Marine vice admirals nearly burst under the pressure, but Garp raised his hand calmly and stopped them. Naturally we know Akatsuki. Sengoku also had a cold sweat on his temple. That good. Mo Yan waved his hand. Bring me those 8 devil fruit first. Sengoku waved his hand with a sullen face, and immediately 2 rear admiral jointly carried a large suitcase and moved it to Mo Yan. Mo Yan opened the box to check, and there were 8 genuine devil fruits inside. However, with the quality of the devil fruit, it is impossible to expect Marine to give it much better. At least the number is enough. Mo Yan closed the box with satisfaction, took out the non-marking stretch bag, lifted the box with one hand and stuffed it inside. What are you doing? Seeing the 2 boxes and seamless stretch bags of completely different sizes, Zephyr and others were very confused. The next moment, their words stopped abruptly, and they all stared at the incredible 14 scenes in front of them. Hold the grass, it's really stuffed in. What kind of weird ability is this? Sengoku frowned, and saw Mo Yan walking around him with ease, walking towards Marine headquarters as if he was returning to his own home. Find someone to lead the way. I'm going back to the guest room to rest. Sengoku's mouth twitched. Do you think this is your home? This is the Marine headquarters, the most feared place for pirates in the world. Sengoku thought so. He was more helpless. Today, the Marine headquarters, the symbol of justice, has to host a big pirate and treat them with courtesy. The reality is so magical and unbelievable. It was night, in the conference room of Marine headquarters. In the center is a huge marble conference table. On the periphery of the conference table, there are 7 tall and luxurious chairs surrounding the conference table. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Akainu, Kizaru, Kuzan, Crane, almost the current top forces of the Marine headquarters, all gathered at this moment. However, the luxurious lineup did not seem to reassure them, and the air was as heavy as lead. Sengoku spoke first. The reason why I pushed the other half of the devil fruit to be delivered tomorrow is to get the time for discussion tonight. Has anyone come up with any countermeasures? Is this really the way to hand over devil fruit to the Chinese Empire? Of course not. Akainu slammed the table and said, let's just take this opportunity and kill Zaragi Kenpachi. Now all the advanced combat powers of the Marine headquarters are here, but Kenpachi Zakagi is alone, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is absolutely impossible. Kuzan was startled. Akainu said angrily, Kuzan, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you surrendered to Zaragi Kenpachi? Of course I won't give in to him, Kuzan said, fighting back his anger. But did you forget the threat he said earlier? Akainu opened his mouth wide and was suddenly speechless. Akainu, we all know the reason why Zaragi Kenpachi dares to come alone. Zephyr frowned and said, the Dark Lord of the Chinese Empire has the ability to space, and can bring people to and from it freely. Crane also frowned and said, that's right, the Dark Lord can not only rescue Kenpachi Zakagi in time, but he can also bring the power of the Chinese Empire into the Marine headquarters. Even if we suddenly turn our fate, we won't be able to get it. What a benefit. The rest of the people have the same opinion. In terms of the terrifying combat power currently displayed by the Chinese Empire, even if the Marine headquarters will not necessarily lose, Marineford will definitely not be able to get it after the war, and it must be sinking. Akainu, your proposal is pointless. Stop talking. With a single word from Sengoku, Akainu was directly denied. Akainu's face became even more gloomy, but he could only helplessly say nothing. Kizaru said slowly, shouldn't our focus be on the hazard assessment after giving the devil fruit to the Chinese Empire? Hazard assessment. Garp wondered. The danger of giving devil fruit to the Chinese Empire is that they will add many devil fruit abilities to them. Sengoku interrupted. Garp, how many ordinary devil fruit users have you seen in the Chinese Empire so far? Garp thought about it for a moment, and was speechless. It seems right. The cadres currently appearing in the Chinese Empire are all diverse and powerful, and none of them look like devil fruit ability. Crane said, the information we have investigated in the past shows that the Chinese Empire has been collecting all kinds of treasures in the sea, including a lot of devil fruit, but now it seems that those devil fruits are probably not for people to eat, but do it for others. The meeting room fell silent immediately, and everyone was thinking, devil fruit is not for people to eat, so what else can it be used for? It's kind of scary to think about. 980. However, no matter how much they racked their brain, they couldn't think of what else the devil fruit could be used for. Seeing that the discussion at this meeting was fruitless, Sengoku's heart became even more heavy. If you can't guess the purpose of the Chinese Empire, then there is only one suitable countermeasure. No matter what the Chinese Empire wants the devil fruit to do, it is definitely not a good thing for us, so we have to delay as much as we can before we find out, and delay the matter for the devil fruit for the Chinese Empire indefinitely. Meanwhile, in the superior room of the Marine headquarters, Mo Yan looked at the 8 devil fruits in front of him, put the 4 high-quality devil fruits he brought aside, and finally released the sea stone gate beside him. All of a sudden, the superior room became quite crowded. Mo Yan stood directly on the sea stone gate, bowing his head in thought. The resources on hand are very abundant now, so, do you want to start extracting the next new skin? Thinking of this, Mo Yan suddenly moved. Originally, when extracting new skin, the level and quality of the skins to be extracted will be determined based on the quantity and quality of the treasured items used. Then should I try and extract a new SSS level skin directly? Chapter 119_Dragon King Akunorokia. Thinking of this, Mo Yan was heartbroken. According to the experience of extracting new skins in the past and buying upgraded skins in the mall, Mo Yan already has a rough idea of the number of devil fruits required for different levels of skin. Starting from the lowest S rank skin, you need a minimum of 1 devil fruit to extract. For SS level skin, you need a minimum of 5 devil fruit, or an equivalent amount of treasured items, to extract or buy. As for SSS level skin, you need at least 10 devil fruit, or equivalent treasures, to extract or buy. Mo Yan wants to draw a new SSS level skin. According to the minimum standard, he needs a total of 16 devil fruits ranging from S level to SS level, and then to SSS level. System, estimate the cherished items I hold now, and see how many devil fruits it is equivalent to. After getting Mo Yan's order, the skin system immediately scanned all Mo Yan's possession. The 8 devil fruits given by Marine are the most common devil fruit, and the 4 devil fruit purchased at a high price are of very good quality, each equal to 2 ordinary devil fruit, and the last Seastone Gate is roughly equivalent to 2 to 3 normal devil fruit. Quote, because Xuanwo and Tian are rare brothers with big sword, Mo Yan hasn't figured out how to use them yet, so he didn't bring them over this time, and all the treasured items that Mo Yan has brought now are equivalent to 18 to 19 ordinary devil fruits in total. It's completely enough, and there's even more. It seems that the winning ticket for the new SSS level skin is in hand. Mo Yan was in a high mood. In order to ensure the success rate, Mo Yan put all the treasures in the Seastone Gate into the extraction of new skin. Anyway, the higher the quantity and quality of the cherished items provided, the higher the level and quality of the new skins you will get. In any case, you will not lose money, and there is no need to save. This time, the extraction was as fast as ever, and the treasured items turned into a streamer and dissipated, and were transferred into Mo Yan's body. At the same time, Mo Yan's appearance was changing rapidly. The skin gradually turned into a terrifying dark color, and the dark skin was covered with mysterious patterns, and under the long hair draped around the waist was a handsome and rebellious face. The original Captain Yuri and the Death Tyrant have also been transformed into cool black cloak in an instant. Mo Yan has a naked upper body and wears a Beeskiba necklace on his chest. The whole person looked very oppressive. Oh, is this the new skin? It feels great. Mo Yan stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. At the same time as his bones creaked, explosion-like magic power also spread all over his body. At the same time, destroying everything and destroying all emotions also filled Mo Yan's mind. Mo Yan even felt that he could use his own power to destroy the world. Let me see, what new skin did I get this time? Mo Yan's thoughts moved, and the new skin panel appeared in front of Mo Yan. Host, Mo Yan. Main body Yanwang, S rank. Skins held, King of Night, SS rank. Dark Lord, SS rank. Uchiha Madara, SS rank. Zaragi Kenpachi, SSS rank. Akunorokia, SS rank. Equip skin, Akunorokia, SS rank. Skill 1, Dark Dragon Slayer Magic. Skill 2, Dragon Transformation. Black Feather of the End. Dragon King Akunorokia. But why is it SS rank? At a glance, Mo Yan was immediately stunned. Dragon King Akunorokia is the final boss in Fairy Tail. His strength is at the top of the world, and he is definitely the strongest skin that Mo Yan has ever drawn. As early as 400 years ago, Akunorokia wiped out all the dragons alone and was called the Dragon King. Even the strongest black magician in human history, Jeff, also called him the source of evil, a giant dragon that destroys everything and brings despair and pain. The end of the era is coming. Mo Yan was surprised that he spent nearly 19 devil fruit but only got 1 SS rank in. Even Mo Yan doubted whether the skin system had hacked his treasured item. For Mo Yan's accusation, the skin system expressed its innocence. The host calculation just now is only based on the minimum cost of obtaining SSS level skin, that is, 1 plus 5 plus 10 equals 16 devil fruit. The system explained, but in fact, according to the highest cost of obtaining SSS level skin, it take 4 plus 9 plus 19 to equal 32 devil fruit. Quote, Mo Yan was stunned when he heard it. The highest cost for obtaining SSS level skins was ridiculously high. System continues. So, if you want to draw SSS level skins at one time, it is possible to use between 16 and 32 ordinary devil fruit. When encountering a skin of too high quality, the host 19 devil fruits are far from enough to upgrade the skin. The biggest problem with the host now is that the attracted skin is too strong, almost one of the top ranks among SS level skin. 1. After Mo Yan heard the explanation, he was stunned for a long time. Is that okay? Was all because I spent 19 devil fruits at one time, and the quality of the skin I attracted was too high, so I failed to reach the SSS level. After learning the reason, Mo Yan's mood was complicated, but he was also very pleasantly surprised. The complicated reason is that it took 19 devil fruit to get the SSS level skin, and the reason for the surprise is, of course, such a pervert SS level skin. I don't know how terrible it will be when it is upgraded to SSS level. Early the next morning, Mo Yan walked out of the superior room yawning. Vice Admirals who were half monitoring and half guarding were still a little nervous when they heard the door being pushed in the guest room, but when they saw a strange man appeared, the two Vice Admiral were stunned. Who are you? Where is Zakagi Kenpachi? After the sluggishness, the two Vice Admirals were immediately taken aback. He had been on guard all night, but Kenpachi Zengaki disappeared and was replaced by a man he had never seen before. How did he get in? Zaraki Kenpachi has something to do temporarily. Let the Dark Lord take him away, and I will take over the rest of the devil fruit. Mo Yan showed a charming smile. As for who I am, you may call me Dragon King Akunorokia. P.S. Regarding the problem of subordinates and the army that many book friends in the book review area said, don't worry about this, there will be related solutions in the future. Chapter 120 What did they think of Marine Headquarters? Dragon King Akunologia. Two Vice Admirals were surprised when they heard the word, then clenched their swords and roared in unison. Who knows if what you said is true or false? Take it down first. Sudden appearance of an unknown person in an important place like the Marine Headquarters was originally an emergency situation, as if the Marine Headquarters had been invaded. Plus things are so weird. Even if the Dark Lord comes and take people away, their observation haki will always respond, right? The two Vice Admiral were very sure that their observation haki was not abnormal, so Zakagi Kenpachi was replaced by Akunorokia. I really don't know what's wrong. Mo Yan's expression turned cold. Does Vice Admiral from the Marine Headquarters like to court death so much? The gloomy breath was blowing, and suddenly the two Vice Admirals couldn't breathe, as if they could see the end of the world in the eyes of the man in front of them. Boom. The quiet morning was broken by a terrifying roar. There was a big explosion in the Marine's headquarters building, and a corner of the building was destroyed by ashes, and two Vice Admirals with terrified faces fell out of the smoke. Just that the two Vice Admiral were all tattered at this time, and they were unconscious with expressions of fear. HMPH. You won't die if you don't die. Don't you understand? Mo Yan 580 strode out from behind the smoke, as if he had trampled to death two insignificant bugs. Vice Admiral, who was sent by Sengoku to monitor Zaraki Kenpachi, was undoubtedly a good player from the Marine Headquarters, but even so, they couldn't hold on for a few rounds in front of Mo Yan, so they were crushed and killed. Marine soldiers who were doing morning exercises and patrolling responded as if they had just woken up from a dream. Enemy attack. An enemy has invaded Marine Headquarters. The piercing alarm sounded through the early morning sky, and the entire Marine Headquarters suddenly moved. Numerous soldiers lined up with grab-and-run weapons, which looked so dense and spectacular. But this mighty army, in Mo Yan's eyes, was as annoying as swarms of ants. Sure enough, the Marine Headquarters are all people who desperately want to die, so let's just kill them all. Dark magic power rose from Mo Yan, and suddenly, a lazy voice came from the port. Anyway, this is a symbol of justice, Marineford. Although I don't know who you are, as a Marine Admiral, I can't allow you to continue to be presumptuous. With a really troublesome expression, Kizaru raised his hand to condense the dazzling laser, and finally turned into a terrifying light Jinchuriki column lacing toward towards Moyan. Although he said it was easy, Kizaru did his best with this attack, and Kizaru didn't dare to underestimate the ability to kill 2 Vice Admiral enemies so easily. I am the power of the dark attribute. What I hate most is your golden light. Moyan spat out in disgust, took a deep breath within 1/10,000th of a second, and suddenly spit out a powerful and unparalleled magic power. The roar of the black dragon. It was also a terrifying ray of light like Jinchuriki column, glowing with an indescribable black light, hitting Kizaru's golden light directly. Boom! The 2 rays of light, Jinchuriki column, collided, and there was no stalemate. The roar of the black dragon directly overwhelmed the golden light, and went straight toward Kizaru. What? Kizaru's eyes widened, startled. It was the first time he lost to an opponent in a light match. Light Jinchuriki column attack. Kizaru was just shocked, and the next moment was completely engulfed by the light Jinchuriki column. Boom! Immediately, a violent explosion occurred at the port, creating a cyclone of destruction. Countless soldiers near the port were swept up, and were torn to shreds by the destructive magic in the air. When the storm was over, the huge pier of Marine headquarters had no slag left. Cough, cough, cough. Kizaru's recondensed figure also knelt down on the ground in discomfort, coughing and spitting out a few mouthfuls of bloody phlegm. Who the hell is this? How can he be so strong? Kizaru was shocked inside, and his face was as pale as a dead man. There are a total of 4 ways to deal with those who possess the Logia fruit ability with elemental body. The first method is to use armament hockey, which can make the attack really hit the elemental body, and the second method is to use the sea stone, the nemesis of the devil fruit power user. The effect is the same as armament hockey, or even better. The third method is to find something that can restrain that element. For example, the water that Luffy will use to deal with Crocodile in the future can make the elementalization of the sand into an entity that can be hit, but this depends on luck. The last and fourth method is to hit the elemental body with the most extreme destructive energy like Moyan is now. Fight between Logia fruit power users often have an attacking effect on the other party. Add injury. What happened? Who dares to invade Marine headquarters? On the top floor of the Marine headquarters, Sengoku and Garp also rushed out. They rushed to the square of the Marine headquarters. What they saw was Moyan, who was surrounded by the army but calm, and Kizaru, who was injured by Moyan with a single move, with a look of horror on his face. Marine soldiers. Even Admiral was countered by one move. Then they stepped forward to attack. Couldn't they only be cannon fodder? Therefore, even if the army surrounded Moyan, and no Marine dared to act rashly, Moyan's deterrent power surpassed that of thousands of troops. It's over. Sengoku rushed over. What the hell is going on? Who are you? Why are you making a fuss about my Marine headquarters? Sengoku now feels like he was hurt. Yesterday, there was a Zakagi Kenpachi who completely defied Marine's authority. Today, there is another mysterious powerhouse who fights in the Marine headquarters. What on earth did they take for the sacred Marine headquarters? Asshole. Wait, Sengoku, this guy makes me feel bad. However, Garp stopped laughing, and instead guarded Moyan with a serious face. He felt that this man was full of destruction and disdain for mankind and the world.